Upon learning that her family had arranged a marriage for her, Wen Ning decided to flee under the cover of night. The unfortunate suitor was none other than her childhood companion, Song Zai. Song Zai was a character with distinct flaws and his merits being few, and his flaws being equally few. Regrettably, to the adults, they were a match made in heaven, a pair of innocent childhood friends destined to be united. As the plane touched down on Ao Dao, when Ning adjusted her sunglasses and glanced at her phone, several missed calls cluttered the screen, confirming her suspicions that she had been bombarded with messages. Known for her charm and adaptability, Wen Ning was not easily daunted. She returned the call, sliding into a dramatic kneel. "Mom, I was wrong." The voice on the other end was momentarily silenced, words caught in her throat. After a pause, He sighed in resignation. "If you're wrong, come back. Does returning mean I must marry Song Zai?" Wen Ning replied in a pitiful tone, "I've heard everything." In recent years, her grandfather's health had deteriorated, and the entire family of dutiful descendants was eyeing his substantial inheritance. As Wen Ning passed through the living room, she overheard her usually busy father expressing concern for her personal affairs, stating that he had already negotiated with the Song family to arrange for the two families to unite their children soon. The intention was clear: a marriage would yield offspring, and with the old man's passing, each additional heir would mean a larger share of the inheritance. He insisted that she would have to marry eventually, so why not marry well? As for the Song family, they had two sons. The elder, Song Qingbai, was often abroad, so it could not be him. The younger one, Song Zai, was indeed her childhood friend with a few screws loose. They had witnessed each other's most embarrassing moments growing up, which, in Wen Ning's perspective, amounted to years of sisterhood suddenly sprouting into something more complicated. "Mom, I've told you countless times that Song Zai and I have no chemistry. I can still picture him in his baby pants," Wen Ning complained. "Feelings can be nurtured," her mother replied. Yes, exactly," Wen Ning nodded. "So, it's not like we're just going on a vacation together. We will definitely cultivate our relationship. But you're going to out Ao," He remarked, "and I've heard that Song Zai flew to Hawaii overnight. That rascal, always up to no good." Wen Ning took a deep breath. "I'm just flying to Ao Dao to buy a bag, then I'll head to Hawaii. Is that so?" Her mother didn't challenge her statement, but simply said, "I've contacted your aunt, and she should be at the airport by now. While you're in Ao Dao, listen to your aunt and don't want her off." Her aunt was likely the family's eyes and ears on Ao Dao. Nevertheless, Wen Ning decided to play along, as long as it meant she wouldn't have to return immediately. She obediently nodded. "I promise I won't stray. I swear." Although promises had proven to be of little use, as countless deceitful men had met their demise for breaking them. She made a gesture of swearing with 3 fingers raised to the sky. The sky was clear and bright, showing no signs of impending thunder. Once this call ended, another one quickly followed. Wen Ning looked at the screen, biting her lip in silence. This time, it was her father. Predictably, she braced herself for an onslaught of reprimands. Their relationship had soured over time, and she recalled a time when her father, Wen Jingshan, would spin her around and lift her onto his shoulders. Leaning wearily against her suitcase, she answered the call. "Dad, you need to come back immediately." Wen Zhengshan's voice was strained with suppressed anger, resonating painfully against her eardrums. Earlier, when conversing with He, she managed to maintain a graceful demeanor, but upon facing Wen Zhengshan, Wen Ning suddenly adopted a defiant attitude. "I won't go back. I refuse to marry." "Nonsense. It is the will of your parents and the arrangements of a matchmaker. The Song family is our best choice. We are well acquainted and perfectly matched. What more could you desire? I shall only say this. If you still acknowledge me as your father, I will have my secretary book you a ticket for tonight's flight." Why is it that every time he is angry, he resorts to the question of whether she recognizes him as her father? It is not merely a matter of her wanting to acknowledge him or not. "What difference does it make if I return?" Wen Ning retorted. "Song Zai is not even in the capital. If I go back alone, waiting eagerly, wouldn't they say you are hastening to marry off your daughter? Do we not care about our family's reputation? Reputation is of utmost importance." Wen Zhengshan, feeling the sting of her words, softened his tone. "That Song fellow is being unreasonable as well. How about this?" Wen Ning proposed. "If Song Zai returns, I will go back immediately." With this, she promptly sent a WeChat message to Song Zai. "I have managed this. You must hold on. When you return to the capital, I will surely plead for you." Song Zai was likely still on the plane, as he did not reply. Wen Jingshan likely had to feign cordiality with the Song family, swiftly ending the call. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning patted her face in front of the mirror. Her visage was a blend of her parents' youthful attributes. A retired movie star and a suave, successful businessman, she could not have been dealt a poor hand. Yet, this very face seemed to yield little advantage at home. After adjusting her emotions, Wen Ning exited the airport. The airport was modest, and within a few steps she was outside. Her aunt, who had come to pick her up, was indeed already there. From a distance, Wen Ning heard her aunt call out, her voice accompanied by the rhythmic click of high heels as she approached. "I've been trying to call you, but your phone was unreachable. Thankfully, my eyesight is sharp." Her aunt's well-maintained face loomed large before her, and with a click of her tongue, she stepped back to take a better look. "How do your parents raise you? After some time apart, you look stunning." Wen Ning removed her sunglasses, revealing a radiant smile. "No one can outshine you, aunt. Before you arrived in Australia, which wealthy young man in the capital wasn't infatuated with you? You were just making things up," when Cindy replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Come on, are you hungry? Let's go home and have dinner." The journey from the airport to their residence took merely 5 minutes. This upscale property, perched on a hillside, offered a breathtaking view of the city center below. The intoxicating nightlife was just beginning to unveil itself when Cindy instructed the maid to prepare coffee, while dinner was served on the terrace. The sea breeze carries a hint of moisture, and the spring air is enveloped in a gentle humidity. In this season, the winds of Aodao are starkly different from the tempestuous gales that can send one reeling in the capital. Wen Ning finally felt a semblance of relief, as if she had escaped from the clutches of despair. "Your mother mentioned that you were avoiding marriage. Is that why you've come here for refuge?" It was unclear from which direction her aunt spoke. Wen Ning maintained a unified response. "I merely came to purchase a bag after that. I must fly to Hawaii." "I suggest you forego that trip to Hawaii," Wen Cindy remarked in a leisurely manner. "That is out of the question, Song Zai is there. Still putting on a facade with your aunt?" Wen Cindy lowered her voice. "I won't act as an informant for the capital. Just tell me the truth. Do you truly have feelings for Song Zai?" To be fair, her aunt was quite loyal. Inspired by television public service announcements in her childhood, Wen Ning once fetched water from a trough to wash her father's feet, while her aunt observed without a hint of betrayal. Now, her inquiry did not seem like mere probing. Wen Ning opened up slightly. "To be honest, he falls short in some areas. I have heard of that lad from the Song family. He seems rather foolish, not your type at all. However, his brother." Wen Cindy paused and noticed a slight flicker in Wen Ning's brow. She quickly continued, "Song Qingbai is somewhat acceptable." At the mention of Song Qingbai, Wen Ning suddenly felt restless, her eyelids drooping as she glanced at the array of dishes before her. "Any news about Song Qingbai?" "I don't know, he hasn't spent much time in the capital," Wen Ning replied. When Cindy speculated, could it be he's found someone outside? Hence the Song family is not in a rush. Wen Ning maintained her composure. "I'm not certain." "And what about you?" When Cindy pivoted back, "Why not pursue someone yourself?" The thought of the debauched young men in the capital made Wen Ning's head throb. Among so many suitors, when the basic criteria of abstaining from smoking, drinking, and maintaining virtue were laid out, only the two signs of the Song family remained. It is crucial to note that these are merely the fundamental conditions, leaving little room for selection. As for the Song brothers, Song Zai was out of the question. Song Qingbai, however, Wen Ning felt a flush creeping to her cheeks as memories of inadvertently entering Song Qingbei's bedroom resurfaced. The damp footprints on the walnut floor, the hastily snatched gray towel, and the fleeting look of surprise in his eyes. The man stood there, reserved yet proud, like a slender bamboo sprouting amidst a gentle spring rain. Wen Ning slapped her face heavily. If only he hadn't admonished her in a tone befitting an elder to remember to knock in the future. Observing the myriad expressions on Wen Ning's face, Wen Cindy had likely deduced the truth. She patted Wen Ning's hand. "If you plan to go to Hawaii, I will book the tickets for you. If not, I will still arrange the tickets." Wen Ning blinked in surprise. Wen Cindy added, "We must keep up appearances for those in the capital." As Wen Ning began to whine, Wen Cindy interjected, "Stop. Your aunt has her own matters for you to assist with." Wen Ning immediately wrapped her arm around Wen Cindy's. "I shall certainly do anything for my aunt. This is truly a thoughtful little darling." With such a pair of radiant eyes, one would find it difficult to resist even adding a touch of vinegar to her father's tea. "Unlike my own daughter, The thought of my dear girl, Wen Sinny, filled me with exasperation. During your time on the island, please assist your aunt in guiding Yu Jiao and persuade her to abandon the notion of going to America at the earliest opportunity. Chen Yu Jiao is her aunt's only child, treated with utmost tenderness. Wen Ning was taken aback. Yu Jiao wishes to go to America? She finds the island too small, weary of its charm, and constantly clamors to venture to the land of freedom. As soon as the words left her lips, the sound of the main gate locking echoed from afar. "Mom, what are you shouting for?" When Sinny replied, her head throbbing. "Mommy, you haven't thrown away my leather pants, have you? I need them for performance." Chen Yu Jiao, adorned with headphones, poked her head out, her hair a vibrant spectrum of colors. Wen Ning couldn't help but choke on a mouthful of mustard, tears streaming down her face. Yet, she managed to give a thumbs up. "Looks good, very fashionable." Chen Yu Jiao rushed towards her. "Sister, what brings you here?" "I knew it looked good." Mommy has no sense of aesthetics, insisting I've placed a color palette on my head. "Sister, your taste is impeccable." With that, she raised her thumb, pressing it against Wen Ning's. When Sinny felt her head swell, "Don't indulge her." With Chen Yu Jiao's arrival, she successfully squeezed beside Wen Ning. "Sister, how long will you stay this time?" "As long as my family doesn't summon me back." Chen Yu Jiao gave a knowing look. "My mother is the same, always monitoring me and even imposing curfews." "Do you remember the sweet soup we missed last time? It's still early tonight, we should have no trouble. Shall we go? I'll take you to eat." As the city lights began to twinkle, the splendid avenue illuminated the heart of the city. The dessert shop they intended to visit was located in the old town, and they sped away from the bustling city center. After passing a couple of intersections, Chen Yu Jiao remarked, "Why are there so many cars today?" Wen Ning glanced outside. At the traffic light, a well-ordered procession of black vehicles awaited alongside them. The streetlights reflected off the polished car surfaces, casting a cold metallic glow. The leading vehicle bore no floral adornments or satin drapery. It resembled something more akin to a prominent figure in a film rather than a wedding car. In the capital, those who travel with such grandeur typically have streets cordoned off in advance, making close observation a rare opportunity. Resting her head against the car window, Wen Ning idly watched as the wind slipped through the half-open crack, gently tousling her long hair. Just as Chen Yu Jiao was about to speak with her, she turned her head and beheld a scene reminiscent of a medieval oil painting. The beauty leaning against the window, her hair flowing like satin, and a magnolia lamp casting a golden hue upon the scene. "Sister," Chen Yu Jiao opened her mouth, "I suddenly feel that my car is somewhat unworthy of you." "I understand." Wen Ning nodded seriously. "When we return, I will persuade Aunt to buy you a new one." Chen Yu Jiao scratched her nose, not quite meaning that. Yet it was a welcome suggestion. Unbeknownst to her, much of the convoy had already moved ahead, prompting her to hastily press the accelerator and catch up. The narrow roads of the old city quickly transformed into a single lane. To the onlookers, her red sports car appeared as an unexpected intruder in the convoy, weaving in and out with audacity. The driver let out a sharp click of his tongue. A languid voice from the back seat spoke, "Xiao Zhong, be patient." "Yuga, it's not that I lack patience, it's just that that driver is driving recklessly. If it weren't for your presence, I would have rammed him off the road." The man slowly raised his chin, revealing his somewhat pale complexion and striking eyes in the rearview mirror. His gaze was compelling, difficult to divert from, perhaps due to the harmonious features that drew one to linger longer. Yet, at this moment, it was the weight of his gaze that instilled apprehension. Xiao Zhong licked his lips, listening as the man continued in a deliberate tone. "When conducting business, one must maintain a low profile." "What do I always say?" He quickly sat up straight. "Understood, Yuga." The man in the back seat fell silent, his attention drifting outside. The red sports car once again matched their pace. The window was partially down, allowing a gentle breeze to caress their faces. Suddenly, the person next to him, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them. "I must say, why are you so cautious even in your own territory?" "A cautious approach ensures longevity." "No wonder my old man likes you so much. He says you resemble his younger self." "Don't forget what I mentioned earlier. In a few days, we'll host a banquet for my younger sister's birthday. And you." Noticing the other's lack of response, he placed his hand over. From his vantage point, all he could see was the man's exquisite profile and a faint mole on his ear. He inquired, "Ah, you, what captivates your attention so?" 3 seconds 2 seconds, 1 second. The green light. The roar of the engine propelled the red sports car forward amidst the heat. Nothing much, Siegu replied, propping his chin with one hand, leisurely retracting his gaze, just admiring the scenery. What was there to admire? Huan wondered. He only knew that Siegu often uttered perplexing remarks, rendering him particularly inscrutable in the eyes of those beneath him. This was a polished way of putting it, to be blunt. He was unpredictable. Yet, he possessed one admirable trait: caution. Under his stewardship, no venture had ever faltered. His father held him in high regard, to the point that Huan sometimes suspected he was the favored son. Reflecting on the recent mishap that had earned him a reprimand, Huan felt vexed. He closed his eyes once more. They'll skip the dessert shop, that place is too cramped. Siegu, however, remained courteous. Shall I get you takeout? Thank you, but no need. The narrow street was congested with parked cars, forcing the sports car to halt a street away from the dessert shop. At this hour, a long queue, nearly extending to the corner, formed beneath the old sign. Wei Ning cast a glance at Chen Yuejiao, her expression questioning the rationale of the situation. A trivial matter. Watch me, Chen Yuejiao declared, straining to find someone in the crowd until her gaze landed on a boy clad in motorcycle attire. With a swift motion, she struck down, prompting the boy to lift his head from his phone. Why are you only just arriving? Shouldn't that be my question to you? Chen Yuejiao retorted, exasperated. I told you to come early, and you only secure number 21? What's wrong with 21? I scrambled over here to claim it, he replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Ning. Wow, a Hong Kong star sister. Mind your manners, Chen Yuejiao admonished, pinching his ear. Is this really your sister? The boy stammered. Has she starred in some Hong Kong film? She seems so familiar. Nonsense. Chen Yuejiao shot him a withering glare. What now? There were at least 20 people ahead of them. Suddenly, the boy, filled with a desire to perform, pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Excuse me, handsome, but we're in a hurry, he said, distributing money and effectively cutting to the front of the line. Wei Ning glanced at her watch. Merely 30 seconds had passed. Indeed, money could work wonders. Perhaps she should consider giving Song Zai a little extra for his troubles, to encourage him to persevere a bit longer. She wondered if he had arrived in Hawaii yet, and whether he could withstand the relentless barrage from their elders. This fellow had always been of little use. Meanwhile, the young master, who had done nothing but sleep soundly on the plane, was abruptly awakened, a chill creeping down his spine. Flight attendant, I need a blanket. Sir, here is your blanket. And another serving of Yangji Jianlao. And another Yangji Jianlao. In the tiny establishment, the boy's voice drew the attention of everyone present. Chen Yuejiao delivered a sharp reprimand to his head. Are you out of your mind, shouting like that? I was just worried about my sister getting hungry. Where is she? Why is she on the phone for so long? This phone call, Wei Ning initially intended to brush off quickly. Friendships forged in childhood can be categorized into two types. One is childhood sweethearts, and Song Zai could barely be considered as such. The other type is that of natural adversaries. Wei Ning belonged to the latter category, with the incessantly chattering individual on the other end of the line. Less than half a day after leaving the capital, news had already spread through her social circle, prompting her rival to hastily reach out with feigned concern. In the desolate alley, the tinkling laughter from the phone echoed far and wide. Just checking on you. I heard you're really going to marry Song Zai. It must have been quite the struggle all these years. I called to tell you that a few days ago, I organized a gathering, and by chance I invited Qingbo. Isn't fate a curious thing? Sometimes, years of effort can be surpassed by mere days. While you toil to pave the way, I merely made a casual phone call. It is likely that the cooling breeze is the cause. Wei Ning rubbed her arms and uttered, oh, that gathering initially intended to invite you. But you know, if you were to attend, Qingbo might find an excuse to be absent. Is he perhaps avoiding you? I truly do not comprehend. He is a person who clearly values social etiquette. I shall speak well of you before him later. Should I express my gratitude? Tanging? Wei Ning rolled her eyes skyward. No need for thanks. You know, at that banquet, he even brought me a gift. Since I adore incense holders, he specifically commissioned a piece of jade depicting distant mountains, claiming it complements me beautifully. The light from the alley illuminated one side of Wei Ning's face, rendering her expression inscrutable. She distanced the phone slightly, the name Elder Tang glaring at her. The wind was rather chilly. Was this conversation ever going to conclude? How long would she be coerced into this dialogue? As the other party elaborated on the incense holder, Wen Ning could no longer contain herself. Am I your father? Why this incessant need to report every trivial matter? The other individual appeared taken aback. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but after her retort, Wen Ning heard a soft chuckle nearby. She turned, yet the dimly lit alley remained empty. She then addressed the phone once more. If there's nothing further, I shall hang up. When airs we? How can you be so uncouth? Please understand this. The surname you are associating with is Song, not Shui. By what audacity do you presume to act so arrogantly? In the capital, there exists a defined circle those of them in commerce would gather amidst revelry, while others, who seldom made appearances, were the true elite. The Chui family is among them, particularly since the sole heir of the Chui family, unmarried at 29, often becomes the object of many aspirations. Unfortunately, the disparity in social standing is vast, leaving most to merely indulge in fleeting fantasies. However, Wen Ning's mood was decidedly sour. How do you know that I do not know him? Know whom? Tang Yin was momentarily perplexed. Are you referring to the Chui family member? Amusing. Keep fabricating your tales. I had no intention of being so ostentatious. Wen Ning sighed. He has a small mole on the left side of his ear. There's another one beneath his rib, a light brown shade. So, care to guess how well I know him? Chapter 3, The Arbiter Logically. The Wen and Song families should be sufficiently affluent and prominent. However, they still fall short of truly reaching the zenith of high society. It is not merely that they rarely have the opportunity to socialize. In fact, none of them have genuinely encountered the esteemed member of the Chui family. The mole on his ear remains an enigma, as does the one beneath his rib. When Wen Ning spoke with such conviction, Tang Yin pressed her lips together, her confidence suddenly wavering. As the call ended, the surrounding chatter in the private room fell silent. If she was not mistaken, this young lady had suffered setback. A few wealthy heirs who often mingled with her approached curiously. What happened? Did you not enjoy the festivities? We warned you not to provoke Wen Ning. She is not one to be trifled with. Come on, tell us, what did she say? Why the long face? Tang Yin twisted her fingers nervously. Has anyone here ever met the member of the Chui family? Please spare us. We lack the stature to associate with them. Indeed, our circles are quite different. We are simply not worthy. Tang Yin muttered to herself, so no one knows if he truly has a mole on his ear. Could it be a ruse? A mole on his ear? You wish to know about that? Do you have a way? Isn't the Chui family hosting a charity gala next month? We could attend that, provided we have the means. If fortune smiles upon us, we might just encounter him. Ah, of course, Tang Yin exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. Meanwhile, when Ning hung up the phone, her spirits soaring once more. She understood the Tang family as well as they understood her. There was no business connection to the Chui family. Yet, she was fortunate compared to Tang Yin. A few years prior, she had fortuitously crossed paths with a member of the Chui family. In the chilling corridors of a hospital, she witnessed the director personally greet Mrs. Chui and the young master. Turning back, she caught sight of the mole on his ear, illuminated by the stark white light. It was not that the mole was particularly striking, but his tousled hair and mask left her with nowhere to direct her gaze, ultimately landing on the exposed skin. That mole remained the sole impression of that encounter. As for the detail about his abdomen, she fabricated it. Who would go to the trouble of verifying such a claim? She tossed her phone back in her pocket and stretched languidly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a flash of crimson at the alley's mouth. Squinting to see better, she could discern nothing. The air lingered with a faint scent of tobacco. Had someone been smoking here moments ago? After a brief consideration, she nonchalantly turned her gaze away. Australia and the capital city were worlds apart. Nothing would transpire. With that thought, her steps became increasingly light. The small dessert shop remained aglow, illuminating the narrow entrance of the alley. However, she was oblivious to the fact that the street had filled with black sedans. Slowing her pace, she pushed open the weathered glass door. Hey, handsome! Beautiful lady! Inside, the shop appeared unchanged since her departure. It was still cramped and bustling with noise. The proprietor, smoking a makeshift cigarette fashioned from rolled-up newspaper, weaved through the crowd, his lips moving as he spoke in a dialect she could not comprehend. Upon noticing her return, the owner nodded towards the wall adorned with photographs, speaking in broken Mandarin. Star, come take a picture. Oh, I almost forgot. Just before stepping out, her boss mistook her for a certain celebrity, insisting on taking a photo with her. Wei Ning contemplated whether to impersonate Li Jiasin or someone else, nodding helplessly in agreement. As her gaze drifted, it suddenly halted at the door. The clamor within the establishment persisted, yet the area by the entrance felt strikingly desolate, as if it had been carved out into a solitary island. She stood at the edge of this island, closely observing the lively scene a few steps away. Turning her head, she noticed that the usual custom of sharing tables was disrupted. Despite the long queue outside, the small table at the entrance was occupied by only a solitary figure. Just a few paces away, a bodyguard stood with his back turned. Through the gap of his shoulder, she caught sight of a person quietly savoring a bowl of mung bean soup. Just a glimpse of his profile made Wei Ning squint. She recognized him. Several months prior, she had encountered him in Wen Zhongshan's study, albeit unilaterally on her part. At that time, Wen Zhongshan was engaged in conversation with him. He lounged against the back of a Wangwali chair, legs casually crossed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest in sync with Wen Zhongshan's speech. Perhaps due to prolonged sitting, when Wen Zhongshan suggested adding more if it wasn't sufficient, he retracted the tapping hand and stretched it behind his neck to ease his muscles. He didn't turn back, but his voice carried directly to the entrance. Someone was there. Even as Wei Ning hastily retreated from the corridor, feigning a casual appearance as she ascended the stairs. She felt exposed. Yet, it seemed he hadn't informed Wen Zhongshan of her earlier presence, resulting in Wen Zhongshan unusually refraining from reprimanding her, merely frowning and saying, "Next time, use the intercom to come in when your father is in a meeting." Peering through the crack of the door, she looked once more at that profile. At that moment, the same figure reappeared before her. He was quietly enjoying a bowl of mung bean soup. As he shifted his shoulders, a few strands of hair fell across his face. Dressed in a black shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, he exuded an aura as dense as an unyielding shadow beneath the sun. Wei Ning brushed past the bodyguard and took her rightful seat. If one were to seek a reason for her visit to the island, this man before her would undoubtedly be among them. After all, there were countless places to escape a marriage. Going to Hawaii with Song Zai would have saved her even more trouble. Yet, she had specifically chosen to come to the island. Ironically, on her very first day of arrival, when she felt utterly at a loss, she encountered the one person she most wished to see. Wei Ning sat down nonchalantly, tilting her head towards the door. "Who is he?" Chen Yuejiao remained silent, but the boy beside her softly spoke. "Xiejiu." "Who is Xiejiu?" Chen Yuejiao continued to shake her head. The boy retorted, "Sister, you must know what the most prosperous industry on the island is, right?" She did. When Ning propped her chin up, pondering if those industries belonged to him. "Not exactly." The boy scratched his nose and lowered his voice further. "He does things for others. So he is considered the visible decision-maker." "Oh, a decision-maker." When Ning mused, "Is he influential on the island?" "Yes." "Does he have a wide social circle?" "Certainly." When Ning's propped hand gently tapped her cheek. "As far as I know, no one on the island dares to provoke him." "Sister, you'd better not." Before she could finish her sentence, Wen Ning had already stood up. "Hey, where are you going, sister?" Wen Ning arched her brows and smiled at the flustered young boy. "With such impressive connections, of course, I'm going to get acquainted." The bowl of mung bean paste on the table was nearly empty. Xiejiu lightly tapped the handle of his spoon, and soon after, a bodyguard brought over a packaged portion, gesturing toward him. He stretched his legs, just about to rise. "Hey, handsome." Xiejiu frowned. It had been many years since he had been approached in such a crude manner. Moreover, this was the island. Surely, even if one did not recognize him, they would be familiar with the series of license plates from the 3 regions lining the street. His dark eyes slowly lifted beneath his brow. The clink of the spoon against the porcelain bowl rang clear. Suddenly, a gust of wind intruded upon his line of sight, perhaps in an attempt to evade the bodyguard. The woman slightly bent at the waist, nimbly slipping beneath the outstretched arms, her hand raised to her face, fingers gently curled. "Hi, don't you recognize me?" Should he recognize her? She spoke in perfectly enunciated Mandarin, clearly not a local. Xiejiu stared at her for a few seconds before turning to leave. "Is your memory really that poor?" The bodyguard kept her at bay, cautiously maintaining distance. Clearly, Xiejiu had no intention of engaging. leaving only his indifferent silhouette in his wake. His broad shoulders made him appear particularly upright, exuding a presence far more formidable than when seated. Wei Ning was left a few steps behind, unable to help but raise her voice. "Siege." As her voice echoed, the shop suddenly fell silent, patrons turning their heads, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Chapter 4. Gambling games names are designated for the purpose of calling upon individuals. Yet in recent years, the name Siege has seldom been uttered in its entirety by others. Subordinates affectionately refer to him as Brother Yu, while he Chio and his family prefer to call him a Yu. The occasions when his full name is invoked are typically in formal settings, accompanied by a subdued handshake and a mere utterance of Siege. In response, the counterpart usually extends a polite acknowledgement, suggesting that they will rely on Mr. Sia's guidance henceforth. A Yu, Brother Yu, Mr. Sia. In an enigmatic silence, Siege gradually turned, the corners of his lips lifting in a subtle arc, reminiscent of a refined gentleman halting before her. He leaned in and inquired, "Miss, how may I assist you?" At that moment, the patrons within the establishment snapped back to reality, as if they were actors in a scene, and the earlier cacophony returned. Wei Ning furrowed her brow, catching a glimpse of Chun Yuejiao and her companion. The two had yet to recover, their mouths agape in exaggerated astonishment. It was no wonder they reacted thus. Had it not been for her unique method, she too would have struggled against the magnetic presence before her. This method entails focusing intently on a singular feature of the other person when one perceives an imbalance in their standing. This concentration allows the subconscious to shield oneself from the overwhelming aura surrounding them. Currently, she fixated on his lips, her thoughts narrowing to the notion of their softness, leading her to contemplate a question she yearned to pose. She steeled herself and declared, "I wish to inquire about something." "Ask me a question?" Siegeyu's expression suggested he found her words perplexing. Wei Ning tilted her head, wondering why her statement was so difficult to comprehend. Yet, his lips indeed appeared remarkably soft, albeit lacking in color and vitality, which in conjunction with his striking features imparted an inexplicable beauty akin to that of a fragile muse. She had digressed. After a brief moment of contemplation, she clarified, "What I mean is, I am willing to compensate you for your answer. You may set your price." This pronouncement only elicited further amusement from him. Siege regarded her with a serious demeanor for a moment, his gaze lowering. "Have you inquired about the market rate?" "Market rate?" Wei Ning shook her head, acknowledging that as long as the amount was not exorbitant, she could afford it. He then slowly extended a slender, elegant finger, as pleasing to the eye as his visage. Wei Ning's gaze fixated on that finger. 10,000? Siege remained silent. She continued, 100? 1,000? Surely it is not a matter of life and death. Unsurprisingly, the bodyguard's eyelids twitched slightly. Meanwhile, the man before her deepened the curve of his lips, replying, in a society governed by law, "Miss, I was merely jesting." Seizing the moment, she pressed, "So, what is the actual price?" "I cannot guess. It depends on what you wish to inquire about." With that, he turned and, unceremoniously, began to stroll away, the sound of the plastic bag brushing against his trousers creating a soft rustle, as if beckoning her to follow. Wei Ning pivoted, requesting a coin from the still-dazed Chun Yuejiao, and then hastened to catch up with him. "Do you not wish to know who I am?" she called out, stepping past the bodyguard. With one hand tucked into his trouser pocket, he replied, "Miss, I fear that even if I do not inquire, you would still divulge that information." And indeed, he was correct. When Ning extended her hand towards him, "My surname is Wan. I am the daughter of Wan Zhengshan." "Miss Wan," he nodded, yet did not reciprocate her gesture, choosing instead to continue forward. When Ning paused for a few seconds, then shook her wrist and withdrew her hand. "I saw you at home a few months ago," she said. "My father sought your assistance, and I overheard that he compensated you. Is that so?" Siege halted in his tracks. "How much did he give you?" "Miss Wen, if you are curious, you may inquire with your father. It is not imperative for me to know. As you mentioned, I merely wish to gauge the market price. Thus, if the terms are agreeable, would you consider taking on my business?" A breeze brushed past her face, and when Ning caught a faint scent of tobacco from nearby, instinctively she remarked, "Did you just smoke at the alley entrance?" "That sounds like an entirely different question," Xie replied. Fine, let us pretend I did not ask, Wen Ning shrugged. Now, let's discuss serious matters. If I wish to know whom my father referred to during that conversation, what is the price? Client confidentiality, Miss Wen. On what grounds do you believe I would disclose that to you? Fair point, Wen Ning conceded, having never expected to obtain an answer so easily. She merely nodded in response. Her purpose for coming to Aodao went beyond evading marriage. There was something more significant at hand. The snippets of conversation she had overheard at the study door had subtly woven a conjecture in her mind. There was someone on Aodao, a person who had rendered her father-daughter relationship increasingly volatile, compelling her to marry early and withdraw from the competition for family assets. This individual was currently under the protection of the man before her, at the behest of Wen Jingshan. Wen Ning had initially harbored a mere hypothesis in coming to Aodao, hoping to gradually uncover the truth step by step. Little did she know that fate had laid the most direct path before her. How could this not be deemed a divine mandate? If even fate was aiding her, it surely would not close all doors. Thus, she stated, that day you clearly knew I was at the door, yet you chose not to expose me. So, I shall take a gamble. Shall I wager that I will persist in being a good person? Xie Zhiyu quirked a smile. Is that not a gamble? Is it? She countered. Regardless of whether I guess correctly or not, it benefits me none. Wen Ning nodded earnestly. So you enjoy my persistence. Then I shall amend the conditions, she proposed. If I guess incorrectly, I will continue to pester you until I guess correctly. That seems fair, does it not? Intriguing, Xie Zhiyu observed with interest. A game of chance to determine the outcome? Agreed. Wen Ning pressed her thumb against the edge of the coin, exerting force upwards. A faint tinkle echoed as the coin, shimmering under the aged bulb, was swiftly tossed into the sky, leaving behind a delicate arc of light. With a clap of her hands, Wen Ning pressed the coin into her palm. I guess, she pondered for a moment, it's heads. As her words lingered in the air, she parted her fingers slightly, allowing the glow to cascade through the gaps, revealing a sailboat pattern, indeed confirming her guess. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to speak, when Xie Zhiyu interrupted her. Best of three, he stated. After all, she was the one seeking a favor. Wen Ning pursed her lips. She pressed the coin down once more, producing another tinkle, and the arc danced gracefully into the air again. I guess this time it's tails, she declared, pressing her palms together forcefully, as if in prayer, rubbing them a few times. As she slowly opened her hands, it was indeed tails. Relief washed over her. But as she met his brooding gaze, an involuntary tension gripped her. No declaring it best of five. Xie Zhiyu remained silent, a hint of frustration flickering across his features. Although this emotion seemed out of place on him, it appeared he was not inclined to cheat. I won, Wen Ning declared, lifting her chin, a triumphant glint in her eyes. The man retained his composed expression, but his shoulders gradually relaxed, an air of ease enveloping him. He chuckled softly, but I never promised that winning would grant you dominion over me. Wen Ning's expression froze momentarily. You were the one who suggested a single round to determine the victor. I merely fancied a game of heads or tails, nothing more. Indeed, he had not explicitly agreed to her terms. He had merely hinted at them. A sigh escaped her lips, though it mattered little. For she too harbored her own subtle intentions. As she watched him enter the car, her lips pressed together. With familiarity comes opportunity, and knowing who he was altered the dynamics. Just then, the car window slid down before her. Ah, Miss Wen, he acknowledged. She turned her gaze towards him. I'm not the person you believe me to be. The man kindly cautioned her, advising that it would be wise not to place too much trust in strangers. Chapter 5. A clear sky and gentle breeze, the vehicle proceeded straight ahead, leaving behind the narrow, crowded streets, the old security bars on the windows, and the signage extending towards the heart of the street. It was not until the slender silhouette in the rearview mirror faded into the distance that the bodyguard turned and remarked, "Brother, you." She was cheating. A languid voice from the back seat replied, "I know." Indeed, if even he could discern it, how could Xie Zhiyu remain oblivious? The bodyguard fell silent and continued driving. Before long, he could no longer restrain himself and turned back. Should we go back? No need. Meanwhile, upon seeing Wen Ning return in full form, Chen Yuejiao finally closed her gaping mouth. The boy beside her stammered, "Sister, you know him?" "I don't," Wen Ning answered truthfully. Then, you just said he has immense influence on Ao, so I have something to ask him. The boy swallowed nervously. Did you manage to ask? Wen Ning shook her head. His lips are sealed. Lips sealed? Help! Is that an evaluation of Xie? How dare she? For he is the one who commands storms on Ao. The boy licked his dry lips and took a step back to reassess Wen Ning. Now, apart from her beauty, her face bore another two words, boldness. This audacious sister dipped a spoon into the dessert and suddenly seemed to recall something. She fished a coin from her pocket and handed it to Chen Yuejiao. Ah, here, this is for you. Chen Yuejiao accepted it in a daze, her gaze suddenly stopping. Sister, what happened to your hand? The boy followed her gaze and noticed a red mark in Wen Ning's palm, as if she had wiped away a bloodstain. Indeed, it was Xie. How could there be no price to pay? But all 5 fingers were intact. Where could the blood have come from? As he pondered this, he reached for a tissue from his pocket, just as he heard Wen Ning casually remark, "Oh, this? It's nothing, just a lipstick mark." Lipstick? Chen Yuejiao was baffled. To ensure Chen Yuejiao understood, Wen Ning took out her lipstick and, before her eyes, pressed it against the back of the coin, then asked, guess heads or tails? Although Chen Yuejiao was unsure of Wen Ning's intentions, she replied, I guess. Wait, it hasn't been tossed yet. As Wen Ning spoke, she tossed the coin into the air and quickly closed her palm. Now guess. Tails. Wen Ning shook her head. It should be heads. When she opened her palm, the result was indeed heads. She tossed it twice more, with Wen Ning guessing heads and Chen Yuejiao guessing tails, and the result remained heads. Chen Yuejiao's eyes widened. No way. Am I really that unlucky? Haven't you figured it out yet? The boy said helplessly. When the coin flips in the air, just pay attention to the side with the lipstick mark. Even so, I can't see it clearly, Chen Yuejiao mumbled. Moreover, if the result is tails, wouldn't everyone see that lipstick mark? That's why I would wipe it off beforehand. Wen Ning replied with a smile, displaying her palm before Chen Yuejiao's eyes. Thus, the lipstick mark had come to be. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuejiao remarked, what if the first move is a counter? In that case, I shall strive to keep the game to just 1 round. The boy, unable to restrain himself any longer, interjected, Sister, you just went out. It couldn't be that you were playing this game with him, could it? Indeed. He is willing to play? Wen Ning said as she reached for a tissue, wiping her palms as she spoke. Those well-versed in the rules of gambling would never allow themselves to be ensnared in a game. Yet the number of people who would dare to play with him is exceedingly rare. Thus, out of curiosity, he might engage you in a round to see your intentions. The boy speculated. Very astute. So did you win? He inquired. I did win, she replied, but her tone suggested a twist was imminent, prompting both to listen intently. Wen Ning pursed her lips, but he reneged on the bet. At this, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, someone dares to gamble with Xie, and you claim he reneges on his debts? That's rather surreal, almost incomprehensible. I suspect my late-night vigil has clouded my senses. Perhaps I'm merely hallucinating. At that moment, the boss fortuitously approached. Big star, remember we agreed to take a photo together? I'll post it in the middle as a sword promotion. Is that all right? Sure. She responded. Wow, your handwriting is quite exquisite, the boss exclaimed, furrowing his brow in contemplation over the elegant signature. Wen Ning tossed the pen back, Li Jiesin. Indeed, it must be a mirage. On the return journey, Chen Yuejiao hesitated momentarily before speaking at a traffic light. Sister, although this is my first encounter with Xie, Wu Kai informed me that he is not someone an ordinary person should provoke. No, okay. My friend, Wen Ning replied, intrigued. Oh, what did he say? Considerate. Someone who holds sway in such places cannot possibly be a benevolent individual, right? He mentioned that Xie frequently deals with gamblers and is quite ruthless in his methods. This point was acknowledged by Wen Ning, who nodded it matters not. I am not seeking friendship with him. However, if you have inquiries, why not ask Mommy? Or I can inquire with my father. At this, Wen Ning suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Yuejiao. Chen Yuejiao jolted her tone. Huh? Regarding today's events, particularly my inquiries, you must not speak a word of this to Auntie, nor reveal it to Uncle. Chen Yuejiao hesitated. Why? Unable to articulate a clear reason. Perhaps it was merely instinct. When Ning provided an alternative justification, it's a family matter, Consider it an embarrassment that should remain private. With that, Chen Yuejiao understood, nodding oh. Just as she was about to say more, she caught a glimpse of Wei Ning leaning over the armrest with a teasing expression. What is your relationship with Wu Kai? Huh? Chen Yuejiao's heart raced, nearly pressing the accelerator too hard. We're just good friends, she stammered. Ordinary friends? Very ordinary, Chen Yuejiao emphasized. He is about to go to America. What could possibly be between us? Wei Ning caught the key words. After a moment, she leaned back in her seat and deliberately remarked, what is so great about America? Wu Kai responded that it was quite entertaining, adding that when he had time, he could take her to Hollywood, Orlando, and Las Vegas. These places are just so. I suppose the people are more amusing than the locations. Sister, teasing Chen Yuejiao is far more enjoyable than competing with others. She blushed throughout the journey. As the car parked in the garage, she continued to ponder the question. Seizing the moment before heading upstairs, Chen Yuejiao grasped Wei Ning's arm and asked, Sister, don't you think Wu Kai is rather handsome? Handsome? Wei Ning countered. He is merely a pretty boy. If we're only talking about looks, why not mention that Xie from today? True, but he seems so wicked, so dangerous, Chen Yuejiao asserted. After speaking, she blinked in surprise. No way. Sister, do you like bad boys? Impossible, Wei Ning exclaimed, her mind flashing to another figure before she continued. I prefer the exact opposite. A person with a clear conscience and integrity is truly my preference. Chapter 6. Fate. The gentle breeze and clear moonlight. Wei Ning tumbled on the soft bed for what felt like hundreds of times, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Was there something amiss with Song Qingbai's eyesight? How could he possibly find Tang inappealing? What was this nonsense about jade-green mountains and fragrant incense? Wei Ning pressed her temples, exasperated. She had known Song Zai since childhood, visiting the Song residence so often it rivaled her own home. Over the years, she had never witnessed Song Qingbai take the initiative with her. Each time she sweetly called him brother, he merely nodded from a distance, urging her to enjoy herself without reservations. Reservations? That was precisely what she did not want. From the innocent stirrings of her heart in her youth to the present, the closest she had ever been to Song Qingbai was sharing the same side of a long table during a meal. Where a napkin fell, he picked it up for her, perhaps feeling that she had acted discourteously. He left before finishing the meal. Wei Ning sighed deeply, covering her face. In Song Qingbai's eyes, she must appear consistently clumsy and rude, especially after that incident when she accidentally bumped into him as he emerged from the bathroom. Wei Ning could swear to the heavens that it had been entirely unintentional. If anyone were to blame, it would be the fact that Song Qingbai had spent so few days in the country over the years. Or perhaps Song Zai's peculiar obsession with residing in his brother's room, or their failure to inform her beforehand about the room swap. In any case, she was innocent. Yet, she had also feasted her eyes on quite the sight. It was far from gentle breezes and clear moonlight. Lost in thought, Wei Ning slipped and fell from the bed. She steadied herself on the floor, clasping her hands together. Form is emptiness. The next afternoon, her aunt and cousin called out to her several times. Had she been out all night? Adjusting to a new bed, perhaps? Wei Ning replied lethargically. Chen Yuejiao leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, Sister, you didn't happen to realize last night that you may have entangled yourself with a troublesome character, did you? Wei Ning was momentarily taken aback. Who? Xie. Wei Ning shook her head, expressionless. She had not even thought of the surname Xie last night. She had simply been fuming at Tang Yin from a distance. What are your plans for today? Chen Yuejiao asked. Are we going shopping? I want to buy a bag. Wei Ning replied. The mention of shopping ignited Chen Yuejiao's enthusiasm. I want to go too. Wei Ning was not a frequent visitor to AO Island, but even with different salespeople rotating in the store, no one had forgotten her. Her beauty was merely one of her least remarkable attributes. Unlike many customers who spent entire afternoons browsing, she was decisive, completing her purchases within minutes. She knew precisely which bags complemented her wardrobe without any need for negotiation or trial. Dealing with a customer like Miss Wen was a pleasure for the sales staff, as it guaranteed high commissions and minimal hassle. Upon learning of her visit, the store prepared the VIP room in a hurry. What a fortuitous day it was, with two esteemed guests arriving at once. What day? The manager remarked, "Why? It is indeed a splendid day. Both of our guests today are super VIPs." Originally, they had intended to clear the store for her arrival, but since both had agreed to come in the afternoon, they could not afford to neglect either, and thus prepared grandly. The store manager awaited outside, soon greeted by a striking red sports car. The driver, Miss Chun, was a familiar face. She was the only daughter of the esteemed businessman Mr. Chun from Outao. Although her patronage did not rival that of Miss Wan, she too was regarded as a valued customer. With the warmth of old friends, the manager ushered them inside, promptly instructing staff to present the bags for inspection. "Miss Wan, I will contact you the moment the goods arrive." This special order featured a brushed gold clasp in a delightful combination of milkshake white and caramel. Having already seen the photographs, Wei Ning felt little excitement upon viewing the actual item. She snapped a quick picture and, along with the ticket information provided by her aunt, shared it on her social media. Accompanying the post was the caption, "The bag is in hand. Next stop, Hawaii." Before long, notifications of likes flooded in. Even Iji was bewildered, commenting, "Are you really going to Hawaii?" This was precisely the reaction she desired. When Ning responded earnestly, "Mother, you were right. Relationships require nurturing. If not, we might as well treat it as a vacation." Just then, a long-distance call came through from someone who had already landed in Hawaii. "Songzai, no way. You really came? You seem quite cheerful." Wen Ning stood and stepped aside to take the call, bemused that he pretended not to see her messages. "You've wronged me. Sister, my phone was dead yesterday, just charged it. What is the matter?" Wen Ning inquired. "Is your family urging you to return?" "Never mind that. I've got it all under control." The sound of the Hawaiian wind, strong enough to carry through the receiver, filled the air. It appeared Song Zai had moved indoors, turning to a nearby companion to shush them before returning to Wen Ning. "Are you really coming?" "Of course not. Just deceiving my parents," she replied. "When the time comes, send me some solo photos and I'll edit myself in." He let out a hiss. "What else with the hissing? We're on the same boat now. I want to interfere with your romance. You must safeguard my freedom." After a moment of contemplation, Song Zai agreed, "Deal." Upon ending the call, Chen Yue Jiao turned to her sister. "Who was that?" "A love-struck fool," Wen Ning replied succinctly. As she settled back onto the sofa, she noticed the store manager hastily passing by, adjusting her hair. "Are there other guests outside?" Wen Ning inquired. Chen Yue Jiao nodded. "While you were on the phone, she mentioned stepping out to receive someone." In the past, when Wen Ning visited, the store would regulate the flow of customers, making such mid-appointment exits quite rare. As another staff member entered to deliver afternoon tea, Wen Ning caught snippets of a conversation through the half-open door. "Are you truly sincere? It's my sister's birthday, and I have to drag you to pick out a gift. Should I descend on your behalf?" "Not out of the question," another voice replied, sounding indifferent, devoid of any emotional inflection. The first speaker continued, "The old man's intentions are unmistakable. How long will you pretend not to understand?" What does mystery mean?" When Ning paused momentarily, uncertain if it was merely an illusion, as she perceived a striking resemblance between the voice of one individual and that of Xie. Rising to her feet, she cradled her coffee and positioned herself at the door. "What pretense is there between us?" I inquired. "This saddle is quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? I am here to discuss serious matters, yet you choose to speak of saddles. Besides, for my sister's birthday, you wouldn't consider gifting her a saddle, would you? That would merely be an accessory. Oh, and what about that trash bin? Or a ping-pong paddle?" The owner of that melodic voice fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, finally exclaimed in exasperation, "Xie." Bingo! It was indeed Xie. When Ning turned and set her coffee cup down. How small the island truly is. Perhaps fate was bestowing upon her yet another opportunity. Just as she was about to depart, she was halted by Chen Yuejiao from behind. Chen Yuejiao blinked twice and, using her lips, mouthed, "Sister, could it be?" Tilting her head towards the door, Wen Ning asked, "Do you know what this signifies?" "What?" "When the heavens send such a clear signal, it is undoubtedly a case of destined encounters across great distances." Chapter 7. A fine business. Upon seeing someone emerge from the VIP lounge, he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon recognizing the individual's face, his astonishment deepened. "How striking! Siejiyu's attention was momentarily diverted from his racket as he lifted his gaze. Clad entirely in black, he stood out remarkably against the vibrant orange backdrop of the store. Within Wei Ning's eyes, he remained an enigma, shrouded in an inky allure. It was peculiar. Despite possessing such handsome features, he seemed indifferent to adornment. Yesterday, he donned black attire, and today was no different. Yet, the fit of his shirt had changed to a more tailored style, accentuating the lean contours of his waist and arms. He appeared far sturdier than one might have initially assumed. Wei Ning observed him intently for a few moments. At this juncture, the store manager approached, wearing an apologetic expression. "Miss Wen, I sincerely apologize for the wait. Is there an issue with the handbag? I can assist you immediately." "No, it's quite all right," Wei Ning replied with a gentle smile, recognizing a familiar voice. "I merely stepped out to take a look." The clientele in the store was limited to the few present. The manager, enlightened, remarked, "Ah, I see. Since you are acquainted, I shall refrain from interrupting your conversation. Please call for me should you need anything." Wei Ning nodded appreciatively and took a step closer to Siejiyu. "Mr. Xia, what a coincidence." Siejiyu feigned ignorance, his expression indifferent. It was Ihua who broke the silence first, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you, Miss Wen?" Wei Ning extended her hand for a light handshake. "Wei Ning, a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am he, with the given name Hua. And your relationship with Ayu is?" Wei Ning maintained her gentle smile. "A chance encounter." "A chance encounter?" Ihua's gaze flitted between the two, and he subtly nudged Siejiyu, encouraging him to speak. "What is there to say?" Siejiyu finally responded lazily. Seizing the moment, Wei Ning stepped between them and inquired amiably, "Mr. He, I would like to have a few private words with Mr. Xia. May I borrow him for a moment?" Ihua raised an eyebrow at her request. Yet, Siejiyu, with an utterly unsentimental demeanor, remarked, "Miss Wen, it seems your memory is rather poor. Have you forgotten what I said last night?" "Last night? Which part?" Wei Ning muset, recalling his words about not betraying client privacy or advising her against trusting him. Clearly, Ihua was also reflecting on the events of the previous evening. Wei Ning, seizing the opportunity to satisfy the curiosity of onlookers, spoke earnestly to Siejiyu. "I was mistaken last night." Upon uttering this, the atmosphere fell silent. Ihua exhibited a look of profound shock, while Siejiyu merely blinked, his long lashes fluttering imperceptibly. Wei Ning, perceptive as ever, noticed this slight reaction. Yet, when she gazed back at him, his striking eyes remained devoid of emotion, the hint of a smile lingering on his lips but failing to reach his eyes. After a few breaths, Ihua voluntarily withdrew from the scene. "I shall step out for a moment. You two continue your conversation." As she watched Ihua disappear behind the glass door, Wei Ning shifted her focus and asked, "Care for a coffee?" Inside the VIP lounge, Chen Yujiao was nowhere to be seen. Noticing that her handbag remained, with only her phone in hand, Wei Ning did not rush to seek her out. She settled onto one end of the sofa, pushing the special order bag across the table. "I noticed you were selecting gifts earlier. Perhaps this one would be suitable. I believe a girl would adore it." Throughout their conversation, the woman maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of fearlessness. Yet the occasional rubbing of her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. She was anxious, attempting to feign composure. These superficial bravado tactics were remnants of his early days in society. At this moment, he was more intrigued by how she intended to conclude their exchange. He sat down, legs casually spread, loosening his cufflinks, resting his wrist on his knee, adopting a slightly forward-leaning posture. This stance accentuated the fitted shirt, revealing the sharp lines of his back, simultaneously conveying a palpable sense of pressure to the woman before him. Instead of engaging with her topic, Siejiyu countered, "What went awry last night?" When Ning paused, then clumsily replied in Cantonese, "I'm sorry. I cheated while we were playing coins." Intriguingly, she was the first to dare cheat in his presence and openly acknowledge it. Siejiyu offered a faint smile. "Do you know what fate that admission would bring upon others?" When Ning was uncertain, yet she sensed something amiss in the subtleties. Thus she inquired, "So, I am different from others?" Siejiyu furrowed his brow, unsure whether to commend her confidence or her keen intuition. As the daughter of one Zhengshan, he indeed had no leverage against her. However, he possessed other means, such as making the delicate young lady regard him with trepidation, pleading to return home. "Considering your father's standing, Miss One, I have already been exceedingly courteous to you. A man must operate within certain bounds. You ought to grasp my meaning. When Ning met his gaze, she genuinely wished to avoid dealings with such a perilous individual. Yet the path to her answer lay tantalizingly before her, and she could not resist the temptation to delve deeper. After a moment's contemplation, she asserted, "If you and my father share an unbreakable bond, you should have informed him of my matters last night, and he would have promptly called for me to return to the capital. Yet the reality proves otherwise." After a brief pause, she continued, "If you can conduct business with him, why not with me? I have stated I would offer equal, if not greater, compensation. What do you wish to discuss?" Xie inquired nonchalantly, indicating that if she intended to probe into last night's events, their conversation was at an end. "Of course not. Since you are reluctant to divulge whom you were discussing that day, I will not press. I wish for you to assist me in locating another individual on Aodao." "Whom are you seeking?" Wen Ning tightened her delicate fingers. "I am looking for the illegitimate son of Wen Zhengshan." Xie narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You should be aware." "No, I am not aware," Wen Ning swiftly interrupted, as if fearing he would utter the latter part of the statement. "Your business is to protect a certain individual as much as possible. I do not know who that person is, nor how it relates to my transaction. Therefore, these are two distinct matters, mutually exclusive. You have not violated any business principles, have you?" All her speculations were decisively confirmed the moment he uttered, "You should know." The conversation she had overheard outside the study was minimal. She merely excelled at hypothesizing. As for the term illegitimate child, she had never confided in anyone about it. Uttering it proved not as daunting as she had envisioned. She should have recognized that if a relationship deteriorates, it is inevitable that another fills the void. She was the one left behind. Yet, she would not abandon herself. Since Xie would not divulge the answer, she would sidestep the subject and craft a new one, grounded in her own conjectures. His reaction unmistakably indicated that her gamble had paid off. With her chin raised, resembling a proud peacock, she inquired, "Mr. Xie, what do you think of this business deal?" Chapter 8. A spring night, what business could be deemed more favorable than one that effortlessly yields profit from both ends? Moreover, Xie is hardly a paragon of virtue. Precisely because he lacks moral integrity, he remains aloof, his pale eyelids drooping, as he remarks dispassionately, "The business is promising. Yet I have no desire to invite complications for myself." Wen Ning provokes him. "Is someone like Mr. Xie truly afraid of trouble?" "I partake of the same sustenance as any ordinary person," he replies with an even tone, devoid of inflection. Wen Ning instinctively bites her lip, her eyes glimmering with a stubborn resolve, reminiscent of a young branch unwilling to bow in a tempest. She understands that persuading Xie requires one final push. Although she has cleverly crafted superficial loopholes, the underlying logic remains intact. Xie's charge is the same individual she seeks. Her presence introduces variables that could lead to unforeseen complications. She lifts her chin defiantly. "What if I claim that I am not in a hurry for your assistance?" Xie raises an eyebrow. "Just a moment ago, you seemed quite urgent." Wen Ning shakes her head. "I can wait until when Jingshan agrees to transfer your final payment, and then we shall discuss my matter. That truly is a win-win situation. Whatever I do will occur after your business concludes," she states. "You stand to gain without incurring any loss." Having articulated her position so clearly, Wen Ning resolves not to pursue any further breakthroughs if negotiations falter. She subscribes to the belief that one should do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Thus, she quietly observes the man before her, who sits with an imposing presence, propping his head with one hand. Even in silence, he exudes an air of sharpness. If aura could manifest physically, Wen Ning would have recognized him as a black gold blade, an intangible force that commands respect. Yet, at this moment, her fear has diminished. Wen Ning attributes her calm to having said all that needed to be said. Now, she merely awaits his response. Fortunately, she receives the answer she desires. Xie smiles. "Deal." A wave of relief washes over her, only to hear him add, "Aren't you curious about the price? I mentioned I could afford it. Conducting business with Miss Wen is indeed refreshing." Xie extends his hand, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, signifying a pleasant collaboration. When Ning's hand meets his briefly before she withdraws, feeling the rough calluses of his palm and the warmth emanating from him. Her hand drops to her side as he inquires, "How long does Miss Wen intend to stay on out, Al?" "What?" she asks, her gaze sharpening with caution. He appears unfazed by her sudden shift in demeanor, speaking in a calm tone. "Would Miss Wen care to fully experience the local culture of Ao Dao? After all, we are now business partners." "I must decline," when Ning responds, her refusal coming too swiftly. Yet Xie merely chuckles. When she seeks his favor, she is all politeness and persistence. Yet in less than a minute after striking a deal, she avoids him like the plague. "How amusing. Then I shall take my leave," he states, rising. When Ning, having achieved her objective, harbors no desire to linger any longer with him. As Chun Yuejiao remarked, "This man does not exude the qualities of a good person, and sharing the same air with him feels overwhelmingly burdensome." However, just as he rose, when Ning called out to him, "Hey, take the bag." Consider it a deposit," when Ning replied. "I happen to overhear that you are here to choose a gift. This bag is undoubtedly better than a saddle or a racket. Moreover, if you accept my item, I will feel more at ease." "Then thank you." Xie casually tossed the box over his shoulder, but after a few steps, he suddenly turned back. "Miss Wen." When Ning stood still, silent, seemingly apprehensive of his potential change of heart, the man smirked slightly. "You should really work on that habit of eavesdropping." When Chun Yuejiao returned, she noticed that when Ning's expression was off, it seemed as if she had exhaled a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously bore the weight of a significant loss. She bent down, peering up at her sister. "Sister, did you speak with that Xie?" "Yes." When Ning seemed somewhat distracted. "Where have you been?" "I went to the restroom. When I came back and saw him here, I didn't dare to enter, so I just wandered around the store." When Ning rubbed her temples. "Did you find anything you liked?" "I'll take care of the bill." "Not really. There was too much new stock." Chun Yuejiao spun around, feeling something was amiss, when suddenly her eyes widened. "Hey, where's that Kelly bag?" "I gave it to him." "You gave it to him?" Meanwhile, in the back seat of a black Maybach, Chi was equally astonished. "You gave it to him? You spent a romantic night together and then gifted him a bag? What's going on? Are you living so well?" Xie replied, his tone calm. "Keep it low-key." After a moment of silence, Chi regained his composure. "Didn't you go to the dessert shop last night?" "Did the dessert shop affect my performance in the latter half?" The conversation seemed to stall. Chi lit a cigarette, taking a drag before coming back to the topic. "So, you plan to use the money you earned from another woman to buy my sister a birthday gift? You expect me to show sincerity." Xie chuckled. "Is the body exchange sufficient?" "Ajong," Chi called out to the bodyguard in front. "When we get out, have him lose an arm for me." Ajong remained silent. He could hear Xie's voice interjecting from the other side. "Whose man are you, Ajong?" Ajong kept his gaze ahead. "Young master, I want to play the traitor." "Well done." Chi gave a thumbs up from a distance. He turned to Xie. "My people will deal with it shortly." Upon reaching their destination, Chi stepped out of the car as if he had forgotten everything discussed inside. He extinguished his cigarette, spritzed himself with some cologne, and asked without glancing away, "Are you going to handle it?" Xie passed by. "After all, they're a major client. Don't be too ruthless." Xie ignored the last remark and directly ascended the steps. The jade-green staircase led northward toward the sea, where rivers converged into a basin. This entrance to the casino was symbolic of being easy to enter, yet difficult to leave. Rather than using the central revolving door, he opted for a smaller side entrance, avoiding the crowd and heading straight for the inner staircase. The elevator halted at the executive office area, and upon exiting, there were already individuals waiting in the room. The initial few bodyguards clad in black suits parted to create a path. "Where is he?" Xie passed through. "The man is in the private room, 2 fingers severed." Upon hearing this, Xie's gaze darkened. "Who permitted you to act?" "Brother Yu, is this not a common method?" Xie let out a cold laugh. He pushed the door open and immediately spotted a middle-aged man curled up on the plush carpet, resembling a shrimp in his contorted posture. The luxurious floral patterns of the carpet starkly contrasted with his disheveled form, creating a bizarre yet harmonious scene, as if he had become the very sustenance for wealth and opulence engulfed within it. "Boss Wu, I trust you are well." Xie knelt before the man, extending a hand towards him. At the sound of his voice, the man flinched. After a long pause, he lifted his head. Xie, it is I. Xie grasped his hand, applying slight pressure at the sight of the severed fingers, eliciting a cry of agony from the other. So careless? Xie frowned. What happened to your hand? Though he uttered words of concern, he had no intention of releasing his grip. Rather, he used that force to lift the man from the ground and settle him onto the sofa. Boss Wu, are you not considering offering that house as collateral for your debts? It is the only place my family has a solitary refuge. Indeed, one cannot allow your family to be without shelter. Xie turned his head, instructing, call a doctor. Boss Wu does not seem well. Are you neglecting your esteemed guest? Immediately, someone dashed out. Only then did Xie continue. I have heard that Boss Wu is keeping secrets from his family. In this regard, I hold great admiration for you. If you dare to touch them, I certainly would not. He interrupted. The money owed is yours. Thus, one must face the consequences of their actions. Having summoned the doctor and promising not to harm his family, the man referred to as Boss Wu felt an increasing chill envelop him, beads of cold sweat trickling down. He clutched his severed fingers, unable to suppress his trembling, as he pondered the grim fate that awaited him under these exchange conditions. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence until the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Let us examine Boss Wu, Xie stated nonchalantly. The doctor immediately stepped forward. Shall I proceed? Proceed. After a few cries of pain, the misaligned fingers were restored. Xie placed a stack of contracts before the middle-aged man, tapping it with his finger. This is the deed. Boss Wu's forehead glistened with large beads of cold sweat. Yet he still struggled, besides the house. Very well. This affirmation offered him little solace. Boss Wu eyed the man before him with suspicion, seemingly perplexed by his sudden benevolence. However, in the next moment, the man, dressed in black attire that straddled virtue and vice, patted the shoulders of the bodyguards and the doctor, commanding, You continue. You stay. He suddenly widened his eyes. What virtue and vice? This was clearly a manifestation of hellish demons. Chapter 9. Private banquet. The muffled sounds of agony seeped through the well-insulated room. Xie stood by the window, lighting a cigarette, having consumed only a third of it. Someone emerged from within and whispered in his ear. It signed. Xie pinched the cigarette between his lips, lamenting the waste. He hadn't even finished half. Squinting, he gazed into the distance, where excess and opulence entwined. Who would have imagined that merely half an hour ago he was wandering among mortals, and now, in mere moments, he would find himself engaged in sordid dealings in the shadows? Such irony. He spoke earnestly to the person beside him. Next time, think before you act. We live in a society governed by law. The individual lowered their head, replying, yes. Retrieve a cigar and apologize to Boss Wu. Understood, brother Yu. The signed contract was presented before Xie, and he cast a cursory glance at it. The once pristine paper was marred by unsightly stains, be it mucus or tears. With an expression of indifference, he rolled the contract and tapped it against the window frame. I'm leaving. Xie gestured dismissively towards the void, not bothering to look back. The elevator descended with him inside. As the doors opened, a familiar figure awaited him. He smiled, waving. So soon? Only 9 minutes. Xie tossed the rolled-up item aside, disappointing. He keeps claiming it's for his family. I thought he can endure a bit longer. Gamblers are fond of lofty justifications. As you well know, he unfolded the contract, his face contorting with disgust upon seeing the stains, and tossed it to his bodyguard. Ugh. He shook his hand. You're not bothered by the filth? Xie found a place to wash his hands. Is the house sufficient for collateral? Almost. But we can't push them to the brink. This Boss Wu has even pilfered his wife's dowry to gamble. He hardly has anything left to offer. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be time to repay. Methodically cleaning his fingers, Xie remained non-committal. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, pallid skin, dark circles under his eyes, and hair long enough to nearly obscure his eyelids. He tied back a section of hair with a rubber band. Has Mr. He assigned you anything else? Nothing. All right, then I shall return for a brief rest. He. Recalling something, playfully nudged his shoulder. Were you truly that exhausted last night? Xie remained silent, tilting his head to light another cigarette. This was his way of avoiding conversation. He would smoke as he walked, the clamor around him fading into a profound solitude. He suddenly reminisced about their first meeting. A scrawny youth of 17 or 18, mingling among a group of seasoned smokers, observing as they shook their legs, uttering profanities while counting their battered cards. When someone played a card, he would steal a glance, or unexpectedly interject, his wiry wrist gripping a much larger man. Old fool. Cheating? While one hand trembled behind his back, the other gripped tightly, compelling the man to retract his cards with a string of curses. Those nearby would remark on the boy's keen eye, declaring that having him watch the table ensured absolute fairness. It was at this moment that he revealed a hint of youthful pride. When Ichi offered him a cigarette and inquired whether he wished to change to a larger venue, he remained silent, merely biting down on the cigarette as he walked slowly. The last remnants of sunlight sank below the horizon. Ichi followed him through the dilapidated streets, the fishy-smelling market, and the eerily quiet construction site as night fell. The hues of orange, indigo, and black traversed the sky above him. He brushed off the final ash in the sea breeze. It was then that Ichi noticed his extraordinarily beautiful face, so striking that, if not for his deliberate concealment, he might not have been able to escape this rundown street. Just as Ichi presumed he would remain silent, rejecting the conversation, he finally spoke two simple words. All right. Upon returning home, when Cindy was engaged in a phone conversation, she gestured for Wei Ning and Chun Yuejiao to be quiet from a distance, continuing her dialogue. The tickets are all booked, and she suggested it herself. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll take care of things on the island. Indeed, Yuejiao was quite the handful. After they had gathered for a few days, she would personally see them off. It turned out she was managing calls from the capital on her behalf. Wei Ning tiptoed past her quietly from behind. Chun Yuejiao, mimicking the situation, made a silly face only to earn a disapproving glance from Winsini. Later at dinner, Winsini remarked, in a few days, there will be a banquet. Both of you must not run off, especially you, Yuejiao. With father away, don't cause me any trouble. And your hair, it must be dyed back to black. No excuses. I call this a vibrant black. Yuejiao retorted, do you still want to change cars? If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't even bring it up. The threat was clear, and Chun Yuejiao immediately stood at attention, saluting. When Ning pointed to herself, am I going too? Yes. When Cindy replied with a look of maternal exasperation, her tone softening. If Uncle doesn't attend, Aunt relies on you to keep an eye on Yuejiao. What kind of banquet? When Ning asked again, it's a birthday celebration. No need to prepare gifts. Your aunt has taken care of that. Having attended numerous banquets in the capital, Wei Ning sensed from Winsini's tone that it was likely not a significant affair. Over the next few days, she casually experimented with makeup and occasionally sought to strengthen her social ties on the island through Chun Yuejiao. Although Chun Yuejiao knew little, her experience at various banquets suggested that as long as one greeted the host and mingled with familiar friends, one could endure until the end. This time, the host's surname was He, and the banquet was to be held at a private residence in the hills. Everything seemed ordinary until the evening of the event when road closures began in the hills, and the luxurious residence of the Chun family offered only a single access route, prompting Wei Ning to realize the host was of considerable stature. As the vehicle slowly approached the venue, Wei Ning asked Winsini, which he is at that aunt mentioned. Even from afar in the capital, she was aware of a prominent merchant family by that name on the island. Yet, she had not previously connected this matter with her aunt's casual tone. For instance, in the capital, should anyone receive an invitation from the Chui family, preparations would commence at least 10 to 15 days in advance. Winsini maintained her characteristic aloof demeanor. You are not mistaken about that place, but for me, both marriage and friendship demand an appropriate social standing. When others are courteous, we comply, yet I do not expect you, Jiao, to mingle with those individuals. However, my uncle does not share this sentiment, does he? Engaging in conversation with a perceptive daughter is indeed effortless. Winsini chuckled at herself. Thus, I find myself akin to a fish caught between the chopping board, pretending to uphold my ideals while inevitably attending gatherings with family in tow. In Wei Ning's mind, her aunt epitomized the archetype of an air sign, unconventional, loyal, and resolute in her own ways. She seldom broached such topics in the presence of a younger generation, leading Wei Ning to often feel that after departing from the grand family in the capital, her life on the island of Ao was both liberating and romantic. Yet, reality delivered a sharp slap to Wei Ning's face. She witnessed her aunt donning a cheerful facade upon exiting the car, navigating through guests like an ordinary affluent matron. The white walls of the villa reflected the shimmering ripples of the swimming pool, while onlookers praised her jewelry, to which she responded with a look of surprise and envy, nowhere near the splendor of Mrs. Li. The aforementioned Mrs. Li, however, bore an expression of disdain. Indeed, those small, fragmented pieces are worthless. Even my maid typically gifts them to me outright. Wei Ning shifted her gaze. Chen Yuejiao. Chen Yuejiao, oblivious to what lay ahead, craned her neck in search of someone. What is the matter, sister? They've left, Wei Ning replied, to find a suitable diversion for our aunt. Chapter 10. Establishing a family. Having attended numerous banquets from childhood to adulthood, the advantages of such experiences became evident. With just a glance, Wei Ning could discern the background and general temperament of those around her. Mrs. Li, standing before her, appeared to either have been excessively pampered since youth, believing herself to be superior, or had ascended to prominence, filled with a sense of comparison. Wei Ning leaned towards the latter, as the former would at least possess some semblance of upbringing. As she arrived with Chen Yuejiao, several ladies turned their heads in unison. Wow, Mrs. Chen, you have such a lovely flower hidden at home. When Cindy waved with a smile, Wei Ning, come over and greet everyone. Today, Wei Ning was adorned in an ensemble curated by Cindy, an elegant French Hepburn-style gown, complemented by black gloves and a pair of pearl earrings. Standing there with her long hair elegantly styled, her graceful neck resembled that of a swan. On the other side, Chen Yuejiao wore a shimmering satin gown in a delicate shade of white, exuding a tranquil beauty akin to a sleeping lily. The stark contrast of black and white alone was enough to captivate attention. Chen Yuejiao was prone to uttering the wrong words, so Wei Ning often spoke on her behalf. After exchanging pleasantries, she leaned towards Cindy and remarked, Aunt, Yuejiao mentioned that you forgot to wear a crucial piece of jewelry. When Cindy, puzzled, asked Yuejiao, Indeed, the centerpiece, Wei Ning replied, retrieving a slender diamond necklace from her handbag. Mrs. Li shot a sidelong glance, perplexed as to how such an ordinary necklace could be considered a focal point. Just as she was about to scoff, she witnessed the young lady gently rise on her toes, entwining the necklace into Cindy's carefully arranged hair. The diamond chain danced like a dragon, subtly shimmering amidst the strands, perfectly harmonizing with her other accessories. Instantly, Cindy radiated a vibrancy that other ladies lacked. Thanks to her inherently unique tastes, she had little inclination towards ostentatious brand jewelry, preferring to acquire treasures from her travels around the globe. Wei Ning seized the moment to weave a little white lie. This truly honors Yuejiao's filial piety. Those little diamonds nearly left her hands sore. One lady caught the hint and exclaimed to Chen Yuejiao, Darling, did you design and polish this yourself? Chen Yuejiao blinked, her mind racing with Wei Ning's instructions to gauge the reactions of others. So, the current expression was. She nodded earnestly yes. A chorus of admiration erupted around her. Wow, how filial. For wealthy ladies of their age, aside from comparing jewelry, clothing, and handbags, the most significant status symbol was their children. Yet, throughout the event, Mrs. Li had never mentioned her own offspring, which could only imply one thing. She had none to boast about. A glance toward Mrs. Li confirmed her discomfort. In such social settings, a subtle retort sufficed. Merely conveying that one was not to be trifled with was a victory, as everyone valued their dignity. Wei Ning smoothly linked her arm with Cindy's, saying, Aunt, let's venture over there to play. With a playful wave towards Mrs. Li, she added, Beautiful ladies, enjoy yourselves. Her charming words lightened the atmosphere, prompting Mrs. Li's expression to soften as she forced a smile. The children should go over there. It's noisy. The second floor of the European-style villa awaited them. The man, with a panoramic view of everything, drained his glass and turned back indoors. Today he donned a strikingly tailored suit with a white shirt, the collar unbuttoned, revealing his clean, elongated lines. He will observe his attire with satisfaction, clapping his hands. I thought you would attend the birthday banquet dressed in all black. This outfit looks splendid and sharp. Where did you have it made? Siaji Yu leisurely adjusted his cuff at a Feng's tailor shop. Can you speak seriously? Don't be so superstitious about brands. Siaji Yu chuckled softly, asserting that traditional craftsmanship is indeed commendable. Ihua, uninterested, dismissed him. As guests gradually gathered downstairs, a towering cake finally awaited the evening's celebrant. He turned his head. Have you delivered the gift? Yes. Siaji Yu paused slightly. Why are you more invested than Mr. He? Because I am precisely the one he sent. The two fell into silence. Siaji Yu raised his glass toward him. You are well aware of my origins. My status does not befit Miss He. Yet the old man is determined to cultivate you as one of his own, leaving me with no alternative. So, Siaji Yu narrowed his eyes. Am I not one of them yet? Are you playing word games with me? Observing He Hua's exasperation, Siaji Yu clinked another glass of champagne with him before downing it in one go. The commotion downstairs continued, a wave of cheers surging forth. Amid the clamor, he cast his high-stemmed glass into the bar, tilting his head to light a cigarette. The thin smoke spiraled upward as he exhaled, releasing a puff for He Hua. He Hua accepted it, igniting the tip. Not going down? You asked me to bring a gift, and I did. Mr. He requested my presence at the banquet, and I have arrived. He Hua, irritated, retorted, Siaji Yu, why do you always act so calculated when it comes to this matter? A little push here and there? Even if you remain still, those people below still regard you as a son-in-law. Siaji Yu, smoking, replied coolly, I only see myself as your brother. Kid, while you claim to be unworthy, you exhibit such arrogance. That is my sister. I wouldn't accept just anyone. He Hua patted Siaji Yu's chest emphatically. I also regard you as a brother. That is precisely the point. She is your sister. So consider who I am and what advantages it brings to be with me. Upon uttering this, He Hua found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Many unsavory matters were handled by Siaji Yu. His ways were cunning, his methods ruthless, unafraid of retribution, a solitary wolf in the truest sense. Someone of He Shi's stature would undoubtedly be unable to contain him. The old man's insistence on this union was clearly to treat He Shi as a mere token of goodwill rather than as the cherished daughter he professed her to be. Are you implying? Thank you for your concern. Siaji Yu raised a finger with a cigarette, smiling. I have no intentions of settling down. Chapter 11. Kiss me in the elegantly adorned banquet hall on the first floor. A girl with a crookedly worn tiara closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Her fingers intertwined, and her red lips whispered a wish. The desire must remain hidden in her heart. Yet the guests present simultaneously attempted to decipher the shapes of her lips. Only two figures, one black and one white, traversed the crowd toward the staircase. It was peculiar that Wu Kai had not arrived. When Ning teased, didn't we already call him? He didn't answer. Chen Yuejiao, irritated, speculated. I bet he is hiding upstairs playing video games. Upstairs? Indeed, I just spotted a figure on the terrace that resembled Wu Kai. As she spoke, she urged Wei Ning to ascend the stairs. The candle-blowing ceremony in the banquet hall had concluded, and guests began to disperse in small clusters, with others heading toward the staircase, claiming they wished to view the fireworks from the terrace. It seemed appropriate to go up at this time, so Wei Ning nodded and lifted the hem of her dress as she made her way upstairs. The second floor was an open space, with a winding corridor connecting several wooden doors, the farthest of which led to the terrace. At that moment, the glass door to the terrace was ajar, and the curved bar was illuminated with warm lighting. Pristine glassware, crystal-clear ice spheres, and silver cocktail shakers reflected a soft, romantic glow. Chen Yuejiao eagerly focused on the silhouettes on the terrace. Even a blind person could see the underlying intrigue. Not wishing to be a third wheel, Wei Ning ordered a cocktail at the bar, stating, I'll wait for you here. All right, I'll be back shortly. No sooner had Chen Yuejiao departed than a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase, suggesting that many had arrived upstairs simultaneously. Wei Ning rose and moved to the edge of the seating area. She was not part of the local social circle and was unfamiliar with everyone present. Fortunately, the newcomers had their own agendas and paid no mind to the solitary figure seated in the shadows. One of them remarked while heading toward the terrace, What is the point of just sending gifts? He didn't even show up to blow out the candles. But that bag is absolutely stunning. Xiexing must have put a lot of thought into it. So requires at least 4 months advance notice, meaning he had been preparing your birthday gift for 6 months. Upon hearing such delightful words, the original speaker let out a soft hum of approval. Now, that is more like it. I hope today's fireworks are also arranged by Xiexing. This wasn't part of previous year's celebrations. It's just a few fireworks. They're not worth that much. Despite the dismissive tone, it was evident that the speaker was beginning to relax, their intonation lifting slightly. When Ning propped her chin on her hand and caught sight of a dazzling tiara floating through the crowd. The bag, so Xiexing. Her thoughts turned to the previous days when Xie had chosen a birthday gift in the shop. She took a sip of her drink, pondering the unlikely coincidence. The group quickly vanished from her view, considering that Xie was likely also on the terrace. When Ning sent a message to Qin Yuejiao and slowly retraced her steps. That person was quite bothersome. If they encountered each other unexpectedly and were seen conversing by others, it would inevitably reach her aunt's ears. When Ning shook her head, the business had been settled, and it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Downstairs, the banquet hall remained alive with the clinking of glasses and lively chatter. The birthday princess was merely a figurehead for tonight's gathering, and her absence did not dampen the spirits of the attendees. The sweet aroma of cake lingered in the air, persisting even after its removal. When Ning inquired of a waiter the way to the garden, she had anticipated a bustling banquet hall and terrace, with few choosing to venture into the garden for a breath of fresh air in the lingering chill. However, contrary to her expectations, she soon collided with a couple entwined in each other's embrace. Stopping abruptly, she turned to find an even less welcome sight approaching from the elongated corridor. Wasn't he supposed to be on the terrace? A moment of awkwardness settled on Wen Ning's face. She greeted, "What a coincidence, Mr. Xie." The spotlight cast a slant across his profile, accentuating his chiseled features. Unlike his usual casual demeanor, his hair was slicked back, revealing a prominent brow. The white shirt he wore, intended to add sophistication, instead veered towards the realm of the charming rogue. One could not deny that such allure was rare in the capital. After exchanging pleasantries, Wen Ning stepped aside, gesturing for him to pass. Unexpectedly, Xie Zhiyu's gaze lingered on her face for several moments before. As they brushed past each other, he suddenly grasped her wrist. Wen Ning felt herself drawn by an unseen force, resembling a flitting butterfly, swept along with him into the garden. "Hey!" She shook her hand, unable to break free. "Why are you pulling me?" Xie Zhiyu remained silent, his free hand gesturing for silence at his lips. Instinctively, Wen Ning fell silent. She turned her head, catching the sound of crisp footsteps approaching from the direction of the corridor. The clattering of high heels echoed against the tile ground. They quickly departed the gravel path, ducking behind the large banana leaves. A firm grip enveloped her from behind, a man's palm pressing against her lips. "Odd, where did they go?" The pursuer muttered to himself. Wen Ning blinked slowly, perplexed. What was happening? Why was he hiding her? Wasn't that just drawing attention? Peering through a gap, she glimpsed the fleeting glimmer of a princess crown, stopping several paces away on the gravel path. The waiter's voice rang out at that moment. "Mississippi." The pursuer queried, "Have you seen Xie Zhiyu?" "I haven't seen Mr. Xie, but another young lady is on her way to the garden." How troublesome. If the host were to discover that the person they were searching for was currently hiding in the garden under the banana leaves, alone with a man. Goodness, what a predicament. Noticing that the attention of those outside was momentarily diverted, Wen Ning nudged the person behind her with her elbow. His hand was so large that with each breath, she felt confined within a few inches of space. A faint scent of tobacco wafted towards her, making it difficult to breathe. She was unsure where she had poked him, only sensing that the hand covering her lips had momentarily tightened, nearly suffocating her. Just as she was about to retaliate, he suddenly released her. A low whisper fell against her ear. "Don't make a sound." Wen Ning retorted in a hushed tone. "I had no intention of making a sound. It was you who acted so inexplicably." Her arm was enveloped in a black velvet glove, exposing only a small portion of her skin. The area where her face had been covered was slightly flushed, mirroring the hue of her exposed skin. One could easily imagine her indignation at that moment. Xie Zhiyu unexpectedly uttered an apology. "I beg your pardon." As he spoke, he turned her around, his palm pressing against the bare skin of her nape. Wei Ning glared at him with her eyes. So what? Xiaoyu happened to catch her gaze. The garden was rather small. Being discovered while hiding was merely a matter of time. Before encountering Wei Ning, he had been engaging in his usual game of cat and mouse with Miss He, but upon seeing Wei Ning, his thoughts underwent a transformation. You seldom visit Ao Island? What does it matter to you? Please assist me, he stated. Wei Ning closed her eyes and then reopened them. Had she misheard? After numerous attempts to negotiate a deal with Xiaoyu, he was now, surprisingly, asking for her help in such a polite manner. Was there something amiss with her hearing? Slightly tilting her head, she inquired, You hardly interact with the people here, and since you are usually far away in the capital, they won't trouble you. So, please do me a favor. Had Xiaoyu made such a request a few days prior, she would have undoubtedly rushed to his aid without hesitation. But now, on what grounds? When Ning retorted. In truth, she felt that this act of defiance was both unnecessary and feeble. Their business was yet to be concluded, and as long as he wished, he could easily retract his words. As for the grounds, he possessed the information she desired. It was evident that Xiaoyu sought to align himself with her interests. He exhibited little patience for such matters and had no inclination to play the role of a persuasive interlocutor. His hand, resting on her nape, tightened slightly, his eyes reflecting hers. Kiss me. He leaned in and whispered. Chapter 12. The expert, the voice of the attendant, gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of a high heel echoing nearby. Its owner seemed to have noticed something and let out a soft exclamation from a distance. Wei Ning glanced down, discovering that her skirt was already exposed in a spot that the banana leaves could not conceal. Trouble. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to rise on her toes, cradling the man's face with her hand wrapped in black velvet, her body entwining with his. The shadows of the trees danced around them as, in the dim light, their noses nearly touched. In this exquisitely beautiful moment, neither of them was focused on the borrowed kiss. When Ning turned her ear to listen, the footsteps had halted somewhere, as if hesitating. Her fingers grazed the man's prominent nose, followed by his eyelids. A subtle tremor transmitted through the velvet glove to her fingertips, and she sensed the hand that held her nape sliding down, lingering just a few inches above her shoulder blades. Suddenly, her feet left the ground as he lifted her into the air. The long skirt draped down, crinkling gently as he supported her. This position of her being elevated while he remained lower made it easier to conceal their identities. Wen Ning regarded him with unembellished eyes, and he mirrored her calm demeanor. Yet, while his expression was indifferent, his eyes held a depth of emotion. Such remarkable acting. Unconsciously, Wen Ning felt her ears warm. She suddenly found it somewhat unbearable and gently pressed against his waist, forming her lips into a silent question. How much longer? Xiaoyu remained silent, merely casting a glance towards the garden. Spotting Miss, he still lingering there. Her tiara askew as she tilted her head, scrutinizing the figures concealed beneath the banana leaves. As his hand inched forward, it seemed poised to breach a forbidden territory. Wen Ning's fingers deftly pressed into his skin. Dare you? Her threatening demeanor resembled that of an agitated kitten. Speak up, Xiaoyu murmured. His palm hovered at the permissible boundary, his touch akin to scratching through a boot. Wen Ning could only manage a slight, restrained sound of protest. This noise deterred anyone who might have ventured closer. Having been raised with good manners, Miss He hesitated, uttering an apology as she remained rooted in place. Wen Ning, as if just realizing someone was behind her, let out a low gasp. Consequently, Miss He retreated even further. The commotion startled the couple who had entered the garden earlier. They exchanged awkward nods as they crossed paths on the pebble path. Footsteps approached, then receded as everyone tacitly withdrew. Only when the surroundings fell silent, with the banana leaves whispering in the breeze, did Wen Ning push him away with force. Mr. Xia, you owe me a significant favor. She crossed her arms, her tone cold and deliberately stern. Xiaoyu smiled at her. Thank you. Just a simple thank you? What else would Miss Wen desire? He looked puzzled, perhaps believing she had taken a liking to him earlier. Would she rather I offer myself in return? Initially hoping to gain something from this encounter, upon witnessing his nonchalant and cunning demeanor, Wen Ning completely relinquished the idea. She mused to herself, rubbing her bare arms. I truly am a modern-day Donghua. Not quite. The wolf devoured Mr. Donghua. Yet I shall not. Xie reassured, stating that he would honor his promises. Rest assured. When Ning contemplated rolling her eyes, should I express my gratitude to you as well? Miss Wan initially intended to attribute her fortune to Miss Wan and planned to offer him a discounted rate. Yet before she could finish her thought, she composed herself and bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Thank you. Why not seize the opportunity for a bargain? She was a fool. Do remember to seek me out next time you require assistance. Xie gazed at her intently for several seconds, acquiescing. It was not until the banquet was nearing its conclusion that when Ning made her appearance, Chun Yuejiao and Wen Sini awaited her, and upon spotting her from a distance, they hurried over. Where have you been? I experienced an allergic reaction and had to visit the restroom. Upon hearing this, Wen Sini scrutinized her closely, noticing the faint red marks on her cheek and the redness on her arms after she had removed her gloves. With concern, she remarked, "We have allergy medication at home. Perhaps it's due to the unfamiliar environment these past few days. In this case, we should call the family doctor." "No need for that, Aunt," Wen Ning replied. "It's neither painful nor bothersome. If there is something you need to discuss, do share." Wen Sini was still worried. Wen Ning nodded. "Perhaps it will fade away by the time we reach home." "Isn't that so?" It's all in pursuit of authenticity. She had been absent during the latter part of the gathering and was unaware of the happenings in the banquet hall. On their way back, Chen Yuejiao animatedly recounted. "Later, we had cake, and I'm not sure who offended Miss He, but she wore a sour expression for quite some time, ignoring anyone who spoke to her. A waiter rushed over to tell her something, and she became so flustered that she nearly toppled over the champagne table. The banquet hall erupted into chaos. Wen Ning's disappearance was primarily to avoid this Miss He. Those from such backgrounds are rarely foolish, even if momentarily deceived. They would surely deduce that the other person beneath the banana leaves was Xie. Wen Ning was aware that her dress had already betrayed her presence. If one were to search through the banquet hall, finding her would be a simple task. She wished to avoid this trouble, so she chose to remain hidden. Just as Xie had said, she did not mingle within this social circle. Upon her return to the capital, she would be free from worry, untroubled by any false rivals seeking her out. Ah, is this not the behavior of a scoundrel? She attended the birthday banquet, presented a gift, yet he deliberately evaded her. Playing hard to get? Reflecting upon his demeanor that evening, the most they had engaged in was when Ning lightly touching his face and brushing against his waist with her leg. Even without tangible interaction, he managed to portray such depth in his performance, such mastery in feigning restraint. Was he not a skilled actor? The more she pondered, the more despair washed over Wen Ning. Surely, her mind had been beguiled by his features, leading her to abandon all sense of reason, failing to recognize the implications of it all. Now, she found herself complicit in the plight of an unsuspecting young girl. The more she thought, the more her face turned ashen as she vigorously rubbed her arms. "Sister, are you listening?" Chun Yuejiao waved her hands. "I even spotted that Mr. He from the shop that day." As I spoke of Xieshang, my mind instinctively conjured an image of. However, due to Wen Sini's presence in front, Chun Yuejiao swallowed that name back. In the eyes of her parents, she remained the innocent child who had yet to grow up, subconsciously believing that uttering the name of a perilous character like Xie would result in severe reprimands from her parents. Thus, she exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Ning. "You understand." Oddly enough, as Wen Sini listened to their conversation, she suddenly turned her head and asked, "Wen Ning, did you leave something behind tonight?" "Huh." Someone in the group asked if you were wearing a black velvet dress. "Did something fall on the dress?" Wen Ning's heart sank entirely. Fearing what she dreaded most had come to pass, she lamented that she should not have ventured too close to troublesome individuals. Chapter 13. Provocation in the radiant light of day. The Coconut Grove Resort stood resplendent. A trio of sentinels extended up to the mountain's peak, while a sheer cliff loomed behind the estate. A black Maybach, guided by radio signals, ascended the hill with deliberate slowness. Despite having visited this locale numerous times, the driver remained on high alert, his spine rigidly straight. "Wait for me in the car," said Yu. "Yes, brother Yu," the driver nodded. Meanwhile, bodyguard Ajong turned his head and inquired, "Brother Yu, I not coming in as well? No need. But Mr. He clearly mentioned that Xie could bring someone inside. Ajong glanced at Xie face, noting his steadfastness, and reluctantly acquiesced. All right, brother Yu, I shall wait for you at the entrance. This estate atop the mountain was a sanctuary reserved for the privileged. Ordinary folk were never granted entry. Each time they ascended, Ajong could only accompany Xie to this point. The last time, Mr. He had spotted him waiting in the corridor and asked Xie, "Why didn't you bring your man inside? Your place does not require it," Xie had replied at the time. Mr. He had then patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "At times, you do tend to regard yourself as an outsider." This visit was no different. Ajong remained in the corridor. He knew that in approximately half an hour, Xie would emerge. The next visit would not be for another fortnight. This estate was where Mr. He sought tranquility, and had it not been for Xie's presence, Ajong, who had resided on Aodao for many years, would have remained oblivious to this hidden gem nestled in the mountains. Ajong watched as Xie entered the porch. Rather than proceeding directly inside, Xie stood at the threshold like any ordinary guest, extending his arms to allow security to conduct a thorough search. Xie often advised discretion and caution in all endeavors. Yet, each time he behaved thusly, Ajong couldn't help but wonder if it was excessive caution, considering Mr. He placed such trust in him. Before he could ponder this further, security completed their inspection and granted passage. Xie's figure swiftly disappeared around the corner. Ajong withdrew his gaze and resumed his position in the corridor. At 3 in the afternoon, the slanting sun cast its warm glow. Xie removed his leather jacket and handed it to his servant, adjusting the collar of his shirt before entering the dining room. The entire dining area faced the ocean, floor-to-ceiling glass windows framing the breathtaking cliffside view. Within his sight, a short, elderly gentleman clad in a polo shirt stood at the glass counter, methodically preparing a fresh fish. The fish was remarkably fresh, its flesh filleted, yet its tail still flickered with life. Xie rolled up his sleeves and approached. He took the knife from the elder, deftly filleting the flesh from the bone, straightening the fish before making 2 precise cuts along its belly. The fish head lay to the left, the tail to the right, arranged in a pose reminiscent of a dragon's tail. The slices of fish were artfully layered, their pale pink hue contrasting against the bones, creating a scene akin to 100 birds flocking towards the phoenix. The elder turned on the tap, gesturing for him to wash his hands, before finally uttering his first words. "This fish in your hands has truly found its end." Xie waited for him to finish washing up, casually rinsing his hands as well. "I only know how to handle these trifles. Your humility leaves those below you in awe," the elder remarked, drying his hands with a towel. "How have you been lately? No disturbances. And yourself?" Xie was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Very well." The old man chuckled softly and had 2 cups of tea brought in. "Did you attend the birthday banquet yesterday?" "I did. Yet I heard she threw quite a tantrum." As the old man spoke, he slowly lifted his eyelids. "Did you leave early?" Xie accepted the towel from his hand and replied honestly, "Boss Wu intended to secretly send his son away. I left early to handle that matter. Nothing else occurred?" "No." For a brief moment, the only sound in the room was the crisp clinking of the tableware. A waiter from the Western kitchen soon arrived to remove the fish, carefully wrapping the bone-cutting knife in a thick napkin and returning it to the knife rack. "You know I have always favored that knife. I do not subscribe to any superstitions regarding German craftsmanship. It is merely an ordinary knife, purchased from the most commonplace market, yet surprisingly durable and sharp. Over the years, I have received some fine knives, but none could surpass this one." The old man shook his head. Xie understood the unspoken meaning. He extracted the knife and placed it on the table, his gaze gradually lowering, "Even if it is not in the knife rack, having served you for so many years, it ultimately belongs to you." The old man sipped his tea and shifted the topic. "There is something." Suddenly, a phone vibrated in the quiet space. The old man glanced over. "Are you busy?" Xie, in front of him, pulled out his phone from his pocket, displaying a string of unfamiliar domestic numbers. He pressed the call off. "No, please continue. Ichi has botched a deal. You need to assist him." "Fine. That kid." The phone vibrated again. The old man set down his teacup. "Go answer it. Perhaps something urgent has arisen at the venue." These youngsters are truly becoming increasingly inept. Under normal circumstances, Xie would have hung up once more. However, inexplicably, he picked up the phone and walked toward the door. Who is it? A familiar female voice came through the line, the static rendering her tones softer than usual. Xie, wonderful, you have landed me in a heap of trouble. Before leaving the birthday banquet last night, Wei Ning had unilaterally requested his contact information. This was precisely the situation she had anticipated, sitting in a CAF surrounded by watchful eyes. With an exasperated tone, she lamented, "The entourage of my rival has arrived. Will you come to my rescue?" "Can't handle it?" Xie inquired. "Two fists cannot contend with four hands. My brother. Besides, I know nothing about fighting." The fact that she could still jest at such a moment suggested she was quite at ease. Xie glanced at his watch. "How long can you hold out?" When Ning countered, "How long do you need?" "Just hold on," he said nonchalantly. "I will call you back shortly." As the call ended, When Ning felt an urge to curse. Had she known it would be this troublesome, she would not have assisted Xie last night. Now, she found herself embroiled in a mess on his behalf. Wen Ning had contemplated contingency plans. Should any fallout arise from this matter, she would unflinchingly place the blame on Xie, the instigator. However, she had not anticipated his complete lack of concern. What did he mean by just hold on? Was he simply going to wash his hands of it? Wen Ning crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over the wealthy young man before her. "What are your thoughts? Shall we sit down and share a table? Are you from the capital?" Wen Ning forced a smile just passing through. One of the young men scrutinized her with a discerning eye and remarked, "I saw her at the banquet yesterday. The surveillance won't be mistaken. It is indeed her, the one who snatched Hishi's fiancé." Wen Ning, maintaining her composure, suggested, "Isn't it possible that you might be mistaken?" With the video as evidence, you and Xiesheng entered the back garden together. "Wonderful. Since there is a video, it should be clear that I was coerced, right?" "Don't be absurd," the young man retorted. "I am well aware of that tactic. You are attempting to play hard to get. Could you perhaps lower your sense of entitlement?" Wen Ning, slightly exasperated, pinched the bridge of her nose and said, "I would like to ask you a question first." "Go ahead. Since you believe I am involved with Xie, why not confront him directly?" A silence fell over the group as they exchanged glances, each lost in thought. "I suspect it's because you are intimidated by him, thinking he is not to be trifled with." So, she paused, her tone shifting to icy resolve. "On what grounds do you assume that I, who could win his affection, would be easily intimidated?" Chapter 14. Tired of the game, it is an inherent human instinct to fear the strong while bullying the weak. Every individual present here seeks to curry favor with the He family, but at the cost of offending another. Xie and his companions cannot afford such a confrontation. Thus they redirect their animosity towards Wen Ning, whom they perceive as vulnerable in Aodao. When Wen Ning issues a stern warning, a wave of uncertainty washes over them. Last night, Missy was in low spirits, and, as her friends, they endeavored to lift her mood. Upon discovering that someone had the audacity to flirt with the future son-in-law of the He family at their gathering, these pampered scions of wealth immediately sought to vent their frustrations on He. They were indifferent to being mere pawns in this game. Their primary concern was that their camaraderie would deepen as a result. With enduring ties to the He family, their own familial enterprises would flourish under the family's auspices. Each individual harbors their own ulterior motives while adhering to a personal code. The leader among them follows the principle of not offending others. Though it may seem timid, he believes that few are worthy of being regarded as human. Xie is one, and she, bolstered by her family's influence, is another. As he surveyed the other affluent youths accompanying him, a derisive expression crossed his face. They were all mere lapdogs, adept at navigating the currents of social dynamics. He waved away the crowd behind him. "We need to investigate this woman immediately." Half an hour later, information was relayed back to him. She is the cousin of Chun Yuejiao, hailing from a family that once dealt in colored gemstones. Presently, her father appears to have distanced himself from the tangible economy, seemingly operating as a broker in bulk trade. A broker in bulk trade? This is a complex identity, and those who thrive in it typically possess formidable political and commercial connections. The leader now found himself uncertain. Would one truly risk offending this enigmatic heiress from the capital for he/she's sake? Not to mention, this young lady exuded an air of confidence, her demeanor shaped by wealth and status. While a throng of individuals approached her seeking trouble, she remained composed, leisurely enjoying her morning tea, even taking the time to offer the proprietor suggestions that the soy sauce chicken was overly salty and the lemon tea bitter. The young man frowned in contemplation. As long as there exists an information gap between individuals, matters can be navigated with ease. Wei Ning shared this sentiment. She savored her tea at a leisurely pace, spotting the approaching figure and remarking in a nonchalant tone, "It seems you have conducted your investigation. Are you still intent on creating trouble for your dear friend?" The young man narrowed his eyes and gestured dismissively behind him. "It appears we have misunderstood." He adopted a conciliatory demeanor, prompting an impatient girl behind him to express her dissatisfaction, exclaiming that she had anticipated these men would capitulate upon encountering a beautiful woman. In her fervor, she pushed through the crowd to grasp the cup of lemon tea on the table. She appeared to be a staunch supporter of Miss He. With a swift motion, Wei Ning pressed down on her hand. "Beautiful girl, this water-splashing tactic is rather outdated." She smiled. "We in the capital have long since moved beyond such antics." The girl attempted to retract her hand, but found it ensnared. Instead, her delicate skin was marked by sharp fingernail impressions. She gasped, inhaling sharply. Wei Ning gazed with concern. "I apologize, but my manicure is a bit sharp. What is going on with you all?" Seeing that her companions were as silent as the grave, she felt a surge of frustration. Would she need to explain this to he/she upon returning? What did it matter to her what happened in the capital? They were on Ao Island, far removed from the Emperor's reach. "Which mountain do you intend to rely on?" Her words jolted everyone awake. A few of the hesitant ones exchanged fierce glances. Wei Ning sighed inwardly, irritated by such instigations. She released her grip and casually inquired, "Is your mission today to make me suffer a setback, then triumphantly return home with fanfare?" "Stop wasting time with her," one of the girls interrupted, flicking her wrist. "What exactly does suffering a setback entail? In this society governed by law, we cannot resort to fighting or violence. Are you merely going to glare at me until I retreat in fear?" With her arms crossed over her chest, Wei Ning leaned forward, as if inquiring about gossip. "Or is this a high school tactic? Luring me to an isolated spot for some bullying? Threatening me to stay away from Xiejiu in the future?" She delivered all the lines herself. Noticing the other party's speechlessness, Wei Ning let out a slight sigh. "It's really unnecessary for you all to be here today." "What?" Seeing their faces turn wary, Wei Ning felt her words were not in vain. Her persona was firmly established. As for Xiejiu, she leaned back. Her tone relaxed. "I'm bored with the game." On the phone, Xiejiu had just caught that phrase. Frowning, he asked his bodyguard, "Zhong, have you arrived?" "Yes, brother Yu." "Did she actually say that?" "Indeed, brother Yu." "Bored with the game." Xiejiu chuckled lightly. "Listen closely. I want to know what other nonsense she utters." Originally, Zhong had only a few steps left to intervene in this farce, but he halted abruptly. He turned and concealed himself behind a pillar in the restaurant. This establishment was located on the second floor of a shopping mall, typically bustling with patrons, especially on weekends like today. The commotion had already drawn the attention of several diners. Due to the restaurant owner's familiarity with the troublemaking wealthy heirs, they lacked the courage to intervene, opting instead to relocate other diners as discreetly as possible. Zhong stood resolutely by the pillar, a formidable guardian. The curious gazes that had been scrutinizing him retreated upon encountering his fierce glare, leaving the surroundings in silence. He directed the phone towards the interior. "Bored with the game? It's just a man, after all. He is merely somewhat handsome and possesses a fine physique. One tires of such encounters eventually. Besides, I despise being proactive. Xiejiu's persistent pursuit has become rather bothersome." Zhong silently pressed his lips together, glancing at the ongoing call, scratching his nose. Another voice inquired, "How do I know you are speaking the truth? You all saw the video. He practically dragged me to the garden. Isn't it obvious who is pursuing whom?" The same video, upon review, conveyed an entirely different implication. The previously boastful young man who spoke of the tactic of feigned retreat has fallen silent. Although Zhong is quite straightforward, he realizes that his presence seems somewhat superfluous. In this standoff, the numbers are n against 1. Yet the atmosphere inversely correlates with the quantity. He recalls the determination he felt when he vowed to serve Brother Yu, as he single-handedly safeguarded his treasured golden shilin from a group of reckless gamblers. At that time, Xie Yu also faced a similar n against 1 scenario. On that day, Zhong intended to exchange his ancestral golden shilin for money at a pawn shop, only to be accosted by a few burly men. He recognized one of them as a notorious gambler from the nearby district. The group of gamblers obstructed his path, striking him on the knee with iron rods, followed by a heavy blow aimed at his head. Caught off guard, Zhong felt a sudden surge of pain as warm liquid flowed across his vision. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he staggered to his feet, only to be toppled by others from behind. With a thud, the back of his head struck the ground. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned a flickering light, reflecting on his initial intention to acquire funds to provide his mother with a burial site of auspicious feng shui, unaware that fate would be so cruel as to claim him on the very same day. Just as he was lost in thought, the flickering light abruptly froze, and another voice intruded. "Oldly, you know I prefer to avoid trouble. I will not accept ill-gotten gains." "Xia, Mr. Xia, you are mistaken. We haven tea." The sound of an iron rod clattering to the ground echoed. With great effort, Zhong opened his eyes to see a young man clad in black bending to retrieve the iron rod. He waited in his palm for a moment before unleashing a fierce strike. The dull sound of impact and a scream merged as the leading thug was knocked to the ground. The young man raised the iron rod, challenging. "Are you implying that my eyes deceive me? That I am mistaken while you are innocent?" Zhong noticed someone stealthily approaching from behind, intending to launch a surprise attack. He yearned to cry out a warning, but his voice failed him. "Turn around, quickly turn around," he screamed inwardly. In the next moment, as the rod swung down, the man suddenly dodged to the right, retaliating with a swift blow. The tremendous force contorted the leg of the assailant. The man stood, dragging the iron rod, its metallic screech resonating against the concrete floor. "I see you have grown quite audacious." The scene shifted to a tea restaurant within a mall. "I see you are indeed bold. You act without understanding my identity or Xie Zhiyu's stance, so recklessly stepping in for someone else." A woman's voice shifted suddenly. "Hey, you tall one over there." No one responded. Hidden behind a pillar, Zhong heard the sound of high heels approaching his direction. Just as he intended to peek out, a pair of slender hands pulled him into view. "Could it be that you don't recognize him?" The woman scrutinized him from head to toe. "What does Xie Zhiyu require of you?" Instinctively, Zhong glanced at his phone. The call was still active, yet he could not hear the latest instructions. After a long silence, with so many eyes fixed upon him, Zhong had no choice but to recite verbatim what Xie Zhiyu had previously instructed. "Brother, you said you have 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, anyone who has not departed is seeking to oppose him." Chapter 15. Protect yourself. Zhong wore a face of utmost ferocity as he uttered the most menacing words. And given his affiliation with Xie Zhiyu, everyone present recognized him. The terrifying scar that slashed across his forehead emanated an aura of threat. In less than 2 minutes, merely 15 seconds, the individuals before him vanished without a trace. "Did you see that?" Wei Ning blinked, observing that they seemed to be equipped with rocket boosters. Zhong did not comprehend her jest. He appeared somewhat bewildered. With the task ostensibly completed, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. He glanced at his phone, watching the call timer increment second by second, the other end shrouded in silence. His intuition warned him that it was unwise to remain on the line. So he offered the phone to Wei Ning. "Miss Wen, your call." Wei Ning exhaled in relief, turning her head in skepticism upon hearing his words. "My call?" She noticed the screen illuminated with 2 characters. Zhiyu. The call had already been in progress for over 5 minutes, implying that Xie Zhiyu had been eavesdropping even before she noticed Zhong. How troublesome. She couldn't recall if she had inadvertently said anything inappropriate. The only certainty was that she had likely made a jest at Xie Zhiyu's expense. At this juncture, all she could do was feign ignorance. Cleared her throat. "Wei Ning ansvaret, hello." On the other end, there was no frantic response nor a barrage of accusations. Instead, a sort of barrier seemed to have lifted, and the noise diminished significantly. She could hear his gentle breaths and languid tone. Hanging in there? With such a nonchalant manner. She could almost envision him reclining on a sofa, legs crossed, utterly at ease. In contrast to her current predicament, a verbal duel racking her brain, and perspiring profusely, Xie appeared to be living in blissful comfort. Wei Ning managed a slight smile. "Thanks to you." "Not at all," he replied. "Your resolve has hardened," she noted. When temper flared, courage often followed suit. Wei Ning, too apathetic to address him formally, inquired, "Xie, how you intend to compensate me?" It seemed that Miss Wen felt she had not suffered any losses. Rather, he mused, he had become the one she deemed tiresome, merely possessing a handsome face and a pleasing physique. The words she had uttered moments earlier echoed back to her, causing her eyelids to twitch. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she protested softly. Xie idly rubbed the lighter S-flint. "If this gets out, I might find it difficult to maintain my standing on Aodao." Ah, here it came. He was starting to turn the tables on her. Wei Ning seized the opportunity to shift the balance. If your praises were to escape, others would be envious, not to mention. "Mr. Xie, if you dislike what you hear, I have a suggestion. I'm all ears. Just silence their mouths." There was a brief pause on the other end, the metallic sound of the flint ceasing. After a moment, he replied, "That is indeed a good idea." At this juncture, Wei Ning glanced at the bodyguard beside her. With him present, the surrounding crowd instinctively kept their distance. She recalled their first encounter at the sugar water shop, where he had been accompanied by this very bodyguard. If I am not mistaken, this individual is constantly shadowing him. The fact that he could be summoned to intervene this time indicates that Xie is not entirely devoid of compassion. To speak earnestly, Wei Ning stated, "I am in a bustling mall today, where numerous eyes are watching, and they dare not act recklessly. Therefore, I can muster a few harsh words to intimidate them. But what about next time? Mr. Xie, I cannot remain unaccompanied indefinitely." "What do you mean?" "I require some benefits," Wei Ning asserted. "After all, high risk necessitates high reward. You could either inform me sooner about the identity of the person I am to locate, allowing me to complete my task and depart from Aodao promptly, or Ajong will be left for you." He suddenly interjected. "What? Couldn't he hear clearly?" Xie enunciated each word deliberately. "I said Ajong will be left for you." "But why would I want Ajong?" Wei Ning was bewildered. She glanced at the fierce-looking bodyguard, who seemed to have heard his name and turned his gaze toward her. Their eyes met, and she perceived that he was even more puzzled than she was. Only the voice on the other end remained calm, stating, "To ensure your personal safety." Why couldn't they simply proceed with her initial suggestion and allow her to leave Aodao sooner? "Can I request a different benefit?" "Impossible." The man decisively rejected. Wei Ning nodded. "Very well. Those who are aware of the situation are indeed wise. If the conversation were to continue, Ajong might even be taken away from me. Having someone to protect me is certainly better than being alone." Wei Ning proposed, "How about giving me a discount? Perhaps a 50% reduction on top of an additional 50% off? Mr. Xie, being such a benevolent person, has even provided me with a personal bodyguard. Surely this small request wouldn't be. Let's cancel that." "I was joking," Wei Ning murmured. "Can't you tell?" Having assessed the situation, Wei Ning was convinced that this was the utmost advantage she could secure from Xie at present. She returned the phone to Ajong. "I apologize. He has linked you to me." Ajong frowned. He stepped away a few paces with the phone, and after a moment, he accepted the reality. "Yes, understood, brother you." With Ajong by her side, Wei Ning reevaluated her current circumstances. Logically, she should be in Hawaii by tomorrow, which meant that all car transaction records from Aodao should vanish after that. As for Hawaii, it would be easy to fabricate excuses. All expenditures could be attributed to Song Zai. Wei Ning patted Ajong on the back, offering a friendly smile. "Ajong, I have a favor to ask." Earlier on the phone, Xie had instructed him to follow Miss Wen and assist her with any troubles. Ajong felt that beginning with a request for assistance fell well within his duties. He nodded. "Please, Miss Wen. This is a person of Xie." Wei Ning thought for a moment and boldly put forth her unreasonable request. "Could you help me find a place to exchange some cash?" Chapter 16. Her man. When Ajong learned the specific amount of cash that Wei Ning mentioned, he felt a profound sense of being duped. He initially thought it would be a simple matter of visiting any bank. But then he realized that if it were that easy, Miss Wen would not have used such a tone to request his assistance. With limitations on overseas cash withdrawals, one could not possibly access such a substantial sum through any legitimate channel. Coincidentally, he was affiliated with Xiejiu, which opened up more possibilities. Zhong personally escorted her to exchange the currency and, half an hour later, brought her back, now with a small leather suitcase in hand. Given the considerable amount of cash, taking a taxi was not practical. After much contemplation, he decided to sacrifice a vehicle, one that Xiejiu seldom used, to accommodate this task. He had initially planned to consult over the phone, but the venue was likely bustling and Xiejiu did not respond. Eventually, a message arrived. "No need to ask me. You are now her man." With this assurance, Zhong felt at ease. He safely delivered her home, but as he turned to inquire about the suitcase, he noticed that Miss Wen had fallen asleep in the back seat. The car's heater had not been turned on, and she was curled up against the neck pillow, her long eyelashes casting a heavy shadow on her fair skin. Zhong rubbed his nose, conceding that Miss Wen was remarkably beautiful, with striking features reminiscent of the Hong Kong stars that graced television screens during his childhood. A poster of one such star had adorned his family's window, and the streets had been filled with her advertisements, which he had gazed upon so often that he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Wei Ning. He turned on the warm air and patiently waited. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wei Ning awoke, her first thought being, "Oh no, the money." Having not slept well after the banquet the previous night, and with a busy day ahead, she had succumbed to a light slumber as soon as she entered the car. As her drowsiness faded, she recalled that the last thing she had done before sleeping was accompany Zhong to withdraw the cash. However, she was still unfamiliar with Zhong, and instinctively felt a wave of caution upon waking. Moments later, her rising wariness began to dissipate as she noticed the tall figure in the front seat. Zhong sat there, arms crossed in a somewhat uncomfortable position, the warm air causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He remained still, adopting the stance of a resolute tin soldier. The suitcase lay beside him, untouched and in the same position as before. Though his appearance was fierce, he proved to be unexpectedly reliable. When Ning called out, "Zhong," the towering figure shifted slightly, the leather seat creaking beneath him. The sweating man turned his head with some effort. "Miss Wen, you're awake. You could have woken me." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wei Ning replied, "I'm sorry for disturbing you after your shift." Unable to resist, she inquired, "What time do you usually finish work for Xiejiu?" Zhong looked puzzled. "There is no such schedule. When Brother Yu is awake, I am awake. When he rests, I rest." Goodness, what a ruthless regime. The 996 work culture seemed trivial in comparison. Was this just a version of 007? On call from midnight to midnight. 7 days a week? Wei Ning made a concerted effort to refrain from casting a look of pity towards him. "So, during the days when I do not require your services, will you return to him and continue working?" Zhong pondered, realizing that Yu Ji's earlier message likely indicated that he should accompany Miss Wen throughout. Thus, he shook his head, no need. Fortunately, that was not the case. Wei Ning, feeling generous, resolved to grant the hard-working Zhong a brief respite. "I seldom venture out, so I will contact you if anything arises. Please take this opportunity to rest well." "Understood, Miss Wen," he replied with an expressionless demeanor. Wei Ning considered that Zhong probably had never enjoyed such an extended break and was unaware of the delights of a prolonged holiday. At a loss for words, she lifted her suitcase and, with a free hand, patted Zhong's shoulder. After a moment of silence, she asserted, "I truly do not go out often." True to her word, Wei Ning remained indoors for several consecutive days. During the day, she sipped tea and indulged in skincare treatments with Wensini, practiced yoga on the terrace in the evening, and savored nourishing meals at night, allowing each joyful day to pass in serenity. The capital had not contacted her again, and Hawaii remained tranquil, everything perfectly calm. However, Chen Yuejiao was frequently out, prompting her aunt to express her grievances. Every day, she leaves early and returns late, never disclosing where she has been. When Ning recalled that Chen Yuejiao had mentioned something in passing, Yuejiao's friend was soon to depart for America, and they had been spending time together. America, yet again. When Cindy sighed, "Do you remember that Mrs. Lee from the last banquet?" Mrs. Lee's eldest son was lured to Las Vegas, lost in gambling, and accrued a substantial debt, nearly driving the family to despair. Fortunately, they are well off. Lured all the way to Las Vegas? Wei Ning questioned, perplexed. Indeed, the Lee family holds a prominent position on Outao. Who would dare meddle with their eldest son there? When Cindy explained, to manage to take someone abroad is indeed a way to render them untouchable. Wei Ning nodded in understanding, reassuring her aunt. Yue Jiao's friend is not like that. I met him last time. He seems quite upright. The Wu family? Her aunt inquired. You know, the circle on Outao is rather small. When Cindy replied, pausing momentarily. Speaking of which, it seems the Wu family did not attend the He family's banquet last time. It has been quite a while since we last saw them. They did not come? When Ning recalled that evening when Chun Yuejiao had gone to the terrace to find Wu Kai but had not succeeded. Why did she not mention it afterward? Perhaps she had. That evening, when Ning had been preoccupied with a charade involving Xie Jiu, so she might have overlooked it. When Ning stated earnestly, Yuejiao is quite prudent, please do not underestimate her. When Cindy chuckled and waved her hand dismissively, you do not know how foolish she can be. You treat her like an adult. By the way, please do call her soon and urge her to return early. If I were to prompt her, she might just throw a fit. Understood. After bidding farewell to Wen Cindy as she retreated to her room, Wen Ning continued to occupy herself with her phone, and when the time seemed appropriate, she dialed Chen Yuejiao's number. After a prolonged wait, the call automatically redirected to voicemail. This happened several times in succession, causing Wen Ning to furrow her brow in concern. Chen Yuejiao, who typically adores wearing her smartwatch, finds its vibrations to be her only means of notification amidst the lively chaos. Where has she gone? She begins to compose a message. Aunt, are you resting? Have you been drinking? Do you need me to come pick you up? Following this, Wen Ning checks her phone every few minutes, yet the silence remains unbroken, much like the previous phone call that had vanished into the void. According to Chun Yuejiao, her aunt would impose curfews, and despite her complaints, she would return home punctually. In the days prior, Wen Ning had experienced this firsthand. Yet tonight, as the clock nears midnight, there is still no response from Chen Yuejiao. Donning her outerwear, Wen Ning dials a number while descending in the apartment lift. She has a fair idea of the gathering's location and is just about to summon a ride when, out of the corner of her eye, she spots a Mercedes flashing its headlights in her direction. The window rolls down, revealing a man with a scar on his forehead who nods at her. Ajong, what brings you here? Wen Ning inquires, astonished. Brother, you instructed me. Ajong replies with unwavering seriousness to ensure Miss Wen's safety at all times. Chapter 17. The stakes Wen Ning had not ventured outside for several days, and Ajong had kept vigil during this time. Such matters were commonplace for him. However, Wen Ning found it astonishing. You haven't left at all? Ajong shook his head. When he was with Xie Jiu, he would always keep an eye on the lamp outside their residence. When the light was extinguished, it signaled that all was well, and he could return home without concern. That lamp had unknowingly become a code. Yet, in the presence of the unfamiliar Miss One, Ajong felt uncertain. He sat in the car, gazing up at the luxurious apartment, knowing that its occupant was of considerable wealth, and the lights within burned brightly throughout the night. Ajong was oblivious to whether Miss One had slept or if she might whimsically decide to venture out in the middle of the night. So he remained as vigilant as possible. Only last night, seizing the moment when the light went out, he returned home briefly. He felt fortunate to be on guard again tonight, lest he miss the chance to see Miss One leave on her own. Miss One's going out? While he was surprised by Ajong's diligence, having him around alleviated many concerns. Wen Ning quickly opened the car door and settled inside. Thank you for accompanying me to pick someone up. Ajong asked no further questions and navigated through the streets, arriving at their destination in under 10 minutes. During the journey, Wen Ning attempted to contact Chen Yujiao multiple times, yet no one answered. Upon reaching the gathering place, they discovered the event had already concluded. The restaurant manager informed them that the guests had departed over 2 hours prior, and no one else had any information. This situation, while not dire, could be attributed to a young girl simply losing track of time in the revelry, or perhaps the noise around her had drowned out her phone. Nevertheless, until she received confirmed news, Wen Ning felt an unsettling apprehension. Back in the car, she queried Ajong, at this hour, which entertainment venues are popular among the youth in Ao Island. Perhaps she had gone to a bar or a live house. Wei Ning's thoughts remained fixated on this notion. Unexpectedly, a single word from Zhong rendered her speechless. Casino. Where? Wei Ning inquired. Casino, Zhong replied earnestly. You cannot bring your phone there. And there are no clocks. One can easily lose track of time and vanish from the world. Impossible. Her aunt cherished her daughter like a precious gem, and the deeply ingrained values of their mainland heritage would never allow her to dabble in gambling or illicit activities. Just as Wei Ning was about to dismiss the idea, a thought flickered across her mind. She took out her phone and began typing. Mr. Xie, could you help me check? But halfway through, she found it absurd and deleted the message entirely. It was merely a conjecture. She did not wish to owe Xie Jiyu any favors. After hesitating for 10 minutes, Wei Ning called a household servant to confirm that Chenyu Jiao had not yet returned home. She instructed the servant that if neither she nor Chenyu Jiao were back in an hour, they should awaken when Xini. Once she had relayed her instructions, she returned to the messaging interface. What if Zhong's words held truth and she truly was at the casino? Just in case, Wei Ning decided to send the message. After all, the evening air was imbued with a gentle warmth, yet it failed to soothe her chilled fingertips. Gripping her phone, she gazed out the window, momentarily engulfed in confusion. The once remarkably smooth trajectory of her life had suddenly fissured, revealing a tapestry of family fortune, illegitimate children, transactions, deceit, gambling, and an array of eccentricities that life had unexpectedly thrust upon her. Before she could fully exhale her breath of discontent, her phone rang abruptly. Xie Jiyu, I am on the 3rd floor. Wei Ning's pupils involuntarily dilated. Zhong, let us change locations. The allure of gambling is prevalent in Aodao. It is not Wei Ning's first visit, and she is naturally well acquainted with these establishments. Opulent and extravagant, every bit of decor here exudes a sense of indulgence, as if one could simply take a gamble and live a life of imperial luxury. The temptation of wealth is profoundly enticing. Wei Ning perceives herself as an ordinary individual, inevitably drawn into the mundane, and with her usual inclination to worship only the god of wealth rather than the god of love. She acknowledges that a place like this is utterly incompatible with her nature. In the past, she merely acted as a tourist. However, today is different. With Chenyu Jiao present, Wei Ning must gather her courage and enter to retrieve her. Passing through the resplendent revolving doors, she stored her phone and underwent security checks. The moment she stepped into this domain, a young and attractive staff member approached her, warmly guiding her to exchange her card for chips. She was acutely aware of the traps that lay in wait. The expenditures within the establishment rely entirely on a small card in front of her. At the moment she successfully procured it, it did not start counting from zero. Initially, it would present itself as a generous and hospitable friend from afar, bestowing upon her a modest entry fee without charge. As she observed this fee wavering, thinking that since she needn't spend her own money, perhaps she could casually play a round on the machines downstairs, she unwittingly stepped into the first layer of the trap. Next came the second layer of siphoning. The third layer invoked the psychology of a gambler. The fourth layer entailed an incessant drain. With Chenyu Jiao on the 3rd floor, it implied she had unknowingly fallen into countless traps, already immersed in games amounting to untold sums. Ah yes, she would not possess such audacity alone. Wei Ning surmised that there must be an adept individual beside her, elevating the atmosphere. On the 3rd floor of the casino, as she watched the chips cascade towards the dealer, Chenyu Jiao's anxiety reached its zenith. Instinctively, she grasped Wu Kai's hand, her voice trembling. You said we would win. Wins and losses go back and forth. Have you forgotten? When we were downstairs, we lost a few rounds, yet we eventually recovered, didn't we? This statement momentarily soothed her turmoil. They had lost 50,000 while playing banker or player downstairs, but eventually they had turned the tide and won 2 Birkin bags. She nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Moments later, her frantic gaze resurfaced. What if we lose again this time? We don't have enough chips. What is there to fear? Wu Kai revealed a peculiar smile, both comforting and reassuring. He gestured towards the chip dealer, seeking to exchange for more. Chenyu Jiao wished to say more, but Wu Kai patted her arm. Don't worry, we've grown up together. I have a good sense of measure in significant matters. Indeed, had been real money stacked on the table, Chen Jiao might have struggled. Yet, gazing at the small chips, she suddenly felt it was inconsequential. Wu Kai nudged her with his shoulder. The cards are about to be revealed. You've always had the best wishes since childhood. Quickly, make a wish. Chen Jiao obediently closed her eyes, silently reciting, big, 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 reveal big. In front of the chip table, Wei Ning waited for approximately 10 minutes. Everything around her remained as usual, the crowd bustling, and the staff politely smiled, reminding her, Miss, how much would you like to exchange? It seems that her second message to Xie Jiu, Mr. Xie, I wish to go to the third floor, has vanished into oblivion. The third floor has a minimum requirement, and without sufficient resources, one cannot ascend that level. Xie Jiu's kindness evidently extends only to providing her with information. Wei Ning's intuition was correct. From the moment she entered this place, she had undergone a transformation, becoming a lamb awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, someone halted behind her, their footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. Wei Ning turned around and accepted the suitcase from Ajong. This was something she had specifically retrieved from home before coming here. With a decisive snap, the suitcase's spring latch sprang open. She cast a glance inside and, as usual, remarked, all exchanged. Chapter 18. The Gambler. Upon entering this realm, each individual assumes the role of a gambler, and Wei Ning is no exception. During her moments of waiting, she surveys her surroundings. Some exude confidence, impeccably dressed, while others appear dazed, muttering to themselves. To an observer, it is evident who has triumphed and who has faltered. Alas, her status as an outsider is fleeting. After exchanging her chips, she quickly becomes the target of a keen-eyed chip stacker. Clad in an extravagant suit, with a pure gold Rolex adorning his wrist, he instills in newcomers the illusion that fortune is merely a game away. Since she cannot rely on Xie Jiu, she will utilize his connections instead. Wei Ning instructs Ajong to disperse the man and ascends to the third floor alone. Upon locating Chun Yuejiao at the gaming table, she finds her friend pale as a ghost. The dazzling overhead lights fail to illuminate a hint of color in her cheeks. Grasping the last of her chips with one hand and clutching the arm of a nearby boy with the other, her nails dig into his skin, revealing her distress. Yet the boy shows no signs of pain. Rather, he exhales slowly, as if relieved. It's all right, just this much. One cannot be perpetually unfortunate. It's a 50-50 chance. Trust me, perhaps the next round. Yes, yes, continue betting big. It will turn around. The surrounding crowd cheers incessantly, their voices crashing like waves, overwhelming those at the table. In this intoxicating atmosphere, where wealth clouds judgment, one hand can elevate a person to divinity while the next can plunge them into despair. Amidst such chaos, Chen Yuejiao bites her lip, her fingers trembling as she prepares to step forward. Next round, you'd best stay away, when Ning suddenly appears from behind, pulling her sister to safety. Sister. Chen Yuejiao's eyes light up, as if she has found salvation. Yet in the next moment, fear overtakes her. How did you know I was here? Has mother. Aunt does not know, when Ning states flatly. How much have you lost? This is the last chip. Chen Yuejiao shivers as she thrusts the token into her sister's hand. Earlier, Wu Kai borrowed a portion from that person. So, when Ning interjects, he borrowed? Chen Yuejiao bites her lip, and after a lengthy silence, murmurs, I signed for it. Seeing her sister's stern expression, she cannot help but defend herself. I thought it was a small amount. I merely needed to advance some pocket money. The more she speaks, the quieter her voice becomes. Deep down, she recognizes her error, yet a flicker of hope convinces her that redemption is still possible. If she could just win the next round, no one would discover the extent of her losses tonight, and her reckless actions would not disappoint their parents. If only she could turn the tide, right? Wu Kai can read the cards. He will help me. With this thought, she gazes at Wu Kai, who has been pushed aside. He maintains a reassuring smile, yet his gaze fixates unabashedly on Wei Ning. Chen Yuejiao attempts to signal him, but he appears oblivious. Several imposing figures stride past him towards the sisters. Their predatory eyes fixate upon them, and one particularly well-dressed individual approaches. The chips have been placed. Miss Chun, will you still borrow from me? No need. Wei Ning declares as she tosses her chips onto the table. Unbeknownst to her, the events that transpired prior to her arrival were shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Wei Ning possessed a keen ability to read the room. She understood that this game would not conclude until all participants had vacated the premises. To her, the outcome held little significance. The chips she had staked served merely as a safety net for Chen Yuejiao. Regardless of victory or defeat, her primary objective was to extricate the individual from the scene. As for the myriad thoughts that flickered through her mind, thoughts of doubling bets or challenging the house, such notions were utterly absurd for an ordinary person. A single limit on bets could extinguish any hope of success. Wei Ning regarded the gambling table with a tranquil expression, contrasting sharply with the tense and near-fractured demeanor of Chen Yuejiao beside her. Unbeknownst to her, overhead cameras were capturing every moment. Zhong stood respectfully to the side, his gaze directed towards the monitoring screens as the boss's chair rotated. The central split screen displayed a table on the third floor. Recognizing familiar faces in the footage, Zhong scrutinized the scene with heightened attention. He observed the woman placing her chips on the table, the surrounding individuals exhibiting varying degrees of anxiety, hope, and curiosity. He found himself unwittingly sharing in their tension, his back instinctively straightening. "Do you think she will win or lose?" A voice inquired nearby. He turned to see a man extinguishing his cigarette, his elegant fingers resting thoughtfully at his lips, clearly intrigued. Zhong shook his head. "I don't know." "Indeed, I am uncertain as well," Xie replied. "With less than a 50 chance, losses outweigh wins." Yet, she appeared unperturbed. Both casinos and hospitals bear witness to the myriad facets of human existence. Xie realized he had not paid such close attention to this aspect of the ecosystem in quite some time. He propped his polished shoe against the table, reclining gradually in the boss's chair. The footage began to shift frame by frame as the newly integrated analytics system began to dissect the micro-expressions of each individual. From a relieved Wu Kai to the near-collapsed Chen Yuejiao, the thrill-seeking chip clerk, and the indifferent dealer, all the way to that remarkably placid face. Under Xie's prolonged scrutiny, a chuckle escaped him. Zhong, perplexed, inquired, "What amusing, brother, you?" As he glanced back at the screen, he saw the gambling table had just revealed its outcome, big win. Turning his attention to Miss Wen's visage, he noted her composure, devoid of any elation. Instead, as the chips cascaded towards her, a peculiar expression momentarily crossed her face. Chen Yuejiao embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Sister, you are incredible. I will return the chips right away." Wei Ning pressed down the strange sensation at her heart several times before responding. She gently patted Chen Yuejiao's back. "It matters little whether we win or lose. Let's return first." Her words were uttered lightly, almost as if in soliloquy. Just as Chen Yuejiao was about to seek out the chip clerk, Wu Kai grasped her hand. Although he held onto Chen Yuejiao, his words were directed at Wei Ning. "Sister, we have reclaimed a significant portion. Should we not seize this favorable momentum and press our advantage? If we win again, we can not only recover our chips, but also make a substantial profit tonight. We just experienced a winning streak. When luck is on our side, not even the strongest walls can hold us back. Those who have not won yet must aim for 3 or 4 consecutive victories." The seasoned gamblers observing the scene nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. Fair lady, your fortune is exceptional. Why not let me take your seat? The place you occupied must possess excellent feng shui." Bathed in the brilliance of the overhead lights, Wei Ning scrutinized Wu Kai anew. His boyish charm, coupled with an innocuous demeanor, had led her to mistakenly perceive him as a paragon of virtue upon their first encounter. It should have been apparent, when she first laid eyes on Xie, his profound awareness of Xie's identity, coupled with a mix of fear and reverence, had been a giveaway. If he were an ordinary man, what significance would knowing the other's identity hold? Those from disparate worlds rarely interfere with one another. Individuals who do not frequent casinos are seldom intimidated by ruthless tactics, unless they have witnessed or experienced such peril firsthand. It seemed that this young master Wu had become ensnared in a quagmire, reluctantly seeking to draw fresh prey into the fray to offset his own insurmountable debts. His acting skills were undeniably remarkable, Even as Wen Ning discerned his true intentions, she remained ensnared by his seemingly innocent visage. Moreover, there was Chun Yuejiao, who had grown up alongside her. Yet, it was thanks to him that his hasty words abruptly pulled her from the overwhelming turmoil that had threatened to engulf her. Losing was not a dreadful prospect. She had come prepared to walk away if defeat befell her. However, when victory arrived and the chips flooded in, her first instinct was an unexpected desire to play again. Thankfully, she regained her composure just in time. When Ning exhaled deeply, lest apart, Qin Yuejiao, still reeling from the dramatic fluctuations, stood in a daze, asking Wu Kai, "Are we leaving?" Earlier, the burly men who had been watching them turned their attention to Wu Kai, sneering ominously, "Apologies, but he cannot leave." Wu Kai remained rooted in place, his eyes reddening with desperation, pleading, "Sister, just one more round. Only one." Perhaps having never witnessed Wu Kai in such a state, Qin Yuejiao halted. She seemed bewildered by the unfolding events, calling out for her sister in distress. Wen Ning, however, did not glance her way and coldly replied, "This is none of your concern, nor mine." Chapter 19. Childhood sweethearts. The air outside the casino was devoid of any fragrance, carrying a faint hint of brine from the spring night sea, yet it served to soothe the senses. When Ning glanced at the time, 45 minutes had elapsed. It was still timely. Just as she contemplated hailing a taxi, the silver-gray Mercedes-Benz reappeared before her. Zhong lowered the window. "Miss Wen, please get in." Wen Ning first ushered Qin Yuejiao into the vehicle before taking her place in the passenger seat. "Why are you still here?" With a click, the seatbelt was secured. Zhong focused on the road ahead. "As long as Miss Wen is here, I will remain." Wen Ning leaned against the window, silent for a while. The scenery outside blurred and shifted, shadows dancing before her eyes. It was not until they departed from the opulent area, bright as day, that Wen Ning finally closed her eyes. Her heart beat irregularly in her chest. The emotion she had suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave, and she felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the car and scream in solitude. With her eyes shut, the image of the gambling table replayed in her mind. It was exhilarating, utterly intoxicating. No one could resist the allure of suddenly acquiring great wealth. After deducting the house edge, she had nearly lost everything that night. If only she could have one more chance to turn the tables, perhaps. Wen Ning pinched the flesh between her thumb and index finger until the pain rendered her fingertips numb. Slowly, she opened her eyelids and turned to Zhong. "Was Shijiu disappointed that I didn't continue?" Zhong tilted his head in confusion, seemingly perplexed as to how Wen Ning knew of his encounter with Shijiu, and even more so about the reason for his disappointment. All he knew was that before departing, Shijiu had instructed him to convey a message. "Tell Miss Wen that if she is interested, I would like to invite her to a play tomorrow night." Wen Ning simply acknowledged with a sound, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon arriving at her residence, she bid Zhong good night, informing him that she would not be venturing out again that evening and urged him to return home to rest. Following her directive, Zhong took his leave, the taillights of the car fading gradually from view. Once alone, Wen Ning shed her composed demeanor and exclaimed in frustration, "Qin Yuejiao, have you lost your mind?" Qin Yuejiao, fully aware that she deserved the reprimand, dared not retort. Her hair, recently dyed in vibrant hues, fluttered in the wind, and the tattered holes in her jeans rustled with each gust. "Sister, I was wrong. What on earth happened tonight? Tell me everything from the beginning." The two entered the house, diving straight into the room. Qin Yuejiao regarded her cousin not only as family, but also as her savior, feeling compelled to divulge everything without reservation. At the He family's birthday banquet, Wu Kai had not attended. The following day, Qin Yuejiao confronted him and gleaned from his hesitant words that he was to depart for the United States immediately. Upon hearing the news, she was momentarily stunned. "Aren't you supposed to leave in several months?" "There's something. My family wants me to go ahead." "What is it?" "Nothing," Wu Kai replied, "just family arrangements." Knowing that her childhood companion was soon to leave Dao, Qin Yuejiao felt a sense of disquiet. Later that evening, lost in thought while driving, she inadvertently passed 2 blocks. Contemplating whether to offer Wu Kai a ride home, she was surprised when he exited the car a block earlier than expected. Confused, Qin Yuejiao queried, Isn't your home still further away? Well, I've had enough to drink. I'll take a stroll, Wu Kai declared. Shall I accompany you? No need, he replied, veering into a nearby path. Chun Yuejiao, for reasons unknown, hesitated to drive away immediately. After a short while, she noticed Wu Kai re-emerging from within. The car was parked beneath the shadows of the trees, and Wu Kai, oblivious to her presence, ambled ahead with his hands in his pockets. Chun Yuejiao followed him for a while, only to see him pass by the white villa that belonged to his family, continuing for quite some distance towards an old apartment building. She suspected he was concealing something from her, and, without hesitation, gave him a light pat on the shoulder, saying, Wu Kai, are you? Suddenly, she felt moisture in her palm. Startled, she withdrew her hand. What on earth, Wu Kai? You're bleeding. Did I squeeze that hard? Wu Kai frowned, pulling up his collar. Stop touching me. It hurts like hell. What happened? I fell. What kind of fall could result in this? A 360-degree Thomas spin? Just as she was about to inquire further, Wu Kai suddenly met her gaze. Have I ever lied to you? Chun Yuejiao pondered for a moment and realized he had not. What is the matter? Nothing. He averted his gaze, taking a long time to turn back. Do you have other friends? Chun Yuejiao, perplexed, asked what friends. Wealthy ones, he replied irritably, cursing under his breath, then added dumber ones. Unexpectedly, after much back and forth, it was Chun Yuejiao who ended up at the casino with Wu Kai. He mentioned that he had been too busy in America and doubted he would have another opportunity to return. Thus, before leaving, he wanted to try his luck, to discover what made the allure of the islands so captivating. When Ning, resting her forehead in her hand, questioned, Then why are you at the gambling table? He lost. Wu Kai explained, saying I've always had good luck since childhood, so I. Chun Yuejiao. When Ning, exasperated, remarked, So you let him sell you out? And you still count his money, right? The nerve in her mind was on the brink of snapping. Chun Yuejiao lowered her gaze. Wu Kai and I grew up together. I know him inside and out. Back in elementary school, I had some hearing issues and wore a hearing aid for a time, while others mocked me for being deaf. Only Wu Kai disregarded their opinions and played with me. Later, in middle school, during puberty, I developed earlier than others, and some boys would call me big-chested girl to my face. For a long time, I couldn't walk with my head held high, yet Wu Kai stood up for me, even though he got beaten up badly for it. Chun Yuejiao could say no more, tears falling silently. She buried her face in her arm, stifling her sobs. Is there something I've misunderstood? Wu Kai wouldn't he do that? He has never been there. When Ning, who never considered herself soft-hearted, swallowed her words upon seeing the tears in Chun Yuejiao's eyes. She had intended to question why. If he had never been there, he was so familiar with the intricacies of that place. Why was it that while others were unfamiliar with Xiejiu, he recognized him? Why did the dealers rally to create a lively atmosphere for him? Why insist on discussing going to Las Vegas together in the future? What sort of place is Las Vegas? The gambler's paradise. When Ning remained silent, handing over a tissue, she pondered that Chun Yuejiao would likely never know, or perhaps never believe, that her childhood companion had contemplated betraying her so long ago. Foolish girl. She rose to retrieve some ice from the refrigerator, reminding herself that after shedding tears, she must apply it to her eyes, lest her aunt notice in the morning. Upon hearing her words, Chun Yuejiao's sobs momentarily stilled, followed by a few small hiccups. Sister, about the money you spent tonight. No need to repay me. You keep one secret from me, and I shall keep one for you. It is only fair. Chun Yuejiao, clearly struggling to recall, gazed at her with reddened eyes. What secret? The one about inquiring into Xiejiu. Oh. The gravity of these two secrets was hardly comparable. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yuejiao asked, He said he would invite you to the theater tomorrow. Do you wish to go? Uncertain of the other party's true intentions, she felt she had little choice in the matter. When Ning did not hesitate much, Go ahead. Chun Yuejiao silently pressed her lips together, despite her trepidation. She firmly grasped Wen Ning's hand. If you go, I will accompany you. Chapter 20. Watching the show on the following evening, Zhong waited eagerly downstairs. Upon seeing Chun Yuejiao and Wen Ning exit together, Wen Cini felt a sense of relief. She gently stroked Chun Yuejiao's hair and remarked, If you spend each day with your sister, I shall worry less. Chun Yuejiao mustered her spirits and nodded vigorously. The car sped through the city. And as they approached a stretch of road near the port that was shrouded in darkness, Chen Yueja tensed up, her body rigid with anxiety. It was only when she spotted a faint glimmer of light in the distance that she swallowed hard. "Is there any indication from Brother Xia about where he plans to take us?" she asked. "It should be just ahead," Wen Ning surmised. After returning to her room the previous night, she had sent a message to Xie Jiu, inquiring about the evening's entertainment. He had not responded. When she further inquired about what to prepare, he casually suggested treating it as an invitation to a banquet. Even through the screen, Wen Ning could envision his indifferent tone. Anticipating that the conversation would yield little, she ended it with a simple good. From the route they were taking tonight, it appeared the banquet was to be held on the sea. Indeed, shortly after entering the port, the vehicle halted beside an opulent yacht. The surrounding lights illuminated the area as brightly as day, leading directly to the yacht's deck. Having just emerged from the darkness, no one would suspect such a lavish gathering awaited them here. With the car window partially open, a bodyguard approached to verify their identities. The flowing air carried the scent of exquisite fragrances, wafting through the open space. Shadows of people began to emerge on the deck, dressed in suits, tuxedos, and flowing gowns. The luxurious fabrics sparkled brilliantly against the deep night. When Ning stepped out from one side, immediately guided by a steward, she exchanged a glance with Chen Yuejiao, and together they ascended the yacht. "Do you recognize anyone here?" she whispered. Chen Yuejiao scanned the crowd attentively, her demeanor markedly more alert than her usual nonchalance at such gatherings. After a thorough observation, she indeed spotted a few familiar faces. "I've seen several of my father's gatherings," she replied. When Ning inquired, "Are they all businessmen? Do they share any other common traits?" "Not immediately apparent," Chen Yuejiao replied, suddenly recalling something. She discreetly pointed in a particular direction. "That uncle looks familiar. During a dinner once, I heard him boast about winning over 20 million in a single night." It seemed there was no need to seek further commonalities. All the guests aboard this, yet are Xie Jiu's acquaintances, Chen Yuejiao realized. "Are they gamblers?" Wen Ning knew Chen Yuejiao's intellect was sharp. Her previous naivety stemmed solely from her connection to Wu Kai. Had the circumstances involved a stranger, Chen Yuejiao would never have been so foolishly led to the slaughter. What purpose could a gathering of gamblers have in inviting her? Wen Ning did not delude herself into thinking that the chips from yesterday were sufficient to elevate her status to that of a major client. While those stakes might indeed represent a fortune to an ordinary person, to the true elite, they were merely an appetizer. In the context of this yacht, it seemed she was destined not to witness the spectacle, but to be the subject of it. As anticipated, once the yacht reached international waters, the champagne tower was dismantled, and the central area was transformed into a gaming table draped in green velvet. The yacht featured 3 levels, with a staircase leading upwards. From the demeanor of the guests present on this level, it was evident that they were accustomed to the scene, gathering with raised glasses, clearly more intrigued by the forthcoming games than the ongoing gathering itself. As for the upper floor, its heightened privacy eluded Wen Ning's understanding. She tilted her champagne glass slightly backward, her slender form leaning against the railing as she peered out. Even from such an angle, she could only glimpse a corner of the second floor, scattered groups of people congregating towards a certain direction. It appeared that the second floor was engaged in a similar game. Just as she pondered this, a server approached to invite them upstairs. Wen Ning, accompanied by Chen Yuejiao, ascended from the first to the second deck. The gaming tables here were more expansive than those below, and familiar faces occasionally flitted past, including celebrities, businessmen, and politicians. On the high seas, many unconventional games were brazenly displayed, with bets soaring 10-fold or 20-fold. Those engrossed in play saw their fortunes fluctuate wildly with the waves, each rise and fall amounting to millions. Amidst the thunderous sound of the ocean, all eyes were fixated on the spotlight illuminating the center of the room. Following their gaze, Wen Ning noticed several men engage in a game of blackjack, nearing the card reveal phase. Suddenly, one of them raised his hand to place a bet. This man, exuding an air of refinement, smiled gently as he announced, "I'll raise this watch, along with my wife." Wen Ning's pupils flickered in surprise. The woman he referred to as his wife approached indifferently, her expression devoid of emotion, as if this were a commonplace occurrence. In the next moment, her evening gown was torn to the thigh, her figure pushed onto the table like a mere doll. The green felt contrasted sharply with her bare legs, the garter accentuating her flesh, creating a scene of extravagant allure. The opposing player remained unfazed, merely flicking ash towards the woman and commanding, "Reveal the cards." As when Ning lingered in astonishment, the server urged her once more. Coming to her senses, she realized the server was directing her toward the interior staircase, indicating a desire for her to ascend further. She stepped forward, but the server interjected, "Miss Chun, please stay." What does that mean? When Ning instinctively shielded Chun Yuejiao behind her, she felt it unwise to leave someone alone, especially given the apparent recklessness of those on this deck. The server bowed slightly. "We can arrange for Miss Chun to rest first. There is no need for concern." "Rest? Indeed, we have prepared rooms for each esteemed guest. Please follow me." When Ning first inspected the room, confirming it was merely a lavishly decorated yet ordinary lounge before nodding in agreement. "No one else will enter here, Mr." She guessed he would inquire about this, and specifically conveyed that all his dealings are legitimate. Wen Ning reassured Chun Yuejiao with a gentle pat on her arm. "Call me if you need anything. Sister, you alone. Do not worry. Given his substantial influence on the island, he has no need to go through such elaborate measures to act against me." With this declaration, Wen Ning not only comforted Chun Yuejiao, but also herself. She followed the server upstairs, anticipating an atmosphere akin to below, merely with higher stakes and more fervent participants. To her surprise, upon arrival, the space was notably tranquil, devoid of gaming tables or guests. The warm glow of the lamp enveloped her softly, while gentle melodies played continuously in her ears, reminiscent of a rather ordinary outdoor dinner party. As she walked a short distance, Wen Ning gradually realized that this might be the private lounge of the host. She was led around a corner and pushed through a door. Beneath the lavish, opulent decor reminiscent of the Middle Ages, someone was already seated within. Under the standing lamp, the silhouette of a man emerged, his narrow waist and long legs wrapped in tailored trousers, the fluid lines of his form subtly revealed as he crossed his legs. Suddenly, the overhead light illuminated the space, causing Wen Ning to instinctively squint. "Miss Wen has arrived?" The man lounging on the sofa slowly rose, pouring a glass of champagne. "How is the party downstairs?" It was Xie Jiyu. Wen Ning recognized his face. The transformation was swift. A flicker of hurt crossed his features as he remarked, "Last night, you still called me Mr. Xie. Does it matter?" Wen Ning replied, "We are quite familiar with one another now." He pushed the champagne toward her, a smile gracing his lips. Miss Wen is indeed quite amusing. Xie Jiyu had no taste for beating around the bush. With one hand resting on the sofa, he gestured invitingly. "Will you not come over? The show is about to begin." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the armrest. The blackout curtains gradually parted, revealing a glass panel. The light beyond the glass was dim, making it nearly impossible to discern what lay within without closer inspection. Wen Ning noticed shadows flitting past, accompanied by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground. Intrigued, she took a few steps closer. However, her footsteps halted abruptly as two familiar faces emerged from the other side of the glass. First, He Qiu, followed by the fierce visage of Wu Kai. Chapter 21. Soft-mouthed Wen Ning let out a startled gasp and took a significant step back. She had witnessed Wu Kai's boisterous antics at the sweet soup shop, observed his peculiar demeanor at the gambling den, but she had never encountered him with his face smeared in blood, barely recognizable. No matter how courageous she considered herself, as a young lady from a cultured background, she had never beheld such a horrifying scene. Blood trails sprawled across the ground, deep imprints of armor embedded in the walls, and a crumpled figure lying grotesquely on the floor. Her heart raced like a drum. As she contemplated retreating, she realized that Xie Jiyu had silently appeared behind her. He pressed down on her shoulder and lowered his head, whispering, "Shu." It was then that Wen Ning discerned that the glass before them was one way. They could see and hear each other, but the occupants of the room were oblivious to their presence. After all, her earlier exclamation had gone unnoticed. Perhaps it was due to the presence of someone behind her that Wen Ning mustered the courage to glance back. He Qiu stood nearby, clad in a crisp white suit, his polished shoes rhythmically tapping against the floor. He bent down, offering Wu Kai a disingenuous smile. Through the glass, Wen Ning could even hear the nearly deranged breath accompanying that smile. "Young Master Wu, your performance has been rather dismal. At this rate, it seems impossible for you to repay your debts. Have you considered accompanying your father instead?" Wu Kai lay on the ground, gasping intermittently, just give me one more chance. Another chance? Have you set your sights on a new prey? I assure you, there will be one. Wu Kai closed his eyes, emitting a pained groan. "You said, as long as I bring in enough people, it will suffice to settle my father's debts." Ah, how touching this father-son bond. One secretly wishing to send off his son, while the other stubbornly clings on to repay his father's debts. "But do you even know how much your father owes? When will this debt ever end?" He Chiu remarked, his shoe relentlessly trampling Wu Kai's fingers. Wen Ning even heard the sickening sound of bones dislocating. Du Kai, already hunched on the ground, curled up in agony, grasping at He Chiu's foot, struggling, "Please allow me to try once more." "Still deceiving that little childhood friend of yours?" I will try. That method is far too slow." He Chiu observed his soiled trousers with disdain, his smile deepening. "How about this? I shall offer you a solution that will put an end to your troubles once and for all." At this, Wen Ning instinctively pressed her lips together. Wu Kai's betrayal of Chun Yuejiao was already reprehensible enough. The so-called solution that would bring an end to his troubles was surely even more immoral. She longed to hear more, but He Chiu ceased his discourse. He lifted his gaze, focusing on a point on the glass. Even knowing that the other party could not see them, Wen Ning felt as though she were being scrutinized by a hawk's gaze, a chill creeping up her spine. The hand resting on her shoulder gently patted her, and Xie Zhiyu's voice whispered beside her, "Can you guess what this solution is?" "How would I know?" A peculiar thought flashed through Wen Ning's mind. "What exactly do you want me to see?" Xie Zhiyu remained silent, nodding towards the glass of champagne. She did not reach for it. "Xie Zhiyu, what exactly do you intend to do with this person out in international waters? This is illegal, you know. You mentioned international waters yourself." Xie Zhiyu raised his gaze, questioning which country's law he had violated. Wen Ning took a deep breath, saying, "You show me these things without explaining your intentions. Are you not afraid that I might report you once I reach the shore?" He replied, "Please, miss. I merely invited you to enjoy a glass of champagne in this room." He reclined back onto the sofa, crossing his left leg over his right, asserting, "I have committed no illegal acts. What precisely do you intend to report?" Wen Ning found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she pointed towards the glass, accusing, "You are all in cahoots." He responded, "As I have stated, all my dealings are entirely legitimate. I'm unaware of anything beyond that. This evening, a gathering of the affluent is being held aboard this yacht, which is both reasonable and lawful. So, Miss Wen, do you have any further inquiries?" His high brow cast a shadow over his eyes, concealing any emotions within. She sensed that the performance she had been invited to witness was only beginning. Determined not to gaze towards the glass, she crossed her arms and closed her eyes as she sank into the sofa. The sound of heavy objects clashing reached her ears, followed by a scream. There was a brief lull before Wu Kai's desperate pleas pierced the silence. She heard threats of needles being plunged into Wu Kai's fingernails, and the chilling mention of a certain marine area where fish had a particular penchant for human flesh, promising that live bodies would soon be devoured, their skin gradually eroded. Have you ever seen a bloodied figure? It resembles the skinning of an animal, completely peeling off, leaving only the cavities of the features. Wen Ning tightened her eyes, yet her mind filled with the haunting imagery of his words. She envisioned Wu Kai, reduced to a mere layer of skin, his crimson form writhing on the ground, unrecognizable as human, but she could see that each of his fingers was pierced with a silver needle. "Enough!" Wen Ning cried out, suddenly unable to suppress the turmoil in her stomach. She rushed to the nearest trash can and vomited, the horror overwhelming her senses. This was repulsive and utterly deranged. These people were nothing short of lunatics. As she emptied her stomach, only bile remained. After a long moment, clutching the trash can, she finally raised her face to find that the curtains before the glass had been drawn shut, silencing the room entirely. Turning her head, she saw the man offering her a piece of paper, pinched between his fingers, still wearing that enigmatic, half-smiling expression. Care to wipe? Wen Ning snatched the paper, vigorously rubbing her lips. The lipstick smeared, creating a blurred haze. Damn you, she muttered without restraint. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, his hand freezing momentarily before he slowly withdrew it into a fist. What has stirred such anger within you? Wen Ning rinsed her mouth with champagne. Witnessing Wu Kai's torment had soured her feelings entirely. She felt an overwhelming disdain for gambling and everything associated with it. Thus, she instinctively rejected the second piece of paper he offered. I can manage on my own, she declared fiercely. If your intention was to have me witness this spectacle, I have seen enough. I am uncertain of your motives, but I thank you nonetheless. Despite expressing gratitude, her demeanor remained frosty. Thanks to you. The joy I felt from winning at the gambling table yesterday has all but vanished. Initially, I was apprehensive about losing control over myself, but after tonight, I vow never to set foot in a casino again. I also have no desire to cultivate any relationships with any of you. Is that so? Xiaoyu remained non-committal in response to her resolute declaration. He lowered his gaze to fiddle with the watch on his wrist, suggesting that business discussions had ceased. I can find alternative ways. In Aodao, you cannot inquire about any matter without my involvement, Xiaoyu remarked. Wen Ning, in her current state of mind, preferred to embrace chaos. She wiped away the lipstick smudge around her lips and forcefully tossed the crumpled tissue into the trash bin. Well, I could always return to Beijing and confront the situation head-on. Who cares about saving face? After all, he is merely an illegitimate child. There will always be a way to unearth the truth. Xiaoyu observed her intently. I am more curious about what Miss Wen intends to do after locating this individual. He raised his hand to his neck, inquiring if she planned to resort to extreme measures. Do you think I am like you? Wen Ning retorted. Then, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. I must understand him thoroughly to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. After all her assertions, she merely intended to find someone, suggesting her subsequent methods might be too feeble. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze. Excessive kindness cannot yield significant outcomes. Kindness? Wen Ning seemed to find the notion amusing. Wu Kai is on the other side of the glass. While we are somewhat acquainted, there has never been a moment when I felt compelled to rescue him. Even without the barrier of glass, as was the case last night at the casino, I never considered stopping to assist him. Wen Ning scoffed. Mr. Xia, I may not possess your malevolence, but I am certainly not a paragon of virtue. That is because you are aware that rescue is futile, Xiaoyu said softly. The atmosphere fell abruptly into silence. After a long pause, Wen Ning spoke. You seem to hold me in high regard. Quite the opposite of your own assessment of me, it appears you have a fair degree of self-awareness. Perhaps I could offer you a suggestion, Xiaoyu proposed. Wen Ning was unwilling to entertain even a single word, firmly rejecting him. No need. Very well, he chuckled lightly. Should you ever require assistance in dealing with your father's illegitimate son, we can revisit this conversation. Wen Ning responded coldly. In that case, let's not. My father is the one at fault. I harbor no thoughts regarding his estranged son. You do not harbor resentment towards him? Resentment? Why should I? Wen Ning countered. When you were born, did anyone give you the choice of yes or no? Her demeanor spoke volumes. Xiaoyu ceased his actions and gazed at her for an extended period. The overhead light was too bright, illuminating the subtle contours of her pale lips, which appeared softer than her words. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyu leaned back against the sofa. Miss Wen, as a friend, allow me to offer you a word of caution. He smiled slightly. Be wary of those around you. Chapter 22. The handprint the night over the sea stretches endlessly. From the terrace of the room, the relentless sound of waves can be heard, cascading one after another. The night sky is adorned with countless stars, while the yacht drifts solitary upon the water surface. Wen Ning casts her gaze towards the starboard window, where the chamber holding Wu Kai is likely located. Peering into the darkness beyond the glass reveals nothing but an abyss akin to this predatory yacht. She withdraws her gaze and steps back into the room, which is currently devoid of company. For reasons unknown, Xiaoyu instructed her to remain here tonight without revealing to anyone that he had departed from this chamber. By morning, they would safely return her and Chen Yu edge out ashore. Otherwise, They would be forced to keep her company with Wu Kai in Xie Zhiyu's absence. The oppressive atmosphere that had lingered dissipated. When Ning settles at the edge of the table, her thoughts entangled in disarray. What does it mean to be cautious of those around her? Who is truly beside her? Should the most concerning individuals be those led by Xie Zhiyu? Moreover, if she is not to disclose his departure, his cautious nature should have compelled him to devise a means to assure her of his continued presence in the room. What could he possibly be doing? Who is he guarding against? What is the purpose of the performance he has orchestrated for her this evening? So many questions swirl in her mind, none of which she can decipher. Under normal circumstances, she would methodically ponder these matters until each facet was elucidated. Yet tonight, having witnessed the methods of those individuals, her thoughts remained tumultuous, teetering on the brink of chaos. Taking a deep breath, she begins to pace within the confines of the room. Around 3 in the morning, Xie Zhiyu returns. When Ning, alert, immediately opens her eyes at the sound of the door. Her mind is in turmoil, yet her body is weary. Despite sitting on the floor in a constricted position to stave off sleep, she inadvertently drifts into a light slumber. The moment she hears a sound, her instincts direct her gaze toward the door. Strangely, it remains tightly shut. As she searches for the source of the noise, she observes Xie Zhiyu silently entering through the balcony. With a soft click, he secures the lock behind him. He removes his watch and tosses it onto the table. Stealing a glance at her, what a peculiar posture. Under the crystal chandelier, she sits curled on the floor, her long skirt knotted at the knee, revealing a delicate calf. Despite the presence of a sofa, she chooses to occupy the narrow space between the coffee table and the couch. Her eyes, still heavy with sleep, gaze back at him, tinged with a hint of crimson. Having removed his watch, Xie Zhiyu begins to shed his outer coat, tossing it onto the sofa, and then inquires, "You haven't left?" When Ning shifts her numb legs and frowns. Has she lost her voice? Ignoring his 3 consecutive questions, she waits until the tingling in her legs subsides, and, using the sofa for support, rises. "Do you think I'm a thief?" In response, Xie Zhiyu chooses not to engage, proceeding directly to the mirror to unfasten the buttons of his innermost shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons from his chin to his neck, and then from neck to collarbone. When Ning observes with keen attention, below, the subtle contours of his muscular form begin to reveal themselves. Xie Zhiyu appeared gaunt and unwell, yet beneath his clothing, he possessed all that was expected. He did not fully remove his garments, leaving a few buttons undone as he approached her. Upon nearing, Wen Ning noticed something seemingly smeared on his cuffs. Instinctively, she recoiled, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Xie Zhiyu's deep, dark eyes fixated on her, and as she stumbled back into the sofa, he swiftly advanced, his hand propping against her head, his lips curling into a sly smile. "What do you think I am doing?" After completing my business, the mental strain is quite overwhelming. Mississippi naturally, I seek solace with a woman. When Ning sensed something amiss, her nose, however, sharper than her mind, detected a faint metallic scent. The stain on Xie Zhiyu's shirt was blood. She feigned composure, stating, "You promised to ensure our safe disembarkation by morning." "Safe?" The man seemed to ponder for a moment, then his hand, which had been resting against her head, shifted to caress her cheek gently. "When we first met, I believe I mentioned not to place too much trust in strangers." With that, his leg forcefully pushed against her knees. Through the thin fabric, Wen Ning felt the tautness of muscle. He was studying her, his eyes turbulent. Unlike their previous encounter in the garden, her heart raced this time, and despite her efforts to push against his chest, the disparity in strength between a man and a woman was apparent. Xie Zhiyu remained unmoved, instead seizing her wrist, twisting it behind her back. "Xie Zhiyu, you must have other women." When Ning managed to suppress her panic, attempting one last negotiation. "Continue. You wish to seek pleasure with your own women. Do not forget my identity." When Ning gritted her teeth, "If you proceed, it will lead to complications for you." "It is too late," Xie Zhiyu replied. "What do you mean too late? Can you not control yourself?" She was about to speak again when Xie Zhiyu suddenly leaned down, his voice low and intimate near her ear. "Slap me." "What?" She thought she had misheard, momentarily forgetting to struggle. "Isn't that what you desire?" He tilted his eyes toward her, "Then slap me, awaken me." As soon as the words left his lips, the pressure on her wrist vanished. Wei Ning flexed her right hand, confirming her release, then gazed at him hesitantly. "If you do not strike, I shall assume you find my appearance quite appealing and are eager to spend time with me." A soft sound interrupted her. The woman's palm gently brushed against his cheek, more of a caress than a slap. Xie offered no response to this gesture, continuing to lean closer. Sensing his hand exploring the hem of her skirt, Wei Ning summoned her strength to raise her hand once more. With considerable force, she struck, her palm connecting sharply with his face, leaving a vivid red imprint. That was unexpected. Wei Ning had not anticipated her slap would land so firmly. And momentarily at a loss for words, she mumbled, "I apologize, it's my first time. I'm somewhat inexperienced." She slowly raised her hand again, feeling the heat radiating from her palm. Suddenly, her wrist was seized by him. Xie turned his face away, his form retreating slightly. The slap has awakened me. Enough is enough. To seemingly validate the veracity of his words, he detached himself from her without a trace of reluctance. Seizing a glass of champagne and raising it to his lips. What does this mean? Is his intent to invite a slap? Does he harbor masochistic tendencies? Perhaps a peculiar kink? Countless questions swirled in Wei Ning's mind. After a moment, she spoke. "Xie." "Yes?" Wei Ning cleared her throat. "One slap may not suffice. Perhaps I should offer you some additional services." The yacht successfully docked in the morning. The moment Chun Yuejiao spotted Wei Ning, she rushed over and embraced her. "Sister, are you all right? What about you?" "Venni conteret. Me fine." However, it's quite strange. Chun Yuejiao pondered. Once we boarded the yacht, we did nothing at all, and there was no one else in the room. It was tea until this morning that the waiter brought breakfast and informed me we were about to dock. What about you? What was the grand spectacle that Xie Sheng mentioned? Recalling Wu Kai's plight from the previous night, Wei Ning shook her head, resolved to conceal the truth. Nothing much. Just observing those wealthy individuals gambling. She suspected Chun Yuejiao might believe the third level was a more significant gamble. Her face was etched with anxiety. "Did he try to lure you into gambling?" "Perhaps," Wei Ning nodded, "but thankfully my willpower is exceptionally strong." Quite the contrary. Her willpower was not as formidable, and Xie had no intention of dragging her into the mire. After that slap, Wei Ning meticulously reviewed his actions. Arriving at a bizarre hypothesis, Xie was, in fact, aiding her. Chapter 23. Intimacy. On that fateful day at the gaming table, Wei Ning experienced a fleeting moment of uncertainty. She believed her concealment was impeccable, that no one could see through her fade, yet she underestimated the keen insight of Xie lurking behind the scenes. Inviting her onto the yacht, he offered her a close-up view of Wu Kai's downfall, whether it was a threat or a subtle warning. If there was indeed an ulterior motive, it was to bring her back to her senses. However, this conjecture was so implausible that Wei Ning found it hard to believe even as the thought crossed her mind. This matter was in stark contrast to Xie own interests. If she were in Xie position, she would naturally desire an abundance of gamblers, particularly those with substantial capital. As long as there remained individuals dreaming of soaring to the golden platform, the casino's business would never falter. Thus, what benefit could there be for him in showcasing Wu Kai's demise? A threat? An attempt to evoke her sympathy? The target was entirely misplaced. This tactic might hold some effectiveness with Chun Yuejiao, yet Xie was certainly not oblivious to this. Hence, the most unlikely answer emerged to the forefront. There were countless inscrutable facets to Xie. Wei Ning perceived him as if through a veil, and comprehending his motives felt akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. He would act the rogue one moment and seek a slap the next. After his return, his seemingly irrational actions, Wei Ning speculated he might be performing. The spacious lounge was permeated with a lingering essence of intimacy. Hichio stood by the door, surveying the disarray. The bed was unkempt, and the couch was hardly in better condition. He kicked over a nearby trash bin, and a cascade of crumpled papers tumbled out, mingled with 2 or 3 used rubber items. The chaotic scene bore testament to the previous night's fervor. He recalled passing by at dawn, the piercing screams of a woman still echoing in his ears. As Hichio thoroughly ransacked the room, The sound of water ceased in the bathroom. The sliding door was ajar, and a man emerged, enveloped in steam. A towel hung loosely around his waist, evoking the image of a beautiful figure emerging from a bath. Upon seeing Hichio, he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. "You're here?" Hichio smirked as he replied, "Busy all night?" As if to corroborate his words. Siejiu languidly yawned, raking his fingers through his dark hair with a certain vigor. "I'll catch some sleep soon." His skin was alabaster, the light illuminating him as water droplets glistened like crystal. Hichio easily spotted a scar beneath his ribcage, hand-sized, already healing with a pinkish hue. On the opposite side, there was a mole the size of a sesame seed. Even a beautiful person's blemish seemed to cast a flirtatious glance. Hichio averted his gaze. "No need to sleep. Wu Kai has escaped." "Escaped?" Siejiu furrowed his brow, pulling a shirt from the wardrobe and donning it. "He could get away? How absurd. Who is jesting with you?" Upon realizing the seriousness of his words, Siejiu finally turned to confront him directly. "Are you serious?" Hichio did not answer, but instead found a button on the wall and pressed it. The curtains slowly parted, revealing a pitch-black room beyond the glass. He rapped twice on the glass. "Then where is he?" In the dimly lit room, the absence of light accentuated the bloodstains on the floor, transforming them into desiccated black marks, only discernible upon closer examination as traces of a struggle. At this moment, the only evidence of past occupants lay in these remnants. Siejiu paused for 2 seconds, his expression turning grave. "I shall take a look," he asserted, striding towards the door. Indifferent to the fact that he was merely clad in a shirt, Iwa hurried after him, inquiring, "Did you not hear any commotion last night?" The mere mention of it darkened Siejiu's countenance further. "It interferes with work." "Shut it." As the door creaked open, sunlight cascaded upon them, and it was only then that Hihun noticed the unmistakable 5-finger imprint emblazoned on the side of Siejiu's face. In comparison to Wu Kai's absence, this revelation struck him as a discovery of new lands. "What happened here?" he exclaimed. Siejiu turned his face away. "Let's not dwell on the past." He was circled around him, soon uncovering additional evidence on his neck, fresh, sharp scratches that trailed from his Adam's apple to the nape. Though Siejiu remained silent, he whose mind pieced together the events of the previous night, a convoluted endeavor to invite Miss when aboard, only to be met with indifference. Amidst unknown disputes, one had resisted while the other had pressed on, culminating in a night of chaos. It was evident that he had ultimately managed to appease her. Those below informed Hihua that Miss Wen had disembarked that morning looking rather fatigued, yet otherwise normal. As Hihua contemplated this, he followed closely behind. "Have you truly taken a liking to that young lady from the capital?" "No," Siejiu retorted, pushing open the door to the adjacent room, bending down to inspect the surroundings. "Deceiving even your own brother? I must inform you that while our father has remained silent, my sister's sentiments remain unaddressed. As her elder brother, I ought to admonish you. Yet, as a comrade, a dalliance is acceptable, but once she departs," Siejiu interjected, "where were your men last night?" Lacking in amusement, Hihua replied with a click of his tongue. "There was a disturbance downstairs, so, of course, I summoned assistance." It seemed that the night had been rife with trivial matters. Siejiu opened the porthole and peered outside, questioning what is happening below. A few proprietors are embroiled in a gambling dispute, nothing more. Has the entire vessel been searched? Siejiu pivoted back to the initial topic. "Indeed, we confirmed that the individual fled before seeking you out." With a resounding thud, the porthole slammed shut as Siejiu remarked, "Do you consider me a hunting dog? What could I have done about a fleeing person? Perhaps reflect on how you shall explain this upon your return. Do you not find this peculiar?" Hihua's inquiry prompted Siejiu to anticipate the ensuing discussion. "What is not peculiar about it? The yacht is of limited space. How could one vanish despite a thorough search? Moreover, the disappearance occurred in open waters, devoid of any signs of life for miles around, rendering the existence of an accomplice improbable. Surely, it cannot be that the fellow, unable to endure the ordeal, forced himself to rise and leapt into the sea through that minuscule porthole?" Siejiu tapped the window, his meaning unmistakable. Hihua rubbed his nose, clearly having arrived at the same conclusion. He hesitated, saying, "Well, my brother, it seems I must once again trouble you to assist in cleaning up my mess. I have grown accustomed to it, came the reply. Siege, while drying his hands, made his way outside. Midway, he halted. Ah, indeed. Among the passengers who disembarked this morning, many were burdened with luggage. You are well aware of the dimensions of those cases. I suggest you inspect each one meticulously. A person cannot simply vanish into thin air. Even if they were to disappear, you must still undertake some remedial measures to save face. Upon hearing this, Hichu understood, clapping his hands. You are indeed thoughtful. With that, he swiftly darted past. I shall attend to this matter at once. Amidst the bustling crowd, it wasn't long before Hichu vanished from this level. Siege stood on the third deck, gazing downward. Moments later, Hichu reappeared, accompanied by a large group of people. Hey, Siege called out to him from the deck. Hichu looked up. What's up? He resembled this very same self when they first met years ago. Siege paused for a moment, then waved his hand. It's nothing, just be careful. Chapter 24. The nature of relationships. The port was bustling under the bright daylight. In the distance, fishing boats were making their way into the harbor. Siege turned back, selecting a clean outfit from the wardrobe to change into. He appeared rather disheveled in the mirror and abruptly leaned in, running his fingers through his hair to smooth it back. Indeed, his hair had grown too long and was in need of a trim. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a lady's hair tie lying on the sink. He picked it up and casually tied his hair back. Once he had sorted himself out, he opened the balcony door and stepped outside. The lounge faced the sea. Compared to last night, little had changed here except for the addition of a heavy black box in the corner. Siege approached and tapped on the top of the box. Inside, there was a rustling sound, as if something was moving. Hold on, Siege said. A prolonged horn from a fishing boat wailed as it passed by a yacht. Within the echo of that long call, there was a faint sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Listening closely, it seemed as though there was nothing at all. The incessant roar of the waves continued, with the horns of the boats rising and falling like a symphony. The fishing boat drifted further away. Siege returned to his room, stretching his limbs. The balcony outside felt desolate, the sea breeze sweeping through as if nothing had ever existed there. Meanwhile, Wei Ning and Qin Yuejiao returned home to find the house empty. The maid informed them that Wincinny had gone out for tea with other ladies, leaving Qin Yuejiao speechless. Typically, Wincinny would impose strict curfews when going out. Whenever she was with Wei Ning, she would not hesitate to question her about staying out overnight. However, this was perhaps for the best, as it spared them from unnecessary explanations. Qin Yuejiao pulled Wei Ning into her room. Earlier in the car, with Zhong present, she felt it inappropriate to speak openly. Now in this private space, many questions naturally flowed forth. Sister, do you think Wu Kai is all right? I never said that, Wei Ning replied, exhausted, lying on the bed with a muffled voice. I am merely speculating. Regardless of whether he is fine or not, you will have no further connection with him. Understand? You saw him last night? No. Then how do you know he will be okay? It's all conjecture based on context. When Ning yawned, I have always been good at reading comprehension. I'll listen to others and make educated guesses. If it weren't for helping his father, he wouldn't have acted as he did. Qin Yuejiao fell silent. At first, I blamed him, thinking I would never be his friend again. But now, as long as he is safe. With a sigh, Qin Yuejiao added, Sister, is he not returning to Aodao? When Ning countered, if you were him, would you return? Qin Yuejiao thought for a moment before shaking her head. No. Recalling the tears of that night, when Ning felt a surge of empathy. She found a sense of belonging in her childhood friendship with Song Zai. Thus she sat up, suppressing her drowsiness to speak earnestly. There are two possible scenarios now. She raised one finger. If Wu Kai is fine, he will not return to Aodao and would have no face to meet you. Then she raised a second finger. If he is not fine, it is even less likely he would show up. Qin Yuejiao nodded. Do you understand now? When Ning inquired. Understood. Time for sleep, Qin Yuejiao replied. Qin Yuejiao hesitated to inquire further, her gaze landing upon Wen Ning's weary countenance. Yet she chose to restrain herself. Last night, it was not just Wen Ning who felt the tension. She too, alone in her room, was engulfed by an unsettling anxiety that twisted her stomach, ultimately forcing her to endure the night on the sofa. Though she inadvertently succumbed to slumber in the end. Chun Yuejiao pressed her lips together, swallowing her words. As dusk approached, Wen Ning was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a figure lying beside her. Chun Yuejiao remained nestled in place, curled up in slumber. With a blanket draped over her, Wen Ning sat up, hugging her knees. The home was enveloped in tranquility at that hour, the slanted sunlight filtering through the curtain seams and casting a subdued glow across the room. The interplay of orange and indigo hues on the floor was striking. For reasons unknown, awakening at this hour always invoked a profound sense of emptiness within her, as if the world had cast her aside. It was a stark contrast to her childhood. During those days, awakening from a midday nap would reveal either her mother's face or her father's silhouette at her bedside. As she grew older, there came a day when she ceased to see anyone waiting for her upon waking. Everyone became engrossed in their own lives, departing from her small world. A wave of loneliness and helplessness surged within her, prompting Wen Ning to clutch her knees tightly. Buzz! Her phone vibrated. Wen Ning rummaged beneath the blanket to retrieve it. The illuminated screen abruptly pulled her from her boundless desolation back to reality. Xiejiu, are you awake? Wen Ning was perplexed by the message. Instinctively, she surveyed her surroundings, confirming she was in the mountainside residence, where Xiejiu's influence could not possibly reach her, before picking up her phone once more to reread the message. Was their relationship one that permitted such casual banter? Recalling her resolute declaration the previous night to sever ties with those individuals, she turned off the screen and cast it aside. Buzz! Another message arrived. Wen Ning stared at her phone case, unmoving. After a moment, she sighed and retrieved it once more. Xiejiu. Image. She confronted the quick message for 5 seconds before tapping to view it. The photograph, slightly blurred, featured a grass-green hair, tie held aloft by a man's hand, as if he were inquiring, "Do you want this?" It was merely a hair tie. Wen Ning replied, "Toss it." Xiejiu. All right. Her fingers danced aimlessly across the screen, and she could not help but ask, "What did you mean by being wary of those around you yesterday?" Xiejiu. Does Miss Wen require translation for such an astute remark? Wen Ning. The most perilous presence in my vicinity is you. After this statement, the other party fell silent for a moment. Wen Ning pondered whether her words had been too blunt, for despite the danger he exuded since their first encounter, he had never truly harmed her. Even as he repeatedly dragged her into turmoil, he was equally responsible for pulling her back from the brink. Her perception of Xiejiu became increasingly intricate, and her evaluation of him grew ambiguous. She contemplated, "How have you fared since then?" As she typed this message, she surprisingly felt a twinge of shyness. She could easily surmise what Xiejiu had been doing during those 2 hours he had confined himself in the bathroom at dawn. Even as the sound of rushing water reached its peak, she could discern an oddity from the occasional gasps that escaped. The moment he opened the door, she turned her back, feigning ignorance. A message had been received from the other side. He asked, "Concern about me?" It seemed that Xiejiu intended to respond with a chaotic read receipt, prompting Wen Ning to unhesitatingly close the chat window. What happened to him was of no concern to her. Even if someone uncovered a flaw, what relevance did it hold for her? Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she was utterly indifferent to Xiejiu's. How absurd! Her fingers absent-mindedly tapped the screen. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of her tapping seemed to rouse Chun Yuejiao from her slumber. A drowsy voice emerged from the shadows. "Sister, are you awake?" Wen Ning cast aside her swirling thoughts, maintaining a calm demeanor as she rose to eat. Who are you messaging?" "No one." Wen Ning paused for several seconds. Just when Chun Yuejiao thought she would remain silent, Wen Ning suddenly added, "A friend." Chapter 25. The young girl's heartfelt concerns when Cindy arrived home punctually for dinner. At the dining table, she casually inquired about the events of the previous night. Wen Ning responded that she had a delightful time, and Chun Yuejiao immediately nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, when Cindy recoiled with disdain, exclaiming, "Your paint palette nearly blinded me," to which Chun Yuejiao retorted, "This is necessary for my performance. How long has it been since you attended that pathetic band of yours?" When Cindy turned to Wen Ning, expressing her grievances, "You have no idea about this sister of mine. When she was little, she claimed to adore painting. So I engaged a master of traditional Chinese painting for her. After just a couple of lessons, she declared her newfound love for music and refused to paint any longer. She has delved into the intricacies of music, transitioning from guitar to saxophone and now to drums, and she even formed a band, incessantly boasting about their performances. With a shrug, she lamented, regardless, the money has been spent, and I haven't seen a single cent of it. You were the one who said my performance venue was unworthy of your presence. Qin Yuejiao pouted. Underground is quite cool, you know. Reluctantly, she added, I must burst your bubble. Your skills are still a notch below underground standards. Mommy, Wei Ning, resting her chin on her hand, observed the lively exchange with interest. How should one put it? The bond between her and He was nowhere near the closeness shared by her aunt and cousin, whose relationship resembled a conventional mother-daughter dynamic, one filled with moral lectures from the mother and a rebellious daughter who feigned compliance. To outsiders, they appeared to embody the ideal of maternal affection and filial piety, but that was merely superficial. When it came to significant life matters, He never once asked whether she liked Song Zai. Instead, she incessantly pressed her with notions of suitability, obligation, and cultivation, even in more mundane matters, such as her first bra and her first pack of sanitary pads. He was absent. Wei Ning had initially believed this to be the mother's duty, until one day, the nanny subtly hinted that the young lady seemed to be allergic to certain brands, resulting in rashes. Only then did He realize her daughter had grown up. During her youth, Wei Ning experienced a slight embarrassment regarding the changes in her body, unspoken between her, the nanny, and He, who remained oblivious. It was a relationship lacking in warmth. Consequently, Wei Ning envied the open communication between Wenxini and Qin Yuejiao. Her aunt had nurtured Yuejiao well. She was kinder, more straightforward, and far more passionate. Noticing Wei Ning's silence, Wenxini turned to her and asked, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? With a smile, Wei Ning replied, Annie, which eye of yours has spotted my discontent? Wenxini then divided the mille-feuille cake she had brought into two identical pieces and handed them to the girls, saying, You two, whenever there's something on your minds, feel free to share it in front of Mommy and me. Understood? Wei Ning was naturally reserved, while Qin Yuejiao was not. She opened her mouth, glancing between Wei Ning and Wenxini before finally uttering, Mommy, I don't want to go to America anymore. Wenxini exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. I think my band is quite good. If I leave, they certainly won't find a bassist as talented as me. Moreover, the United States offers little of merit. It is perilous, unentertaining, and utterly unfamiliar. After brooding over my troubles for so long, I never anticipated that spending just a few days with Wei Ning would restore my spirits. Wenxini felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it is essential to spend more time with your sister. Oh, by the way, Wenxini turned to Wei Ning and said, I heard someone mention that Song Qingbai is on Ao Island. Wei Ning momentarily failed to comprehend. Who? Song Qingbai, Wenxini replied, winking knowingly. Have you forgotten him so soon after just a few days on Ao Island? Wei Ning, maintaining her composure, lowered her gaze to the piece of cake on her plate. Wenxini continued, Annie, I've inquired, and Song Qingbai has remained single all these years, without a single girl by his side. With a clatter, her fork fell onto the table. Wei Ning looked up, astonished. Annie, you knew this? As her phone chimed with a new message, Wenxini waved it in front of her. Yes, staying here. I'll send you the address. Auntie is always thorough in her dealings. Since he is an Ao Island and they are family friends, how could she not extend her hospitality? Such hospitality indeed, Wenxini winked. Rest assured, this news about his single status was personally verified by Auntie. It cannot be false. The allure of Ao Island lies in its opulent suites situated above the casino. Ironically, the address Wenxini provided was the very establishment where Qin Yuejiao had been unceremoniously escorted out. Wei Ning felt a deep aversion towards that place, causing her desire to meet Song Qingbai to waver. She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, reminiscent of the years prior when she lay on her large bed at home, softly murmuring Song Qingbai's name. Back then, she was still so naive. She had promised to accompany Song Zai to his home to see the little pony, but upon arriving at the Song residence, her first instinct was that something was amiss. prompting her to instinctively call for the driver to stop. "Why are you dawdling? Let us go," Song Zai urged, pulling her forward. Wen Ning stood her ground. "Wait, perhaps we should forego seeing the pony today. I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. What's the fuss? We're already here. Let us see it and then leave. That pony is stunning, pure white, with a mane that flows as if it had been treated with conditioner. The weather is splendid today. It will shine in the sunlight." The warmth beneath her intensified. Wen Ning clung to the car door. "No, we'll reschedule. When airs we? You're playing games with me," Song Zai snapped, his brow furrowed. "My dad mentioned he would send the pony to the stable in a few days. If you don't come now, you won't get to see it." Wen Ning's temper flared as she slapped his hand. "I said I have matters to attend to. Are you ever going to relent?" The two engaged in minor quarrels every 3 days and major disputes every 5. The driver, unfazed, turned off the engine and remained still. Just as the tension escalated, Song Qingbai appeared unexpectedly. "Song Zai, do not impose upon her. I am not forcing her. She insisted on coming to see the pony. Yet now she suddenly claims otherwise," Song Zai retorted. "Brother, you are somewhat biased." Song Qingbai's gaze settled on Wen Ning for a few moments. "Song Zai, release her. Brother." "When airs we is truly about to escape," Song Zai insisted. Song Qingbai paid no heed and merely reiterated, "I insist you release your hand." Perhaps due to the severity of his tone, Song Zai reluctantly relinquished his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ning swiftly dove back into the car. She placed her hands neatly on her knees, sitting upright and stiffly. This posture, at the very least, was more comfortable than standing. Perhaps it was the car's solid walls that provided her with a sense of security, as her rapidly beating heart gradually calmed. "Uncle Lee, please take me home." "Of course." Mississippi. Just as the car was about to start, a knock echoed from outside. Wen Ning looked out to find that Song Zai had been pushed back several meters, leaving only Song Qingbai before the vehicle. She pressed down the window and heard Song Qingbai inquire, "Would you mind waiting for another minute?" Wen Ning had visited the Song residence numerous times, yet her encounters with Song Qingbai had been limited. She found this older brother to be quite pleasant, akin to a spring breeze wafting through a bamboo grove, pure and refreshing. She instinctively nodded. Thus, a minute later, instead of Song Qingbai, she was greeted by a maid from the Song family. The maid presented her with a black trench coat and gestured for her to feel the pockets. Upon reaching in, Wen Ning encountered a soft square. She bit her lip, instantly comprehending what it was. "Uncle Lee, you needn't take me anymore." Wen Ning donned the trench coat and slowly exited the vehicle. From a distance, Song Zai saw her emerge and frantically waved. "Hey, if you were cold, you should have said so. Don't be so stubborn. My brother's coat is enormous. Next time, you can borrow mine." The trench coat bore a faint scent of laundry detergent. As Wen Ning slipped her hands into the pockets and brushed against the square, her face flushed once more. The embarrassment of being caught in a vulnerable moment by an unfamiliar brother might linger in her memory for many years to come, becoming an incident she would recall in the stillness of the night, unable to shake off. Little did she know, the more she dwelled on such unresolved matters, the more likely the people connected to them would manifest in her dreams. Chapter 26. Unfamiliar, the affection of youth grows like wild grass, sprawling unbidden across the landscape. When she inadvertently glances back, she finds herself surrounded by a vast expanse. Wen Ning has always struggled to comprehend her feelings towards Song Qingbai. Each time she catches a distant glimpse of him, her heart flutters in secret delight for an extended while. The piano pieces he plays find their way onto her playlist, looping through the quiet of night when no one is aware. His favorite sports team prompts her to endure the tedium of matches that, to her, seem exceptionally dull. She watches until exhaustion nearly overtakes her, only to pinch herself awake, determined to engage in conversation the next time they meet. She has visited the school he was accepted into countless times under the guise of travel, meticulously noting the new trees planted, the buildings under construction, and the best local eateries, as if they were her own cherished secrets. Wen Ning is accustomed to concealing her true self. In public, she presents herself as the most ordinary of younger sisters, perhaps not even that, merely a good friend of Song Qingbai as younger brother, nothing more. Oh, and she is also the clumsy intruder who mistakenly wandered into his room. Since that incident, she has noted a marked decrease in Song Qingbai's visits home. So much so that she has not exchanged a single word with him since. To this day, she has yet to apologize for her indiscretion. Her phone shifts restlessly in her palm, the address ingrained in her heart without the need for memorization. Song Qingbai is on Outao. He remains single. When Ning tosses and turns, unable to find sleep. The following afternoon, she sits promptly in the hotel CAF on the second floor. It is not due to a prearranged meeting. Rather, she is aware that Song Qingbai has a habit of stopping by for coffee at this hour. Should fate allow their paths to cross, so be it. If not, she will return tomorrow. When Ning delicately savors a mousse cake, the velvety texture dissolving in her mouth within moments. She moves slowly, her expression serene. As she nears the end of her cake, her peripheral vision catches the entrance of a new patron into the CAF. Outao, being a tourist destination, rarely sees anyone dressed formally. Fortunately, Song Qingbai is one such exception. Taking over the family business, he traverses the globe, always presenting a blend of gentility and formality. With such an elder brother, Song Zai and Hu Tianhai are naturally left to their own devices. With a hasty glance, when Ning confirms that the newcomer is clad in tailored black trousers, the fabric draping elegantly with an air of luxury. She sits upright, inspecting her lip makeup in the reflection of her teaspoon, her lips untouched, a natural and delicate shade of bean paste. Soft and gentle, is likely to be to his liking. She notices the straight legs and tailored trousers pause momentarily as they pass her, coinciding with the slight halt of her own heartbeat. Perfect. All she must do now is feign a chance encounter, and then, Miss One, when Ning abruptly lifts her gaze. What brings you here? Xiejiu stands with one hand tucked into his pocket, observing her with a thoughtful expression. Fresh from a business engagement with affluent merchants from the mainland, his formal attire exudes a distinct nonchalance. Whether it is the slight intoxication in his eyes or the casually loosened tie paired with tousled hair, he radiates an air of casual elegance. He seems particularly intrigued by her reaction, leaning forward with his knees supported, aligning his gaze with hers. It seems that my presence has left you rather disappointed, an unexpected occurrence, corrected Wei Ning. Is it truly surprising to encounter me in my own domain? Under his intense gaze, Wei Ning felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, diverting her eyes. After all, this place is rather spacious. Thank you for the compliment. He straightened up and snapped his fingers towards a distance. Shortly, a waiter arrived with another slice of cake, the fresh confection contrasting starkly with the one that had nearly been obliterated under her hand. Just as Wei Ning was about to decline, he remarked, "In my domain, it is quite acceptable to offer Miss One a piece of cake." He lowered his voice to a tone audible only to the two of them, a token of gratitude. A token of gratitude? The very one for which she concealed him that night? When Ning tugged at the corner of her mouth. How exceedingly stingy of you. Xiejiu naturally settled across from her, his smile widening. Then, Miss Wen, what would you desire? His arm casually draped over the back of the chair. He awaited her response with a relaxed demeanor, as if in such a splendid mood that he would acquiesce to any request she made. When Ning leaned closer, may I inquire about something? The map of Yin country seems rather brief, does it not? When Ning retracted her smile, I shall refrain from asking. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. Xiejiu rose, adopting an air of nonchalance. Perhaps next time. When Ning? A sudden male voice arose from behind her. At the sound, when Ning felt as though a switch had been flipped within her, springing to her feet, even bumping her knee against the edge of the table without realizing it. Qing, brother Qing. For a fleeting moment, her mind was in disarray, but she quickly regained her composure, employing a rehearsed tone. What a coincidence! How fortunate to see you here. Song Qingbai stood a few paces away, his gaze assessing the two of them in turn. Encountering Wei Ning here was surprising enough, but the man beside her was even more unexpected. The man had high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, obscuring his gaze and concealing his true nature. This aura evoked a sense of danger, and instinctively, Song Qingbai felt that Wei Ning should not be in the company of such a person. A friend? Song Qingbai extended his hand toward the man. No. The word barely escaped her lips when Wei Ning sensed the searing gaze fixated upon her. It would be utterly absurd to declare their unfamiliarity while seated at the same coffee table. So she hastily altered her phrasing, shaking her head. Not well acquainted. So, it appears you are not well acquainted. Siege discerned the implication in her words, extending his hand. A pleasure to meet you. I, on the other hand, am quite familiar with Miss One. Were it not for Song Qingbai's presence, Wei Ning would have genuinely considered covering his mouth. Intentionally undermining her, was he? Song Qingbai shook his hand. Song Qingbai. Siege. Song Qingbai evidently recognized his name, discreetly retracting his hand. Ah, it is Mr. Xie. A pleasure. What began as a simple encounter had devolved into a business meeting. Wei Ning sat back in silence, fervently consuming the cake Siege had provided. When she finally raised her head again, their conversation was drawing to a close. Siege nodded at her. I shall take my leave now. If you must go, why the need to bid her farewell? Does this affirm his earlier claim of being rather familiar? Wei Ning stuffed another spoonful of cake in her mouth, feigning deafness. A pair of black trousers lingered momentarily in her peripheral vision before departing. Raising her gaze, Wei Ning beheld the imposing figure of Siege striding away. Her eyes lingered on the back of his head for a fleeting second, and then she was taken aback. Was that not the hair tie she had claimed to discard? How audaciously he wore it upon his head. Chapter 27. Affection for him, Song Qingbai ordered a cup of coffee, and upon turning around, he found Wei Ning gazing with a complex expression in the direction where Siege had just departed. He took a seat and inquired, What brings you to Outao? Oh no, Wei Ning thought to herself. She had only intended to encounter him by chance, forgetting that she was supposed to be in Hawaii at this moment. She wondered if Song Zai had mentioned this matter to his brother. Stealing a glance at Song Qingbai's demeanor, she noted his apparent busyness as he was preoccupied with his phone, his long fingers deftly tapping away at the screen. Brother Qingbai, Wei Ning hesitated before speaking. Are you aware that Song Zai is currently in Hawaii? Yes. There was a brief pause on his end before he raised his gaze. He did not go. His statement was definitive, indicating that he was aware of her relationship with Song Zai. To what extent, she pondered internally. Biting her lower lip, she felt a small indentation form, and her hand nervously clutched the silver spoon. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Feeling an attraction towards a friend's brother was already awkward, and now that her friend had become her prospective fiancé, the situation felt even more complicated. She sighed heavily in her mind. If there is something troubling you, feel free to share it with me. Song Qingbai set his phone down. I cannot guarantee outcomes concerning others, but if Song Zai behaves poorly, I can certainly voice my opinion. He is fine. We haven't quarreled. Wei Ning found herself at a loss for words. In front of Song Qingbai, her tongue felt clumsy. Under his calm gaze, she pinched herself forcefully, deciding to throw caution to the wind. Brother Qingbai, I do not harbor feelings for Song Zai. Not all. We are merely friends, a pure friendship, incapable of developing into anything more. Moreover, Wei Ning suddenly covered her mouth, nearly revealing a secret about Song Zai. And he does not fancy someone like me. She quickly added as a remedy. Ah, so, is this matter? Song Qingbai nodded. He appeared to contemplate a solution seriously. His brow slightly furrowed as he stirred his coffee gently with the spoon. Therefore, you're fond of that Mr. Xie from earlier? The clatter of the silver spoon against the saucer startled Wei Ning, causing her to rise abruptly. What nonsense! He is absolutely not my type. Yet in the next moment, she began to comprehend Song Qingbai's line of reasoning. First, she and Song Zai were indifferent towards each other, both having escaped from the capital. Second, given Song Qingbai's meticulous nature, he must have noticed that Song Zai's expenditures in Hawaii were clearly for two. If he could pursue his affections, then Wei Ning's presence on Outao could very well signify the same possibility. Coupled with the sight of her and Siege seated at the same table earlier, the logic formed a perfect circle. I have already mentioned that I am not well acquainted with him. We only met after arriving in Outao and have seen each other just a handful of times. Though each encounter had been rather heart-stopping, she added. After her explanation, Wei Ning straightened her back, akin to a schoolgirl awaiting her teacher's judgment. As long as there are no feelings involved, that is a relief. Song Qingbai gently remarked that Mr. Xie's business entangled him with various factions, making association with him rather troublesome. Wen Ning lowered her gaze and replied, There is no need to be so tense. I'm not your elder. Song Qingbai instinctively softened his tone. The thought of her being the younger sister of his brother's girlfriend fleetingly crossed his mind, leaving him somewhat regretful. Had his voice been overly gentle, perhaps crossing an unspoken boundary? Even though both she and Song Zai wished to refrain from further developments, to their families, they remained childhood friends of suitable match. He ought to maintain a sense of propriety. Thus, he adjusted his tone back to its previous calmness, stating, I will be staying on Ao for the next few days. Feel free to reach out if you require assistance. Understood, when Ning replied, her mind drifting elsewhere. Qingbai Ge, could you refrain from disclosing my affairs on Ao to others, particularly in the capital? Song Qingbai regarded her intently and answered, very well. When Ning then stood up, their meticulously arranged meeting had yielded no progress. Song Qingbai remained unchanged, and she remained herself. Frustrated, when Ning lingered for a moment, steeling herself to inquire, Tang Yin mentioned you gifted her a fragrant incense holder. Are you quite close with her? You mean Miss Tang? He replied, that item was selected by my secretary. Is there an issue? Noticing Wen Ning's tightly pressed lips, he found himself inexplicably compelled to explain, it is customary to bring small gifts when attending a banquet at the Tang family. So it wasn't a gift solely for her. Wen Ning propet. Both Uncle and Aunt Tang received one. Ah, I see. Finally, when Ning relaxed, internally chastising Tang Yin for her ambiguous words, while her lips curved upward. Then it's nothing, Qingbai Ge, I shall take my leave now. Song Qingbai escorted her to the door, advising her to take care. A few steps later, when Ning abruptly turned back, standing before the puzzled gaze of Song Qingbai, she said, Qingbai Ge, what is it? He asked. I did not mean to that day. Her words fell softly, akin to pine needles descending in a rainstorm, swiftly blending into the surrounding clamor. Coming to his senses, Song Qingbai merely glimpsed her skirt as it vanished around the corridor's bend. He undoubtedly understood which day she referred to. To avoid misunderstandings and to spare her discomfort, he had since deliberately kept his distance from her, only to find that it had only made her more concerned. It had merely been a fleeting glance. Lowering his gaze, he realized he had been overly deliberate. At the end of the corridor, when Ning pressed her hand firmly against her chest, her heart raced and fluttered within her ribcage, and despite her efforts to steady it, she found no solace. Breathe in, breathe out, stay calm. Wen Ning, you are incredible. She fervently endeavored to bolster her resolve, and after several attempts, her heartbeat finally began to steady. Just as she prepared to depart, applause erupted a few meters away. Turning toward the sound, her expression fell upon seeing Xie Jiu's impeccably handsome face. How is it you again? Wen Ning exclaimed. Xie Jiu stuffed his hands into his pockets and replied, This time, I'm truly disappointed. I can see it clearly. Wen Ning nodded in agreement. Then I shall cease my pretense. Clearly, we are not well acquainted. Xie Jiu leaned against the wall, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Are you quite idle? Wen Ning circumvented him, her emotions still soaring from her brief encounter with Song Qingbai. She wished to preserve this fleeting joy from the intrusion of irrelevant individuals. I am rather busy and must take my leave, so I cannot accompany you. Do you not wish to inquire about Wu Kai? Her steps faltered momentarily as she endeavored to restrain the urge to halt. I am not well acquainted with him, nor am I interested. Are you not fearful that during my absence, I might resolve matters with him? Does your little sister not feel sorrow? It is easy to deceive others, but not her. Wen Ning maintained an impassive expression. Then you are entirely free to exit through the front door, as one should. The night he returned, blood stained his cuffs. Ample evidence that he had indeed met Wu Kai. His purpose could either be to harm him or to rescue him. Did he require the balcony for such malice? His intentions were undoubtedly contrary to those of the others aboard the yacht. Wen Ning's previous silence did not signify ignorance. Now, with this revelation, their dialogue had progressed to a new phase. She asserted, from that very second, I have forgotten everything. Nothing transpired that night. I could even claim to have never boarded the vessel. Astute, audacious, and uniquely captivating. How does such an intriguing individual come to be enamored with that ordinary gentleman from the CAF? Xie Jiu mused aloud, his curiosity compelling him to voice the question. Wen Ning was taken aback. Who do you consider ordinary? No, who do you claim is enamored? The man shrugged, an expression of unspoken admission adorning his features as he gazed at her. Wen Ning gritted her teeth. Xie elevated above her. Xie gaze bore an air of condescension. With a slight curl of his lips and a tilt of his chin, he asked, "What shall you call me?" Chapter 28. The good person card. Had she not witnessed the ruthless demeanor of that group, Wen Ning might have thought she was in the presence of a carefree aristocrat. As she had once articulated, her initial willingness to engage in business with Xie stemmed solely from the audacity of ignorance. Now, if they could reach an agreement, splendid. If not, so be it. She had no desire to engage in a dispute before him. Regaining her composure, Wen Ning turned to leave. She began to regret donning the impractical high heels for her meeting with Song Qingbai. The slender heels sank into the plush carpet, hindering her pace and grounding her in place. She sensed a figure trailing her at a distance of 2 to 3 meters. What madness possessed Xie today? Insisting on following her? Suddenly halting, she turned slightly. "Why don't you go ahead?" Xie stopped alongside her, glanced at his watch, and smugly replied, "I'm not in a hurry." At this hour, the corridor was particularly deserted, leaving only the two of them in its stillness. Prolonging the standoff would hardly raise eyebrows. She certainly could not return to the CAF with him in tow to seek assistance from Song Qingbai. Defeated, Wen Ning asked, "What do you want?" "A question for you." Xie strolled closer. "Since you seem fond of that ordinary gentleman and fled from the Song family's marriage to come to Aodao, what is your relationship with a member of the Chui family?" "Chui family? Who are they?" "It can't be that Chui from the capital, can it?" Did Xie also know him? What was his intent? What connection did he have with the Chui family? There were too many questions, causing Wen Ning to momentarily forget to ridicule the term ordinary gentleman. "Wait a moment." She looked up in disbelief. "Were you eavesdropping?" "Eavesdropping is unnecessary. Your voice was simply too loud during that call in the alley for anyone to avoid it. As for today, well, my steps were just a tad slow, and my hearing too acute, leading to an accidental overhearing." Xie, uninterested in elaborating, insisted, "Answer me. Curious, are we?" Wen Ning deliberately avoided his fathomless gaze, refusing to divulge. "Is that so?" Xie chuckled lightly, as if genuinely unconcerned. "I was merely asking out of casual interest." Annoyance surged within her. He was utterly inscrutable. With a huff, Wen Ning quickened her pace, pressing the button for the nearest elevator. Strangely, Xie did not follow her this time. Turning back, she saw him standing there with an air of nonchalance, hands in his pockets, a few strands of hair falling across his forehead. Wen Ning extended her hand. "Hair tie. Didn't someone just swear they had forgotten about that night?" He tilted his head slightly. "Ah, so this is Miss Wen's hair tie. How did it end up in my possession?" Wen Ning withdrew her hand, deeming it inconsequential. If he didn't mind, what more was there to say? The elevator arrived, and she stepped in wordlessly. The doors began to close, slowly enveloping her in a cocoon of silence, sealing away all her emotions within the confines of the four walls. She exhaled, catching a glimpse of herself in the reflective metal door. In an effort to shed the label of younger sister that Song Qingbai had associated with her, she deliberately chose a more mature ensemble today. The square-necked knitted top revealed a generous expanse of collarbone, encasing her straight shoulders. Yet, her unintentional tension rendered her shoulder line rather stiff. Was she always this anxious when conversing with Xie? With a ding, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. Wen Ning composed herself and stepped out. Upon returning to the car, she found Zhong dutifully waiting for her. A whimsical thought struck her. "Ah, Zhong, how long have you been with Xie?" 5 or 6 years, perhaps," Zhong replied, struggling to recall, but ultimately conceding defeat. As the vehicle slowly began to move, Zhong inquired, "Miss Wen, are you trying to gather information about Brother Yu?" He shook his head, stating, "I won't say a word. I haven't even asked." "Wen Ning retorted, speechless." The somewhat dull voice replied earnestly, "I know, but in our line of work, the worst fear is a traitor. Indeed, one could hardly hope to extract valuable information from Xie associates. Those assigned to her side were undoubtedly tight-lipped." Leaning her head against the headrest, Wen Ning gazed despondently out the window. The orderly parking lot was now witness to another convoy of vehicles slowly departing, one after another, with an imposing presence reminiscent of Siege own outings. But who could they be? A casual remark from her elicited a serious response from Ah Zhong. The license plate indicates it is Miss He, the younger sister of He Chiu, the little princess whom Siege had persistently avoided at the birthday banquet. Had she just exited from here as well? Ah Zhong seemed to sense her thoughts. Fortunately, Miss One, you left later. Otherwise, encountering her might have posed some trouble. Brother Yu has instructed us to be particularly cautious of those around Miss He. A subtle expression flickered across Wei Ning's face. Could it be that Siege had intentionally squandered her time? No, he had already lent Ah Zhong to her. He wouldn't be so overly kind-hearted again. Even if she were to cross paths with Miss He, Siege, knowing her disposition, would surely anticipate that she would not be at a disadvantage. Was he then hiding from someone? Most likely. Having made her deductions, Wei Ning spoke up. Ah Zhong, what kind of person do you think Siege is? Ah Zhong fell silent. Wei Ning added, I'm not prying. You needn't feel compelled to answer. This time, Ah Zhong did not insist on his silence. After a long pause, he finally said, Brother Yu is a good person. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow, patiently awaiting further elaboration. However, after that statement, Ah Zhong lapsed back into silence, leaving only the sound of the warm air from the air conditioning flowing through the vehicle. Is that all? Wei Ning asked incredulously. Ah Zhong, with a blank expression, gripped the steering wheel. What more is there to say? For instance, the basis on which you deem him a good person. Surely there must be an example, perhaps his generosity towards you? As soon as she mentioned this, Wei Ning herself shook her head, thinking that being generous in their line of work was hardly commendable. Or perhaps he is kind-hearted and treats others well. That too seemed inadequate. Wei Ning searched her mind for a plethora of adjectives embodying truth, goodness, and beauty, only to realize none could accurately describe Siege. She surrendered. Forget I said anything. Yet Ah Zhong appeared oblivious, continuing, Brother Yu is indeed very generous with me. Oh, Wei Ning responded, taken aback. My current residence is a property purchased by Yu Ge. Wei Ning replied, If the ultimate reward for 007 is a house bought by his superior, then in Zhong's eyes, Siege is indeed a genuinely good person. She nodded in understanding. Ah Zhong continued, every month, Yu Ge also has me transfer a substantial sum to the Welfare Institute. Before Wei Ning could grasp the true meaning behind this seemingly simple statement, Ah Zhong had already turned his head, a serious expression on his face, and asked her, doing good deeds should qualify as being a good person, right? He seemed like an ardent fan of a celebrity, completely engrossed in promoting the subject, oblivious to the fact that he was driving. Wei Ning grasped the back of her seat and said, Watch the road. Ah Zhong turned back, again inquiring with his posture, Am I a good person? Yes. Wei Ning couldn't help but retort. What kind of casino does Siege run? He might as well engage in pyramid schemes. With his brainwashing skills, the entire Southeast Asia would tremble. Chapter 29. Enjoying one's own purchases after several days of relentless busyness without a moment's respite. He Kuei emerged from the Coconut Grove Villa with a glum expression. He sped into Siege's residence, his car skidding to a halt. After ringing the doorbell twice, Siege appeared to open the door. Dressed casually in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, his appearance was unpretentious yet ready for an impromptu outing. He Kuei sprawled onto the sofa, inquiring, Do you have any alcohol? Siege cast him a sidelong glance, retrieving 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. If you don't mind, here you go. Having just been reprimanded and brimming with pent-up frustration, this was precisely what He Kuei needed. As he rummaged through the drawer, he asked for a cigarette. Siege produced a cigar, only to find He Kuei lazily puffing on his own, the smoke curling in the air and enveloping the small living room in a haze. As Siege passed by, he remarked, Remember to open a window next time. He Kuei retorted, If you had made a larger space for me, I wouldn't have to. The apartment, situated in the old town, was tightly surrounded by other residential buildings, with a lively street scene visible outside. The southern-style decor, adorned with intricate floral tiles, made the less than 100 square meter space seem even more cramped. If one pushed the window open a little wider, one could easily reach the security bars of the neighboring building. He Kuei was perplexed. Given Siege's current status, why did he still choose to live here? After finishing half a cigar, Hikoe extinguished the end, stating, "That batch of boxes contained only money. I couldn't find anyone. Even if there were someone, they would have been moved by the time you went looking." "That's the point," Hikoe continued. "At least I managed to save face. The old man didn't scold me too harshly, just advised me to be cautious." Meanwhile, Siejiu watered a pothose plant on the windowsill with some leftover tea. The water flowed briefly before he tipped the container. "Cautious of what?" "Cautious." Hikoe approached, surprised. "How come this plant hasn't died under your care?" Siejiu replied nonchalantly, "It enjoys clinging to life." "More peculiar talk," Hikoe remarked, leaning out of the window to survey the surroundings. Every household on this floor had installed security bars, yet Siejiu's home had only 2 empty grid windows. If the window were pushed open a little more, an adult could easily pass through. Hikoe raised his chin, asking, "Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Who would dare to steal from my home?" Siejiu responded, the logic clear. Having surveyed the small space, Hikoe took in the layout, an archetypal bachelor pad, with everything in solitary existence. A blanket on the sofa indicated the owner often spent the night here. The kitchen was pristine, save for a frying pan showing signs of use. On the washstand were a razor, hair wax, toothbrush, and toothpaste, but his gaze paused at a grass-green hair tie, which appeared to belong to a woman. Hikoe approached, asking, "Is this yours? Are you here to inspect my home?" Siejiu sounded slightly irritated as he snatched the hair tie back. Hikoe spread his fingers, placing the hair tie around his wrist, declaring, "I like to buy my own." Hikoe was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, are you casting aside our brotherly bond for a mere hair tie? It wouldn't happen to be a gift from someone, would it? Who is it? How could someone so worthless have the audacity?" Suddenly he paused. "That Miss one?" Siejiu remained silent. He leaned down to open a beer. The fizzing foam rose with the intrusion of air. Siejiu tilted his head back and swallowed, his Adam's apple moving slowly a few times. "It has nothing to do with her." If the earlier thoughts were mere conjecture, now it was a firm conviction. Having known Siejiu for such a long time, Hikoe truly understood him. When he genuinely cherished something, he would behave like a stubborn duck, keeping it hidden. It was just like when he had asked Siejiu for Ajong. Siejiu had claimed indifference. Yet after borrowing him for just 2 days, he came up with countless reasons to reclaim him. Even now, Hikoe could not make Ajong budge. He complained, "What is wrong with me borrowing your person?" Siejiu, with his usual nonchalant demeanor, laughed, "I already take your orders. Isn't that enough?" Indeed, he was not wrong. Hikoe came back to his senses and noticed that Siejiu had rolled down his sleeves, concealing the hair tie. He scoffed lightly, "I won't hold it against you. But my sister might not be so forgiving." Siejiu lazily replied, "Thank you for your kindness. You have no plans today, do you?" Anticipating nothing good, Siejiu fell silent for a moment. "I'll wait to hear what you have to say next. It's just that she called me crying, saying you always avoid her. After being scolded by the old man this morning, my head is still throbbing, and now this again. Give me a break, brother. I really can't." Siejiu hesitated. "The car is waiting for me below. I'm heading to the welfare home." Hikoe was furious, immediately frowning. "Hey, have you become addicted to playing the good guy? Not only do you donate money every month, but you also go personally to sing bananas turn into banana boats, a row of laughter on the boat. Are you insane? Is being a good person the only way to avoid hell? I'm leaving." Siejiu grabbed his coat and waved at him. "You worship your Wanyu, and I'll support my welfare home. Isn't it all about mitigating karmic burdens?" Hikoe was rendered speechless, muttering something in frustration. During her days on Aodao, Wei Ning had explored every possible place. Initially, she was accompanied by Chun Yuejiao, but recently it was Ajong. With Ajong around, the benefits were evident. She could navigate Aodao effortlessly. No need for reservations at restaurants, and she could simply drop by anywhere she fancied. After some time, she grew bored and recalled the welfare home mentioned a few days prior. As soon as she spoke of it, Ajong went out to make a call. Upon his return, he informed her, "The director is present today, and if Miss Wen is interested, she could visit." Naturally, she was intrigued, as she considered another possibility. The car arrived at the welfare home 20 minutes later. The institution, situated on the edge of the old town, was the closest point to the mainland. A dilapidated church building constituted the entirety of the welfare home. As Wei Ning stepped out of the car, she spotted a person resembling the director waiting at the entrance for her. Perhaps due to Zhong's introduction, the director's words were laced with gratitude towards Mr. Xie. Once Zhong had stepped away, Wei Ning asked, "Has he really donated a substantial amount?" "Indeed, a considerable sum." The director stated that even without government subsidies, their expenses would be adequately covered. Could it truly be free from any money laundering activities? As Wei Ning walked about, she observed her surroundings. The garden was adorned with numerous children's play facilities, and the walls and windows were festooned with vibrant and whimsical window paper. Compared to the welfare institution, this place resembled more of a nursery. Occasionally, the joyful laughter of children would burst forth from the windows, accompanied by the faint melodies of nursery rhymes she had never heard before. She inquired, "Until what age do you care for the children here?" The response was that as long as no one adopts them, they could stay indefinitely. "Does Mr. Xie visit often?" The director regarded her with a hint of surprise. Was it possible that this young lady was unaware that Mr. Xie would be arriving shortly? After a moment's contemplation, the director replied, "Yes, Mr. Xie comes whenever he has the time. The children here are quite fond of him." "Fond of Xie Jiyu?" Wei Ning shook off the peculiar image that had formed in her mind. It felt rather odd indeed. He certainly appeared to be a child's nemesis. After a few exchanges, Wei Ning gradually established a rapport with the director. The influence of a benefactor is boundless. As long as Xie Jiyu was brought into the conversation, no question would remain unanswered. Thus, Wei Ning painstakingly praised Xie Jiyu and finally returned to the crux of her inquiry. "By the way, director." The director, with a warm smile, responded, "Does Miss Wen have any further questions? Are there any children with a surname, one in this welfare institution?" Wei Ning asked. Chapter 30. The child of the Xie family upon hearing Zhong mention Xie Jiyu and the welfare institution. Wei Ning's immediate thought was money laundering. However, upon further reflection, such a convoluted operation seemed less efficient than investing in art. She had attended numerous auctions in the capital, where the intricacies ran deep. Many obscure artists suddenly produced exorbitantly priced works, making it difficult to dissociate from money laundering. Wealthy businessmen, lacking substantial backgrounds, would soon attract the attention of brokers, becoming unwitting pawns in this game. In the end, real money was spent, yet the items remained in their possession. This method appeared more suited to Xie Jiyu, given his extensive connections. As for the welfare institution, Wei Ning pondered whether his frequent interactions here indicated that someone he needed to look after resided within. Regarding the funds, could it be possible that some had been funneled out from Wen Jingshan? After all, Wen Jingshan was a man who valued his reputation, having portrayed himself as a devoted husband and father for years. The exposure of a scandal involving a love child will be detrimental to his fade. Concealing a person within the welfare institution was undoubtedly a clever strategy. Wei Ning had come with a purpose. After circling around to inquire about this matter, she carefully observed the director's expression. The director appeared astonished, but shook his head. "No. Is that so?" Wei Ning pressed further. "Has there never been anyone? Or is it just currently? Our welfare institution has only a few children, each of whom was abandoned upon arrival. Most do not have names, so they generally take my surname, Zhang. I hope I am not being too presumptuous, but I'm searching for a relative, so I wish to be straightforward." Wei Ning rephrased her inquiry. "Director Zhang, is there anyone among the staff with the surname Wen? Or perhaps someone you know?" The scope of her questioning had broadened significantly. Yet, even then, the director continued to shake his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Wen, but there is truly no one of that name." Could it be that she had guessed incorrectly? Wei Ning shifted her approach. "What about the surname He?" "None. She must have lost her mind. After all, it was not a child of He Ji's, so how could there be a connection? What other possibilities remained? Where was Wen Jingshan's son hidden away?" Her mind raced, contemplating various scenarios. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The person Xie Jiyu had arranged to come in surely would not bear the surname Xie. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the director's expression shift momentarily from concern to acknowledgement as he inclined his head toward her diagonal rear. "Mr. Xie, you have arrived." Wei Ning felt a shiver run down her spine. Behind her, she indeed heard that familiar casual voice. "Why not ask if the surname is Xie?" You have stolen my line. How am I to respond? When Ning turned abruptly, donning a standard smile. Why are you everywhere? Miss, I arrived before you did. Xie replied with a hint of amusement. Traffic held me up. When Ning's tone turned icy. Who knows if what you say is true? Xie regarded her with an amused expression. You can't possibly think I specifically asked Da Zhong and awaited this encounter, could you? It's not entirely impossible. When Ning pursed her lips, only to hear him add, could it be that Miss Wen is here waiting for me? Those who are quick to retaliate often harbor emptiness within. Is this so? Xie tilted his head and asked, Zhong, did you inform Miss Wen about my itinerary? Zhong stood at attention, convinced that whatever Xie said was right, and nodded, indeed. What a response devoid of reason, steeped entirely in emotion. When Ning passed by them with an impassive expression, Zhong, you should accompany him back. After all, one's body may be in Chao's camp, but the heart remains with Han. Zhong hesitated, his lips moving slightly as he quietly inquired of Xie. Is Miss Wen scolding me for being a traitor? Isn't that so? Xie chuckled. Aren't you going to follow? Although he did not comprehend the fluctuating dynamics between the two, Zhong strode forward. Miss Wen, I shall not be a traitor. You are the best, when Ning replied dismissively. Miss Wen, I am quite serious. I am equally serious, she said with equal nonchalance. Zhong opened the car door for her. Shall we head back? Yet, when Ning did not enter. Instead, she took out her phone to summon a ride. I am returning, and you should stay with your boss. Brother Yu has instructed me to follow you. When Ning turned a glance at Xie, who stood beneath the church's archway, conversing with the dean. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass dome, casting a warm glow on half of his figure. The solemn backdrop, the shafts of light enhanced by the Tyndall effect, and the motes of dust suspended in the air lent him an air of sanctity. The shadowed half, however, bore a richness reminiscent of a patriarch. When Ning paused for a moment before turning back. Miss Wen, are we not leaving? Zhong caught up with her. We shall not depart, she replied. Having come all this way, I must unearth the answers before I leave. It seemed she anticipated her own return. Xie showed no surprise at her approach. He and the dean moved to the activity room, where he casually pulled up a chair for her, a low, duck-yellow stool that complemented her soft, knitted jacket beautifully. Instantly, a group of children gathered around, alternately asking Xie uncle what delicious treats he had brought and exclaiming how much they had learned in his absence. Xie listened quietly, his sharp features softened slightly. Lacking a stool, he sat on the floor, surrounded by older children, his long legs awkwardly crossed. What fun games do you have? We will teach you, and you must play with us. All right, just once. Though he said it would be just once, when Ning watched as he played repeatedly, seemingly tireless. It was not until dinner time, when the children had to line up for their meal, that they each waved goodbye to him. Throughout the afternoon, when Ning felt like an ornament placed in a corner, for the children's eyes were solely fixed on Xie. She stretched her stiff limbs and slowly rose. I hadn't expected you to be so well-liked by children. Xie did not respond to her remark and casually flipped through a sketchbook that had been left on the floor, filled with vibrant colors and juvenile strokes. He did not bother to look up. After observing for an entire afternoon, have you discerned who holds my special regard? At this, when Ning could only sigh in resignation, realizing that her small sentiments were entirely within his grasp. She indeed stayed here to seek clues from the minutiae. However, this entire afternoon bore no fruit. Xie could call out each child's name and understood their distinct personalities. He exhibited greater patience towards the timid ones, while the boisterous child who proclaimed, Uncle Xie, when I grow up, I want to hang out with you, would receive a playful flick on the head. It appeared he held no particular favoritism, as his kindness extended uniformly to everyone. How peculiar. When Ning questioned whether her mind was truly in disarray, for she had audaciously employed the term gentleness to describe Xie. She had witnessed him in a bloodied state, after all. Never mind. Then Ning sighed, conceding that if she could not find anything, then so be it. Eventually, he would reveal the truth when the time was right. I fear it may not be possible, Xie replied softly. When Ning furrowed her brow and looked over. Why, just a few days ago, your father unexpectedly imposed an additional condition on this business deal. As Wen Ning gazed at him in disbelief, Xie continued slowly. Before that person returns to the capital to take over your family's enterprise, he requires my absolute discretion. He then regarded her with an almost pitying glance. Miss One, it seems you have been forsaken. Chapter 31. Jealousy. You only tell me about what happened a few days ago today. Wen Ning found it incredulous. Did he mention anything else when he spoke to you? Is he aware that I remained on the Isle of Australia to search for someone? Xie neatly stacked the sheets of paper he had been working on and placed them on the low bookshelf beside him. He truly resembled a mere observer, nonchalantly watching the game between father and daughter. Outside the window, the dusk was fragmented into bizarre hues by the stained glass. Xie rubbed the paint that had stained his fingertips. It's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? Wen Ning grasped his hand. Xie, I can offer you more money. The man's fingers were rough, the coarse lines gradually abrading her palm. He held her hand in return, yet the gesture was one of dismissal. Business has its order of precedence. Wen Ning stubbornly refused to release her grip. Then why don't you mention that just a few days ago, you agreed to my terms? Now you're backing out. What does that signify? Am I not the one who arrived first? Miss Wen, you must understand that you are currently in a disadvantaged position. I have ample grounds to suspect that, even if our business agreement is reached, you might still be unable to fulfill your obligations. His previously frivolous demeanor shifted, his dark eyes fixed upon her with a cool detachment indicative of a man speaking business. Wen Ning acknowledged that his concerns were not without merit. Without the backing of the Wen family's enterprises, she indeed appeared rather vulnerable. However, she could not escalate this matter to He. From her understanding of He, she would cause a scene, yet the likelihood of it ultimately coming to nothing was exceedingly high, as it had always been over the years. Abandoning her career, sacrificing herself, and wholeheartedly playing the role of a devoted housewife. That was all there was to He. In her, Wen Ning found the one quality she was most unwilling to emulate: compromise. Her family wished for her to comply and marry into the Song family, a prospect she rejected. The shares of the jewelry company held in her hands were intended for an illegitimate child, which she also refused to accept. She asked Xie, what kind of assurance do you seek? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is always enlightening. Xie, accustomed to a more leisurely approach in dialogue, found himself unexpectedly in sync with Wen Ning. He allowed her to tighten her grip on his hand as he lowered his gaze. Miss Wen, your most valuable asset at present is your identity. Had this been the past, Wen Ning would have wrenched herself free, but now she had changed her mind, since you have been waiting for my concession. Why not reveal your true intentions? It's still about the same matter as last time. Xie leaned closer, his nose nearly brushing against hers, urging her to prolong the act a little longer. Zhong waited in the car until dusk before he saw the two emerge from the archway. Miss Wen walked briskly, as if trying to shake off an unwelcome burden. And that burden, oh no, Xie strolled leisurely beside her, his pace unhurried, yet surprisingly in sync with hers. He did not head toward his own vehicle. Rather, he escorted her to the back seat of a Mercedes. At the moment of entry, Xie even thoughtfully assisted her by steadying the car frame. His hand, resting on the frame, did not withdraw immediately, and he bent slightly. Have you truly made up your mind? Have you left me with any options? Wen Ning crossed her arms, her expression cold as she sat there. From the very beginning, you intended for me to assist you to the end. You have achieved your objective by taking such a long route. Are you still not satisfied? Xie's gaze was heavy with contemplation. Why me? He murmured, leaning closer to fasten her seatbelt, his voice a whisper in her ear. I believe you might have an inkling. His insistence on having her shield him from romantic advances was merely a matter of convenience, or so she pondered. Wen Ning contemplated further. Why? With Wen Zhongshan's extensive connections, had he chosen Xie to safeguard his estranged, illegitimate son? Was it due to their shared presence on Aodao? Or perhaps the frequent business dealings that rendered Xie the most efficient choice? Xie's affiliation with the He family aligned perfectly with Wen Zhongshan's major trade dealings. With such a significant background, it was only prudent to have her fend off the He family's advances for the sake of security. Wen Ning concluded that even if the He family harbored objections, their business interests would prevent them from taking any drastic actions against her or Xie. They might even turn a blind eye, finding amusement in the situation akin to allowing their pets to pilfer from others. Xie appeared unfazed by her subtle derision, instead lifting the corners of his mouth in a smile. Do you understand now? Just because the He family remains passive doesn't imply that Miss E1T create trouble for me. I will inevitably bear the brunt. When Ning turned her head slightly, a delicate pearl glimmering on her earlobe, contrasting starkly with her stubborn demeanor. Xie eyes fixated on it. Seeking advantages? He inquired. What could I possibly gain from you? Helping you deflect romantic pursuits is one thing, she retorted, but you must divulge why you are disinclined to become a prince consort. After all, someone holds a fondness for you. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. If a third astute observer were present, they might detect the nuance in their interaction, sensing a playful negotiation akin to lovers' quarrels. Alas, Ajong remained oblivious, sitting upright, his ears deaf to the subtext. If tasked with understanding the dialogue, he would merely perceive a balanced exchange of banter between the two. Following Wen Ning's remark, it was Xie turn to respond. He chuckled lightly. They call me a prince consort, but have you ever heard of one who enjoys a favorable outcome? I am currently engaged in business for remuneration, my dear. Becoming a prince consort would equate to free labor. Skeptical, when Ning turned to face him, her exquisitely defined features slightly furrowed, as if to say, do you expect me to believe your nonsense? Surely the He family would offer him other lucrative benefits. Perhaps they were willing to entrust him with their gambling enterprises. Either Xie deemed such advantages beneath him, or he simply preferred to decline. Was he truly unwilling? The contradiction in his character intrigued Wen Ning, and Xie noted the contemplative expression upon her face. In any case, the He family will not act against you, he asserted, straightening up and resting against the car door. As for our business, let us proceed as planned. I shall not take a single penny for my services. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Such generosity? Unbeknownst to her, Xie had come to decipher her myriad expressions. A slight movement at the corners of his brows signaled his understanding of her inner thoughts. She often resorted to cursing when in his company. Xie smiled, unfazed by her remarks. He personally closed the door for her, saying, Miss Wen, I look forward to collaborating with you. Chapter 32. Consolation on the Return Journey. Ajong frequently glanced at Wen Ning's expression in the rearview mirror. Her eyes were closed, and beneath her long lashes lay a faint shadow. She seemed unwell, as her brows had remained furrowed since the vehicle set off. Miss Wen, do you suffer from motion sickness? Upon hearing Ajong's voice, Wen Ning lazily lifted her eyelids slightly before closing them again. No. Are you unhappy then? Not really. Miss Wen, did you and Yuga have a quarrel? There was no quarrel, merely the feeling of being ensnared and compelled to leap into a pit dug by another, which was somewhat disheartening. Despite her efforts to negotiate a favorable outcome, Wen Ning pressed her lips together, a clear indication of her displeasure. Ajong scratched his head. Miss Wen, we will pass through the old town on our way back. Wen Ning endeavored to keep her tone light and carefree. Well, Ajong hesitated. Should we buy some sweet soup? After years of camaraderie with Yugo, Ajong had never engaged in such a taxing endeavor. Just before their departure, Yugo had knocked on the window to speak with him, his voice low as if discussing something of great importance. To avoid being overheard by Miss Wen, he even leaned half his body out of the window. Yugo had asked, can you speak sweetly? Ajong had been left bewildered. Huh? The man had discreetly cast a glance at the back seat. Given their years of understanding, Ajong was not entirely oblivious. His expression was complex and silent. How do celestial beings argue, leaving mortals to suffer? After a moment, he asked quietly, how do you console someone? As for how to console her, Yugo was equally at a loss. What about some sweet soup? Thus, during the return trip, Ajong made a concerted effort to steer towards the sweet soup shop in the old town. 5 minutes after they disembarked, he returned, bringing with him a freshly baked egg cake from the neighboring shop. As the door closed, the sweet aroma of the cake filled the cramped space. Wen Ning's nose twitched, and she opened her eyes. After spending an entire afternoon with Xie and now approaching dinner time, she was ravenously hungry. The fragrant scent in the air compelled her to open her eyes, and after a brief pause, she inquired, is this also for me? Just out of the oven. Ajong replied sheepishly. The sweet soup shop was out of Yang Ji Jin Lao. Wen Ning was uncertain why Zhong was so insistent on purchasing Yang Jin Lao, and she simply responded with an "oh." After a few moments, as if recalling something, she added, "Thank you." The egg cake was passed from the front seat to the back. The sound of a plastic bag being opened rustled softly. Zhong waited for her to take a bite before saying, "Miss Wen, this is what Yugo instructed me to buy." A muffled sound from the back seat was soon followed by a series of violent coughs. Zhong turned around to see Wen Ning covering her mouth, her exposed nose and eyes reddening from the coughing fit. It seemed his concerns were not unfounded. Had he mentioned it was Yu Ji's request from the start, perhaps Wen Ning would have had no desire to eat at all. Such was the nature of celestial disputes. Zhong recalled his childhood days spent by the window, listening to the neighbors argue. The family next door would hurl pots and pans in a cacophony reminiscent of fireworks. Yet, a few days later, the man and woman would reconcile as if nothing had occurred. A man, in an attempt to placate, purchases a small gift, while the woman, clearly pleased within, pretends to disdainfully cast it aside, exclaiming, "Pa, who wants your trinkets?" Similarly, a tomcat saunters along a low wall, proudly presenting his spoils before a queen cat. She, grooming her front paws, turns her head haughtily aside with a dismissive meow. "Oomph, who desires your offerings?" The world is rife with such amusing parallels. Zhong has come to this realization. Yuga remarked that if Miss Wen does not fancy this establishment, they should try another next time. This addition was solely Zhong's. No sooner had he spoken than a low, soft curse from Wen Ning echoed behind him. What madness is he up to now? She is no longer sulking silently with her eyes closed. Her vocal outburst signifies that she has been appeased. Zhong, having fulfilled his task, felt the tension in his shoulders ease as he continued on his way. Upon reaching the ground floor, he unexpectedly called out to her, "Miss Wen, if you plan to go out tomorrow, please contact this number." Wen Ning, holding a plastic bag filled with egg cakes in one hand, accepted the note from Zhong with the other, upon which a string of numbers was inscribed. "What about you?" she inquired. "Tomorrow marks my mother's memorial," Zhong replied, scratching the tip of his nose. Yugo is aware. He hadn't anticipated that such a casual question would touch upon her sensitive spot. Wen Ning's expression faltered momentarily. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "Ha, I've forgotten about it for years. It's nothing," Zhong said, waving his hand. Miss Wen then, farewell. Returning to her residence with a bag of egg cakes, when Cindy regarded her with curiosity, "What prompted you to indulge in these high-calorie treats tonight?" "I passed by Tycoon and picked some up," Wen Ning replied, placing the bag on the table. A few steps later, she retraced her path, pinching a piece and popping it into her mouth. "What the cakes bought on behalf of Xiaojiu. One must not deprive oneself. A single egg cake, no larger than a cupcake, could be consumed in just 4 or 5 bites." After finishing the first, she meandered back for a second. When Cindy raised an eyebrow, "Why not take them back to your room and savor them slowly? Leave some for Yu Jiao." Yet, despite her admonitions, when Wen Ning returned for the 3rd time, when Cindy could no longer bear to watch, she seized the bag and hung it from Wen Ning's fingers. "Enough, return to your room." That night, Wen Ning devoured nearly the entire bag of egg cakes alone, with Chen Yu Jiao, who returned home, stealthily appropriating 2. Chen Yu Jiao informed her that their small, struggling band had finally secured a venue to perform, with their first show scheduled for the following evening. Wen Ning, the ultimate supporter, strikes hard against adversaries while pouring emotional value into her allies. No sooner had Chen Yu Jiao departed than she quietly ordered a grand bouquet of flowers. The flowers arrived the following evening. After exchanging pleasantries with Wincini, she stepped out, clutching the blooms. She reached out to the number provided by Zhong. Thus, when she descended the stairs, the same silver Mercedes awaited her. However, the face of the driver had changed to a younger one. Compared to Zhong's fierce demeanor, this driver exuded a softer presence, though a hint of street-savvy bravado lingered in his gestures. "Miss, you can call me Xiao Zhong," he introduced himself. Wen Ning placed the flowers in the back seat and greeted him. "Hello, thank you for your assistance." "Not a bother. When Zhonggu is unavailable, I handle his matters." He smiled exaggeratedly, exuding a sense of intentionality. Wen Ning was not particularly adept at navigating such situations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she closed her eyes, feigning rest in the back seat. Moments later, she opened her eyes and inquired, Did you previously work alongside Xiaojiu? Indeed, Miss Wen, I drive for brother Yu. He replied, the corners of his eyes crinkling in the rearview mirror. Compared to Zhong, he was far more loquacious and eager to express himself. When Ning offered a genuine smile, praising, you must be quite skilled to consistently work by his side. You must possess exceptional qualities. Oh, it's nothing much. Brother Yu takes care of us, he replied. But isn't being a driver rather dull? There's only so much to see on Outao. Pondering his words, when Ning remarked, it must be rather monotonous. You're either at home or in the casino. A 2-point journey. How tedious. Brother Yu's role is far from easy. Many have missed her. His business dealings are currently managed by him. He frequently visits various hotels and dining establishments, as well as other service venues on Outao. Xiao Zhong continued, glancing at Wen Ning's expression in the rearview mirror. These places require regular attendance. It's indeed demanding. Wen Ning agreed, recalling, we even visited an orphanage together yesterday. Since it was not Xiao Zhong who had driven Xiaojiu the day before, she subtly altered her phrasing, deliberately suggesting that it was not a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wen Ning observed his reaction, her lips curving into a graceful smile. It's quite unexpected that he would visit such places. What's so surprising about that? Xiao Zhong replied. Brother Yu frequently visits several schools on Outao. Is it the University of Outao? Wen Ning casually probed. No, it's the University of Science and Technology. I believe a certain business tycoon's child studies there, and he goes to keep an eye on things. Chapter 33. Smokescreen. Wen Ning gradually composed her expression. Rather than passively awaiting the outcome of the conditions promised by Xiaojiu, she preferred to seize the opportunity herself. What if one day he became displeased and decided to retract his words? The feeling of having her fate in the hands of another was profoundly unsettling for Wen Ning. Upon arriving at their destination, she inquired of Xiao Zhong and received the information she sought, her spirits soaring as she alighted from the vehicle, bouquet in hand. In the dimly lit car, Xiao Zhong turned off the engine and made a phone call. The voice on the other end inquired, have you told her everything? Brother Yu, I conveyed every word as you instructed, Xiao Zhong replied. Understood. Xiaojiu toyed with a playing card in his hand, his gaze unyielding, careful to keep his thoughts to himself. The card flipped back and forth in his fingers, his fingertips grazing its sharp edges, sliding slowly along its perimeter. He was acutely aware that Wen Ning was not the type to remain idle. If she found her own way, she would likely avoid falling into his trap. At that point, she might simply walk away, making it difficult for him to find another as clever and suitable as her to shield him from he-she. With a sharp crack, the card snapped in his grasp, and he tossed it aside, closing his eyes in resignation. For reasons unknown, he did not resist Wen Ning's approach. The mere thought of her completing her task and dismissing him as inconsequential stirred a sense of irritation within him. He reached for a cigarette, placing it between his lips before igniting it. The university was merely a smoke screen he had thrown up, not for any particular reason, but to compensate for having, in a moment of weakness, relinquished the correct key. Beware of those around you. The person she sought would inevitably appear in her vicinity. Tonight, the adjacent stadium was hosting a concert. After the performance, the bar was packed to the brim. Wen Ning, clutching an enormous bouquet, finally managed to squeeze her way through the crowded aisle. Accustomed to the exclusive atmosphere of members-only clubs, she had never anticipated that a bar could accommodate such a throng of people so recklessly. The air was thick with a mlang of fragrances, the various scents of different individuals intertwining in the confined space, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. There were no vacant seats at the bar or in the booths, and the dance floor was equally congested. This was a predicament for Wen Ning, yet for Chen Yuejiao, who was set to perform shortly, the lively crowd was far preferable to a sparse audience of just 2 or 3. Seeking refuge, Wen Ning retreated to a corner. Perhaps it was proximity to the emergency exit that made her feel somewhat better, as a cool breeze wafting through the door's crack provided some relief. And she paused beside it. Evidently, others had the same thought. Several young people jostled their way toward her, having come from the stadium, their pockets stuffed with fluorescent green light sticks. The one at the front exclaimed, had I known it was a mixed platter, I would have skipped it. I could have used this time to study more. Otherwise, failing a course next term would be disastrous. What can you expect from the student council? The tickets were free. Exactly. My friend envies us CATA students for having complimentary tickets. She had to purchase hers. Upon hearing CATA, Wei Ning cautiously peeked out from behind her bouquet. Are you also from CATA? The clever use of also prompted 3 young faces to turn toward her. An alum? Though it felt somewhat shameless. Wei Ning had dressed casually for her outing. A cropped sweater paired with wide-leg jeans can easily emulate the look of a university student. Without hesitation, she inquired, "What major are you studying?" "We're in medicine," replied one of them. "I study law," chimed in another. With a gentle smile, Wei Ning decided to choose a less common option. "I am in business studies." Surely, no university would lack a business program, she mused, observing the others nodding in agreement. "Oh, how coincidental!" they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, university students are among the most delightful beings in the world. Before the band commenced, Wei Ning spent 10 minutes forging a connection with her newfound companions. As the rhythmic beats burst forth from the speakers, she found herself inseparably bonded with the 3 university students. Once a table became available, the quartet gathered at a corner booth. Wei Ning ordered drinks for her new friends, while they busily scoured their networks to find distant relatives sharing her surname. Their efforts bore fruit, as they surprisingly identified 2 potential matches. It is noteworthy that the surname one is rather uncommon, and she promptly saved their contact information. Just as she tucked her phone away, the stage lights dimmed abruptly, and with a resounding crash of the drums, the dance floor erupted with excitement. Although the band on stage was relatively unknown, the vibrant atmosphere of the evening ignited cheers and screams from the crowd. Wei Ning spotted Chun Yuejio stepping into the spotlight with a bass guitar in hand. "That's my friend," she remarked with a smile. The 3 university students responded with awe. "Amazing. Shall I send flowers later and get each of you an autograph?" Wei Ning offered. "Yes, please," they exclaimed in unison. To be frank, Chun Yuejiao's small band displayed an unexpectedly fierce stage presence, rivaling her own flamboyant, multicolored hair. The lighting danced around her, blending with the frenetic drumming, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of stumbling into the lair of a mythical creature. In the crescendo of the music, a shower of golden glitter cascaded down, rivaling the spectacle of a concert. Humbly, she dismissed the notion of their band being merely insignificant. They were, in fact, a force of affluent youth infiltrating the rock scene. After their performance, Wei Ning appeared on stage, cradling an enormous bouquet of flowers. The crowd had been too dense moments earlier for Chun Yuejiao to spot her, but upon seeing the oversized bouquet, her gaze immediately locked onto Wei Ning. "Sister, how did I do?" Shouting over the deafening background music, Wei Ning cupped her hands to her ears. "You were fantastic. Please sign for my friends later." "Wait, sign? Is that for real? Where are your friends?" Chun Yuejiao asked, her excitement palpable. "Over there," Wei Ning pointed, and the 3 eager students waved vigorously, causing a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Meanwhile, at another table, someone nudged their companion. "Did you see who's on stage? What are you looking at?" She snapped, her mood soured by the tedious music. "If you ever drag me out again for such nonsense, I will hold you accountable." Though she feigned disinterest, her eyes betrayed her as they instinctively sought out familiar faces. She recognized Chun Yuejiao, knowing their interactions were sparse, limited to a few gatherings each year. Their circles rarely overlapped, and they were merely acquaintances. Yet, one's gaze often gravitates towards those they know, and upon catching sight of Chun Yuejiao, her eyes narrowed in curiosity. "Has her sister come too?" The person who had previously addressed her nodded, saying, "That is precisely why I asked you to observe." On stage, Wei Ning had finished presenting the flowers and was preparing to descend. Guided by an instinctual awareness, she lifted her gaze and scanned the dance floor, where revelers were engaged in a chaotic display, devoid of anything unusual. She then surveyed her surroundings. The private booths were obscured by large decorative glass partitions, revealing only vague silhouettes of individuals. Having grown up with Yi and frequently pursued by paparazzi, Wei Ning had developed an innate sensitivity to cameras and prying eyes. Just a moment ago, she had felt the distinct sensation of being watched. As she pondered this, a pair of hands unexpectedly rested on her shoulders from behind. Startled, Wei Ning quickly turned to see Chun Yuejiao's puzzled expression. Sister, what's wrong? Nothing, Wen Ning replied, shaking her head. The multitude of gazes on stage must have simply made her overly sensitive. Chapter 34. Boyfriend and girlfriend. The band was scheduled to perform until 10:30. The new friends from the university departed at 10, leaving Wen Ning to sit alone for a while, during which she declined 4 invitations to share a drink and 3 requests for contact details. As the event drew to a close, she stepped outside for some fresh air. The weather forecast had predicted rain for the island that night. Upon stepping out, she found that the rain had already begun to fall softly. The atmosphere here was languid, and even the rain failed to evoke a sense of desolation. Instead, it felt oppressively heavy. Such weather combined with alcohol inevitably led to a sense of dizziness. Not venturing too far, she purchased some mint candies from a convenience store. Tonight had been fruitful for her. As she walked back, her mind started to ponder how she might discreetly obtain the family information of the 2 classmates from the university listed in her contacts. The mint candy cracked under her teeth, and, buoyed by the refreshing chill it provided, her fingers glided down the contact list to the letter W. Just beneath it was X. Her gaze inevitably fell upon the 3 characters of Ciejiu. Her moving finger paused slightly as she cautiously slid it upward a notch, aware that such behavior was rather childish. She continued to slide upward until the name Ciejiu disappeared from the bottom of the screen. Annoyed, she let out a soft sigh. However, in the next moment, her phone vibrated suddenly, and the vexatious name reappeared with the ringing tone. The breath she had just let out caught in her throat. Was this person secretly recording her? After 30 seconds of ringing, she reluctantly answered, "What is it? Why did you take so long to pick up?" Ciejiu's nonchalant tone traveled through the electromagnetic waves. "Have you had enough of cursing me out in your mind? If not, should I hang up and let you call me back?" A light chuckle came from the other end. "Sure." As he spoke, his voice seemed to recede, as if he truly intended to hang up. When Ning called out, "Hey, get to the point." After that, Ciejiu's voice drew closer again. He inquired, "What are your plans for the weekend?" This evening, she had made arrangements with her new friends from the university to participate in their team-building activities over the weekend. Regardless of what information she sought, infiltrating their circle would certainly be advantageous, and the timing coincided perfectly. When Ning cautiously asked, "What do you want?" "Come with me to a place." When Ning shook her head in refusal, "I have something to do." Ciejiu, unhurried, pressed, "What is it?" This time, it was her turn to hesitate. She could not directly inform him of her intention to visit the university. Given Ciejiu's cunning nature, he would undoubtedly deduce her plans. "Why should I report my personal matters to you?" "Miss Wen, when you agreed to help me, you were quite adamant, stating that as long as our collaboration continued, you would have plenty of free time to assist me on the island." At this point, Ciejiu's voice took on a deeper tone. "Are you toying with me?" When Ning crushed a mint candy in her mouth. "First, tell me where you want to go and what you need." On the other end, he asserted confidently, "I have a suit ready. Come with me to pick it up." She choked on her indignation. "Do you really need me for such a trivial matter?" "Miss, please check what day the weekend is." Wen Ning distanced the phone and switched to her calendar. A glance at the date, February 14th, rendered her utterly speechless. She paused, leaning against the garden fence of the greenbelt, propping her arm up to bring her phone back to her ear. "Are you certain that Missy will come looking for you on February 14th? "Not certain." "Then why?" "Couples don't spend Valentine's Day apart," Ciejiu said leisurely. "Is that reasonable?" "All right, so you are ordering her around, are you?" "Vending retorte shanti." If you want to act as if this is real, why not say that couples need to cohabitate? There was a brief silence on the other end before he responded. "So you covet me that much?" The flick of a lighter's will echoed softly. Ciejiu toyed with the metallic object in his hand, feeling a twinge of irritation in the midst of her silence. Not saying anything, he inquired. When Ning, however, felt an urge to feign unconsciousness, yet the call timer continued to tick away. She languidly leaned against the fence, extending a finger to play with the raindrops. "What should I say? You truly think I covet you?" "I am quite honest. I find it difficult to utter a lie." Ciejiu tossed the lighter aside, suddenly losing interest. "This Sunday, I will send someone to pick you up. Next time you need something, Mr. Xie, please be so direct as to tell me the time, place, and requirements, and we can skip the pleasantries." The roar of motorcycles thundered past on the road, creating a cacophony. She turned to block one ear. Since I promised you, I certainly. A motorcycle whizzed by, accompanied by the rider's laughter. Wei Ning instinctively stepped away from the road, but suddenly her grip on the phone faltered, a powerful tug yanking her forward several paces. With a sharp crack, her phone fell directly in front of her, and she stumbled forward, breath catching, her knees and wrists stung with acute pain. Wei Ning knelt on the ground, dazed for a moment. What? She gasped softly, the minty chill mingling with the damp rain penetrating her lungs. This moment of clarity sent sharp pangs through her every nerve. She heard the motorcycle's roar fade to a stop several meters away. The front wheel lifted, like a proud steed. The rider lifted the visor of his helmet and let out a loud, mocking whistle towards her. Wei Ning cursed under her breath and reached for her phone. Another motorcycle zipped past her, the sound of tires skimming her fingers as it rolled over her screen. Her phone, once salvageable, was now utterly ruined. Glass shards scattered across the ground. The rider leaned over the bike, a teasing demeanor evident in his voice. Thinking of calling the police? Through the helmet, Wei Ning could not discern his face, only that his voice was youthful. She lifted her head despite the pain. Before her stood a young man, wearing the latest luxury shoes, his motorcycle modified and undoubtedly costly. She could easily surmise from his demeanor that he was accustomed to a life of privilege. Someone must be backing him up. Their arrogance was palpable, blocking her path without a care in the world. Wei Ning didn't need to think twice to deduce whose entourage this was. She had been cautious these past few days, with a Jean by her side, ensuring her safety. Yet, on this rare day when a Jean was absent, she encountered this group. Uncertain whether this could be deemed a misfortune, she remained silent, gently moving her wrist and ankle. Though painful, at least she could still move. It likely wasn't a fracture. As for her knee, it was probably just a superficial injury. Compared to Siege ruthless methods, the tactics employed by these affluent heirs were but minor inconveniences. When Ning consoled herself with Wu Kai's misfortunes, it was nothing serious, merely a scrape. She braced herself against the ground, rising slowly while gritting her teeth. How could she trust Miss He to safeguard them? The individual beneath the helmet fell into silence. Moments later, a peculiar tone emerged from behind the helmet. It would be troublesome if you deduced that. Was it truly difficult to guess? Was she too clever, or were they simply foolish? Frustration welled within Wei Ning as she silently chastised her own impulsiveness. In her preoccupation with assessing the situation, she had overlooked whether the other party wished to conceal their identity. She had potentially worsened the predicament. Stepping back discreetly, the pain from her injury caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead. In truth, I could act as though nothing has transpired. Miss, do you think I'm a fool? The individual retorted, whistling towards another motorcycle. The engine roared for a moment before it came to a halt beside her. Wei Ning found herself encircled from both front and back. Her position was perilous. The lush greenery provided ample shade, coinciding with the relentless downpour. Under the cover of the trees, visibility along the road was significantly diminished compared to usual. Unless a passerby fortuitously appeared, her presence would likely go unnoticed. Moreover, the street was currently deserted. Raindrops cascaded from the treetops, chilling her to the bone. The two individuals before her conversed as if she were invisible. We must offend someone. After all, the CF family is merely a dog of the He family. Who will you choose? I'd rather not be bitten by a dog. It might be better to deal with her. If she doesn't dare to report, Siege 1 find out. You would deal with her? She is quite attractive. It should be thrilling. Don't forget the essentials. Keep a record, and remember to pay afterward. When Ning understood no more than 5 phrases in Cantonese, yet she could discern the undertones of their conversation. Kindness and malice, the hidden motives lurking beneath their words, were betrayed by their tones. She was uncertain of their intentions, but rather than waiting defensively, her principle was to take the initiative. As she contemplated, she cradled her injured knee and slowly crouched down. In that moment, she resembled a wounded fawn, her eyes glistening with rainwater, evoking a sense of vulnerability. This was precisely the impression she sought. Upon rising once more, Wei Ning concealed shards of glass within her palm. Chapter 35. No malice upon receiving a call from Siege. Xiao Zhong was indulging in a midnight snack. He hastily swallowed 2 bites of wonton. Ye. Where's Wei Ning? Miss Wen went to watch her cousin's performance and hasn't returned yet. Noticing something amiss in the other person's tone, Xiao Zhong spat out the last bite. Yugu, is there something wrong? Address. Where at? Send it to my phone. You must find her immediately and call me within 10 minutes, whether you see her or not. Just as Xiao Zhong was about to respond, he realized the call had already been disconnected. If he heard correctly, the last sound before the disconnection was the roar of a powerful engine. Xie was racing towards him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Zhong immediately dropped his chopsticks and dashed outside. 10 minutes was merely sufficient for Xiao Zhong to make a round trip around the bar. But it was ample time for a speeding sports car to cut through the rainy night like a blade unsheathed. As he neared his destination, his agitation grew increasingly palpable. At the final turn, Xie caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure in the greenery. Something rolled out into the open. His keen eyes quickly discerned it to be a woman's handbag. Before his brain could process the information, he executed a sharp maneuver, steering the car to the roadside. The rear tires screeched in protest, emitting wisps of smoke from the intense friction. He exited the vehicle with urgency, not bothering to take a detour, and leaped over the railing with one hand. Water splashed beneath his feet, and the sight before him darkened his gaze. It was indeed Wei Ning. This was the first time he had seen her in such disarray. Her hair drenched by the rain, her pants muddied, presenting herself like a hunted deer. The moment she glanced his way, she adopted an intensely defensive stance, her neck rigid, her eyes filled with an indomitable light. Upon recognizing him, the tension in her shoulders gradually eased, and her arms fell protectively to her sides. Only then did Xie notice the blood pooling in her palms, dripping down her fingertips in a steady trickle. The vivid red starkly contrasted with her pale skin, tightening his heart. He swiftly approached and enveloped her in his embrace. It's all right. The woman in his arms remained unresponsive until Xie gently wrapped his arms around her and softly patted her back. Wei Ning emitted a low sound from her throat, gradually regaining her composure. Xie pressed her head against his chest, soothing her trembling form. As his gaze lifted, he noticed the scene he had previously overlooked. 2 motorcycles lay sprawled on the ground, one rider standing while the other knelt in agony, curled up and groaning. The standing rider appeared relatively better off but clutched his left arm, which was clearly injured. Despite the helmet obscuring his face, Xie instantly recognized the individual. Young Master Li. His tone was enigmatic. Care to explain? Having been unmasked, the standing figure removed his helmet. His pampered demeanor instilled both fear and disdain in Xie. Yet he raised his chin defiantly, responding with his characteristic arrogance. What is there to explain? Xie chuckled softly. His laughter did not reach his eyes, nor did it curve his lips significantly. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the 2 men before him. If young Master Li prefers silence, that is quite acceptable. I have all the time in the world to wait for your elaborate explanation. Xie, disinterested in idle chatter, made a phone call. Soon, Xiao Zhong arrived with several burly bodyguards, who, without a word, dragged the person towards the trunk of the car. Xie, where the hell are you taking me? Li shouted amidst his struggles. Just a visit, Xie replied calmly. The other individual, already collapsed on the ground like a lifeless dog, was effortlessly lifted by the bodyguards and tossed into the car. The vehicle sped away. Xiao Zhong turned back and asked, Brother Yu, is there anything else? Invite Mr. Li's family for a meal, Xie replied, his gaze falling upon Wei Ning's soaked hair, still glistening with water and a clean towel. The rain continued to fall incessantly, causing her body to shiver. Xie turned on the car's air conditioning, setting the heat to maximum, and draped his jacket over Wei Ning's head. He straightened the car door, gesturing for her to enter, then half-squatted beside the door after she settled in. Your hand? Extend it, he instructed. Wei Ning's expression was grim. Her lips pressed tightly together. She appeared tense, seemingly still shaken from the recent ordeal. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly extended her hand towards him. As he grasped her wrist, the motion was reminiscent of the past, yet the gentleness of his grip was almost cautious. Xie held her hand with one. While the other took the water Xiao Zhong had unscrewed. The water cascaded down, and it was only after the second bottle that the bloodstains in her palm were washed away, revealing the true nature of her wounds. There were 7 or 8 jagged cuts, inflicted by a sharp object, with 1 or 2 deeper ones still harboring shards of glass. Her delicate fingers curled naturally, likely from the pain, and trembled slightly. "Shall I tend to your wounds, or would you prefer a hospital?" Yu inquired. To be frank, if these injuries were his, he would consider it a waste of time to treat them, merely wrapping them with whatever was handy. However, with Wei Ning, he felt compelled to treat her differently. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Or perhaps I could summon a doctor. What would be most convenient for you?" None of the 3 options elicited a response. Yu tilted his head, his gaze lingering on her face. Her eyelashes drooped quietly, resembling delicate flowers wilting under the rain, pale yet stubborn. Since earlier, she had spoken little, appearing distracted. Now, even as he sought her opinion, she remained lost in thought. Yu signaled for Xiao Zhong to drive. He then found a clean tie to wrap around Wei Ning's palm, and carefully unfolded the towel, draping it over her hair to dry. Having never performed such a caretaking role before, Yu felt quite awkward. Several times, he noticed he had tugged too hard, and each time he promptly halted, yet Wei Ning remained silent, only slightly furrowing her brow. He had no choice but to slow his movements, proceeding with utmost caution while occasionally stealing glances at her expression. This was precisely why he did not cultivate flowers. Witnessing something beautiful in distress stirred a sense of pity within him. He felt incapable of nurturing it, nor did he dare to try. By the time he absorbed the droplets from her hair, the car had already traveled quite a distance. Without a specific destination, Xiao Zhong was aimlessly circling around, and they had just reached the boundary between the old and new districts. Yu cast a glance out the window. Parking. A 24-hour pharmacy was still in operation on the street, and Xiao Zhong understood immediately. In an unprecedented attempt to alleviate Wei Ning's concerns, Yu explained, "I've grown up navigating through life as challenges. I am more than capable of handling such superficial injuries. If you choose to remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence." Wei Ning lowered her gaze to her hands, curling them slightly. Yu struggled to comprehend this silent drama, suppressing his irritation as he resisted the urge to reach for a cigarette, while simultaneously holding her fingers still. "Do not fidget." His voice was heavy with gravity. As his words lingered, the one who was reluctant to speak finally lifted her eyes. Noticing her movement, Yu awkwardly added, "I am not scolding you." It was uncertain whether his brusque tone had struck a chord or if his subsequent reassurance provided solace. Wei Ning emerged from her reverie, albeit slightly, her tone and expression still steeped in melancholy. "Is that person all right?" Her voice, thick with nasal timbre, sounded profoundly pitiful. Yu, observing her curled fingers, was nearly amused by her concern for others. "You still have the capacity to worry about someone else?" There was a considerable amount of blood. When Ning's eyes fell, her voice laced with a subtle tremor, an imperceptible fear that only the keenest listener would detect. Yet Yu was too close, and the unnaturalness surrounding her was evident. Perhaps, prior to this, the most gruesome scene she had encountered was in a Hong Kong film depicting street brawls. Or perhaps it was the ordeal Wu Kai faced on a cruise ship that day. The distinction between mere observation and lived experience was stark. The sensation of glass slicing through skin and penetrating flesh lingered dully within her sensory memory. If she were to clench her hand, it felt as though she could reclaim that moment. The warmth of blood clinging to her skin was a sensation starkly different from the rainwater gliding over her. The mere thought of it caused her fingers to tremble uncontrollably. Yu grasped her hand firmly. "Rest assured, your feeble strength is hardly sufficient to slay a fish." Chapter 36. "Payne, would you like to hear my story?" Yu inquired. He was a paradoxical individual, constantly overturning Wei Ning's perception of him. To claim that she was utterly indifferent to him would be a blatant falsehood. Upon hearing his words, Wei Ning paused momentarily. What story? I harmed someone for the first time in such a manner. Beneath the dim reading lamp, his face flickered between light and shadow, exuding an air of desolation. That entire night, he found himself unable to sleep, his eyes refusing to close, prompting him to play a rock CD on repeat until the neighbors knocked on his door. scolding him as if there were a corpse in his home. At this, he chuckled. Can you imagine? Back then, I feared silence, darkness, and the absence of conversation. When someone reprimanded me like that, it brought me back to reality. And the person you harmed? When Ning couldn't suppress her curiosity, her heart tightening for him. Did they? One absurd thought. Siezhiu laughed. I merely severed 2 fingers. 2 fingers. How could he speak of it so nonchalantly? It was as if the restless soul he had just described was someone entirely different from him. When Ning pressed further, did you have a grudge against them? Not really. He hesitated. She regarded him with a puzzled expression. What does not really mean? If there were no grudge, why act so violently? Recognizing that her fear was gradually dissipating, Siezhiu opted to avoid delving deeper, offering a vague explanation. She was a gambler. Gambler. When Ning found a strange sense of rationale in those 2 words. In the next moment, she interrupted her own thoughts, a hint of barely perceptible mockery in her gaze. So, in time, you became increasingly desensitized to the value of life. Correct? Interpret it as you wish, Siezhiu replied indifferently. However, upon meeting her gaze, he suddenly shifted. If I were to say it was only that one time, would you believe me? I wouldn't. When Ning retorted, does my belief hold any significance for you? He burst into laughter. Fair point. Xiao Zhong returned with medication, noticing a faint blush had finally returned to Miss Wen's pale face. She sat at the edge of her seat, head bowed, resembling a quail, her hands resting peacefully beside her, no longer trembling. Brother you, Xiao Zhong passed the medicine through the window before turning to find a place to smoke. The cramped confines of the vehicle gradually filled with fragmented sounds. Siezhiu placed a towel beneath her hands, choosing silence. His movements as he tended to her wounds were precise and efficient, as he had claimed, not inferior to a doctor's. Though the injuries appeared severe, the amount of blood loss was not excessive. Siezhiu recognized immediately that when he first arrived, when Ning's hands had been stained with another's blood, the man who had collapsed in agony had been wounded by her, a cut along the side of his neck. Yet, her strike had lacked sufficient force, and she had been fortunate enough to avoid the artery. No, it would be more accurate to say she had been exceedingly fortunate. The neck was a sensitive area. Her intention had not been to inflict harm. To compel someone who did not wish to hurt another into action speaks volumes of the threat posed by the other party. Siezhiu narrowed his eyes, observing as her delicate hands moved subtly. Siezhiu suppressed his thoughts. How did you come up with the idea of using glass against them? There was nothing else at hand. Wen Ning's voice was soft and detached. All right, may I borrow your phone? Yu Jiao should be looking for me. With both his hands occupied, Siezhiu leaned closer to her. Do it yourself. At this moment, no one could entertain any romantic notions. Wen Ning used her remaining hand to rummage through his belongings. The password, she stated. Siezhiu unabashedly replied, 6 zeros. Under normal circumstances, she would undoubtedly mock him for having a password that was virtually non-existent. However, she lacked the energy for such banter now as she unlocked the screen. His phone displayed the call log, the most recent call being from Xiao Zhong, followed by her name. Wen Ning paused, holding the phone, and let out a faint gasp. Does it hurt? Siezhiu looked up. Wen Ning nodded a little. After that, Siezhiu softened his movements once again. The cotton ball pressing against the wound felt as gentle as a feather. He bent lower, his head and neck inclined, the white shirt clinging to his back muscles, ultimately tapering into a narrow strip tucked into his waistband. Wen Ning stared for a couple of seconds, tilting her head back slightly. She quickly navigated to the contacts. Scrolling Tovu Kropka. 1. Boss 1, Little Princess 1. There was no one else. Her finger glided across the screen, and she scanned the recent call log again. There were 3 numbers without names, and she swiftly memorized the last 4 digits. Why are your hands shaking? Siezhiu suddenly looked up. Wen Ning flinched back. It hurts. He narrowed his eyes. Does it hurt so much that you can't even press the phone? Her heart raced, yet her lips remained tightly pressed together. She turned the phone to face him, a string of numbers only half dialed. Why don't you do it? God knows how sweaty her palms were at that moment. Siezhiu merely glanced at it, advising, if one hand isn't working, just leave it there and press slowly. Wen Ning obediently changed her posture. Placing the phone on her thigh, she pressed the numbers one by one, dialing deliberately, putting on a show in front of him. On the other end, Chen Yuejiao. Having searched for her for a while, sounded anxious. Who is it? Can't talk now. I'm busy. Yuejiao, when Ning interjected. Sister? Chun Yuejiao's voice suddenly rose. Where have you been? I've been looking for you since I finished. Just a little something. You go home first after you finish. And you? Whose number is this? It's Xiejiu's. When Ning replied, I'll explain later. Upon hearing Xiejiu's name, Chun Yuejiao instantly deflated. After confirming multiple times that when Ning was indeed fine and would return home shortly, she hung up swiftly. The duration of that phone call was sufficient for Xiejiu to tend to the wound on her palm. It seemed he heard her aversion towards him over the phone. As he cautioned, these two spots are the deepest. Remember not to let them touch water when you go back. When Ning nodded, he then lifted her wrist, pointing at the area where the skin was broken. Did you injure this while falling? Yes. Is there anywhere else? When Ning instinctively recoiled, no. This gesture was rather obvious, and Xiejiu chose not to confront it. Instead, lifting her leg and resting on his own, the mud from his jeans smeared all over his dress pants. When Ning attempted to retreat, only to be pulled back by him. As he lifted the hem of his trousers, the redness on her ankle was revealed. Xiejiu stared at it for a few seconds before lifting his gaze. Miss, you truly possess remarkable endurance. His words, though seemingly innocuous, unleashed a torrent of grievances that had accumulated throughout the night. When Ning forcefully swatted away his hand. Enough, Mr. Xie. I promise to see this through, so there is no need for your feigned concern after the fact. I truly cannot bear it. Her temper flared unexpectedly, causing her to inadvertently knock over the iodine in his hand. The scent of the antiseptic swiftly filled the car, aggressively assaulting their senses. The deep brown liquid spilled onto the leather sofa, trickling down, drop by drop. When Ning bit her lip, I will handle the rest myself. As for your car, I will compensate you. Xiejiu, who prided himself on his temperance, found himself faltering in the face of her stubbornness. He seized a towel and placed it over her leg. It's merely a car. After a brief pause, he added, Tonight's incident was my oversight, and I will provide you with an explanation. That one be necessary. When Ning declined. The existence of such an explanation holds no practical significance for me. If you truly feel remorse, you know what I desire. With that, she withdrew her leg from his grasp, opened the door, and exited the vehicle in one fluid motion. It was only after she settled that the pain made its presence felt. A fine rain began to fall. Not far away, Xiao Zhong, who was smoking under the eaves, glanced over. Miss One, are you all right? When Ning waved down a nearby taxi, Please take your boss home. I will return on my own. As she spoke, a man's hand swiftly reached for the car door before her. The warmth of Xiejiu's palm briefly touched her hand before he quickly withdrew it. He draped his suit jacket over her head. How will you manage without a phone or money? Xiao Zhong will take you. Chapter 37. Never apart. After bidding farewell to Wei Ning, Xiejiu finally boarded taxi. When he instructed the driver to take him to the casino, the driver merely shrugged, accustomed to such requests at this hour. Planning to play all night? He inquired. Xiejiu lazily closed his eyes. Indeed, just to pass the time. Doesn't your girlfriend mind? The driver lamented. Mine certainly does. The last time I played a couple of rounds of baccarat, I was scolded for 5 days straight and threatened with divorce. Xiejiu glanced at the fading taillights in the rearview mirror and smiled, choosing not to respond further. The taxi did not stop at the main entrance, but instead followed Xiejiu's instructions to a small side entrance of the parking lot. He paid the fare, exited the vehicle, and ascended the stairs through the small door. Upon hearing of tonight's incident, Zhong had already cut his leave short and was now waiting for him at the elevator. Brother Yu, one is the youngest son of the Li family. The other is his attendant, surnamed Wang. They often associate with Miss He. Understood, Xiejiu replied, tilting his head. Soon after, someone shielded him from the wind and offered him a cigarette. He placed it between his lips, speaking with a languid air as the cigarette tip danced with his words. Have you greeted the young masters? Zhong nodded. They will be here shortly. There's no rush. Xiejiu waved his hand dismissively. He exhaled a puff of smoke as he stepped into the office, stretching his long legs casually across the desk. Zhong, you will still go along with her tomorrow. Understood, brother Yu. As the cigarette burned down to his fingers, Xiejiu added, never apart. In the past, when Xiejiu had yet to ascend to his current position, Another trusted aide was managing the establishment for the He family. There's a saying that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. This individual regarded Xie as a thorn in his side and frequently attempted to sabotage him in secret. Zhong recalled that during their fiercest confrontations, Xie's safety was often at stake. Yet, even then, he had never requested to be shadowed. When Zhong suggested keeping watch at his doorstep, Xie had declined, saying it's not life-threatening, no need. Zhong had always felt that Xie possessed a certain indifference towards life and death, as if life were merely a quest to conquer challenges, and being knocked out by a monster was inconsequential. Just continue on with the next life. This indifference momentarily vanished, revealing a more human side, reminiscent of the time he had rescued Zhong and brought him into his fold. Zhong was obedient. When Xie commanded never apart, he adhered to it without question. However, before proceeding, Zhong uneasily inquired, "Brother Yu, with the two young masters here tonight, won't the Li family come knocking?" Xie was shrouded in blue smoke as he inhaled the last puff, extinguishing the cigarette. "I intended to invite them for dinner all along. What is there to fear? And what about Miss He? Might she wish to report them to Mr. He?" Xie replied coolly, "I would actually be more concerned if she did not." In the midst of their exchange, footsteps echoed down the corridor, creating a cacophony of noise. The door swung open to reveal two individuals with bruised faces. The first, the young master of the Li family, appeared defiant as he opened his mouth to speak. "Xia." A gust of wind whistled past his ear. Young Master Li turned around and saw a glimmering dart piercing the door panel, mere centimeters from his eye. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound. Xie reclined in the boss's chair, his legs crossed casually, tossing and catching another dart in his hand. "Isn't young Master Li going to applaud my accuracy? Damn you, Xie thud." The door panel vibrated twice. Young Master Li looked down to see the second dart lodge between his legs, this time missing the mark, embedding itself in his jeans. A slight miscalculation, even by a millimeter, could have spelled disaster for him. "Still cursing?" Xie asked languidly. The two were forcibly seated on the sofa by bodyguards, each pinning them down. Xie finally uncrossed his legs and stood up, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the sofa. "What happened to your faces? Those two pig heads are truly unsightly." Young Master Li remained silent, spitting on the floor. One of the bodyguards explained, "The young master's car was in poor condition, and out of goodwill, we tried to take it for a spin. He insisted on following the car for 2 laps. And then?" Xie inquired with concern. The bodyguard replied, sternly, "He fell. Quite severely." As Xie straightened his trousers and sat down by the coffee table, he noted the rush from earlier left no time for conversation. "Now, which of you young masters has come to terms with tonight and wishes to explain?" Young Master Li, emboldened by his backing, held his head high. Another wealthy heir, surnamed Wang, could no longer withstand the pressure and cried out, "I was just out with Missy today. It was she who wanted to show her true colors. I only wished to curry favor with the He family. I had no ulterior motives, truly." "Oh, to curry favor," Xie nodded. "So, offending me was your intention, then?" No, Mr. Xie. I never meant to offend you." "Then what does it mean to touch my woman?" Xie narrowed his eyes, questioning his motives. The young man sobbed, his face streaked with tears, his voice trembling. "I was coerced." "Then tell me what transpired tonight." Xie patted his face lightly. "If you leave out even a single detail, I wouldn't hesitate to personally escort you for a drive." These affluent young men, emboldened by their wealth and connections, often acted with impunity on Ao Island, yet they were not ignorant of Xie's methods. Earlier, they had driven him around, yanking him along with a dog leash, starting off with a rather humiliating dog-eat-dog scenario. He had been thrown around mercilessly and dared not let Xie take matters into his own hands. Perhaps no. Xie would certainly be even more unhinged. He hastily wiped his nose and recounted everything he had witnessed with Wei Ning at the bar that night. Once Xie finished listening, he chuckled enigmatically. "Is that all? Nothing more?" "Nothing more, I swear." "Something doesn't add up," Xie remarked. "She recognized your identities and then attacked you with glass. I can't shake the feeling that a crucial part of the story is missing." "Azong," Xie called as he rose to stretch his limbs. "Bring my car over." The mere mention of Xie preparing to drive sent the young man into a frenzy of fear. He initially harbored a sense of audacious hope, deliberately omitting a significant segment. That segment was of great consequence. He could not possibly muster the courage to confess to Xie that they had conspired to seduce his woman. However, Xie uncovered the truth. If one refrains from speaking, I grant you this opportunity. Xie gradually lost his patience. Whoever divulged the information could leave at once. I shall speak. The individual hastily glanced at young Master Li. It was he who instructed me to deal with Miss One, ensuring that she would not dare to lodge a complaint. He also mentioned retaining evidence, promising payment later, so that when the truth surfaced, he could shift the blame onto her, claiming it was consensual, a fair exchange of goods for currency. Xie gaze darkened. Have you finished? Yes. I truly have nothing more to say. Xie coldly straightened his posture. Then you are indeed not wronged. The other party had yet to comprehend the implication when suddenly a sharp pain struck his groin, causing him to instinctively bend over. Ah. The sound of heavy leather soles crushing down echoed as Xie inquired. Do you still wish to proceed? Ah. The cries reverberated through the ears of all present. Some even covered their own groins, instinctively stepping aside. After delivering his blow, Xie patted the man's face. I keep my word. Now, you may leave. Chapter 38. The woman of Xie. Certain pieces of news spread through circles with remarkable swiftness, as if they possessed wings. The tale of the Wang family's sole heir hastily admitted to the hospital for an emergency surgery has circulated in numerous versions, each differing in detail but consistently implicating Xie in the scandal. The Li family initially approached the news with a sense of morbid curiosity, only to be gripped with dread upon realizing their youngest son had not returned home for the night. It was known that he had left the day before, claiming he was with the Wang heir. Madame Li, burdened by the shortcomings of her eldest son, had placed all her hopes on this younger one. Perhaps due to excessive pampering, the boy had grown increasingly capricious over the years. From childhood to adulthood, the family had either cleaned up after him or mitigated his misdeeds. Had it not been for their considerable wealth, such matters would have long spiraled out of control. Just as she contemplated sending someone to search for him, an invitation from Xie arrived at their home. He mentioned enjoying a delightful conversation with young Master Li and had neglected to inform them of his presence. He proposed they share a meal that evening, during which he would return their son. Upon hearing this, Madame Li nearly fainted. Her eldest son had been ruined by gambling, leaving the family to tread carefully around him, fearing he might once again squander their riches at the gaming tables. As for the younger son, although he maintained a cordial relationship with the He family, the Li family remained vigilant, mindful of past misfortunes. The Li and He families had business dealings, yet their personal affairs were starkly delineated. The thought of her youngest son being with Xie sent Madame Li reeling, supported by a servant. Her first words were, "Has he gone to gamble?" The messenger's tone suggested otherwise, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She swallowed 2 pills for her hypertension. Quick, summon my husband back. Upon arriving at the dinner venue, the Li family was still engulfed in uncertainty. They had attempted to reach Mr. He 3 times that day. The first call was made with a sense of entitlement, but Mr. He did not answer. The servant informed them he was resting. The second call met with the same distant response. As Mr. Li pondered the situation, he began to grasp the underlying tensions. Recently, their families had experienced some discord over a piece of land in Southeast Asia. The Li family had secured the land early on, but had previously agreed to develop it jointly with the He family, resulting in the latter's early investment. Now that the land had been officially granted, the He family discovered that the Li family had entered into a separate agreement with local magnates. Dividing the same prize among 2 or 3 parties may seem trivial, yet depended largely on the willingness of those involved. It was evident that the He family was now discontented. By the third call, Mr. Li's tone had shifted toward a more conciliatory approach. Alas, he was still met with the polite yet distant voice of the servant. I apologize, Mr. Li. Mr. He is currently in a meeting. I will convey your message later. This clearly indicated a reluctance to intervene on his behalf, perhaps even tacitly endorsing Xie actions. They were all too aware of Xie methods. As thoughts of their missing son darkened his mood, Mr. Li stepped into the private room. This evening, it was Xie Zhiyu who was hosting. Upon entering, he found Xie Zhiyu already present, not seated at the head of the table, but rather lounging on a nearby sofa, casually enjoying a cigar. One cannot deny that this individual possesses an extraordinary appearance and physique, exuding an air of languid indifference that paradoxically manifests as remarkable charm. He does not embody the aristocratic refinement of a young master, but rather radiates a certain rogue energy reminiscent of the streets, akin to a wolf that remains untamed, compelling one to exercise utmost caution in his presence. As he entered, Xie Zhiyu slowly lowered his legs. "It has been quite some time since we gathered, Mr. Li," he remarked. His smile was more disconcerting than a blank expression, causing Mr. Li's eyelids to flutter. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li rushed forward, disregarding all decorum. "Where is Li Duo?" "Why the haste, Mrs. Li?" Xie Zhiyu replied, his tone a blend of jest and sarcasm. "Am I to consume Master Li?" He then turned, instructing, "Go fetch Master Li." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li hurriedly glanced towards the entrance. Xie Zhiyu discreetly obstructed her view. "Do not rush. We must savor this meal." To complement the leisurely pace, the evening's menu intriguingly featured French cuisine. The lengthy courses, from appetizers to desserts, incited a sense of urgency among the diners. Throughout the meal, Mrs. Li cast anxious glances toward the door, her impatience palpable. Mr. Li remained composed, gently patting her hand. "Do not fret." Throughout the dinner, only Xie Zhiyu indulged with genuine focus. He wielded his cutlery with nonchalance, selecting whichever piece he desired without a hint of awkwardness. Several pairs of ears fell silent, awaiting his utterance. Finally, upon finishing the last dessert, he clattered his utensils down, drawing immediate attention from Mr. and Mrs. Li. The man then picked up his napkin to dab at his lips, his expression one of distaste, too sweet. Mr. Li exchanged a glance with the waiter, who promptly dashed off to settle the bill. Observing this, Xie Zhiyu raised a glass of champagne to his lips. "I shall treat. How could I allow Mr. Li to incur the expense?" Indeed, Mr. Li inhaled deeply. "Now that the meal is concluded, when shall we summon Li Duo?" At this, Xie Zhiyu turned, frowning as he inquired of his subordinates. "What is taking so long? Why has Master Li not been brought here?" "It's not our fault, brother Yu. Master Li refuses to allow us entry. Think of a solution," Xie Zhiyu urged, tapping his head in frustration, before turning to Mr. and Mrs. Li with an apologetic tone. "I beg your pardon for this oversight. My staff lacks discernment." The waiter approached with the bill, whispering a few words to Mr. Li, whose expression shifted slightly. "Perhaps we should go fetch him ourselves. Is that appropriate?" Xie Zhiyu feigned reluctance, but stood up without hesitation. As he rose, the Li couple immediately followed suit. Hearing the commotion, Xie Zhiyu casually glanced back. "I am merely stepping to the restroom. Are you both coming along?" Once inside the private room, the two were led by the nose. Mrs. Li, oblivious to the intricate business entanglements, expressed her displeasure as soon as Xie Zhiyu departed. "Why can't we simply let Mr. He teach him a lesson? What is the meaning of this display in our presence?" "Silence," Mr. Li interjected sternly. "What have I said that is wrong? Is he not merely a pawn of the He family?" I said silence. The air hung heavy for a moment as Mrs. Li, feeling aggrieved, pouted. "Were it not for Li Duo being here, I would not endure this humiliation. How dare you mention him? You have spoiled him to the point of recklessness." Mr. Li lowered his voice, stating that he had just sent someone to inquire about recent events. "Do you know what he did last night? What could he possibly do?" Mrs. Li scoffed. "He nearly entangled himself with Xie Zhiyu's woman alongside that young man from the Wang family." He. "Do you not grasp the significance of this dinner?" Mr. Li reprimanded, insisting that either we must present terms that satisfy him, or we must concede to the He family. One side must be willing to relinquish this matter for it to be resolved. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li's face turned pale. "You cannot disregard Li Duo." "If I were to disregard him, I would not be here." Mr. Li, agitated, paced back and forth before turning to her. "Listen closely. You are to visit the Chun family. No matter what, invite Miss One or any member of their family over, as long as they are willing to relent. It presents a viable solution." Chapter 39. My child Wei Ning felt listless throughout the day. She spent most of it cooped up in her room, only venturing to the elevator to retrieve her newly purchased phone. After inserting the SIM card and transferring her data, her first task was to search for the contact information of those two classmates. 1. The numbers 0659 and 2187 bore no relation to the records of her conversations with Xie. The trail had come to an abrupt halt. Either these two classmates were not the individuals she sought, or Xie had never used that phone to communicate with them. For her, the situation had made no progress. Remaining stagnant, weary, she shut her eyes. In a daze, she heard a knock at the door. Wei Ning sluggishly rose and gathered her spirits. "Who is it?" When Cindy's voice called from outside. "Wei Ning, someone is looking for you." Having only her aunt's family as acquaintances on Aodao, Wei Ning could not fathom who might be visiting her. Could it be Xie? The thought flickered briefly before she dismissed it. If it were Xie, he would simply call her, wouldn't he? She checked her phone, finding no missed calls or new messages. After changing into a fresh outfit, she entered the living room, where someone was already conversing with Wincini on the sofa, their voice sounding unfamiliar. Wei Ning approached and, though puzzled, Wincini replied, "Mrs. Li is free today and has come to speak with you." "Mrs. Li?" Wei Ning regarded the elegantly dressed guest on the sofa, questioning whether they could engage in any meaningful conversation. Mrs. Li warmly approached and took her hand. "Miss Wen, I felt an instant connection with you the last time we met. Would you mind chatting with me privately?" Her excessive friendliness raised Wei Ning's suspicions. Maintaining her composure, she gently withdrew her hand. "I am not well versed in the customs of Aodao. Perhaps it would be best if my aunt were present." Concerned for Wei Ning's welfare, Wincini promptly sat down. "Perfect. Let's enjoy some of the tea I just bought." The two of them took their time, but Mrs. Li could not afford to wait. In the past, she had always overshadowed Wincini in their social circle, and now, having to lower herself to seek assistance was quite uncomfortable. Estimating that Wincini would surely defend her, she assumed an air of authority. "Madam Chun, do you know how formidable this Miss Wen is on Aodao?" Wincini raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you referring to Wei Ning?" "Indeed, it appears there was some unpleasantness between her and my son, Li Duo, yesterday. You know how it is with children. They can be quite temperamental. However, Wei Ning has been persistent, and now that gentleman, Xie, refuses to let her go." This revelation carried significant weight. The living room fell silent. Wei Ning contemplated that the helmeted boy from yesterday, referred to as Li Gongzi by Xie, was indeed from Mrs. Li's family. Meanwhile, Wincini's mind raced with two other thoughts. Wei Ning Li Duo, Wei Ning Tie Tiu. So, Wei Ning's injuries from yesterday were not merely due to a slip in the rain. As she pondered in confusion, she discreetly sipped her tea. What did Mrs. Li's visit signify? We are all family friends. I believe it is best to keep things simple. Lady Li imperiously suggested that Miss Wen should speak to Mr. Xie to resolve the misunderstanding promptly. Had she known the matter at hand, she would have sent her aunt away. Wei Ning, overhearing this, felt overwhelmed. She had no desire for her family to discover her connection with Xie. The complications were manifold, and explaining would require recounting from the very beginning of creation. With a furrowed brow, she closed her eyes in frustration. The social dynamics among the affluent women of Australia were such that when Lady Li spoke, her aunt would likely align with her perspective. Even if Wei Ning believed Li Duo deserved the trouble inflicted by Xie, she was compelled by reality to navigate the situation delicately. Compromise was a familiar concept to her, having encountered it frequently in the capital. Now, situated in Australia, she felt it prudent not to create further complications for her aunt. With a sigh, Wei Ning pondered, if this is the matter at hand, would it truly be so simple? Suddenly, she opened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Wincini. With a forceful thud, Wincini set her teacup on the table. "My child returned home yesterday with bruises. Do you think this is merely a case of childish play? You cannot brush it off so lightly. Do you expect my child to personally plead with that Mr. Xie? Does our family appear so easily bullied?" Wait a moment. Wei Ning thought, why hadn't her aunt first inquired about the situation between her and Li Duo, or about her involvement with Xie? Yet, Wincini disregarded her entirely and unleashed a barrage of words toward Lady Li. Perhaps it was the first time she had displayed such formidable assertiveness, leaving Lady Li unable to interject. With every mention of my child and insistence that it was their family that should apologize, Lady Li's arrogance was subdued. Although she felt aggrieved, the thought of her son detained by Siege forced her to swallow her discontent. Madam Chun, I understand your feelings. Might you also consider mine? If you wish to downplay this matter and speak with Mr. Xie, I will certainly ensure Li Duo goes to apologize. When Cindy subtly rolled her eyes, muttering that it was the victim who ought to speak, she patted Wen Ning's hand and stepped aside, observing the moment when Ning followed. As the door slid closed, the tea room transformed into an intimate space. When Cindy crossed her arms and questioned, "Why did you not mention being bullied yesterday? Did you not inquire about your connection with Xie?" When Ning hesitated, biting her lip, "And I also injured him. He deserved it. Rest assured, I will support you in this matter. We will cover his medical expenses." As she spoke, when Cindy gently touched Wen Ning's arm and then her waist, "Is everything else all right? All is well. Are you certain?" When Cindy pressed, her concern evident, Wen Ning nodded earnestly, allowing a genuine smile to break through. "I assure you, all is well." When Cindy exhaled in relief, then narrowed her eyes, "And what, pray tell, is the story regarding that Mr. Xie?" The inevitable inquiry had arrived. Yet Wen Ning was still unsure of how to weave her tale. Fabricating on the spot often led to unforeseen repercussions, and there were always signs that could betray her. She nervously twisted her fingers, her gaze lost in the gentle light of the tea room, feeling a rare sense of confusion. Should she maintain her facade before her aunt? Given her aunt's kindness, should she divulge the truth? In a moment of hesitation, when Cindy approached and patted Wen Ning's hand, "I really shouldn't concern myself with your affairs, but from my aunt's perspective, Song Qingbai is the more suitable choice." Wen Ning looked up, aware that Wen Cindy had completely misunderstood the situation. The fabricated timeline had extended for so long that it had transformed into an unspoken secret of youthful sentiment. Wen Ning parted her lips, ultimately echoing her words with a simple, understood, "Aunt." Reflecting upon Mrs. Li outside, Wen Ning lowered her voice. "Will I cause you any trouble?" Did she truly believe her aunt would indulge her whims? When Cindy relaxed her shoulders, as if exhausted, declaring, "I shall not attend to this today." Chapter 40, What about me? If the hard approach fails, then I shall resort to a softer one. This was the thought that lingered in Li Tai's mind before her arrival. However, she was taken aback when the two individuals emerged from the tea room and promptly issued her an eviction notice. Li Tai found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Chen Tai, is this not rather rude? Our families ought to maintain cordial relations. I have extended you ample courtesy. If you are unwilling to assist me with this trivial matter, what shall become of our families in the future? Courtesy? Before I married into your esteemed family from the island, it was others who regarded my standing in the capital." When Cindy, casting aside all pretenses, immediately exerted her authority. "Let me be clear, regardless of your entreaties tonight, or even until dawn, my family will not intercede with Mr. Xie on your behalf." "You," Li Tai, feeling affronted, retorted. "Suit yourself." When Cindy turned away, engaging in light conversation with her servant. "Mary, do you remember that exquisite diamond bracelet I promised to gift you?" The servant gasped in delight. Meanwhile, Li Tai's expression darkened to an almost inky hue, caught off guard by the echo of her earlier words reverberating in this moment. "Just wait." With an indignant flourish, Li Tai stormed out. "Aunt, are you truly all right?" Wen Ning inquired anxiously, eyeing the closed door. When Cindy pinched the bridge of her nose. "In truth, she holds little sway at home. Offending her carries negligible consequence. Previously, it was merely to preserve the dignity of both families. It's nothing to be concerned about. If it were truly of no concern, her finely arched brows would not be furrowed so tightly." When Ning mused, recognizing that her aunt had indeed attracted trouble. Retreating to her room, she sat in silence for a while, before finally retrieving her phone. "Are you busy?" "Deleted." "Xie, is Li Duo still with you?" "Deleted." "Are you available to talk?" Her finger lingered over the send button for a moment, but ultimately, she chose to send the message. After dispatching that message, Wen Ning settled by the window, her phone firmly in hand. The view from the upper floor was splendid, the city's incessant flow sprawling before her. At the far end of the dazzling boulevard lay the casino under Xie's command. She wondered if he was there tonight, languidly perched on the windowsill, waiting in vain. In the private room, Mr. Li was already growing impatient. The negotiations were at an impasse, He was unwilling to part with the land in Southeast Asia, nor could he relinquish his son, despite his flaws, who bore the Li family lineage. The prolonged silence from Li Tai suggested a bleak outcome. Even the finest cigar had lost its flavor in his mouth. Casting a glance across the table at Xie, he adopted a countenance of extreme discomfort. Mr. Xie, you are in this line of work. Surely you comprehend. Without local gangs to provide protection, it is exceedingly difficult to sustain our business. They desire their share, and we cannot deny them. Xie remained unyielding. The reasoning is clear, yet I reiterate my stance. We must receive the agreed-upon dividends. If I were to allocate the dividends originally promised to Mr. He for my own share, would you then allow Li Duo to leave? That is not the case. Mr. Li was on the verge of leaping to his feet to accuse him. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "What more do you require?" "I must inquire my household's unfortunate soul. If she is unwilling." Xie elongated his tone, feigning an expression of helplessness. "Do not be deceived by my demeanor. I am indeed wary of my wife." Mr. Li inhaled deeply. "Very well, you may ask." Finally, he felt compelled to add, "Please extend my apologies to that young lady." Xie slowly retrieved his mobile phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed a new message. "Are you available to talk?" He tapped the empty space twice, curiosity piqued. Could it be that she sought him out to intercede on behalf of Li Duo? He refrained from responding, instead walking to a secluded corner. The window here faced the most resplendent boulevard of Aodao, its path extending towards the half-mountain residence. The towering building, adorned with high-altitude warning lights, stood serenely amidst the vibrant nocturnal landscape, as though it were gazing at him. Xie dialed the number. Beep, 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 after several tones. Wei Ning's voice resonated through the receiver. Xie. "Yes. Is Li Duo still with you?" Her tone conveyed hesitation, her thoughts obscured. Xie's gaze shifted from the half-mountain building to Mr. Li nearby, a cryptic expression crossing his face. "Have you been threatened?" Wei Ning, caught off guard, bit her lip nervously. "Not exactly. Is your leg feeling any better?" His abrupt change of topic nearly left her bewildered. After a moment, she nodded. "I applied ice at home. The swelling has subsided." "And your hand?" "The abrasions require time to heal." Wei Ning replied, "Thanks to you. It hasn't become inflamed." The memory of her trembling figure from last night, cold and frightened beneath the light, lingered in her mind. Now, as she spoke softly yet awkwardly to him, she wondered why it was so difficult to simply say it's nothing. Must she always append it with "thanks to you," thereby shattering the entire atmosphere? Xie spoke solemnly. "So, this call is solely to inquire about Li Duo?" He slowed his tone, casting a glance aside. "Your goodwill may go unappreciated by others. I merely wish to spare my aunt any difficulty," Wei Ning asserted. "I am aware of the matter's gravity." Xie nodded, contemplating whether he might call her later with further inquiries. Wait. Wei Ning interjected urgently. "They won't trouble my aunt, will they?" "No." Receiving this assurance, Wei Ning exhaled in relief. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the voice on the other end unexpectedly asked, "What about me?" "What?" Wei Ning was momentarily taken aback. The fleeting question seemed like a figment of her imagination. After a pause, she awaited further elaboration. She suspected she had overlooked something significant and straightened her posture. "What did you just say?" Her gaze traversed the glass window, lingering on the city's extravagant allure. Xie appeared to sense an intangible gaze upon him, his eyelids wearily lifting. After a moment, they drooped again. "I said I would call you once I finish." Without granting her any time to react, Xie ended the call. Returning to the sofa, he maintained his impeccably composed facade. "Mr. Li, you are indeed fortunate." Mr. Li, during that phone call, maintained a composed demeanor, fearing a change of heart. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the kind young lady. "Let's proceed with signing the contract," he stated. Xie replied in a calm voice, confirming that the land in Southeast Asia had been secured as promised. He sent a copy of the contract to Coconut Grove, and his phone swiftly received a response from there. Well done." Xie possessed an acute understanding of how to maximize benefits. From a moment, Li Duo fell into his hands. He had meticulously devised plans to utilize him for various purposes. With the essential matters concluded, it was now time to settle personal scores. He wondered if young Master Li had managed to endure. Xie rolled up the contract and lightly tapped it in his palm. Let us go and meet young Master Li. Chapter 41. The Deviant. A full day and night had elapsed since Li Duo was confined in this room. For 24 continuous hours, meals and water were delivered to him, and even his desire for a cigarette was duly attended to at the door. His treatment bore little resemblance to that of a prisoner. Li Duo struggled to steady his trembling hands, but moments later, his body shuddered anew. Damn it, it hurts. That perverse Xie. In the circles Li Duo frequented, it was not uncommon for some audacious individuals to seek private doctors for personal modifications. For instance, there was Wang's son, who fancied himself as Long Shizhu. Li Duo had witnessed such occurrences before. He never anticipated that he would one day endure a similar fate. Xie, that wretched fiend, had subjected him to something excruciating. Whenever he felt a sensation, it was torturous, akin to needles buried beneath his skin stabbing at his most delicate spots, rendering his pain so intense it could be likened to 1,000 arrows piercing him. He propped himself up, a seemingly simple action that left him breathless. The stinging pain beneath him made him break out in cold sweat, pushing him to the brink of fury. Cursing under his breath, Li Duo struck the mattress with all his might. The soft mattress absorbed his anger silently, rendering his blow soundless, yet it only intensified his rage. The massive 75-inch television continued its relentless display, two bodies entwined, their gasps sending shivers down his spine. Damn it! The sensations returned. It hurt terribly. He felt utterly depleted. Two thoughts oscillated within his mind and body, akin to being suspended on a roller coaster, rising and falling in a maddening rhythm. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Li Duo writhed in agony. Just as he managed to dull the sensations momentarily, the television's performance escalated, and the feeling surged back yet again. Sharp needles pierced his most vulnerable spots. Li Duo's skin, His piercing cries echoed down the corridor. Mr. Li quickened his pace. What are you doing to Li Duo? Xie heard the commotion as well. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting that after more than 10 hours, the young Master Li would still be unable to control himself. Could it be that he was deriving pleasure from this? With that thought, a complex expression crossed Xie's face as he tugged at his lips. Beside him, Mr. Li had long lost his composure, rushing the final few steps to the door, pounding on it with urgency. Li Duo? There was a moment of silence within. Dad? Li Duo cried out in despair. Damn Xie, you must help me kill him this time. I want him dead. Xie crossed his arms. TSK. Not very appropriate in my presence, is it? Mr. Li, infuriated, kicked the door with force. You waste a space, be quiet. A bodyguard hurried over to consult Xie. With a slight motion of his chin, Xie indicated the door. With a click, it swung open, and Li Duo tumbled out. He clutched at the phantom pain. Dad, you need to find a doctor, hurry. Mr. Li supported him, scanning him quickly. Aside from bruises on his nose and eyes, he appeared otherwise intact. As Li Duo clutched his arm, he urged, Dad, hurry. Our family is on the brink of disaster. Xie remained composed, remarking, Young Master Li certainly enjoys jesting. Everything seems fine here. Yet, concerned for his son, Mr. Li hastily called for assistance. Quick, to the hospital. After a night of turmoil, the following day dawned calm. Days passed, and on the third and fourth days, Chun Yuejiao, sensing a stir in their circle, rushed to find Wei Ning. Sister, big news. These past days, Xie had not reached out to her. Wei Ning had inquired with Zhong, who reassured her that since Xie had explicitly stated so, whatever transpired next would not affect the Wan and Chen families. This statement left Wei Ning feeling oddly unsettled, as if something hung in the air, lacking a resolution. She paused, then boldly asked, And what is Xie? Zhong hesitated before replying. Brother Yu knows how to act with discretion. He won't leave any incriminating evidence. Is it merely a question of evidence? She mused. After offending someone, there will inevitably be repercussions. Has he not contemplated his waning influence? In a fleeting moment, she repressed her thoughts. She felt unworthy of worrying about Xie. Thus, she drifted through the days until that moment when Chun Yuejiao burst into the room, exclaiming about the big news. Startled, When Ning closed the chat window with her university classmates and turned to her. What news? Though you may not know these two, it's a rare occurrence, and I must share it with you. Chen Yuejiao settled in, ready to gossip. In our circle, there are two men who usually act quite shamelessly, often toying with girls. However, that's not the crux of the matter. The real focus is that these two have somehow offended Xie. Upon mentioning Xie name, Chen Yuejiao glanced at Wei Ning, emphasizing Xie. Yes, I know him. Wei Ning nodded. That day, she had explained her injuries were due to a slippery road on a rainy day. Chen Yuejiao believed her completely, never connecting the incident to Xie. She continued. One of them, surnamed Wang, apparently had a serious injury and had to rush to the hospital for emergency surgery that very night. When I asked others how it happened, they said they didn't know, only that he was pulled from a casino and taken straight to the hospital. When Ning nodded in acknowledgement, Chen Yuejiao gasped, covering her non-existent injury, and another, surnamed Li, had an even more absurd situation. It seems he also came from Xie's place, felt unwell, and was taken to the hospital. After a flurry of examinations, they found nothing wrong, yet he simply couldn't perform. When Ning accidentally choked, coughing, Chen Yuejiao assumed her choice of words was too crude. Oh, let me rephrase. That person, he isn't responding no matter what he sees. I heard it might be due to overstimulation, leading to some psychological issues. Completely deflated, utterly ineffective, fearing Wei Ning would doubt her. Chen Yuejiao pulled up her gossip chat group and pointed to a message, explaining this says he received treatment for several days with no results, meaning he can't get up. Then, pointing at the next individual, she remarked, this is a scathing remark aimed at him. This man had previously exploited his wealth and influence to toy with numerous women. How despicable. Her finger moved to the subsequent entry, and Chen Yuejiao momentarily fell silent, while Wei Ning's tone rose inquisitively. Let us disregard this one. Chen Yuejiao replied. After all, it's merely an insult. As they scrolled further down the chat history, Wei Ning, hugging her knees, suddenly inquired, is there nothing regarding Xie? Chen Yuejiao paused. The one with the surname Wang hasn't dared to speak out. However, the one with the surname Li is relentless, daily proclaiming his desire to eliminate Xie, frantically expressing his enmity in various groups, as if he wishes to perish alongside him. Chen Yuejiao muttered, piecing together this information. When Ning had an epiphany, Xie's assurance that the calamity would not befall her and her aunt stemmed from his assumption of all the animosity himself. During their phone conversation that day, his kind words about no one reciprocating her goodwill were ostensibly directed at others, thus completely distancing her from the situation. Even if the Li family harbored resentment, they would likely remember her previous intercessions on their behalf and set her aside. The overwhelming animosity would solely be directed towards Xie. It was also after that day that Xie ceased all communication with her. When Ning suddenly sprang up from the window seat, Chen Yuejiao was startled. What's wrong? Is there an earthquake? She recalled an urgent matter and, clutching her phone, dashed into the restroom. I need to make a call. Chapter 42. Contemplation as she resolved to call Xie. When Ning found herself at a loss for words. However, the call had already been initiated, leaving no room for retreat. She held the phone, hesitating, pacing across the 36 large tiles of the restroom. Just as she awaited the concluding ring, the call was finally answered. Xie's cool voice resonated through the receiver. Miss me? A single phrase that rendered her speechless. When Ning now possessed ample justification to terminate the call. Her finger hovered over the hang-up button, but the voice on the other end drifted slightly, and the cacophony of background noise surged in. He must have covered the microphone. Turning to converse with someone nearby. Be quiet. My girlfriend is calling. He was in the company of others, still requiring her participation in this charade. When Ning shifted her finger back, she pondered what a girlfriend would typically say in such a scenario. After prolonged contemplation with no fruitful outcome, she finally blurted out a bland, "What are you doing?" How unfair. It seemed that Xie chuckled softly before responding. You still haven't answered my question. How is it your turn again? What had he asked? When Ning mentally rewound the conversation. My girlfriend is calling. Miss me? So was that phrase. How dull. Uncertain if he could hear her, she awkwardly forced a grin and replied, thinking of you, can't get you off my mind. An exaggerated sigh emanated from the other end. Xiaoyu stepped away, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Leaning by the window, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes. Deftly extracting the last one. What do you need me for? Must a couple always have a purpose for their calls? Could it not simply be the desire to chat aimlessly for hours? His inquiry struck her as rather peculiar. When Ning heard the rhythmic sound of a lighter's flint striking, the surrounding noise fading into the background. Still uncertain about his situation, she opted for a safer topic. You mentioned calling me that day, but you never did. Xiaoyu paused mid-action, the cigarette poised between his fingers. Is that why? When Ning thought to herself, how dismal. There was no mutual understanding between them. Their wavelengths simply did not align. Her gaze wandered aimlessly until it landed on the date displayed on the restroom's LCD screen, and an idea struck her. Are you still picking up your clothes? What clothes? Xiaoyu inquired. Weren't you supposed to take me to collect the clothes you had tailored? When Ning insisted, February 14th. You actually forgot? Xiaoyu nodded slightly after her statement. What day is it today? This question was clearly not directed at her. Someone nearby responded in a teasing tone. It's Valentine's Day, boss. Xiaoyu seemed to contemplate this, then removed the cigarette from his lips, pinching it between his fingers, and smiled. No wonder I'm being scolded. This remark explicitly confirmed the nature of their conversation, and when Ning realized the laughter had only grown louder, it was evident that his environment was not conducive to conversation. Just as she contemplated suggesting they end the call, Xiaoyu unexpectedly seized the initiative. How can I pick you up now? Huh? When Ning was taken aback, unable to process the information. Stay put. Xiaoyu reiterated, I used to pick you up just like now. As he hung up the phone, he reached for the coat draped over the sofa, only for someone to press it down first. He Qing smiled at him. Are you really leaving? Of course. Xiaoyu brushed aside his hand. Am I supposed to celebrate Valentine's Day with you all? My tastes aren't that peculiar. He Qing ceased his laughter, his gaze shifting to the other side. You don't go too far. In the corner, she sat quietly, her mood somber, her nose tinged with red. It was unclear whether her despondency stemmed from the recent phone call or the reprimand she received after reporting grievances at Yellen Villa. Regardless of the reason, the lofty young lady felt both wronged and embarrassed, seizing the opportunity to confide in her brother about her troubles. She was instead compelled to listen to his tender phone conversation. She felt as if her heart were a sponge saturated with water, weighed down and rendered speechless. The coffee here was far from enjoyable, and her attention was elsewhere. Her peripheral vision discreetly focused on that man. He was merely tall and long-limbed, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with slightly more attractive features. Such qualities could be found anywhere, she thought to herself, yet her gaze remained fixed. The black shirt he wore was undeniably striking, the shoulder line straight, the waist cinched elegantly, and when he moved, his form exuded a sleek fluidity. What drew her even more was the combination of his features and charisma, a charm that was irresistible to girls her age. She had noticed him from the moment he first appeared beside He Qing. Over the years, he had ascended to his current position, and her family tacitly accepted that he would accompany her in the future. She clenched her fingers in secret, a wave of grievance washing over her. In her recent complaint to Yellen Villa, she did not receive the comfort she had anticipated. Rather, she was summoned to the study. Her father, who had always doted on her, bluntly inquired, was it you who instigated the matters between the Wang and Li families? She was bewildered. What did they do? What did they do? They nearly incited a rift with my most reliable subordinate. Upon learning the full story, she was astonished. No, father. I didn't make them do that. I simply disliked Miss One and wanted her to see her place. I meant just to give her a warning. A warning, mister. He scoffed coldly. If anything were to happen to Miss One on Aodao, it would jeopardize several major trades our family has on the shipping line. Fortunately, Xiaoyu acted meticulously. Not only did he prevent discord with the He family, but he also seized the opportunity to acquire land in Southeast Asia. With Xiaoyu by her side, one could indeed rest easy. It was precisely for this reason that Mr. He had contemplated making Xiaoyu part of the family, to avoid potential complications in the future. Unfortunately, she could not manage him. He had his own aspirations. As for whether Siegu and Miss Wen were genuinely involved, the He family would not interfere. In any case, the He family could derive corresponding benefits regardless of the outcome. Maintaining an invulnerable position was the essence of a businessperson's role. Hishi's youthful sentiments were met with a mild reprimand. She, of course, could not comprehend these complexities. She was aware that since her childhood, she had merely held a facade of being cherished at home, while in reality, she had no share in the family business. Numerous families had their eyes on her as she grew up, hoping to forge a future alliance with the He family through her marriage. She recognized her role as a pawn. Yet, as a pawn, should she not aspire to be placed in the hands of the most skilled player? Chapter 43. Lipstick stain Wei Ning had been waiting at home for over an hour, in such a small place as Aodao. It took no more than 30 or 40 minutes to circle the city. As the wait dragged on, she began to doubt whether Siegu was toying with her. She leaned against the window until she saw a black Maybach slowly glide into the community. The next moment, her phone buzzed. Siegu, come down. Wei Ning quickly withdrew from the window, despite knowing that the apartment was equipped with one-way privacy glass. She couldn't shake the feeling of guilt akin to that of a thief. It felt as though her eager anticipation had been abruptly shattered, as if she were merely leaning there to relish the scenic beauty of Aodao. She stepped out of her room and unexpectedly collided with Chen Yuejiao, who was also preparing to leave. Chen Yuejiao greeted her. Sister, are you going out too? Yes. Are you heading to the band? Absolutely. Want to join? Clearly. That would not be possible. She pressed the button for the parking garage for Chen Yuejiao while selecting the first floor for herself. However, Chen Yuejiao reached out and canceled the garage selection, stating, "It's difficult to park there. My taxi is arriving." There was no avoiding it. Those meant to cross paths would inevitably do so. As the elevator reached the first floor, Chen Yuejiao casually inquired, "Sister, are you going shopping?" "Sort of," Wei Ning replied. "I can accompany you shopping." "You're not going alone, are you?" "Actually, our band will be going next time, too." "Not alone," Wei Ning interrupted. Nodding towards a black car in the corridor, Siegu. Chen Yuejiao fell silent, nearly tripping over her own feet. She articulated slowly, "You and Siegu. Shopping." Each word was familiar, yet the combination felt utterly bizarre. Chen Yuejiao murmured, "I must be mistaken." At that moment, Siegu emerged from the back door of the car, clad in black from head to toe with his collar casually open as if he had just been pulled from a scuffle. He exuded an effortless allure. Despite her shock at the thought of her sister shopping with Siegu, Chen Yuejiao was momentarily captivated by his striking features, her perceptions subtly shifting. "So handsome. It's not a loss for us, is it?" She watched as Wei Ning entered the car, her expression a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. "Are you saying that the intimidating Siegu would open the car door for her sister? That he would kindly steady the door frame to prevent her from bumping her head? You mean this man, who had just emotionally and psychologically severed ties with two scoundrels, personally came to pick someone up and even inquired if she needed a ride to her destination? Ha ha, don't joke with me. I, Chen Yuejiao, am not foolish enough to believe that." The Maybach exhaled a cloud of exhaust. Chen Yuejiao rubbed her nose and eyes. "Forgive me, I believe it now. Do you really not need to take Miss Chen along?" Siegu turned to Wei Ning. Today, she wore a black cashmere coat, with the cuffs and chest revealing a soft green inner garment, which accentuated her fair skin like jade. Her crimson lips were striking against her dark, ink-like hair. Siegu lingered for a few more seconds before withdrawing his gaze. "How could I dare to enter your car?" Wei Ning remarked, inhaling the unfamiliar fragrance in the air. To her, "You are now synonymous with villainy." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Siegu chuckled, recalling that he had not done anything in her presence, right? News travels on its own accord. Wei Ning glanced at the front of the car, where the driver was Xiao Zhong and the passenger seat was occupied by Ah Zhong. Both familiar faces. "You haven't told me what you did to Li Duo. Isn't the news supposed to spread on its own?" Yet Siegu returned it intact, and still had the audacity to ask me. This person simply could not communicate properly. Recognizing this, Wei Ning crossed her arms. Who can ascertain the truth of what circulates? In the somber atmosphere, Siegu lightly laughed. It's roughly the same. Not only could he not speak properly, but he also exhibited a carefree demeanor, utterly devoid of any sense of crisis. Wei Ning bit her lip, struggling to contain herself, before finally asking, "Aren't they a bother to you?" "They lack the courage," replied Xie. Wei Ning's chilling tone pierced through. "Does their current hesitance guarantee they won't dare in the future? Can you assure that you will remain in this position for eternity without being ousted, or that Jia will forever prosper as your stronghold?" Following this remark, Zhong quietly pressed the partition in the car. Xie lazily reclined against the seat, casting her a sidelong glance. Such audacious words could only be uttered by you on Ao Island. Wei Ning chose to ignore him. "Moments latte," Xie added. "Thank you for your concern." She turned her head. "I'm not concerned." Stubborn indeed. The atmosphere momentarily fell silent, with only the air conditioning gently circulating, causing the strands of hair by her ear to flutter softly. Her hair was thick and long, cascading like seaweed over her back. It was unclear what shampoo she used, but a faint aroma of tropical fruits lingered in the air, making it hard to concentrate. One lock hung just beside his hand, resting above the central armrest. Xie curled his finger, entwining that strand around his fingertip. "Hey, aren't you going to speak?" That radiant face adopted a deliberately aloof expression, her lips tightly pressed when seen from the side. "There's no one else here, so why the pretense?" Xie's hand moved along her hair, settling heavily at the nape of her neck. "You were quite sweet-tongued when you called earlier." As they exited the car, everyone noticed a fresh, crimson handprint on the back of Xie's hand, indicating it was a recent mark. Zhong and Xiao Zhong exchanged glances, reminiscent of clandestine operatives. "What are you looking at?" Xie swept by, threateningly narrowing his eyes. The two dared not utter a word as they opened the door to Ah Feng's tailor shop for him. Xie was a regular here, while Wei Ning was visiting for the first time. Upon entering, she surveyed the less than 50 square meter shop. The walls were adorned with completed suits and shirts, each encased in plastic dust covers, with tags hanging below them, dates and names inscribed. In the center were several work tables cluttered with fabrics, pins, measuring tapes, and chalk, depicting a very traditional tailoring shop. When Ning questioned, "The clothes you mentioned, are they made here? What is the matter?" Xie feigned astonishment at her words. "Haven't you seen bespoke tailoring before?" "I have seen bespoke tailoring, but not like this." In recent years, various industries have undergone rapid changes, and it has become increasingly rare to find such a simple tailor shop in the old alleys of the capital. Even though the old sign hangs outside, once inside, everything is brand new, and most likely, there is a studio name labeled in English. Upon inquiring about the prices, they are exorbitantly high. When Ning scrutinizes her surroundings, pondering how it merely resembles an old tailor shop. Just then, someone squeezed through the small door, clutching a stack of cardboard boxes. The boxes were piled too high to see the person's face, but an aged voice resonated. "Are you here? Your clothes are on the top row of the east wall, third piece over. I can't manage it myself, so you'll have to grab it." Xie responded with an affirmative and turned to hand a fork to Wei Ning. She was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Xie tilted his head toward the stack of boxes. "Otherwise, would you help me move them?" "You are rather kind-hearted," Wei Ning thought to herself. She accepted the fork and searched for the third piece on the first row, a black suit with subtle vertical stripes and a tailored waist, featuring a structured collar and neat stitching. If one were to nitpick, the fabric did not quite match such craftsmanship, lacking a certain sheen. Confirming that the label beneath read Xie, she stood on tiptoe to retrieve it. The sound of rustling boxes echoed in the modest shop. "Feng Shu, if your eyes are failing, you ought to stop. These health products are of no use." "Are you suggesting I rely on you?" replied an older voice. "Now that you're prosperous, I won't discuss it with you anymore. You wouldn't comprehend." "Fine, I don't understand," Xie replied, disinterested in further conversation, brushing off the dust from his hands. As the boxes were set down, the man, referred to as Feng Shu, finally noticed the girl in the shop beside them. He lowered his gaze, peeking over his reading glasses. "Oh, have you got yourself a girlfriend?" When Ning remained silent, unsure if introductions were necessary in this establishment, merely awaiting Xie to speak. Accustomed to seizing opportunities, she was taken aback when Xie seemed to ignore the comment, wearing a half-smile as if waiting for her to respond. When Ning was not inclined to indulge his annoying habits, much like how she instinctively recoiled when his hand rested on her neck in the car, turning to slap him. No, Wen Ning asserted, we're not even friends. Xie raised an eyebrow. Feng Shu, meanwhile, nodded in agreement. Since you're not even friends, I can speak freely. He adjusted his glasses, pointing at a spot on Xie shirt collar. Young man, remember to wipe off the lipstick before you go out next time. It's quite the sight. Isn't it? Xie frowned and looked down. Feng Shu then shifted his gaze between the two, relishing the unfolding drama. My eyesight is still sharp. Chapter 44. A beauty in embrace upon exiting the tailor shop of Ah Feng. Wen Ning walked ahead, with Xie trailing a few paces behind her. Perhaps due to the rise in temperature today, he felt a twinge of irritation. Even if it were merely an act, could she not spare a word of inquiry? Extracting a cigarette from his pack, he poised it at his lips, only to retract his hand at the moment of ignition, instead tracing the air with his fingers. Xie quickly caught up to her, aligning their strides. Missy was just with me, he remarked, taken aback by his comment. Wen Ning cast a sidelong glance. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder it took some people over an hour to traverse a mere 10-minute distance. Her gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, over his chest, noting the lingering traces of lipstick and women's fragrance upon him. With a hint of mockery, she said, with such a beauty in your embrace, why not indulge a bit more? Indeed, it was a most vexing beginning. Why utter such words, rather than anything else, but to mention Missy? Xie, cigarette pinched between his fingers, found himself in a quandary, neither lifting it nor discarding it. A flicker of impatience crossed his brow. Had he not been ensnared by he-she before departing, he would not have endured such a delay. Initially, relying on her status as a young lady, he-she managed to maintain a respectful distance. Yet today, for reasons unknown, tears streamed down her face, persistently tugging at him, unwilling to let him leave. Her grip wrinkled his attire. He caught a whiff of the distinctly sweet fragrance women possess, intoxicating yet inducing a headache, while her tears only added to his vexation. This most futile of tactics, no matter how often witnessed, remained irksome. What are you crying for? Xie extended his arms, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. Missy, what is the meaning of this? With her eyes red and puffy, she retorted, you are not allowed to leave today. Whether I leave or not is beyond your brother's control. As Xie cast his gaze downward, the corners of his eyes deepened into narrow creases, exuding a sharp intensity. Coupled with his low, resonant voice, even she felt a chill run down her spine. She turned to her brother He-hui. Brother, I truly cannot manage this. He-hui sighed. Moreover, the old man has decreed you should follow you. In matters such as this. He exhaled heavily. You may strive, but do not force it. We cannot afford a scene. You too? He-hui admonished, attempting to mediate between the two. Xie disregarded him, his tone icy. Will you release me or not? Xie. The named individual's eyes flashed with a hint of ire, as if testing the limits of his patience. Missy, I am indeed doing your family a service, but you cannot expect me to behave like a mere dog. The gravity of his words indicated his rising anger. Xie, a sharp blade, could not be easily relinquished from the He family's grasp. He-hui weighed the situation and stepped in to defuse the tension. Brother, that is not the intent. Shall she let go? Brother, release me. He-she's tears flowed more profusely, her entire being trembling as she implored. I will wait for you here. Regardless of whether you return today, I will remain. As she wept, she lunged towards him, inadvertently smearing her lipstick onto his attire. Having already dealt with the situation at Ah Feng's tailor shop, Xie still frowned and raised his hand to brush it off. He tossed the newly acquired suit to Ah Zhong, effortlessly bypassing Wen Ning. She was quick to place her hand on the car handle before he could react. Xie inquired, what does it mean to have a beauty in one's embrace? Literally speaking, of course. Suppressing his irritation, he added, then there is no need for me to indulge in this charade with you. Wen Ning blinked innocently at him. Mr. Xie, you are aware this is a performance. So why the need for an explanation? How peculiar. After saying this, she brushed aside his hand and prepared to enter the car. Yet Xie remained steadfast as a mountain. Gazing in her eyes, he emphasized each word. Your tone makes it difficult for me to believe you aren't being petulant. Goodness, how could you think that? When Ning exaggerated her expression, I merely detest waiting for others. I loathe it, utterly despise it, with every fiber of my being. That is all. Mastering her expressions had been a compulsory lesson for Wen Ning since childhood. She had learned much from Yi. Afterward, she revealed a perfectly crafted smile. Now that we've clarified things, may I enter the car? Or are you in a foul mood and require me to summon another vehicle? Of course, that would be fine. After all, even couples must occasionally engage in their quarrels. She turned, yet before she could take a step, someone grasped her wrist. Xiaoji commanded, "Get in the car." After a visit to the tailor, the atmosphere in the back seat was starkly different. Even the oblivious Zhong sensed the shift. He exchanged glances with Xiao Zhong, who silently shrugged, "Don't ask me. I have no idea." To avoid being caught in the crossfire, the two of them, in a show of solidarity, closed the partition. In the rear compartment, when Ning boarded and feigned sleep. It was not that she truly wished to quarrel with Xiaoji. After all, there was little to argue about between them. She simply felt a heaviness in her chest, likely due to the rapid rise in temperature and the oppressive weight of her cashmere coat. If the sales associate knew that she found this lightweight 100 pure cashmere coat burdensome, they would likely be unable to sleep at night. After much contemplation, she still deemed the coat to be the issue and removed it, placing it beside her. The clothing has served its purpose. And now it's time for me to be taken home. Yes? Earlier, with Missy present, when Ning suspected that Xiaoji had used her as an excuse to make a swift exit. Now that the excuse had been exhausted, it was time to return to the original course. She awaited the car to turn back towards their previous direction. The vehicle sped through the first traffic light, continuing straight ahead without any inclination to turn. When Ning glanced at Xiaoji, who sat with an imposing presence, his aura icy, yet his tone calm and measured. "There's a private dinner I must attend. Am I to accompany you?" When Ning queried, the man did not raise his gaze, speaking in a meaningful tone. "I believe you would wish to join." When Ning had no desire to involve herself in the trivial matters of the Australian island circle. If she were to go, what connection did it have to the illegitimate child? If not that, what other reason could there be? It was merely a meal. Knowing that Xiaoji would not provide a clear explanation, she was disinclined to ask further. Instead, she adjusted her makeup and continued her pretense of slumber. The car arrived at its destination 20 minutes later. Zhong was the first to exit. Today, Xiaoji had brought only Zhong as his bodyguard, making Zhong's positioning somewhat peculiar. Whether opening the door or entering the hotel, he consistently stood on one Ning's side, never more than 5 steps away. After that night, Zhong's protection over her intensified. It was evident whose orders he was following. The air conditioning in the hotel alleviated the suffocating weight on her chest significantly. When Ning's steps became lighter, prompting her to quickly walk a few paces and gracefully hand her handbag to Xiaoji, displaying a hint of gentlemanly demeanor. Has the argument passed? Xiaoji glanced at her sideways. Was there an argument? When Ning shrugged, "I'm not quite sure. The temperament of a woman can shift like the wind." Xiaoji chuckled softly as he pushed open the door to the private room. Before them stood a grand round table, seating 24. Most of the guests had already taken their places for tonight's dinner, and upon hearing the noise, they turned their gazes toward the entrance. Wen Ning quickly scanned the room, and her eyes landed directly on the main guest seat, Song Qingbai, a sight she felt compelled to seek out. Chapter 45. Intimate Matters. Tonight's banquet was hosted by Mr. He in honor of several affluent businessmen from the mainland. Naturally, Song Qingbai occupied the esteemed guest seat, while Xiaoji's position was conspicuously reserved in the center, directly facing the entrance as the main companion. The two seats, situated closely together, were indeed the focal point of the evening. Typically, the host would arrive first, yet it was Xiaoji who, amidst the gazes of the attendees, made a late entrance, which seemed rather unremarkable. With so many pairs of eyes upon them, particularly the piercing gaze of Song Qingbai, Wen Ning felt as if her feet were rooted to the ground, rendering her unable to move. "What is the matter?" Xiaoji turned to look at her, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. Xiaoji, with genuine intent, remarked, "I'll arrange for you to sit at the main seat shortly. Being beside your brother Qingbai will surely alleviate any discomfort." Wen Ning struggled to maintain her composure, her thoughts teetering on the edge of expletives. Due to her unexpected presence, an additional seat had been hastily added next to the main seat. She was brought by Xie Jiu, and even if some in attendance were unaware of her identity, they would endeavor to show her respect. No one would be foolish enough to bluntly inquire about her relationship with Xie Jiu, for all present understood the unspoken truth. Upon taking her seat, the others promptly summoned a waiter to present a bottle of sparkling wine. This exquisite wine, sourced from a renowned vineyard, boasted a rich, fruity aroma, a smooth palate, and a lower alcohol content, making it particularly suitable for ladies. When Ning expressed her gratitude and sat upright, her gaze fixed solely on the small patch of space before her. It was not a matter of cowardice. Rather, she feared that any movement might inadvertently lead her to meet Song Qingbai's eyes. With her presence at this gathering, entering and exiting alongside Xie Jiu, coupled with her previous encounter at the CF, she felt as though she had reached a point of no return, devoid of any room for explanation. Help! She could only hope that no one would seek to draw her into conversation. Desiring to become invisible, she was inadvertently overheard by an indiscreet individual who remarked, "Miss Wen speaks with the accent of someone from the capital. Coincidentally, Mr. Song here is also from the capital. I suppose you two are not acquainted?" Song Qingbai merely nodded gently in her direction in response to the comment. He refrained from speaking first, seemingly waiting for Wen Ning to declare whether they were familiar or not, so he could respond accordingly. Wen Ning raised her previously lowered eyelids, about to speak. "Acquainted," Xie Jiu interjected, propping his chin on his hand, his tone remarkably calm as he regarded her. "We were old friends, weren't we?" This left the others perplexed. If they were indeed old friends, why had there been no pleasantries exchanged upon entry, and why had they avoided all eye contact? Some sharp minds began to piece together the implications. Oh, old friends. Wen Ning felt a prickling sensation on her back, wishing she could deliver a swift kick to Xie Jiu's indiscreet foot beneath the table. It was one thing for him to bring her to a banquet with Song Qingbai. It was another for him to relish the unfolding drama. Taking a deep breath, she composed an impeccable smile and said, "Indeed, Brother Qingbai's family has long been acquainted with mine. We have interacted since childhood, a bond that surpasses what ordinary people can fathom." She emphasized the words "ordinary people," as if intentionally directing her statement toward a specific audience. Yet, the essence of her words circled back to reveal that they were merely family friends, dispelling any notions of a relationship that others might have speculated. As for the other implications within her statement, it would take time for anyone to unravel. She raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Xie Jiu. The man wore a tranquil expression, his eyelids slightly lowered. His hand, resting on the tablecloth, silently toyed with a cigarette, fingers tapping softly against the surface. Though the scene was devoid of sound, it resonated heavily within Wen Ning's heart, instilling a sense of unease with its barely perceptible low pressure. Generally, when one is angry, there is a sense of satisfaction to be found. However, she found none, only a growing apprehension. Her gaze drifted past him to Song Qingbai, who remained elegantly affable, nodding in her direction. Indeed, Qingbai was much easier to interact with. Wen Ning, lost in her thoughts, redirected her focus, sitting up straight. Despite being coerced into attending this gathering, she still adhered to her sense of duty. Having promised to accompany Xie Jiu in his performance, she would not falter. Given the circumstances, it was better to excel in the present task and later seek an opportunity to elucidate her situation. Song Qingbai appeared to be a reliable and sensible individual. Surely he would comprehend her predicament. At the dining table, Wen Ning quietly savored the delicacies and sampled the wine. For dishes that were inconvenient to eat, she discreetly pushed them towards Xie Jiu. First a crab claw, then fish and shrimp and conch. Xie Jiu glanced at the increasingly piled-up food on his plate, rolled up his sleeves, and leisurely began to peel. The crab claw required a small hammer, while the fish and shrimp needed dehelling, and the conch demanded the extraction of its meat, all to be thoroughly dipped in sauce. He executed the entire process with a calm, natural grace. While others engaged in business discussions, their glances would furtively dart towards the head of the table, seemingly waiting not for Wen Ning's mouthful, but for the man's, until they noticed a delicate hand nudging his plate forward. The man glanced briefly and softly declined, insisting he would handle it himself. The spectators' enthusiasm waned momentarily, thinking this behavior conformed to his character. Yet the next moment, Xiaoyu filled his plate once more and returned it with a quiet remark. "This shall not happen again." Before anyone could respond, he had already wiped his hands with a warm towel and shifted the conversation to the next topic. "When a container arrives at the port, I will send someone to fetch it. Rest assured, there will be no issues." This fleeting remark, nestled within the formal dialogue, was almost imperceptible, yet struck a chord, causing hearts to skip a beat. Wei Ning received it with a soft huff, only to have her hand captured and pulled beneath the table by the man. His long, proportionate fingers pinned hers down, rendering her immobile. Such a vengeful spirit. Wei Ning tugged twice to no avail and decided instead to switch to her left hand. Using knife and fork, the occasional clinks of metal against porcelain served as her defiant signal. Yet Xiaoyu feigned ignorance, refusing to release her. Their hands intertwined. In the humid spring night of the coastal island, it was unclear who perspired more. Wei Ning set down her utensils, losing her appetite. She turned to listen to their business discussions, and suddenly, she heard Xiaoyu, who had just been calmly discussing the container with Song Qingbai, shift the conversation entirely, asking, "Mr. Song, which brand of perfume do you typically use?" The mention of perfume caused Wei Ning to freeze in disbelief, casting an incredulous glance at Xiaoyu. She typically wore very subtle scents, so much so that even Song's I had not noticed the similarity between her fragrance and that of Song Qingbai. How could Xiaoyu possibly know? Meanwhile, Song Qingbai, puzzled, responded, "Mr. Xia, is this of interest to you?" Just as the fragrance wafted into the air, I found myself pleasantly surprised. It was a private concoction. If Mr. Xia enjoys it, I shall have someone bring it to you shortly. In a certain sense, fragrance is an intimate affair. Few would willingly share their scent with others, especially a custom blend. Such pleasantries are often concluded with phrases like, "How could I impose?" or "It's no trouble at all." However, it was Xiaoyu who ignited the conversation, his demeanor clearly deviating from the norm. He simply remarked, "Thank you very much." Wei Ning felt assured that the moisture entwined in their grasp belonged more to her. She discreetly pinched him beneath the table. Xiaoyu glanced back, an indescribable aura enveloping him, ensnaring her in its allure. He lowered his gaze to his phone. Moments later, Wei Ning's device illuminated, revealing a message. "Xiaoyu, we are family friends, having known each other since childhood. Why do you hesitate to inquire about his fragrance?" Chapter 46. Just playing the coat that enveloped Wei Ning's youth bore a faint bamboo fragrance. As she donned it, she closed her eyes and envisioned a lush green forest. So much so that even in her dreams, the whispering sound of the bamboo swaying in the wind would resonate. After being sent for dry cleaning, the garment returned to Song Qingbai's possession. Prior to this, Wei Ning had scoured numerous boutiques, one by one imploring the sales staff to find similar scents. Alas, the results always fell short. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to selecting fragrances that leaned towards woody notes. Some top notes were citrusy and sweet, while others carried a subtle bitterness of lotus and tea. These similar aromas manifested upon her, yet she never discovered a perfect substitute. It was a bespoke blend, and suddenly, everything made sense. Whether it was the resolution of a long-standing riddle or the realization that this obsession was perhaps not as significant to her as she had believed, she could not discern. It had simply lingered for too long, leaving her restless. In the moment she uncovered the truth, her heart found tranquility. Yet the next instant, the wind surged forth with a clamor. Her clammy palms pressed against another's, and the embarrassment of having her innermost thoughts laid bare rendered her disoriented. Even though she had applied it very lightly, to the point of being nearly masked by other scents, it was astonishing how easily Xiaoyu discerned it. She had secretly shared the same fragrance with the person she admired, who happened to be the brother of the man she was now discussing marriage with. A wave of shame rushed over her from the distant past, enveloping her. What lay before Xiaoyu was not the composed Wei Ning of today, but rather the naive, anxious girl of her youth, whose cheeks would flush at the slightest provocation. The words on her phone served as a stark reminder that before Xiaoyu, she had long been devoid of secrets. Everything about her was laid bare, her purpose for coming to Aodao, her family background, her past, and the youthful sentiments that resided deep within her. The last time at the CAF, she had stubbornly feigned ignorance. Yet, this time, the undeniable evidence lay before her, leaving her no room to escape. With this thought in mind, Wei Ning took a deep breath and feigned nonchalance as she replied on her phone. I do not understand what you are talking about. Xie reverted to his previous manner of addressing her, lightly tapping on his phone. So, Miss Wen, you are quite sentimental. Wei Ning closed her eyes momentarily and flipped her phone face down on the table. She was disinclined to endure his mockery. The dinner proceeded to its conclusion. Yet Xie did not relinquish her hand. He handled her fingers as one might a precious jade, caressing each joint. Ven Ning satrikidli, resolute in her silence unless absolutely necessary. Once the meal concluded, Song Qingbai approached her for a conversation. He was a person of great propriety, waiting until most guests had departed before seizing the opportunity to engage. Yet Xie, like an imposing statue, remained. Song Qingbai exchanged pleasantries with him before inquiring of Wei Ning. Is it convenient? How could it not be? She yearned to remain with Song Qingbai. Fortuitously, the hand she had struggled to free from Xie grasp finally escaped, and Wei Ning nodded emphatically, yes. This eager affirmation elicited a chuckle from Xie. His fingers, relaxed yet watchful, lingered near her lips. Then I shall not intrude. Few individuals could instill such a formidable sense of pressure in Wei Ning. Though he was absent, the air in the corridor remained stifled by his presence. She instinctively pressed her lips together, relieved when Song Qingbai proposed a stroll in the garden. In a different setting, the gentle breeze softened the atmosphere, rendering it less oppressive. The shadow of Song Qingbai, taller than her, flickered amidst the trees. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded a gentlemanly demeanor. How long do you intend to stay on the island? It remains uncertain. When did you start seeing that, Mr. Xie? During their last encounter at the CEF, when Ning had mentioned their lack of familiarity, and the thought of discussing it now felt daunting. She contemplated whether to divulge the reasons to Song Qingbai, but the tangled thoughts retreated before they could escape her lips. She replied, perhaps since that day. Song Qingbai paused in silence, reiterating his concern. Being with Mr. Xie could lead to complications. Brother Qingbai, I understand, Wei Ning replied obediently. Which is why Haven T thought too far ahead. Not thinking too far ahead, Song Qingbai furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Firstly, he did not endorse entering a relationship with a casual mindset. Secondly, there was no second point. Upon hearing Wei Ning express her lack of long-term considerations, he subconsciously exhaled in relief. In the next moment, he rationalized his unusual reaction, attributing it to concern for Song Zai. The family in the capital was already arranging an engagement for you and Song Zai. If you are dissatisfied with this arrangement, do not jest about it. Every word he spoke was for her benefit. Yet when Ning found herself inexplicably averse to his patronizing tone, he was Song Zai's brother, not hers. Why did he feel the need to assume a guiding role? This thought stirred a wave of bitterness within her, recalling countless past grievances. Clenching her fists, she replied with difficulty, I am not jesting with myself. Brother Qingbai, are you not being a bit too rigid? Nowadays, young people simply date if they like each other and part ways if they don't. Living life like you, always needing to meticulously plan every step, can be exhausting. Don't you think? Song Qingbai appeared momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, at least at present, I quite like him. What's wrong with having a little fun? Discussing matters of the heart with a future sister-in-law had crossed a line for Song Qingbai, and his gaze hardened. I naturally have no objections. It was only at that moment that when Ning realized how painfully scarce their shared topics of conversation had become. It seemed that without a third party, they were incapable of connecting on anything solely pertaining to them. Indeed, the first time Song Qingbai had seen her, she still sported a youthful bob, troubled by the daily grind of homework. When Ning did not wish to be forever remembered by Song Qingbai in such a light, nor did she desire to be seen merely as a sister-in-law. She lifted her chin, the moonlight shimmering in her eyes. Brother Qingbai, I mentioned before that Song Zai and I do not share spark. If you could assist in dissolving the union between our families, I would be truly grateful. Truly grateful to him. And then what? Sever ties with the Song family? Song Qingbai swallowed, contemplating whether her current feelings were indeed influenced by that Mr. Xie. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Understood. Thank you. Wei Ning revealed a sweet smile that was likely to captivate a man like Song Qingbai. Yet, in the next moment, her face fell into shadow as she lowered her gaze, with only her long eyelashes fluttering in the breeze. Has everything you wanted to say to me, Qingbai Ji, been said? She inquired. Perhaps it had. He wished to convey that someone like Xie Jiu was not suitable for her, to guide her to maintain her dignity and avoid self-destructive actions born of resentment. However, voicing these thoughts might only irritate her. Song Qingbai was not oblivious to her emotions. He nodded. I will assist you with the matter of the marriage alliance. A leaf drifted down, hovering between them before landing softly on Wei Ning's shoulder. Instinctively, Song Qingbai reached out to brush it away. Reminiscent of the times in school when he had helped her and Song Zai clean off the mud after their playful escapades at the racetrack, acting like a caring elder. Wei Ning reacted strongly, quickly stepping back. She clasped her hands behind her. Qingbai Ji, Xie Jiu is still waiting for me. I must leave. The hand that had lingered in the air slowly retreated. Song Qingbai nodded. All right, take care of yourself. Chapter 47. Amusing infatuation. The Maybach came to a halt before the hotel entrance, tendrils of smoke wafting languidly from the car window. Xie Jiu, who neither craved nicotine nor indulged in smoking for pleasure, typically lit a cigarette only to invigorate his senses. Rarely would he choose to smoke in such a moment of emptiness. To be precise, the previous pack had been exhausted merely 2 minutes prior. Zhong had hurriedly procured a new pack, perspiration glistening upon his brow. Lacking his preferred 3-5 brand, he had brought back Marlboro with peach-flavored beads. Out of consideration for Zhong's effort, Xie Jiu refrained from crushing the pack and hurling it at him. Seated in the rear of the vehicle, he held the cigarette delicately between his fingers, the long ash precariously balancing, as if a mere tremor would send it cascading onto the luxurious leather upholstery. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of peach, an aroma that heightened his irritation. Zhong, summoning his courage, glanced back. Brother Yu, shall I go fetch you another pack? Xie Jiu narrowed his eyes, his vexation plainly evident upon his visage. Damn it, he muttered. Zhong silently turned back, shrugging at Xiao Zhong. At least he isn't cursing at me. Xiao Zhong, equally perplexed, remained seated. He had not even exited the vehicle, rendering it impossible for him to be the target of such ire. He could not fathom what this infatuated fool was so smug about. The vehicle lingered for an extended period, resembling a slumbering beast in the depths of the night. Other cars, upon noticing the license plate, instinctively parted to create a well-ordered procession. Xiao Zhong, unable to contain himself, pondered the usual admonishments to maintain a low profile, their conspicuous presence at the entrance, akin to waiting for someone who never arrived, was undeniably conspicuous. After much hesitation, he inquired, Brother Yu, are we still waiting for Miss Wen? A cold voice emanated from the back seat. Who said I am waiting for her? Xiao Zhong touched his nose, chastising himself for his indiscretion. Quietly, he lowered the window slightly, hoping the gentle evening breeze would pacify those behind. This evening, Xie Jiu extinguished the last cigarette, his countenance remaining sullen. Had he been aware of the source of his vexation, perhaps it would have been alleviated. All his impatience peaked upon catching a whiff of Mr. Song's cologne during the dinner. For a fleeting moment, he thought he might have misidentified the scent, believing it to be the fragrance of Wei Ning inadvertently drifting towards him. Thus, he held her hand firmly. In the prolonged stalemate, he caught a faint hint of the bamboo essence lingering on her wrist. Her fragrance was so subtle that he once believed she eschewed perfumes altogether, the tropical fruit scent of her shampoo being the sole aroma enveloping her. Yet, in a moment of serendipitous brush, he would indeed detect a delicate woody note. It seemed deliberately concealed within the breeze, subtly flowing through the air, dispersing at a mere breath, a secret unwilling to be unveiled. This speculation solidified the instant the fragrance on Song Qingbai coincided with hers. It was certainly hidden in the shadows, silent and buried deep within, reluctant to be discovered. Merely inquiring which perfume Song Qingbai used caused her palms to sweat with nervousness. Childish, unable to conceal even a hint. Xiaoyu felt a cold amusement within. He was genuinely surprised that the fearless Miss One could exhibit such girlish vulnerability, yet only in relation to Song Qingbai. Before him, she felt emboldened. She dared to command, to mock, and to cast him disdainful glances. Reflecting on this, her fingers tensed with exertion, and she tore off her collar, tossing it aside. No need to wait. At her words, the two in the front seat sprang into action as if granted a reprieve. Xiao Zhong revved the engine while Ah Zhong leapt from his seat to exit the vehicle. Xiao Zhong called after him. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Ah Zhong, bewildered, replied, "To protect Miss One, of course." Oh, he had forgotten. He was now Miss One's protector. Xiao Zhong waved dismissively, "Get lost." This brief delay caused Ah Zhong to notice a slender figure appearing at the hotel entrance. He bellowed with deep resonance, "Miss One, over here." At this, Xiao Zhong hesitated, unsure whether to press the accelerator. He stole a glance at the rearview mirror. The man's emotions were inscrutable. His collar was loosened as if stifling him, and when their eyes met, his Adam's apple bobbed irritably, producing a vexed click of his tongue. Alas, it was challenging. Xiao Zhong, reading the atmosphere, withdrew his foot from the gas pedal. Moments later, the car door clicked softly. The scent of tropical fruit wafted through the back of the vehicle. Ah Zhong helped her into the car before returning to the passenger seat. "Let us go." He nudged Xiao Zhong's shoulder. The latter rubbed his face and finally shifted into gear, raising the partition in the process. Inside the car, the rich aroma of peaches mingled with wisps of smoke that would not escape Wei Ning's sensitive nostrils. She couldn't help but sneeze, covering her nose with her hands. "Why haven't you left?" Her voice sounded muffled beneath her palms, reverberating with a lingering echo. Xiaoyu lowered his window on his side. The outside breeze mingled with the dampness of the car's interior, tousling Wei Ning's dark hair, several strands sticking to her face. Xiaoyu glanced back, his gaze lingering on her profile. "I wasn't waiting for you." With that, he rolled the window up again. The sound of the wind subsided, leaving the interior in tranquil silence. Wei Ning lowered her hands. "Then who were you waiting for?" The open collar did little to alleviate Xiaoyu's discomfort. Rather, it intensified. He tossed a gift bag beside him, his tone impatient. "Waiting for this." The bag hit the surface, and its contents tumbled out. The glass bottle clinked softly. Wei Ning caught a whiff of a faint bamboo fragrance that gradually filled the void within the car. This was the scent of Song Qingbai, silently bridging the space between them. It felt as though Song Qingbai were present in the car, observing her comical infatuation with a light-hearted demeanor. The shame of being seen through enveloped Wei Ning. She inhaled slowly, her voice growing cold. "Was tonight's performance entertaining?" "Average," Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. "So, should you thank me?" "Don't think you know me well," Wei Ning replied, her expression impassive. Xiaoyu locked eyes with her. Leaning closer, "What else is there that I don't know about you?" His hands rested on her shoulders, his knuckles pale and pronounced. Wei Ning noticed the expanse of sickly white skin at his collar, the prominent Adam's apple, and the straight line of his collarbone. As he brushed past the central control, he caught a whiff of that specially concocted fragrance, and at that moment he seemed to transform into a different person as he leaned over her. Wei Ning twisted her head, saying, "Xiaoyu, you are utterly boring tonight." He chuckled, "Certainly not as entertaining as your Qingbao brother." Each of his words pushed her deeper into a labyrinth of emotions. Suddenly raising her voice, Wei Ning exclaimed, "Is this ever going to end?" Overwhelmed by a tumult of embarrassment and a myriad of unnamed feelings, her eyes sparkled like a spring river, rippling with emotion as she turned to face him. It was the first time she revealed such intense feelings in front of him. Xiaoyu's gaze darkened. "Not even allowed to speak? With such a timid heart. Perhaps I should convey your sentiments to him?" "You dare," she retorted loudly. Her nose was tinged with red, contrasting sharply against her porcelain skin, making her appear pitiable. As if on the verge of tears, Xiaoyu, maintaining a stoic expression, slowly distanced himself from her. He returned to his seat, reaching for a cigarette only to find an empty pack. How amusing it was to shed tears over a wooden man. Crumpling the empty cigarette box, he tossed it onto the carpet and let out a cold laugh. Chapter 48. stubbornness, the vehicle sped along the road. The overwhelming sound of wind outside reduced to a mere whisper that grazed her eardrums. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Suddenly, a crumpled packet of tissues flew in from the side. Someone coldly taunted, "Wipe your tears." "I am not crying," Wen Ning retorted. She felt vexed this evening, unprepared to face Song Qingbai in such circumstances, and as always, her words faltered before him, resulting in unintended consequences. She dared not reveal her true feelings in his presence. "Wooden, pedantic man, a wretched stone," Wen Ning cursed him silently more than once. She could almost envision how he would react if he were to discover her thoughts, reciting principles of integrity in his mind while avoiding her like a venomous snake, just as he had when she inadvertently stumbled into his bedroom. She had concealed herself so well that neither Song Qingbai nor Song Zai had noticed her presence. Yet that insufferable rascal, Xie, who had known her for less than a month, had seen through her. He mocked her. Wen Ning clenched her fists, a bitter sensation rising in her nostrils. At that moment, another packet of tissues flew towards her. That rascal told her not to cry. She and T cried, "Not at all." Wen Ning sniffed. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will sue you for defamation." "Fine, it's defamation," he replied, uninterested in engaging further. He didn't care why her voice sounded so tender despite her claimed lack of tears, nor why she dared not meet his gaze. He listened to the sound of tissues being pulled one after another, his emotions slowly accumulating like sand in an hourglass. He had always detested tears. They only exposed one's vulnerability and served no purpose. Tears were utterly useless and loathsome in everyone. Just like that afternoon when she cried before him. He had restrained himself from pushing her away solely out of respect for the He family. Yet now, he felt the same suffocating frustration enveloping him. Yet he was acutely aware that his irritation did not stem from her tears. What was it then? Xie pressed his thumb against his brow, rubbing it in frustration, unable to resist asking, "Are you done crying?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a loud sneeze erupted from her direction. He looked up to see Wen Ning covering her mouth and nose with 3 or 5 tissues, her eyes glistening with a hint of redness, betraying a flicker of panic and embarrassment. "I told you I'm not crying." Wen Ning mumbled, "I have a nasal allergy." "Damn," Xie swore softly. "I'm allergic to smoke," Wen Ning reiterated. The speeding vehicle suddenly decelerated, gliding slowly along the roadside. With the window half open, a refreshing breeze flowed into the confined space. As fresh air filled the interior, Wen Ning felt considerably relieved. The tightness in her throat began to dissipate as she inhaled deeply. Xie observed her coolly from the side. "You should have mentioned it earlier." Wen Ning shook her head. "It usually isn't a problem." "Stubborn," he remarked. "When do you smoke so much?" Wen Ning paused before asking, "Do you have a heavy smoking habit?" "No." In that moment, the same words returned to her, unaltered. Wen Ning locked eyes with him, stubborn. The streetlights hung high above the car, illuminating the interior one by one. In the flickering light, their gazes intertwined, at times tranquil and at others tender. Unexpectedly, Xie broke the silence, asking, "Do you drink?" "Huh?" He felt a bit dazed, self-mockingly thinking, whether I like to or not. Under normal circumstances, Wen Ning would never acquiesce, but tonight, influenced by her emotions. Had it not been for a sudden sneeze that had provided her an escape, she might have shed a few tears over her unrequited affection. The person before her was the only one who truly understood her secret. Suddenly, she yearned for a confidant. Pressing her lips together, she regarded him and, with a hint of pride, declared, "I'll drink if it's free." The car inexplicably slowed down, then turned around, heading towards the old district. This was Wen Ning's first venture into a residential area. Before alighting, she had never imagined Xie would reside in such a place. The streets were narrow, with towering buildings on either side, and the houses, equipped with security grills, resembled pigeon coops. Being amidst them felt like standing in a narrow crevice. Ascending a small slope, they turned into a long alley, finally arriving at a wall overrun with climbing ivy. The nearest entrance bore a solitary light. The bulbs swayed in the wind, casting a flickering glow on the ground. Xie stepped inside first, pushing open the gate. He glanced back at her, his eyes seemingly asking, "Are you coming?" They had come this far. Wei Ning tightened her coat and followed, retorting, "Not coming would be foolish." It was unclear if he understood her meaning, but he chuckled softly before disappearing into the darkness. The motion sensor lights in the corridor were malfunctioning, relying solely on the meager illumination from the solitary bulb at the entrance. As they ascended to the second floor, they navigated almost entirely in darkness. Fortunately, there weren't many stairs, and soon they reached a halt. The sound of keys jingled softly, followed by the click of a lock being turned. The man turned on a light, and the sudden brightness cast his tall figure in stark relief against the corridor. Wei Ning lifted her gaze, noticing that the green-painted iron door before him was adorned with a humble talisman. Indeed, this was far from the image she had of Xie. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by an atmosphere reminiscent of old Southeast Asia. The walls were covered in densely packed small tiles, the floor adorned with patterned ceramics, vintage lights, and brown leather sofas, complemented by a window that connected to the bathing area. This place, rather than resembling a bacheloresse abode, bore the aesthetic of a residence designed by a woman of taste. Feigning ignorance, when Ning asked, "Is this your home?" Xie shot her a glance, replying succinctly, "If I sell it to you, it becomes your home." Neurotic, she thought, and inquired further, "Do you live here alone?" Xie answered plainly, "Yes." When Ning lingered at the door, surveying the space a bit longer, Xie cast a sidelong glance, teasing her, "It's a small place. You don't need to take off your shoes." Yet, he himself had evidently changed into a pair of comfortable slippers. Perhaps sensing her scrutiny, Xie chuckled, "Miss, where I go at this hour to buy you slippers? You don't have any extras at home?" When Ning posed the question, "Not even one pair?" "None." She nodded in understanding. "It seems you're not very popular." Xie replied in a tone that was both amused and sardonic. "What do you think?" He left her leaning against the door while he sauntered into the kitchen, retrieving a case of beer from the refrigerator. Upon turning back, he found Wei Ning seated gracefully on the sofa. Beneath her coat, she wore a skirt, with her legs elegantly angled to one side, embodying the poise of a young lady. Xie felt an inexplicable annoyance. He set the beer down with a thud, declaring it to be nothing but cheap fare. Wei Ning's previous inquiry about him treating her to this was preemptively silenced by him. She pressed her red lips together and conceded, "Very well." Chapter 49. Her turn to home in the bustling city was surprisingly tranquil. The surrounding neighbors seemed to have retired early, with only a few scattered lights illuminating the white walls, which faded into indigo under the night sky. A sharp sound pierced the silence as someone cracked open a beer can. The coolness enveloped the palm, accompanied by the effervescent hissing that emanated from the can. Each of them held a can, clinking them together in a toast. Without uttering a word, Wei Ning tilted her head back and drained her drink. With a resounding thud, she crushed the empty can against the table. Xie raised an eyebrow in silence, leisurely sipping from his own can. "Do you keep fish?" Wei Ning inquired, furrowing her brow. His tone, as languid as his movements, replied, "Who says one must finish their drink after a toast?" Wei Ning found herself momentarily speechless. Yet, Xie remained composed. "I have no such rule. Then am I at a disadvantage?" Wei Ning, who was never one to lose out, especially at the table, suddenly pressed down on his hand, her gaze intense. "Don't be unreasonable." Her delicate palm contrasted with his, which bore thin calluses. Though lacking in strength, Xie complied with her gesture, lifting the can to his lips. He drank deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. With the first drink finished, in a sense, they had become companions in passing the long night. Perhaps it was the beer beginning to take effect, but after a moment of quiet contemplation, Wei Ning felt an urge to confide. "Do you have someone you like?" she asked. Xie paused momentarily before reaching for a second can. "No." Wei Ning leaned in closer, locking eyes with him. "Impossible. I don't believe you." A sudden fizz splattered onto her hand as he opened the can. Xie skillfully evaded her scrutiny, reaching for a napkin on the coffee table. "Why ask if you don't believe?" "Let me rephrase," Wei Ning said. "Is there someone who stirs your feelings?" "Not sure." His response felt dismissive. Wei Ning plopped back down, seeming to lose interest if the drink isn't finished. Then neither of the words. "Xie, you truly lack charm. What kind of person is interesting?" Xie wiped his hand, changing the subject to a stick in the mud. Being pressed on a sensitive topic was indeed one of the most bothersome experiences. He could easily poke at her vulnerabilities, and she had no defense against it. When Ning's mood swiftly plummeted, someone like you, who has never liked anyone, wouldn't understand. Indeed, I don't, Xie replied, lounging on the sofa, half sarcastic, half resigned. Miss, I'm busy trying to survive. I don't have time for your romantic musings. When Ning shot him a sharp look, don't be sarcastic. He smiled and then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The second can of beer slid down his throat, its icy, bitter wheat flavor filling his chest. When Ning buried her face in the crook of her arm, her voice muffled, I'm not happy today. Unhappiness, like a curse, once spoken, cast a pall over everyone it touched. Xie stifled his laughter, fully aware of the answer but feigning ignorance. Is it because you're waiting for someone? No. Then is it because I wasted your entire afternoon? No. Then it must be because the food doesn't suit your palate. The head nestled in the crook of her arm stirred slightly, cascading her long hair down from her shoulder. She did not disdain his incoherent mutterings, but rather continued softly to herself, because I can never speak properly in front of him. She lifted the heavy stone pressing upon her heart and hurled it, landing squarely in another's chest. Xie remained expressionless. Pray tell, what did you say? She raised her gaze, her eyes glistening as if weathering the dampness of the season. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that elongated her words, weaving them into a soft and lingering melody. Like willow fluff dancing in the breeze, or reeds drifting into the pond as spring rain melted the remnants of snow. Xie felt as if he were lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. I can understand, he asserted. You do not understand, I understand. You. When Ning paused, you simply wish to see me make a fool of myself. You may continue to mock me next time. Xie, half amused, replied, So this is how you perceive me? No. When Ning shook her head, her expression earnest, You are even worse than that. This time, he genuinely wanted to laugh. He set the beer can upon the table, resting his hands on his open knees. Leaning in, May I inquire what I have done to you, miss? She gazed at him with her moist eyes, unflinching. You threatened to use ridicule. Her tone suddenly firmed. In any case, you are utterly malevolent. The intoxication crept to her brow, her resolute tone crumbling under the weight of her drifting gaze. She lowered her head, rubbed her face, and, feeling the warmth, swept her long hair back behind her, then theatrically returned it to frame her face in a gesture of celebration. Cheers. It seemed just 2 bottles worth. Xie clinked his empty bottle against hers. Cheers. You are being unreasonable. Though she was intoxicated, her eyes remained clear. Xie, with a hint of exasperation, picked up another full bottle. Shall we? Finish it. She leaned forward, her waterfall of hair cascading onto his hand, the aroma of fruit intoxicating. Xie raised his glass, his atoms apple-bobbing. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4. The low-alcohol brew was equally intoxicating. The coffee table was cluttered with beer cans, and the absence of snacks did not hinder their aimless chatter. She always found a moment to raise her glass, to clink with his. She recounted tales of her childhood adventures with one Zhengshan, how he lifted her high above his head. Sitting upon her father's shoulders, she could reach the pomegranates hanging from the trees. The juice dripped all over her hands, running down her father's neck, yet he did not scold her. Instead, he remarked how the abundance of seeds symbolized prosperity and good fortune. When Ning chuckled softly, and then he went on to have other brothers and sisters for me. She looked at him with dreamy eyes. What about you? Are you an only child? Xie reclined against the sofa, his elongated neck revealing a prominent Adam's apple. He remained silent, his fingers lazily stirring. What does a shake of the finger mean? When Ning leaned closer, her chin resting on the couch's back, just inches away from him. Are you drunk? Can't form words anymore. The man's eyes fluttered shut, unmoving. Well, I am indeed intoxicated. With that, she let out a drunken belch. Startled by her own belch, she hastily covered her mouth, her eyes flickering. To her surprise, Xie did not mock her. After a brief moment of hesitation, when Ning closed her eyes, resting her head against his shoulder, so close She could hear the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in his chest. Each beat felt as though it had scalded her ears, igniting a warmth within her. Her own heartbeat began to falter, adopting an irregular cadence filled with anxiety. 10 minutes later, she called out softly, "Siège." He remained silent. Straining to lift her face, she beheld him with one hand resting over his closed eyes. His breaths deep and even, as if he had succumbed to slumber. "Siège, your tolerance for alcohol is rather poor." She swayed slightly, reaching out to touch his hand, which elicited no response. Her fingers traced along the bridge of his nose, gliding down to his lips and jawline. Each time she grazed a sensitive spot, he would momentarily furrow his brow. Wei Ning seemed to find herself captivated by this game. After several attempts, he ultimately disregarded all distractions, surrendering completely to his deep slumber. The once shimmering intoxication in his eyes gradually faded away in the stillness, revealing a newfound clarity. Suddenly, Wei Ning sat upright, skillfully retrieving his phone from his pocket. The password was 000000. It was her turn once again. Chapter 50. The Princess and the Pea in Jest. It was well known that Wei Ning could drink endlessly in the capital. How could a mere few bottles of beer bring her down? However, during the journey here, she discreetly inquired of Ajong, "How well can your boss hold his liquor?" Ajong raised a single finger. Wei Ning asked, "One Gina Baijiu?" Ajong shook his head. "At most, a bottle of red wine." A bottle of red wine. Upon discovering that only beer was available at Siège's residence, she became increasingly convinced that his drinking capacity was indeed quite average. A bottle of red wine equated to roughly 6 to 7 bottles of beer. She was entirely confident she could manage it, despite her mood being less than ideal. It would be a grave sin to let an opportunity slip by when it presented itself. Wei Ning effortlessly unlocked his phone. There were numerous missed calls, all displaying the same name, Miss He. She paid it no mind and directly accessed the dial pad, entering the numbers one by one. 6815. The phone remained unresponsive. She typed in 6638. This time, the contact list automatically revealed a matching name, 111. Wei Ning's pupils constricted. These two numbers belonged to two classmates from the university. Unable to ascertain who was more likely, she resorted to the simplest and most primitive method, investigating who Siège had been in contact with. To her surprise, he had saved the name as 111. No wonder her previous search for the surname when yielded nothing. A heart that had been suspended in anxiety suddenly found relief. She had found it. Early in the morning, around 6, footsteps began to echo in the hallway. The faint aroma of breakfast wafted in through the crack of the street-facing window. Downstairs, a kanji shop was bustling. The rice porridge boiled with beef, then garnished with cilantro and scallions, emanated an enticing fragrance that compelled passers-by to pause. Freshly baked egg tarts, golden and crisp, released a rich buttery aroma. Wei Ning's stomach grumbled before she fully awoke. She reached out instinctively, her hand meeting the coolness of the leather sofa beneath her. The unfamiliar sensation startled her into sitting upright. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a tropical-style room. After a moment's pause, she recalled the events of the previous night. She had come here to drink with Siège. Yes, to drink and to engage in a bit of clandestine exploration. The reason she had stayed and not left was her fear that Siège might discover what she had unearthed and make arrangements to counteract her findings. Since she had pretended to be intoxicated, it would be unseemly for her to leave as if nothing had transpired. Thus, after that, she had quietly slipped his phone back into his pocket and attempted to nudge him toward the sofa. To no avail, he was as immovable as a mountain. Wei Ning had no choice but to drape her coat over her legs, curl up, and lean against the other side with her eyes closed. Upon awakening, the not-so-large living room presented itself once more. Ornately patterned tiled flooring, a low wooden coffee table, a brown leather sofa, vintage door frames, and latticed windows. The only absence was the man who had succumbed to intoxication before her. She could still detect a faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Stretching her numb legs, she descended from the sofa and surveyed the room. Empty cans lay haphazardly strewn across the low table, which she navigated around to approach the window. Just as her hand brushed the window ledge, the door behind her emitted a sound. Turning around, she saw Xie standing by the side door of the washstand, resting a hand on the doorknob. The white shirt and black trousers, slightly dampened by the humidity, draped loosely over him, exuding an air of disheveled nonchalance. The mist behind him enveloped the washstand wall in a soft haze. Light filtered through the lattice window, casting a kaleidoscopic glow upon him, reminiscent of the gentle dawn breaking over the sea. "Don't open the window," Xie casually remarked, towel in hand, drying his hair. Wei Ning, puzzled, inquired further, to which he replied, "It's the return of the humid season." His voice, slightly hoarse from the hangover, paired with his post-bath appearance, compelled Wei Ning to obediently lower her hands. Is there no temperature and humidity control system? After the events of the previous night, their relationship seemed to have inadvertently drawn closer. With a casual tone, Xie retorted, "What do you think this is, a luxury mansion?" Indeed, upon entering the previous night, she had garnered a general understanding of this discreet abode, a typical, ordinary residence. Wei Ning, languidly nestling back onto the sofa, called out, "Xie, please bring me a set of toiletries." Quite well, she had begun to issue commands. A few minutes later, a zhong arrived, knocking at the door with a bag of toiletries, which included a brand new pair of size 36 women's slippers. While sleeping was tolerable, the moment she stepped down, her feet sank into high heels, straining her ankles unbearably. Slipping her feet into the slippers, she was pleasantly surprised by the unpretentious linen fabric that offered an unparalleled comfort. She squinted her eyes in delight. Xie immediately teased, "What's the matter, princess in the pea?" Wei Ning, too lazy to engage, turned her back on him, clutching her toiletries. The bathroom, freshly used by Xie, still carried a faint scent of shower gel. Water droplets clung to the wall, dripping rhythmically, reminiscent of a marshland. Unaccustomed to such an environment, she hastened her efforts. Upon emerging, she noticed that the beer cans had been cleared away and several takeout boxes now adorned the table. The aroma that had roused her from slumber lingered enticingly in the small living room, tantalizingly close to her senses. Xie, sleeves rolled up, sat there, chopstick poised, not lifting his gaze. "Green onions, cilantro. Are you okay with them?" How homely he seemed. Wei Ning, momentarily stunned, regained her composure and replied, "I'm fine with them." Approaching him with a bare face, she took a seat beside him. When Xie glanced over, he was met with the sight of her face, as radiant as a water lily. Without makeup, her beauty lacked aggression. Her lips bore a delicate pink hue, and her petite nose and lip pearl added to her allure. Not merely a refined beauty, she resembled a wild rose kissed by morning dew, delicate yet capable of pricking. As she leaned closer, a familiar minty scent wafted from her. Mirroring his own, Xie felt an inexplicable itch in his throat, a sudden urge to smoke. Rising, he poured himself a glass of ice water and downed it in one gulp, seeking a topic to ease the tension. "You didn't return home last night. Why didn't your family come looking for you?" Wei Ning, biting into a sandbag, shook her head. In silence, she chewed until she could respond. "You Jiao will cover for me." Whether it was a scoff or sarcasm, Xie remarked, "You really are bold. Returning home with a stranger for drinks. Is this how you usually cover for yourself?" "Stranger?" Wei Ning misinterpreted the emphasis, exaggerating her tone. "You're making me so sad." Once again, she began her playful banter. Xie gently pressed his fingers to his brow. He heard his phone vibrating on the table, and a glance at the screen deepened his frown. Moments later, he rose, stating, "You can eat by yourself." Wei Ning, without lifting her head, inquired, "What about you?" He replied, "I have matters to attend to and will be leaving soon." She internally scoffed, suspecting it was yet another call from Miss He. The previous night had revealed much to her. Unbeknownst to Xie, she harbored these thoughts as he picked up his phone and retreated to his room. A few minutes later, he emerged donned in a coat, which hung over his arm, while his other hand clutched a brass-colored object. As he passed by her, he leaned down, placing the brass key on the table. "Lock the door when you leave, and call Zhong. He is nearby." Wei Ning was taken aback by his imminent departure and even more astonished to receive a key to her home. "Aren't you afraid I might steal from you?" Xie shrugged nonchalantly, heading towards the door while changing his shoes, with nothing but bare walls, What could you possibly steal? Descending from the third floor was a mere matter of several flights of stairs. Xie soon vanished through the doorway. Xiao Zhong drove up, casting a curious glance behind him. Is Miss Wen not coming down yet? He had been the one to bring her here last night, and had received no instructions to return her. Moreover, Wei Ning's personal bodyguard, Song, had been downstairs all morning purchasing breakfast. He assumed she must still be upstairs. Upon inquiring, Xie shot him a cryptic look. Are you that concerned? Xiao Zhong, perceptive enough, shook his head, but couldn't help but ask, Brother Yu, is it really all right to leave Miss Wen alone in your home? Xie entered the car in silence, his black phone spinning in circles within his palm. Such a private item was freely entrusted to her. What more could be off limits? Chapter 51. The trap. The freshly cooked congee was tender and delightful, and Wei Ning savored 2 large bowls of it. Throughout her meal, she discreetly surveyed the room. Aside from the decor, every corner of the space bore the unmistakable marks of a single man's residence. There seemed to be no reason for Xie to deceive her. He indeed lived alone in this bustling urban apartment. A door further inside likely led to the bedroom. Having just stealthily glanced at his phone, she refrained from intruding further into his private quarters. In any case, she had already acquired what she sought. After finishing breakfast, Wei Ning kindly cleared away the takeout boxes. She rummaged through a trash bag in the kitchen, then leisurely locked the door behind her as she descended the stairs. Upon encountering Zhong, she noted an even more respectful demeanor than before. His otherwise expressionless face now radiated loyalty. He swiftly snatched the garbage bag to dispose of it and retrieved a shopping bag brimming with casual clothing from the trunk. When Ning peered inside, noticing the assortment of relaxed attire, glancing at her own outfit, the coat hung gracefully, masking any wrinkles, while the turquoise inner layer had become unpresentable. To her surprise, Zhong displayed a keen attention to detail. Zhong, thank you, she said, offering a genuine smile, and those slippers from this morning were quite comfortable, fitting perfectly. Zhong humbly attributed his actions to Xie instructions. Though she had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Zhong imparted a different sensation. With her hands tucked into her pockets, her fingers brushed against the key. Zhong, could you please return this key to your boss? Zhong glanced at the key in her palm and resolutely shook his head. No, I cannot take something given by you, Ge. Wei Ning Siket, feeling a perplexing curiosity arise. Why was Xie, such a cautious individual, so unguarded around her? He had entrusted her with the key without a second thought. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she found no clarity. Yet, these matters held little significance for her now. She had obtained what she desired, and henceforth their paths would diverge, each embarking on their own journey. The remnants of her presence in his home, including her used toiletries and those new slippers, were all hastily discarded into the trash bag as she departed. Everything was starkly delineated. The trivialities of Aodao seemed to fade into oblivion with the vanishing traces of her stay. With a light heart, when Ning settled into the car, the vehicle moved forward gradually. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, she glanced back at the alley, watching as the residential building shrank amidst the rising warmth of smoke and fire. The room with the grid-patterned window was now out of sight. As she turned to sit properly, the sense of elation inexplicably dissipated, akin to stepping into the mire on a rainy day, where the soft earth collapsed beneath her. It sank. Upon returning home, Chen Yuejiao hurried into her room. Confess, why did you stay out all night yesterday? As she spoke, she leaned in closer, sniffing the air. What is that scent? It smells so much like Xie. Does it? Wei Ning raised her arm, trying to catch a whiff. Perhaps it was human nature to selectively overlook one's own scent. She sensed nothing amiss. Sister, I covered for you. Are you not going to show some loyalty? Wei Ning rubbed her aching neck and shoulders. I was drinking with Xie. So what are we drinking? Hush. Wei Ning raised a finger to her lips. Thus, Chen Yuejiao lowered her voice and whispered, What are we drinking? Wei Ning responded in a hushed tone, Alcohol. Chen Yuejiao asked, He didn't do anything to you, did he? It's what I did to him. Her pupils gradually dilated, and Chen Yuejiao couldn't help but exclaim, This manner of speaking is rather uncomfortable. Primarily because of you, the weight of your information is a bit much. She raised her hand, signaling for a moment's pause, Let me gather myself first. A few minutes later, Chun Yuejiao regained her composure. He won't come after you. Will he? Not likely, Wen Ning chuckled lightly. It's not a significant matter. What? You've already crossed that line with him, and it's not a big deal? Chun Yuejiao was astounded. However, Wen Ning seemed preoccupied today, having been on calls with contacts in the capital since she returned. Chun Yuejiao found it hard to interject. Seeing Wen Ning take her laptop to the study and connect to the printer baffled Chun Yuejiao. Sister, what is this all about? I'll be heading to the university shortly, Wen Ning inquired. Are you coming? With a leisurely day ahead and genuine curiosity piqued, Chun Yuejiao nodded. Let us go. Wen Ning beckoned. May I borrow your car for a bit? Though puzzled by the request, Chun Yuejiao watched as Wen Ning adjusted the passenger seat to its lowest position, ducking out of the community gate before sitting up. They drove straight to the university campus, where they were met by a new friend they had encountered at the bar a few days prior. They were in the midst of preparing for a campus music festival, and upon seeing Chun Yuejiao, their eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ning called over a girl from the law department, handing her a stack of papers. Here. This is it. Wen Ning had contacted her in advance on their way. The girl glanced at the documents, astonished. Senior, is this exchange truly free? Perhaps some kind-hearted individuals are sponsoring it. Please help me share it within the department, Wen Ning replied. At this point, Wen Ning paused, wearing a knowing expression. Remember that person? Ah. The girl nodded earnestly. Of course, Wen. Most students in their law school specialized in international law, intending to further their studies in Europe, though some sought opportunities on the mainland. This latter group often missed out on the benefits provided by the school, with no one arranging exchange study opportunities with higher education institutions on the mainland for them. Thus, the application forms Wen Ning brought were exceedingly valuable, a full sponsorship from a prestigious double first-rate university in the capital. The girl organized the forms and tucked them into her backpack. Senior, when will the qualification review results be available? Fill out the forms first, and once completed, send me an electronic copy, Wen Ning instructed. She contemplated for a moment. The specific notifications from the department should arrive quite soon. Throughout the morning, Wen Ning had been preoccupied with this task. Having grown up in the capital, her connections were naturally substantial. It took little effort to reach the university's administrative office and subsequently the Foreign Affairs office. Moreover, she had ample resources at her disposal, covering sponsorship fees, while the rest would rely on the school's departments to coordinate. All of this stemmed from her confirmation last night that the number 6638 on Xiejiu's phone pointed to the law school at the University of Science and Technology. Wen Tsuinji. There are numerous ways to investigate the complete background of this student. 1. However, as Xiejiu remarked, probing into someone on Aodao, especially a person under his protection, presents considerable challenges in bypassing his vigilance. It is likely that any sign of disturbance on her part would immediately alert Xiejiu. Consequently, Wen Ning chose to invest a bit more money to create a sweet trap. There was no need for any active efforts. All she needed was to wait for the other party to willingly leap into it. Sure enough, by the following evening, the young lady from the law school contacted her with an electronic version of the application form. This form had been meticulously designed by her, with all the desired information presented clearly: identity, background, abilities, preferences. Even an individual's flaws could be discerned through the text. Wen Ning swiftly navigated to the entry bearing the surname Wen. Wen Xinji, male, phone number 6638. Current address: No, Street Maria Road, Puxi District, Aodao. Family member information: father, mother, and so forth. Wen Ning's cursor moved rapidly over the details. Father? Chapter 52. Is there a smell of smoke? Wen Ning perused Wen Xinji's application form countless times, her thoughts ensnared by the figure of his father. Previously, she had been trapped in a rigid stereotype, assuming he hailed from a single-parent household, never contemplating that Wen Xinji might have a complete family. The form revealed explicit information. Wen Xinji's father, Wen Jian, worked at the port, managing the cargo that entered and exited. After much contemplation, Wen Ning felt compelled to conduct an investigation into him. For nearly 30 hours, Xiejiu remained in the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the casino. From leisurely strolls to furrowed brows, he bore witness to the transformation of the man before him, a superstar from the mainland, Mr. Tang, who had been specifically instructed to receive personally. The entire reception spanned a day and a half, with neither eyes closed nor a moment of rest, indulging in food and entertainment within the confines of the room, while also remaining glued to the gaming table. Xie, unfazed, offered a cigar to the man, who accepted it with a frown and took a deep puff. He recalled that this renowned star had arrived with just 2 personal assistants, both clad in hats and masks, moving with a relaxed demeanor as they bypassed the throngs of people to ascend to the 3rd floor. Once the mask was removed, a familiar face emerged. The star, with grace, extended his hand. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Xie." This was not his first visit. His previous excursions had been modest, driven purely by curiosity. This time, however, he expressed a clear intention to head to the private room upstairs, to which Xie responded with surprise. "Mr. Tang, are you here with a purpose?" "Small bets bring joy. Large bets bring ruin," he chuckled. "But I assure you, this is a trifling matter. For these celebrities, the capital required to ascend to the 3rd floor was hardly significant." Xie smiled. "Then I wish you the best of luck in advance." Luck, an elusive concept, seemed to hold little weight for Mr. Tang, who dismissed the compliment. His assistants returned with a mountain of chips, which presumably constituted Mr. Tang's stake for the evening. Though who could truly tell? When a person becomes reckless, they often dig their own grave. By the first midnight of play, Mr. Tang had lost all his chips. His demeanor remained composed, yet unnecessary gestures began to creep in. Fidgeting fingers, blowing on cards, and pausing to assess the table's feng shui. Xie observed coolly as he exchanged chips once more. With the second batch of chips, Mr. Tang leaned over the table and scored a significant win, nearly recovering his losses. From that moment on, he insisted on maintaining this posture before the dealer could reveal the cards. Win, lose, and repeat. In the brightly lit casino, time ceased to exist. 30 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, under the intense stimulation of dopamine and adrenaline. Patrons entered at 1 hour and departed the next, often oblivious to the passage of time, as only the contents of their pockets changed. Xie had endured longer stretches and felt no discomfort from the 2 days and nights. Ultimately, it came down to a final double bet. Mr. Tang steadied his trembling left hand. Open. His meticulously styled hair fell a few strands before his eyes, and his gaze pierced through the disheveled locks. Fixating intently on the cards in the center of the table, the dealer glanced at him, her expression impassive as she revealed the cards. The banker held a total of 20 points, nearly guaranteeing victory. Mr. Tang abruptly revealed his hand. 4-7-J, totaling a perfect 21. Chips cascaded toward him like a mountain. Mr. Tang, shedding his previous composure, stomped his feet and shouted expletives, suddenly whirling around to thrust a handful of chips into his assistant's chest. Yours, Xiao Wang. This is yours. He seized another hefty handful, exclaiming, for all who witness, ha ha ha, for all who witness. He frantically scattered chips, then picked up a forgotten cigar. Taking a vigorous puff, suddenly reminded of Xie. Regaining some semblance of rationality, he placed a hand on Xie's shoulder. Mr. Xie, your cigar truly brings good fortune. I had heard before I arrived that taking a puff of Mr. Xie's cigar is indeed a blessing. With a small token of gratitude, he pushed a bounty of chips towards Xie. Xie did not accept. Instead, he inquired, Mr. Tang, are you continuing to play? Let's call a night. Xie did not elaborate, turning to have someone prepare a room for Mr. Tang upstairs. Once he had given his instructions, Mr. Tang leaned closer to his ear. Tomorrow, I have a few friends joining. We shall play a different game, bridge. Of course, Xie replied, observing the man's barely contained excitement and frenzy, wishing Mr. Tang a restful night to recharge. The star donned his hat and mask, striding briskly out of the private room. Over the course of 2 days and 1 night, he had netted 70 million. Once the man departed, the smile faded from Xie's lips. He addressed the others in the room. You all should rest now. Brother you've been up for quite some time. Why not rest here? Xie was about to utter a polite refusal when a thought struck him, rubbing his aching temples. No need. Have Xiao Zhong take me home. It was not uncommon for Xie to retreat for days when entertaining significant clients. Even if he took a break, He would not leave the casino, as he had a permanent suite upstairs. Thus, when Xiao Zhong realized that the guest had not departed, but Xie Zhiyu was heading home, he momentarily faltered. It was only when he witnessed Xie Zhiyu emerging in a suit that he hurriedly jumped out of the car to open the door. Brother Yu, how have the past 2 days been? What about you? Xiao Zhong hesitated, replying, I'm doing well. Xie Zhiyu inquired again. What did Zhong say? A Zhong? Oh, you mean Miss One? Xiao Zhong carefully recounted the events of the last 2 days, decisively shaking his head. A Zhong said Miss One has not left her house. Xie Zhiyu closed his eyes and rested against the seat for a moment. Suddenly, he commanded to the hillside residence. The vehicle changed direction abruptly. During the swift drive along the empty road, Xie Zhiyu retrieved his phone, his fingers hesitating over the chat box for a long while. Xiao Zhong. The startled Xiao Zhong, focused on driving, responded yes. Do I smell like smoke? Xiao Zhong leaned back against the chair, inhaling deeply. To be honest, Yugo, my sense of smell isn't very keen. I may not be able to detect much. Then never mind, Xie Zhiyu replied, locking his phone with a hint of indifference. Let's head home. The car took a winding route, yet this time, no further complications arose, and they drove straight to the cramped residential building in the old district. Xie Zhiyu donned his coat and ascended the stairs. Despite the brevity of the ascent, he fancied he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the steps several times, sharp, nimble, and imbued with a hint of caution. Upon entering, knowing full well that no one else could possibly be present, he still scanned the room with meticulous care. The space was tidy. The takeout boxes from that morning had been neatly disposed of. The cushions on the sofa were arranged just so, and the water cup had been drained and placed back on the rack, with the windows and doors securely locked. Everything appeared as it typically did upon his return. That night seemed to have been merely an illusion, a figment of his imagination, devoid of any visitors. Xie Zhiyu's gaze fell to the entrance, where only a solitary pair of men's slippers lay. Nothing else could be seen. Chapter 53. Blissful happiness after taking a shower, Xie Zhiyu did not return to his room. He sat on the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his long legs were carelessly intertwined. In this moment, he might have desired a cigarette, yet the pack had been crushed and discarded into the trash mere moments ago. It was this absence of smoke that compelled him to pick up his phone. After all, there was nothing else to occupy his time. He unlocked the screen and entered the chat interface. Exiting the chat, he locked the screen again. This back and forth continued several times, a palpable sense of frustration enveloping him. Finally, he made a call. The dialing tone was more grating than usual. He closed his eyes, preparing to take a deep breath to soothe his irritation. But the rapid beeps that followed signaled that he had been hung up on. A sardonic laugh escaped him. At last, he locked his phone and tossed it onto the sofa, turning to shut the door behind him. Having spent considerable time with Xie Zhiyu, Wei Ning no longer required mental preparation before rejecting his calls. At that moment, she was engaged in a conversation about beauty with Winsini. Both had facial masks on and had just applied serum. Under such circumstances, the phone could only be on speaker, so upon seeing Xie Zhiyu's name, Wei Ning's instinct was to hang up. After disconnecting, when no second call or WeChat message followed, she assumed there was no urgency. However, before retiring for the night, she hesitated to open the chat interface, contemplating whether to send him a message, only to find that words would fail to convey her thoughts. Should she say, I figured it out, so I don't wish to engage with you any longer? Or, I'm sorry, but our collaboration ends here? Perhaps, Xie Zhiyu, having deceived me so many times, is it unreasonable for me to have a little fun at your expense this time? After much deliberation, Wei Ning ultimately sent nothing. He was an intelligent man. Surely he would understand. She locked her screen and lay back on her bed, but moments later, she sat up, murmuring to the dark screen. In any case, I am still here on Outao. If you truly need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Perhaps she could afford to extend her kindness just this once. Yes, just this once. With that thought, Wei Ning nestled back under the covers, her hands resting on her abdomen, tranquil. Good night. Reality soon taught Wei Ning that her worries were unwarranted. Xie Zhiyu did not call again. It made sense. He was well connected on Outao, and what difficulties could he possibly face? Even if he required her identity to stop someone nearby, It was merely because she happened to be in the right place at the right time. Without her, Xiejiu would undoubtedly have found another solution. Wen Ning was not one to seek out trouble. Upon waking, she prepared to head to the port. The port was bustling with noise. Early in the morning, Wen Ning employed the same tactics to evade Zhong and made her way to Wen Jian's workplace. True to his name, Wen Jian possessed a remarkably robust physique. When a kind soul pointed him out, he was donning a hard hat and briskly navigating between the shipping containers. Your cargo and packing list do not match. Take a good look for yourself and figure it out before coming to me. Hey, over there, a ship is arriving at Area A. Where's everyone? Where have all the workers gone? The previous sentence was not yet finished when the next one was already directed at the phone. I stated that I would coordinate once I returned to the office. Unfortunately, tomorrow is fully booked and I cannot accommodate you. I'm aware that it is Mr. He's goods, but the port is limited. What else can we do? Wen Ning, hesitant to intrude, inquired with a kind-hearted individual. Is Director Wen always this busy? Given Wen Ning's striking appearance and amiable demeanor, the person responded readily. There's no choice. Several in the office have fallen ill recently, so one person is handling the work of multiple. That's a relief to hear. If it's consistently hectic, it must be challenging to attend to family matters. Indeed. The individual nodded, suddenly recalling, and asked, What is your relationship with Director Wen? I am a teacher at the Academic Affairs Office of the University of Science and Technology. Wen Ning remained composed, stating that she wished to discuss matters pertaining to Wen Sunji. The other person displayed an understanding expression. Director Wen's son. We have watched him grow since childhood. 2 years ago, he was admitted to the university, and we even gifted Director Wen a red envelope. That young man returned it to us the very next day, expressing his gratitude and being exceptionally considerate. Growing up, watch him grow. Wen Ning discreetly contemplated this statement and remarked, Quality education undoubtedly stems from a nurturing family. The Wen household must be quite harmonious. Indeed, Director Wen has a fiery temperament, while his wife is patient. They complement each other perfectly. Their approach to educating the child has been primarily guided by his wife. A strict father and a kind mother, we envy them greatly. As the individuals spoke, they waved toward the distance. Hey, someone is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Wen Jian turned to look, his thick brows knitting together. No, when someone arrives. I have to repeat this. Tomorrow, Mr. He's goods cannot. You are that teacher? Hearing this, Wen Jian relaxed his brow and quickly assessed the situation. Once he arranged his current tasks, he hurried over, speaking with a tone of curiosity. May I ask, who is this teacher? From the Academic Affairs Office of the University of Science and Technology. It's quite normal that you haven't seen me before. As Wen Ning followed him to the office, she retrieved a form, explaining that she had other visitation tasks today and happened to be nearby. Thus she had come without prior notice. Apologies for that. Upon seeing the form, Wen Jian's puzzled expression settled back into place. This. I saw that young man filling it out yesterday. Indeed, we have already preliminarily approved his qualifications, so I am primarily here today to understand the family's intentions. After all, if he is to exchange studies, he will be in the mainland for about a year. You're his biological father, correct? Although this question seemed abrupt, nestled within a series of premises, Wen Jian found nothing particularly strange about it. He nodded, yes. Wen Ning glanced at the photo on the application form and jested. He must resemble his mother more. Speaking of his wife and child, Wen Jian chuckled. His eyes and mouth are just like his mother's. He only has my thick brows. Upon comparison, Wen Ning indeed found this to be true. Does his mother support his exchange studies? Absolutely. She is very supportive. Wen Jian hurriedly added, Our greatest hope in having this son is for him to be happy. Even if it's not a public-funded opportunity, as long as he desires it, we can manage. It is indeed publicly funded. You need not worry. Wen Ning crafted a standard smile, as the school required some documents to assist students in obtaining their hometown certificates. Together with Wen Jian, she entered the office, her gaze settling on the desk. Is this a childhood photograph of Wen? At the most prominent position on the desk stood a wooden frame. Within it, a father and son, one large and one small, the child perched on the neck of the adult, hands covered in mud, pointing towards the distant sea. During his childhood, we lived by the shore, and every day we would dig for shells on the beach. It must have been taken then. He spoke, retrieving other photos from his phone. Look, from a chubby little bundle to a wobbly toddler, and then to a babbling child, his features grew more defined and clearer with each passing year. Wen Jian's album was entirely devoted to his son. The first certificate, the first gold medal from a sports meet, the first honor from a debate competition. Under the rough movements of the man's fingers, Wei Ning spent several minutes witnessing the entire journey of a boy's growth. The last image was a selfie, the young boy beaming brightly as he embraced his father's neck, while his other hand, smeared with cake frosting, playfully touched his mother's nose. She lingered too long over this photograph. So long, in fact, that when Jian turned to her, "Teacher, are you all right?" It was then that she realized this was pure, unadulterated love, a kind of affection that made her feel almost envious. She narrowed her eyes. The standard smile that had once come effortlessly now took her a considerable time to muster. Finally, she raised the corners of her lips and smiled, saying, "Wow, how blissful." Chapter 54. Fearless emerging from the port, Wei Ning felt a tightness in her chest. Perhaps it was indeed, as Xie had suggested. The return of the humid southern weather seemed to envelop her in a decay-laden atmosphere, rendering her unable to express her emotions. She gazed up at the slate-gray sky, which mirrored her own sense of gloom. There was no need for further validation. In her heart, she had already concluded that this one classmate hailed from a wholesome and blissful family. She was uncertain why this string of numbers had appeared on Xie's phone, yet she was certain that Wen Kun's was a child from that family. Love and indifference, truth and falsehood. When discussing an individual, one must not misrepresent. She pinched her brow, leaning against the roadside, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. While waiting for Chun Yuejiao, she received a photograph from Wen Jian. This was the proof of Wen Kun's that he had promised to submit promptly. The father, anxious not to delay his son's exchange application, had immediately contacted home after her departure, urgently rummaging through every certificate Wen Kun's had accumulated since childhood, even securing a birth certificate to establish their familial connection. The truth was now laid bare. Wen Ning was not surprised, for she had already formed a judgment in her heart after meeting Wen Jian. She was so lost in thought that she failed to notice the face of a passerby as they brushed past each other. A group halted a few steps behind her and turned around. After a moment's contemplation, one of them picked up the phone and reported softly, "Yes, we have arrived at the port. However, it's strange that Miss Wen is here." The voice on the other end spoke something inaudible. The leader nodded. "Understood. Be sure to inform Brother Yu." On the other end was Xiao Zhong, who first placed the call to Ah Zhong. A minute later, he hurried upstairs. The exclusive VIP room on the third floor had already commenced its second round of bridge, and fearing to disturb the esteemed guests, Xiao Zhong requested a waiter to enter. Before long, Xie appeared at the doorway. "Urgent matter?" There's a call from the port, stating they saw Miss Wen while arranging the containers. However, I inquired with Ah Zhong, and he was unaware of her departure. He has been stationed downstairs at the hillside residence. "Are you certain?" Xie raised his gaze. "Brother Yu, our people are not blind. It's impossible to mistake Miss Wen's face." Xiao Zhong thought to himself, noting that her features were so distinct that one could recognize her even in a crowd, let alone a mere brush by. He stood there anxiously, awaiting further instructions. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, Xiao Zhong, who considered it a prolonged wait, found it increasingly difficult to endure the weight of Xie's subdued gaze. Each second felt like an age to him. Moistening his dry lips, he stood frozen until the other finally spoke in a tone devoid of urgency. "Understood." "Understood? Is that all? Could it be that Miss Wen intentionally avoided Ah Zhong?" "Might that," Xie interrupted. "They're very busy inside. In future, such matters need not be specifically communicated to me." So hard to comprehend, Xiao Zhong nodded, a pained expression on his face. "Understood, Brother Yu." Upon returning home from the port, Wen Ning no longer evaded Ah Zhong. She sat openly in the car, heading back without any pretense. On her way back, she contemplated that if something had gone awry, it must have originated from the very beginning. The information she unearthed from Xie was counterfeit. Why was she the only one left unguarded? Why was she allowed to indulge in intoxication without a care? Now, everything fell into place. It seemed she had gained an advantage, yet this path had been meticulously laid out for her to tread upon. Xie had no fear of her probing further. Ultimately, she would return empty-handed, continuing to hope that he would loosen his grip just enough to sell her some information. This was the true essence of Xie cunning, a master of manipulating human emotions. He had discerned her character so well that he effortlessly orchestrated a trap for her. When Ning suddenly felt disheartened, indeed, rather than anger, she felt a sense of defeat as she realized she had no justification for her fury. The phone was her clandestine act. The information she pursued was driven by her own assumptions. What grounds did she have to blame others? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the vehicle had already arrived downstairs. When Ning spotted Zhong waiting for her and stepped out of the car first. Zhong, Miss Wen, why didn't you call me when you went out? When Ning managed a relieved smile, you know already? Xiaozhong called me and mentioned you went to the port, which startled me. If I hadn't protected you well, Yuge would surely be upset. So was Xiaozhong who informed him. Then Xie must have been made aware as well. He was astute enough to piece together the sequence of events, she mused. However, if she were to seek an optimistic perspective on her disappointments today, it was that she had displayed a modicum of foresight by not hastily confronting Xie. Did he say anything? When Ning inquired. Zhong shook his head. I don't know. Zhong was a straightforward individual, lacking the convolutions of their interactions. When Ning offered him a reassuring smile. It's all right. I will speak to him. You are not to blame. Yet Zhong pressed on. Miss Wen, are you unhappy? Not at all. When Ning turned back, how could I be? Did someone at the port bully you? When Ning intentionally raised her tone, of course not. Zhong stood frozen, opting for silence. He was somewhat inept in reading social cues, often misinterpreting others' emotions. In the past, when Xie was angry, everyone else was too fearful to utter a word, while Zhong would foolishly approach. Now, despite Miss Wen's clearly relaxed tone, he mistakenly believed she was upset. As he remained stationary, when Ning took a few steps forward before returning, Zhong, thank you. I'm no longer unhappy. Upon returning upstairs, the large living room was bustling with activity. Servants hurried to and fro, diligently arranging fresh flowers. When Ning removed her coat and handed it to a servant. Is there a special occasion today? The sir has returned from his business trip, the servant replied. He is currently in the study speaking with a madam. No sooner had the words escaped than Chan Yuejiao arrived via the elevator, her expression one of dismay. My father is back? Having been in Aodao for a considerable time, when Ning had yet to meet her uncle. After a moment's reflection, she decided to remain in the living room. After all, as a guest in someone else's home, regardless of familial ties, she needed to maintain the decorum of a visitor. She sat at one end, while Chen Yuejia nestled close beside her like a timid quail. The spacious sofa was occupied by two individuals huddled together. Wei Ning, what mischief have you been up to, that you fear your father so? I haven't done anything, but my fear of my father seems ingrained in my very genes. Chen Yuejiao responded with a shiver. Sister, do you not fear your father? Not so much. In the past, I felt respect. Now, it evokes little emotion. There are moments when I ponder, given how much Wen Jingshan cares for his illegitimate child, perhaps when he lies on his sickbed awaiting care in his twilight years. He might as well place his hopes on that child. She felt helpless, unsure of how to convey her thoughts to Chen Yuejiao. Wen Ning contemplated for a moment before smiling in resignation. Once you've grown up, fear dissipates. Indeed, she was no longer afraid, nor did she harbor love anymore. Chapter 55, Cohabitation dinner consisted of the three family members, plus the half-outsider, Wen Ning. Aunt and uncle made every effort to accommodate her, particularly Uncle Chun Kantai. Upon learning she was on the Australian island, insisted on dividing the gifts he had brought from Singapore for Chen Yuejiao into 2 portions. Wen Ning attempted to decline, but Chen Yuejiao graciously accepted everything on her behalf. These past few days, I happened to speak with your father on the phone. If I had known you were... Aunt interrupted Uncle's words. This is a sensitive time, so let us pretend you didn't say anything. I know my brother's temperament. He currently believes Wen Ning is in Hawaii. If you slip up, it would be chaos. Chen Kantai sighed deeply. I see. Wen Ning noticed his expression, seemed troubled. Uncle, what's the matter? Previously, I was unaware and invited your father over during our phone conversation. He had agreed to come. Oh dear. When Cindy swiftly struck him. Is he really coming? It appears so. The two exchanged words, their gazes darting between each other. Wei Ning, however, remained unperturbed. When he arrives, I can simply stay in a hotel. If he is unaware, he won't blame you, Aunt. When Cindy retorted, I'm not afraid of him blaming me. When Ning hastily pleaded, but I fear his scolding. He has been particularly talkative lately. At her words, laughter erupted from the table, and matters were inadvertently settled. After the meal, Chen Yuejiao, fearing her father might summon her to the study, lingered beside Wei Ning. Upon entering the room, Chen Yuejiao followed suit, appearing as if she intended to share the bed. Wei Ning tossed a pillow at her. I'm not dealing with you. I'm extremely tired and need to sleep first. Sister, please. Chen Yuejiao blinked innocently. I'll take the pillow. Wei Ning sighed. You're not asking me to fetch your pillow, are you? I beg you, dear sister. Defeated, Wei Ning rose from the bed, donned a knit jacket. Is there anything else you need? To say it all at once. Chen Yuejiao gazed with wide, innocent eyes. Nothing else, my beloved sister. Her room was situated at the far east, adjacent to the master bedroom and its adjoining living area. As Wei Ning approached, she noticed the living room door slightly ajar. A figure flitted past the doorway. Initially intending to greet her aunt, she drew closer, only to overhear. It's fine if Wei Ning stays at a hotel. In a few days, Yuan Jinsheng will also be staying with us. It was Uncle's voice. She paused, caught in a dilemma. Yes, coming? When Cindy whispered this time, he'll probably stay for 10 days to half a month, right? Chen Kongtai chuckled. You didn't seem mind his lengthy stay when Wei Ning was around. My dear niece is different. It's not the same. Chen Kongtai's tone grew grave. I don't understand your prejudice against that boy. Every time he visits the Australian island, you seem displeased. What prejudice could I have? I dare not speak ill of your relatives. The voices inside grew louder, suggesting a disagreement. Wei Ning tiptoed back into her room, quickly retrieving a pillow before leaving. Rest assured, when he comes, I will behave graciously. I will certainly uphold your reputation. However, should he continue to exhibit the same disdainful behavior he did in his youth, relentlessly tormenting Yu Jiao, I shall not hesitate to assume the role of an elder. In our childhood, mischief often clouded our judgment, and, as a guardian, one must not be overly concerned with a child's antics. But how could I possibly overlook it? If Yu Jiao were to bear a scar upon her visage, it would surely incite my fury. You may wonder why I harbor such a fondness for Wei Ning. It is simply because she swiftly dealt that boy a slap. She supports Yu Jiao at every turn, and I cherish her as if she were my own daughter. Affection begets affection. Wei Ning embraced a pillow, quietly reflecting on the past as the argument replayed in her mind. Memories of her early high school days flooded back, particularly during a summer spent on Aodao. Accompanying her was her uncle's nephew, Yuan Jinsheng, who had settled in Singapore. The trio, Wei Ning, Chen Yujiao, and Yuan Jinsheng, were of similar ages yet seldom played together. As they navigated the tumultuous waters of adolescence, the presence of a boy among them proved to be awkward, especially when Chen Yujiao clumsily stumbled upon provocative photos on his phone. In a fit of indignation, he brandished a utility knife at her face, demanding she deny what she had seen. Initially stunned, Yu Jiao stammered, you have indecent photos. Yuan Jinsheng's face oscillated between pale and crimson before he retorted. You must not tell uncle and aunt. But it was he who had committed the transgression, not her. Regaining her composure, Yu Jiao furiously protested. Why should I be silenced? Her fierce exclamation summoned Wei Ning. Upon entering, Wei Ning witnessed Yuan Jinsheng pinning Yu Jiao against the desk, one arm restraining her chest while the other wielded the knife threateningly near her tender face. Yu Jiao, despite the red marks on her skin, stubbornly resisted. When Ning approached with a calm demeanor, her gaze icy, Aunt said no fighting while she is away. Sister, this boy has, Yu Jiao, you dare. At that moment, the knife pressed deeper, drawing forth a bead of blood, prompting Wei Ning to deliver a resounding slap. This marked the first time she struck someone, devoid of technique yet brimming with emotion, her hand connecting sharply with Yuan Jinsheng's face, causing it to twitch involuntarily. Yuan Jinsheng, she warned, should you ever threaten others with a knife again, your uncle will punish you far more severely. With that, she took Yu Jiao away. Fortunately, the injury was superficial, and upon learning of the incident, The maid quickly informed Winsini, who abandoned all to rush back. One child bore traces of blood, while the other sported a swollen cheek. Winsini resolutely sided with Wei Ning, though Yuan Jincheng remained silent in her presence. He later lamented to Chun Kangtai about his grievances. After voicing his complaints, he continued to harbor animosity toward Wei Ning, leading to palpable tension whenever they crossed paths. Returning with her pillow, Wei Ning promptly divulged to Chen Yujiao, "I just overheard a secret." Before she could finish, Yu Jiao eagerly inquired, "What? What?" Wei Ning feigned exasperation. "Yuan Jincheng is coming again." Suppressing her urge to utter harsh words, Chen Yuejiao inquired, "Is it still feasible to move now?" Wei Ning gesturet indulgingly. "Perhaps you should consult your aunt?" "Sister, I believe I would prefer to stay in a hotel with you," Chen Yuejiao asserted resolutely. Wei Ning nodded vigorously in agreement, then posed a question. "What will you say when Wen Jingshan arrives and wonders why you're not at home, but rather in a hotel?" Chen Yuejiao continued to wrestle with her thoughts. "I'll simply say I've grown weary of home. I'm extravagant and just wish to spend money." How delightful. Wei Ning applauded her enthusiasm before shifting the topic. "However, I shall not be staying in a hotel." "What?" "Please ensure a room is reserved for me. I want to reassure aunt and uncle. I have alternative accommodations." She continued, "ISNT, the entire Outao comprised solely of the Chun family relatives? Where else could one possibly stay aside from a hotel?" Chen Yuejiao pondered, slightly bewildered. "Where?" Wei Ning rested her chin on her hand and sighed heavily. The repercussions of her earlier call had arrived. A true gentleman is capable of both yielding and standing firm. Now she must feign ignorance while seeking reconciliation. "The Xie family," she replied. Chapter 56. In the realm of gambling, blackjack, bridge, baccarat, and poker, Xie had indulged this group of individuals. This morning, barely closing his eyes at 9 o'clock, he was abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. As he reluctantly lifted his eyelids, the screen illuminated with 4 prominent characters. Princess P. Too apathetic to even muster a cold laugh, Xie tossed the phone aside and attempted to resume his slumber. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence of rest that drove him to madness, or perhaps something else entirely. The moment his eyes shut, he could vividly envision a delicate face, her brows like ink, her eyes resembling stars, and in a state of intoxication. The tip of her petite nose tinged with a hint of crimson. Those enchanting eyes seemed to implore him. "Xie, why do you not answer the call?" Irritated, he turned over. "Xie, you threaten and mock me." He continued to shift positions. "You are incorrigible, playing tricks." Suddenly, he sat up with a cloud of low pressure hovering over him. Was there no end to this? "You do not answer the phone." Cursing under his breath, he seized his phone. To his surprise, the call had already ended, the screen displaying a missed call notification. It appeared she hadn't persisted for long. Just as he was about to lock the screen again, a new message popped up. "Princess P. Mr. Xie, are you home?" Mr. Xie? What role was she playing now? Xie tapped his fingers impatiently, his brow furrowing deeply. Before he could even finish typing a question mark, she messaged again. "Princess P. I will arrive at your home in 15 minutes. This time, he was genuinely taken aback. Xie replied with a simple, "Princess P. Ajong mentioned you haven't rested in several days. It's fine, you needn't worry about me. I promise to be gentle, strange, exceedingly strange." The presence of that tilde only heightened the peculiarity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Ajong's number. Thus, when Wei Ning retraced her steps back to the cramped 3rd floor of the residential building, recalling memories from days past, she immediately spotted Xie leaning against the door with his arms crossed. His disheveled black hair framed his face, which bore dark circles under his eyes, rendering his expression utterly impassive. The large red character for fortune painted on the green door behind him bore an uncanny resemblance to the halo behind a deity's head. No, it was more akin to a malevolent deity. Wei Ning raised her hand to her face, bending her fingers playfully. "It's been quite a while since we last met, Mr. Xie." Xie remained motionless. "What is your business?" She discreetly concealed a brass key within her half-curled palm, greeting him before slipping it back in her pocket. From her tote bag, she retrieved a pair of linen slippers, new, with tags still attached, yet strikingly similar to her previous pair. Bending down, she placed the slippers on the ground and flashed him a smile. Xiaoyu feigned an intent to close the door. Wei Ning immediately interjected, extending her leg to block the entrance. Why be so stingy? Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Speak properly. Upon looking up again, Wei Ning had donned an endearing yet pitiful expression. Batting her eyelashes, I found myself homeless, Mr. Xia. You are such a kind person. Surely you will take me in, won't you? Right? Right? Xiaoyu scrutinized her with a cold gaze. Clad in casual attire, knit top, high-waisted, wide-leg jeans, and sneakers, her ensemble bore an air of costly elegance, hardly befitting someone claiming to be destitute. He chuckled derisively. 10 minutes ago, during the phone call with Zhong, he learned that Ms. Wen had deposited her large suitcase at the hotel front desk early in the morning, leaving only a small one to carry with her as she hurried towards the old town. Has she outgrown the hillside? Xiaoyu inquired. Zhong, unaware of the circumstances, refrained from speaking further, fearing that his words might distress Ms. Wen. He switched to Cantonese for the call while glancing through the rearview mirror. It seems the Qin family wants her to move to the hotel. I could see Ms. Wen was quite upset. As soon as she got in the car, she asked me where your boss was. She rarely asks about you. Brother you, is this situation serious? Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. He pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips without lighting it, merely biting down on it a few times. Damn it. She has the key. There's no way to stop her. What do you mean? Quietly, not to disturb him? With such a lively person wandering around his home, how could he possibly sleep soundly? With a stern expression, Xiaoyu donned his jacket, arms crossed, standing like a guardian at the door. As for the current pretense of innocence, asking him about it, Xiaoyu is no saint. Did she think this place was one she could come and go from at will? Pointing at the tiled floor outside, he indicated, stand there. Though perplexed, Wei Ning complied. What are you doing? In the next moment, the door slammed shut in front of her. After closing the door, Xiaoyu flexed his wrists and walked back into the room. A few seconds later, he heard a rustling sound from the door. He perked up his ears but ignored it. After a moment, there was a click and the door opened. A sneaky voice softly announced, I'm coming in now, followed by another click as she closed the door. The spacious interior was filled with the sound of her walking in slippers. Strangely, the agitation that had plagued him for days began to dissipate. Xiaoyu closed his eyes. During the day, various noises drifted in through the street-facing window, and occasional sounds emanated from the living room. Remarkably, he fell asleep in such an environment. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened. The gaps between the buildings were suffused with a deep azure hue. The entire room was dim. Xiaoyu arose to splash cold water on his face and listened at the door. Outside, there was no further sound, as if the evening stillness had enveloped both the world outside and within. He opened the bedroom door. The living room was illuminated by a vintage floor lamp, its glass shade refracting light into a kaleidoscope of colors, casting a beam on the wall. The figure seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, raised her face upon hearing the commotion, appearing as if she had been waiting for a long time. You're awake? Xiaoyu checked his watch and replied coolly. 9 hours. Enough time to turn my home upside down? You mean this? Wei Ning shook the book in her hand. I found it on that shelf, the Plantagenet dynasty. I didn't expect your interest to be so diverse. Xiaoyu felt no flattery from her words. He retorted, did you not notice the layer of dust on it? It might have been read a long time ago. Wei Ning playfully tapped the spine of the book with her fingers, producing a variety of rhythmic sounds. Do you hear that sound? Xiaoyu was still pondering. She then revealed the answer. It's the sound of my stomach. I am hungry, she reiterated. During the time, Zhong was delivering food upstairs, Xiaoyu had thoroughly surveyed his abode. The most notable alteration was a leather suitcase standing beside the sofa. He was convinced that the possessions of a princess, however dainty, could not possibly be contained within such a diminutive 16-inch case. This suitcase was likely a mere prop for her pretentious display. When he urged her to leave, she would feign reluctance, clutching the small case, ultimately departing with a pitiful demeanor. Should he refrain from insisting, there would undoubtedly be a second and third suitcase, until his home was overwhelmed, causing him distress and distaste, eventually leading him back to his initial impulse, urging her to depart. Ultimately, This young lady's descent to his residence was not born of a genuine desire to stay, but rather an ostentatious attempt to mend the unspoken rift that had arisen between them days prior. She feigned humility without truly relinquishing her stance, deliberately avoiding the mention of their previous phone call, clearly pretending to be oblivious while fully aware. It was already established that he was no paragon of virtue. How could she possibly have her way? Siège, you place the takeout bag upon the low table before her. Toiletries go on the sink. Choose between the sofa and the small bed for your sleeping arrangements. The outside bathroom is available for your use. You cannot enter my room. And the rest is yours to decide. When Ning opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. She understood his words. Siège regarded her with calm scrutiny. Chapter 57, Our Relationship. Forcing a duck onto a rack. It can't get down. A thought flashed through Ning's mind, and she tugged at the corners of her mouth. She realized she couldn't muster a smile. Yet, Siège regarded her with those all-knowing eyes. His lips curved into an appealing arc. Oh, are you trying to play me again? Absolutely not, when Ning replied. Your words make me seem quite innocent. I truly have nowhere to stay, you know? Wen Zhengshan is coming to Aodao. After she spoke, she blinked. Is that so? Siège straightened up. I was unaware. Now you are, when Ning hurriedly responded. So I cannot stay at Banshan, when Zhengshan would find out. But staying alone in a hotel is frightfully lonely. After much contemplation, I still believe your place is the safest. Siège chuckled, articulating each word. My place the safest? Such nonsense would make even the king of hell laugh. However, when Ning could solemnly nod in agreement, Siège believed her. Aren't you going to pack your bags? He perched his legs on the sofa, his tone casual. When Ning found herself in a dilemma, so she chose to play the innocent card, remaining seated. I haven't eaten all day. How can I muster the energy to pack? Fine, eat first, then take your time packing, Siège replied. Still the same porridge shop downstairs. Salted and flavorful century egg and lean meat congee, radish cake, shrimp rice rolls, sauté fish balls, and fried wontons. Compared to their previous breakfast together, when Ning felt much more composed this time, even managing to find a small stool for herself. She tied her hair up and earnestly enjoyed her meal until the end. The princess and the pea was not picky. Siège glanced over. Is that enough? More than enough. When Ning's gaze fell upon her abdomen, the tight jeans accentuating a slight curve of fullness. Even beauties have their little bellies. She took a breath. Absolutely enough. Feigning ignorance, Siège returned to the original topic. Are you going to pack? It wasn't that when Ning was unwilling. During their meal, she had already weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Returning to the hotel was comfortable. However, lingering at Siège's offered an unexpected advantage she hadn't considered before. Wen Zhengshan was indeed coming to Aodao. She doubted when Zhengshan would come without paying a visit to her good son. At the hotel, she couldn't control Wen Zhengshan's whereabouts, but at Siège's, she only needed to keep an eye on him. The threads to unravel the mystery lay before her, and she found it hard to resist the urge to pull them apart. As for why she remained motionless on the sofa, it was simply because she was too full and lacked the energy to move. She called out, Siège. He glanced over. Is there any possibility that you could help me? Dream on. In such moments, he was indeed resolute. Wei Ning lamented, realizing another downside of not being able to stay at the hotel. This pampered young lady, who was accustomed to being served, now had to tend to herself. She called Ah Zhong, asking him to retrieve her luggage stored at the hotel. After finishing the call, she surveyed the room. She asked Siège, where's the bed you mentioned? Siège leaned against the wall, his ambiguous gaze resting upon her. Are you truly planning to linger here indefinitely? After all, it was you who first handed me the key. The implication being that the freedom to come and go was granted by him. Siège smiled enigmatically. After all, we are merely a solitary man and woman. When Ning was momentarily taken aback, but soon her mind cleared. She arched her brows slightly. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Xie, you are likely more averse to trouble than I. After all, they had shared several encounters. Skin brushing against skin, noses nearly touching, gazes locked. Regardless of attention, he seemed to navigate the situation with ease. A man like him cannot be simply defined by masculinity. He was preoccupied with far more than mere romantic entanglements, aware that engaging with her would be troublesome. He he would refrain from doing so. What solitary man and woman? Perhaps he had already surmised her reasons for wanting to remain here. Intimidating others might be feasible, but attempting to intimidate her? When Ning pursed her lips, who was to say who feared whom? She dismissed Xie Zhiyu's veiled threats, following his directions to her resting place for the night. Upon opening the cabinet door, she was met with a military cot. With a scowl, Wen Ning turned her head. Xie Zhiyu, is this the extent of your discomfort? He chuckled, Princess and the Pea. Was this his measure of her endurance? Had she known a military cot awaited her, she would have refrained from opening the cabinet. The sofa would have been far preferable. The thought of retreating to a hotel surged within her. Just as she was preparing to claim the sofa, Xie Zhiyu called out to her. By then, her patience had worn thin, and she waved her hand dismissively. Spare me your unkind words. Oh, very well then, Xie Zhiyu replied nonchalantly. I had intended to inform you of a small room available nearby. Truly, it must have been a karmic retribution from a past life to be entangled with Xie Zhiyu in this one. Wen Ning inhaled deeply. Wow, Mr. Xie, you certainly have a penchant for surprises. His surprise was a minuscule secondary bedroom. It was indeed very small. So small that Wen Ning, accustomed to spacious living, found it hard to believe an adult could maneuver between the single bed and the L-shaped desk. Yet, owing to its compactness, the street light cast intricate patterns through the wooden blinds, illuminating the room in its entirety. Wen Ning could envision how, on a fine day, sunlight would pour in at an angle, creating a beautiful interplay of light and shadow, a scene reminiscent of an old South Sea film, warm and languid. It seemed the designer had exerted considerable ingenuity to render such a diminutive space relatively charming. Had Xie Zhiyu not brought her here, she would have assumed the mosaic glass door leading to the balcony concealed the storage room. Did you live here as a child? It was no surprise when Ning asked. She could scarcely conceive of any other possibility. The house, once considered stylish, had succumbed to the ravages of time, its once pristine edges now softened and its paint weathered, revealing the passage of years. A children's room could not have been a recent addition. It had always existed, a remnant for its erstwhile young occupant. Xie Zhiyu did not respond. He leaned languidly against the doorframe, his expression inscrutable. Would you prefer to sleep on the sofa instead? The dust floating through the temporal void dissipated with his words. Wen Ning turned her head with irritation. If there were a second option, I would never choose your shabby sofa. What is wrong with my worn-out sofa? He chuckled lightly. Didn't you sleep quite well that day? His languid tone lingered close to her ear. Wen Ning inexplicably felt that his words carried a hint of ambiguity. She snorted through her nose. Such talk is not to be uttered in public. Xie Zhiyu mimicked her, his intonation laced with a touch of Beijing dialect. Is that so? Don't you remember what our relationship is when we are out here? His words suddenly instilled a sense of urgency within Wen Ning. She froze in place. Xie Zhiyu, listen, when Zhengshan is coming, you mustn't betray me. She couldn't help but remind him he still thinks I'm in Hawaii. Xie Zhiyu, in response to her warning, chuckled half-heartedly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have genuinely forgotten. After all, there's a Ching by Gu on Ao Island and a song, Something Young Master in Hawaii. His features were obscured in the dim light, his tone cool and detached. There's too much to remember. I can't keep track. Chapter 58. The warm breeze of youth beneath the wine flag, when Ning believed she had mastered the art of sarcasm. Yet she was taken aback by Xie Zhiyu's superior wit. For a moment, she failed to discern the underlying meaning behind his chilling remarks. Intentionally, she remarked, why did you not include yourself in the equation? Xie Zhiyu replied nonchalantly, oh, I see, I count too. What on earth? Wen Ning struggled to follow his convoluted line of thought as she maneuvered her suitcase back and forth. The smooth rolling of the wheels on the tiled floor filled the silence between them. By the time everything was packed, it was already midnight. It dawned on Wen Ning just how much she had brought. Even her carefully curated essentials occupied half of his living space. Now her small blanket, fashioned from exquisitely fine merino wool, lay draped over his brown leather sofa, a piece she usually cherished for warmth. The blanket's fringes grazed the floor, adding a touch of softness to the otherwise masculine ambience of the couch. The room was too cramped, so before retiring for the night, when Ning settled onto the sofa, covering her legs with a blanket while engrossed in editing the photos sent by Song Zai. Unlike her, Song Zai was reveling in sheer delight. Blue skies, creamy clouds, azure seas, and white sandy beaches. Each photograph captured him grinning joyfully. Adhering to her principle of fairness, she patiently retouched each image for him. Thus, the following morning, during the tedious wait for the celebrity to secure funds, Siejiu opened his social media to find a picture of Wei Ning in Hawaii, cozied up with a male companion, their faces nearly touching. One could hardly fathom how she had sourced such an image. She appeared rather unflattering in her exuberance. Siejiu flipped his phone over. Has she left the house? Xiao Zhong paused for a moment before comprehending the inquiry, swiftly glancing at the conversation with the Zhong. He had learned to stay updated on developments. If the boss inquired, ignorance could only lead to blame. Such vigilance embodied the essence of a top-tier employee. Report. Brother Yu. Miss Wen has been at home all morning. With a cigarette between his lips, Siejiu glanced at the distressed celebrity nearby, adopting an air of detachment. With photos edited so late, it would be a miracle if she were up. Mint candies, he stated. Xiao Zhong promptly produced a tin box. Brother Yu, have you given up smoking? Which of your eyes saw that? Siejiu retorted, tipping a few candies into his mouth, pushing away any unwarranted speculation. Oh, right. He was smoking cigars with guests this morning, Xiao Zhong thought. Although the tobacco was infused with agarwood, lending a subtle richness, Brother Yu had little interest in such ostentatious displays. He could indulge freely in casual settings, dining and drinking alongside them, even residing in. While Zhong had upgraded to a new apartment, Brother Yu remained in the old tenement. Thus, when he requested agarwood sticks today, Xiao Zhong initially thought he had misheard. Stealing a glance at Siejiu's face, he pondered before finally placing the entire tin of mint candies on the table. Brother Yu hadn't visited the sweet shop in several days. Perhaps he was craving something sweet. After accompanying the visiting celebrity, Xiao Zhong surmised that he might enjoy a brief respite. With that thought, he cast another glance at the star. Having transported the celebrity a few times, Xiao Zhong had noted the star's charming demeanor and unpretentious manner of speaking, occasionally even joking in the Cantonese he had just learned. However, after several days of fluctuating wins and losses at the private room, the celebrity now appeared considerably haggard. Today, dressed simply, his well-maintained face showed signs of puffiness beneath the eyes, and his hair was no longer meticulously styled as it had been at first. He was engaged in a phone call, orchestrating funds, occasionally speaking in a hurried tone about taking on more projects, instructing to simply transfer the money and not to worry about the rest. Fortunately, as a public figure, he maintained a decorum that was markedly superior to many ordinary individuals Xiao Zhong had encountered in the casino, who had wept and trembled upon seeing their bills. Shortly after the call concluded, the liquid assets finally came through. The staff presented the bill to Siejiu, who glanced at it, then nonchalantly withdrew his legs from the coffee table and stood to shake hands with the celebrity. The funds have arrived, Mr. Tang. We welcome you to return next time. The star managed a wry smile. I fear there may not be a next time. Years of accumulated capital from his acting career had evaporated, with even his two most valuable properties hastily put on the market, one of which was used to cover interest payments. The rumors of gaining 9 and losing 13 paled in comparison to dealings with underground moneylenders. He sighed. I should have stopped after that game of blackjack. Siejiu patted his shoulder. To speak frankly, every individual who leaves this place expresses such sentiments. Is that so? Mr. Tang rubbed his face and adjusted his hat. And I hope we do not meet again in the future. Siejiu seemed to recall something, his breathing slowing. I have heard that sentiment many times before. It appears I have become a quintessential gambler. Two assistants approached, and Mr. Tang firmly shook his hand once more. Farewell. Siejiu did not reciprocate the farewell, for he knew that one day Mr. Tang would inevitably return. He stood there impassively, having grown numb to the comings and goings that had become commonplace in his life. For some reason, today's scene evoked memories from many years ago when he resided in a small room on a balcony. At that time, he was as radiant as he was now, not as the esteemed Siejiu of the He family, but rather the bright and promising student of the campus. He dominated the academic ranking, made the basketball team, and held several notable competition awards. His desk was often adorned with gifts, and love letters were tucked within his textbooks. Once, when he inadvertently knocked over his desk, fragrant stationery cascaded out, resembling a flurry of snow, until his life truly began to descend into the snow. He dropped out of school. That woman had repeatedly expressed the same sentiments before leaving. If only I had restrained myself that day and not played that slot machine. The allure of the upper floors is far more intense. Do you know? I earned $20 million tonight. In the future, I will take you with me. And we have to concern ourselves with the gazes of those in the capital. I can't provide for you. Are you? Are you? If I say we have no money now, would you resent me? It matters not. Someone will lend me the capital to rise again. I refuse to believe that misfortune will persist indefinitely. Let us change our residence. A new development has just opened at Half Mountain. We shall move into a spacious home there. What do you think? Yes, and tonight we shall indulge in a grand feast. What would you like to eat? We have acquired the life we desire, and I shall not return to that path. Trust me, truly. Are you please save Mother? Oh, they're going to sever Mother's fingers. She cannot be without her hands. Help me plead with that uncle. Ask him for one more chance for Mother. Truly the final opportunity. I wish to revisit our old home. The final scene of the story. In a season abundant with roses and climbing ivy, the woman leaps from the rooftop. The most vibrant bloom unfolds before his eyes. He stands frozen in place. Suddenly, he recalls the last words of life. The woman's parting message to him. Live well from now on. Mother will no longer gamble. Chapter 59. Something is amiss. Initially, those beneath Xie Zhiyu feared him, believing it stemmed from the support of the He family. Gradually, they came to realize that Xie Zhiyu was a man with a reckless disregard for life, wielded as the sharpest blade by the He family. In truth, it was the He family that relied upon him. Yet under his command, they did not experience the blood-soaked existence one might expect. They went about their duties as if performing the most mundane of tasks. Whether as bodyguards, drivers, bookies, dealers, or loan sharks, they were merely uncelebrated cogs in this vast industrial machine. Everyone understood that this luxurious tranquility was contingent upon Xie Zhiyu. Though they feared him, they also held him in reverence. Thus, when Xiao Zhong sensed the atmosphere shift to one of ominous chill, he felt trepidation yet summoned the courage to speak. Brother Yu. Mr. Tang has departed. Xie Zhiyu's gaze dimmed, suddenly engulfed by fatigue. You may see him off. Finally unable to resist the urge, he lit the cigarette perched between his lips. His hand trembled inexplicably, and despite several attempts, the flame refused to ignite. With a spark, grind, the lighter flickered repeatedly, and at last, the flame emerged. Wisps of smoke drifted slowly from his lips. The cacophony of disjointed hallucinations wafted away in the fog, becoming ethereal. He pinched the cigarette, pressing his fingers against his brow with force. The hallucinations finally dissipated. A layer of cold sweat had formed on his forehead, and a warm breeze swept through, leaving him chilled. Xie Zhiyu inhaled deeply. The crimson hue around his lips faded swiftly, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Upon finishing the last drag, he pinched the filter to extinguish it, then crushed it beneath his shoe with deliberation. That restless feeling was momentarily subdued by the nicotine. Sugar, he muttered. Silence enveloped him. It dawned on Xie Zhiyu that Xiao Zhong had been dispatched to escort someone. Turning back to the table, he noticed the box of mint candies lying quietly on the surface. He popped one into his mouth, crushing it between his teeth. He tilted his head back. The refreshing sensation traveled from his throat to his nasal passages. Perhaps it was the recollection of last night's escapade that stirred so many thoughts within him. Today was not the day for him to linger here. Suddenly, he rose, snatching his coat and exiting. Downstairs, Xiao Zhong had just finished helping Mr. Tang and his party into their vehicle when he turned to see Xie Zhiyu striding purposefully toward him. He immediately dashed forward. Brother Yu, are you going out? Going home. Xie Zhiyu replied tersely. It's not even noon yet. Xiao Zhong swallowed the rest of his words. When there were no distinguished guests in the establishment, it hardly mattered whether Xie Zhiyu was present. He hurried to the car, passing by a dessert shop, where Xie Zhiyu instructed him to stop and buy a portion of mung bean soup and a bowl of mango sago. By the time they returned home, It was precisely lunchtime. Yu carried the bag and swiftly vanished around the corner. At that moment, within his home, Wei Ning sat cross-legged on the sofa, sipping coffee while conversing on the phone with Yu. Next Thursday, did you find out? Yes, my mother's going to pick her up. I have the flight number. Yu asserted from the other end. My uncle arrives at 3:40 in the afternoon and will check into the Li Palace. That's rather troublesome. If the Li Palace was involved, it was within Yu's domain. How could she possibly know whom they had met privately within the hotel? Wei Ning furrowed her brow. How long will he stay? A week, Yu replied. A week. Since it wasn't just a fleeting encounter, it was highly probable that they would visit other places besides the hotel. Wei Ning felt a bit relieved as she adjusted the thin blanket on her lap and instructed Yu. He will surely extend his hospitality at my uncle's place on the island. If you know they're going out, please inform me in advance. Yu assumed Wei Ning wanted to avoid Wenjingshan and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, sister, I'll handle this. However, she then asked, but you want to really be staying at Yu's house, will you? Wei Ning had never slept in such a cramped room. After tossing and turning for a long time last night, she regretfully nodded, yes. Then you and him, Yu stammered. But Wei Ning interrupted her with a dismissive wave, a good revolutionary friendship. Even in such circumstances, to still call it good and revolutionary friendship was quite something. Yu, who had grown up on the island, couldn't help but exclaim, you mainlanders are truly proper. Why not? Wei Ning replied, given the situation, I can only say one thing. Yu stated, Yu is far more handsome than Song Qingbai. Sister, you're not a loss here. It's pure profit. With a click, the door lock opened before Wei Ning. She instinctively sat up straight. Enough of this. Why? Yu's loud voice blared from the speakerphone. As soon as I mention Yu, you hang up. Seriously, he is way better looking than Song Qingbai. If it were me, Wei Ning met those impeccably discerning eyes, and her lips moved slightly, he asked back. I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. The abrupt disconnection felt like a drumbeat against her eardrums. Wei Ning calmly put away her phone. Have you eaten? Oddly enough, the repressed gloom that had been building up dissipated like a deflated balloon at her casual inquiry. It felt strange, knowing someone at home was waiting for him. Yu raised the bag in his hand, remaining silent. Inside the bag were 2 portions of dessert, which he placed on the table. Wei Ning immediately recognized that it was the same dessert they had the day they first met. He had green bean soup, while Yu had ordered her the signature Yang Jijin Lao. Clearly, each had their own serving. Wei Ning folded the blanket over the armrest of the sofa. I happened to buy lunch in advance, and it's quite a lot. It should be about time. She probably bought more than just lunch. Yu surveyed the surroundings. The morning had passed, and her belongings had multiplied in the house. Her coffee mug, her white porcelain teapot, her scented candles, and even a cat-themed headband lay on the sofa. In this moment of disarray, yet stability, Yu forgot that he had hurried home to tell her she might as well return to the hotel. Never mind. It wasn't an important matter. Perhaps the lack of sleep last night had caused him to overthink, and it had nothing to do with her room. He sat down, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wei Ning returning from the doorway with a takeout bag, its logo from a 5-star hotel. Now would be the time for him to tease her. Yet, as the words lingered on his tongue, he found them unamusing and swallowed them back. The silence of their meal made Wei Ning sense that something was amiss. Even if one refrains from commenting on her being the princess and the pea, is it not appropriate to express opinions regarding the earlier phone call that was clearly overheard? She observed his demeanor keenly. Yu, something seems amiss. Yu set down his chopsticks, his dark gaze shifting toward her. What seems off? Wei Ning slid her portion of vegetables toward him. You do not eat carrots. The atmosphere softened with her interjection. Yu inquired, what were you intending to say? It would have been futile to speak, Wei Ning replied, as she opened the dessert he had brought back. Had you wished to, you could have spoken at any moment during that meal. Yet you chose not to, indicating that you do not seek sympathy from others. I am unaware of what has transpired, but I can sense your emotions. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the unopened bowl beside him. May I have a taste of your mung bean soup? For those who are unhappy. Chapter 60. Brother Au As Xiao Zhong returned, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe towards him. The collective fear and trepidation others harbored could not compare to the piercing truth of a single statement. An unhappy person. Only Wei Ning could sense his genuine emotions. For a fleeting moment, even the surrounding air felt softer. Xie pushed the entire serving of mung bean soup towards her. "This is my favorite place," he declared. Wei Ning, with her hands clasped together in front of the takeout box, remarked, "Since it's recommended by the notorious villain of Aodao, it must be delicious." "Why do you say that?" Xie inquired. Her response was unwavering. "If it were inedible, wouldn't he have shut it down?" Xie lowered his gaze and genuinely laughed this time. He suddenly felt that taking a miss one was an exceedingly wise decision. Living alone for too long can become tedious. Having another person around, akin to adopting a cat, brings a great deal of joy. At that moment, the cat, engrossed in stirring the mung bean soup, failed to notice that her cascading hair had already sampled the taste from the lid. He reached out and lifted that stray lock of hair. The cat looked up, awkwardly speaking in broken Cantonese. "What is up?" Xie removed a grass-green hair tie from his wrist and offered it to her, saying, "Your hair, tied up." Upon noticing the hair tie, Wei Ning was taken aback. "Mine." As soon as she spoke, the man withdrew his hand midway. He adjusted his watch, concealing the hair tie from view. Was he truly attempting to erase evidence right before her eyes? Incredulously, Wei Ning exclaimed, "Do you think I'm blind?" Not only blind, but he also seemed to think her foolish. For the next moment, this gentleman, without a hint of embarrassment, uttered two words: "Mine." This life was becoming intolerable. Wei Ning suppressed her urge to curse, inhaling deeply. "What does a grown man need a hair tie for?" Xie retorted, "What else could it be used for?" His prominent Adam's apple gently bobbed beneath his shirt collar as he lazily reclined on the sofa. The tall man leaned back, his slightly disheveled black hair cascading down. As he regarded Wei Ning with an expression of casual entitlement, she could only think, "Fine, I'll concede that your hair is long." She nonchalantly grabbed a hairband for herself. A 1T stooped to your level. She poured the entire serving of mung bean soup into her bowl. When she bent down, the cat head on her hairband mirrored her motion. She turned to the left, and the cat followed suit, vibrant and lively. Xie observed this scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After their meal, the two occupied different corners of the modest living room. The space was limited. Where lifting one's gaze met the other's gaze, Wei Ning endeavored to diminish her presence, draping a small blanket over herself. When not venturing outside, she could engage in numerous activities, such as discussing beauty secrets with Winsini, keeping abreast of the internal dynamics of her family's jewelry business, or networking within her social circle. Yet with Xie present, many of these pursuits were rendered inconvenient. The only thing Wei Ning could do was sit on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Her social media post in the morning garnered an overwhelming number of likes. Casually glancing through the myriad of responses, the most jarring was a rolling eye emoji from Tang Yin. Wei Ning swiftly exited the chat window and found, amidst the deluge of messages, Tang Yin's mocking remarks. "Elder Tang, weren't you looking down on the Song family? Yet here you are again? Elder Tang, your filter and beauty enhancement are a tad excessive, aren't they? The sea has changed color behind you. When airs we, your face seems a bit peculiar. You haven't gone under the knife, have you? Elder Tang, all right. Next month, I will attend the charity gala hosted by the Chui family. Everything will be revealed then." There were 7 or 8 more trivial messages following. Wei Ning replied succinctly with 3 words, "Barely, barely, barely." After sending that, she switched to another chat window. One gossip group had alarming notifications, already at 999. Wei Ning briefly skimmed through it. A wealthy heir in real estate revealed that a certain superstar was urgently selling a spacious apartment within the Second Ring Road to settle debts in Macau. Once the news broke, the onlookers were buzzing, speculating which celebrity it could be. First, they ruled out those who were not well known, as they could not afford properties in that area. Next, they filtered for those settled in the capital who were currently not on set or had no engagements. In such discussions, everyone transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, the chat scrolling at an astonishing pace. Wei Ning had felt the influence of the Macau situation firsthand. She scrolled to the very bottom. After much deliberation, The group still had not pinpointed a target. Astonishingly, only 5 or 6 celebrities met the criteria. Wei Ning was left wanting more. Her eyelids lazily fluttered, and suddenly a thought struck her. Xiaojiu. The man on the sofa had unknowingly picked up the Golden Flower Dynasty, which she had carelessly left on the coffee table, casually flipping through its pages. Without lifting his gaze, he quipped, "Any big stars at the casino lately?" His fingers paused on the page, and he looked up. "Your sources are quite astute." "Lost or won?" He replied coolly. "In gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times." With every inquiry, Wei Ning felt an insatiable urge to lean closer. "Who?" Her curiosity piqued. Xiaojiu bent his index finger, pushing against her forehead, creating distance. No comment. Sigh. The door to answers was always tantalizingly near, yet frustratingly far. Wei Ning longed for a key to unlock Xiaojiu's secrets. "Never mind," she sighed, leaning back. "I'm not that interested, really. Just asking out of boredom. Since you don't wish to share, I want to insist. After all, we are merely ordinary partners, not intimate enough to exchange such confidences." "Exchange confidences, is it?" Xiaojiu replied coldly. Wei Ning, in her nonchalant manner, responded, "What is it to you? I merely wish to express that our relationship is quite mundane. Tang. Denari." She paused, her mind racing. "What did you just say? I think I might have missed that. Could you repeat it once I reconnect?" Just then, the phone rang. Wei Ning noticed his phone screen suddenly illuminate. He glanced at the caller ID, stood up, and moved aside to answer the call. His tall figure stood elegantly by the window, occasionally fiddling with a half-dead hanging plant, softly murmuring, "Don't rush." Wei Ning fixed her gaze upon his silhouette, falling into silence. The key to the door of answers seemed less elusive than anticipated. Once this call concluded, she returned with an expression akin to that of mere moments prior, employing an indistinguishable tone. "I just reflected on myself. I have been rather obtuse. The nature of our relationship can no longer be encapsulated by the term partnership. Setting aside collaboration, my assistance to you comes from the depths of my heart, and I trust your sentiments towards me mirror this, do they not, Brother Au? Perhaps you could share with me a mere whisper of what surname belongs to one Zhengshan's promising son? Just the surname. Given our rapport, it would pose no difficulty. Would it?" Xiaojiu maintained an impassive yet composed demeanor. "Miss, you surely do not consider me foolish?" Wei Ning pondered that occasionally, keys could indeed be quite challenging. She felt a twinge of regret over her earlier address of Brother Au, her cheeks beginning to flush. Thus, she rose. "I shall take a nap." "Return," Xiaojiu commanded. When Ning persisted, her back turned. "I shan't return. Our relationship has soured." She took several determined strides, only to be halted as Xiaojiu grasped her wrist, rendering her immobile. Xiaojiu stated, "Accompany me to find someone." Chapter 61. Inner thoughts. Is there yet another performance unfolding? This was the thought that crossed Wei Ning's mind as she accompanied Xiaojiu outside. The sudden request for her to help him find someone seemed undeniably connected to her previous inquiry. He had already divulged half of what he wouldn't disclose. What else was there to conceal? The frenzied messages in the group chat had become utterly tiresome for Wei Ning. Having tasted the most authentic gossip, she now viewed the rampant speculations with the detached amusement of an insider watching a farce. With her phone on silent, she leaned against the car window, quietly savoring the chaotic yet orderly afternoon ambience of Aodao. The vehicle eventually halted in a corner of the old town she had never visited before. When Ning surveyed her surroundings, the car was parked on a slope, surrounded by low buildings, with tangled wires overhead. The narrow alleyway offered only a sliver of blue sky, obscured by the opulent dome of a distant palace. In that moment, the old and new cities seemed to merge, evoking a surreal sense of temporal dislocation. Xiaojiu prompted her to get out. "Are we meeting someone here? What are you thinking?" He shot her a glance, clarifying, "When I said we were looking for someone, I didn't mean for you to join me in the search." Ah, she had misconstrued his intent. Wei Ning glanced at the long, shadowy alley, speechless. "So, is there someone here you need to act with?" "Not at all," he replied succinctly. "Then why have you brought me here?" She pressed. "To alleviate your boredom," Xiaojiu stated matter-of-factly. He popped a mint into his mouth and, sensing her silent frustration, smoothly offered it to her. Would you like one? Wen Ning declined to use her hands, instead clamping it between her teeth, producing a crisp crunch. The sudden emptiness in her fingertips felt slightly damp. Xiejiu glanced at his own fingers before discreetly pocketing his hand. His fingers slowly curled into a fist, unseen. Are you not bringing Zhong and Zhong? Wen Ning mumbled around the candy, her voice muffled. Her peripheral vision followed his hand, resting against the seam of his trousers. He appeared unfazed, clearly uninterested in her probing. Wen Ning, feeling foolish, shifted her gaze to the two individuals she had mentioned. After exiting the vehicle, they obediently followed Xiejiu's instructions, heading toward another alley. Unbeknownst to her, Xiejiu was observing her as well, particularly the curve of her cheeks accentuated by the mint. He paused momentarily. They will go look for the person. If you don't wish to enter, find a place to have tea. Wherever I can have tea is fine, Wen Ning replied casually. I will accompany you. She was indeed curious about the individuals Xiejiu interacted with daily. They descended the slope together. The alley was too narrow for vehicles, necessitating a pedestrian approach each time. The sounds of polished shoes and high heels echoed in the alley, moving in tandem as they paused to navigate around passers-by, akin to lovers strolling leisurely, in harmony with the languid passage of time in the alley. The brief journey stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Finally, beneath a nylon awning, Xiejiu knocked on a metal door. The weathered wall crumbled slightly with his rap. Inside, swift footsteps echoed, and soon a youthful face peeked through the gap of the door. Oncle Ayu. The little girl who opened the door appeared to have recently wept. Wiping her reddened eyes as she coughed and turned back to call into the house, Grandma, Uncle Ayu is here. Among the myriad titles for Xiejiu, this was the first time she had heard anyone refer to him as Uncle Ayu. Uncle Ayu? Wen Ning pondered. Xiejiu chuckled. There's no need for such formality. Suppressing the urge to strangle him, Wen Ning lowered her voice. So, where is this? A friend's house, not too familiar. That response was tantamount to saying nothing. Wen Ning pressed on, what are we doing here? This question did not require an answer from Xiejiu, for soon enough, she received her answer. A second pair of unsteady footsteps approached, accompanied by a pair of calloused hands stretching through the door's crack. Xiejiu calmly inquired, when did the person go missing? He left yesterday morning and hasn't returned by nightfall. This morning, I sent Xiao Zhuo to inquire nearby, but no one has seen him. The elderly hands grasped as firmly, repeatedly tightening their hold. Do you think he's gone to gamble again? The little girl beside them shook her head vigorously. Her tender voice tinged with a whimper. My daddy wouldn't do that. Uncle Ayu, my daddy keeps his promises. It was a starkly disjointed scene. From the few simple exchanges, Wen Ning inferred the identities involved, relatives of a gambler, a missing gambler, and Xiejiu. Thus, the reason for Xiejiu's visit became clear. A friend, once a gambler and not very close, had vanished. His family, left with no other recourse, sought his assistance. Filled with skepticism, Wen Ning followed Xiejiu into the house, her footsteps sounding foreign compared to his. The elderly woman turned her head to listen for a moment. Ayu, have you brought a friend? Yes. The crisp sound of high heels echoed lightly on the concrete floor. The elderly lady nodded, a girl. Judging the general direction, she waved toward the void, Ayu's friend. Come have a seat. Wen Ning expressed her gratitude and took a seat, beginning to observe these two unfamiliar figures before her. The little girl, around 13 or 14, was slender yet possessed clear, bright eyes. At that moment, she regarded Wen Ning with equal curiosity. Their gazes met, and the little girl quickly turned her head, awkwardly coughing, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The elderly woman hurried to pat her granddaughter's back. Take it easy. Do you have your medicine with you? It was then that Wen Ning noticed the elderly woman's gaze was muddled and vacant, seemingly devoid of focus as she looked at everything around her. She glanced towards Xiejiu, pointing at her eyes. Xiejiu nodded. An unseen elder and an innocent little girl. They were unaware of Xiejiu's true identity, which was understandable. This thought clarified everything for Wen Ning. As the coughing subsided, Xiejiu retrieved a stool and placed it beside the little girl, casually asking, how long has it been? Almost 12 years, the elderly woman sighed deeply. Xiao Zhuo has been ill since birth. However long she has been, Joie has been absent from gambling. I thought he had quit for good. Don't think that way. I inquired on the way here. Brother Joie is not at the casino. The elderly woman shook her head. Hey you, thank you for always looking after us over the years. Today there was little choice but to call you, he remarked. It turned out that the call to the house had been made by this elderly lady. When Ning recalled how, at that moment, Xie was there, soothing the other party with a calm tone, urging them not to panic. Their connection seemed profound, quite unlike what he had described as a mere acquaintance. In this brief interlude within the room, Xiao Zhong and Zhong rushed in from different directions. They both shook their heads at Xie. They had searched the nearby chess rooms and underground casinos, but found no trace of him. Xiao Zhu's eyes suddenly brightened. Does this mean my father really hasn't gone there? Where's the last call made? Xie inquired. Xiao Zhong pondered for a moment. Near the port, since no one could be found in his territory. When Ning couldn't help but suggest, perhaps it would be wise to check the customs entry and exit records? While this may be unattainable for ordinary individuals, it would be a simple task for Xie. Xiao Zhong glanced at the boss. The boss did not object, implying tacit approval to follow Miss Wen's line of inquiry. He immediately nodded. I will go right away. Once Xiao Zhong departed, Xie turned to her. Are you so certain that he crossed the port? After all, utilizing my connections incurs no loss, so checking wouldn't hurt. When Ning raised her chin, indicating for him to observe the disheveled medicine boxes in the glass cabinet. Do you see that? They are all empty. Xie had also noticed this medicine cabinet upon entering. It typically stored Xiao Zhu's asthma medications. He understood, though when Ning did not. She was able to glean so many clues from the minutiae upon her entrance. It was puzzling how that Mr. One could be so misguided as to bequeath his fortune to such a fool. Xie couldn't help but scoff. Naturally, when Ning was unaware of his thoughts. Her gaze lingering on his silent profile for a moment before leaning in. Obtaining medicine on the island of Ao is notoriously arduous, and private clinics are exorbitant. Perhaps he simply went across the port to purchase medication. The inability to locate him on the phone does not signify anything definitive. He may have left in haste without charging his device. All of these are possibilities. Her breath lightly brushed past him, eluding his grasp. After a moment, he regained his composure and, with a deliberately restrained tone that conveyed a hint of coldness, stated, Do not presume you can fathom the mind of a gambler. Indeed, I should not presume. Wen Ning fixed her gaze upon him. Yet you think so too, do you not? She incisively revealed his inner thoughts, much like she had at noon. Xie, it is you who most believes that Brother Zhu will never err again. Chapter 62. Belief. Xie harbored deep mistrust towards Zhuogang. He held no faith in any gambler. Even the most eloquent among them would dissolve into nothingness at the moment luck faltered. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, as if he could only attempt to believe in order to salvage his crumbling world. It was at the age of 16 when he first encountered Zhuogang beneath the weathered old apartment building where he once resided. On that day, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air, and flashing lights illuminated the chaos around him, engulfing him in a cacophony of voices. He heard someone in the crowd, with a morbid curiosity, inquire, Hey kid, was it your mother who just jumped? Is she dead? What a disgrace. Why jump here of all places? It's tragic. This building is bound to become a haunted house. What rotten luck to have such a neighbor. Couldn't she have jumped into the sea instead? I heard people moved away a long time ago, yet she returned to jump. What bad luck. If I were her neighbor, I would curse her to never be reborn. Xie, numb from the barrage of words, turned away. Among the throng, he spotted a face even paler than his own. A fleeting glance at the stranger caused their complexion to turn ghostly white, blending into the red, blue, and white flashing lights like a specter. The person opened their mouth as if to speak, yet approached closer. It seemed as though their throat was constricted, producing only muffled swallowing sounds. That was Xie's first impression of Zhuogang. In due course, Xie learned that Zhuogang was also a gambler. In the past, he had frequented small gambling dens, often leaving empty-handed after depleting his pockets. Their encounter that day marked the most significant win of Zhuogang's life. Believing himself to be exceptionally fortunate, he was swept away by a rush of exhilaration and hurried home to retrieve his savings book. intent on making a bold wager while his luck still held. His gambling companions urged him on the phone, and he muttered curses as he ran. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the money he would earn, envisioning a brand-new crib, not second-hand, in a beautiful maple finish. He imagined renovating his home to create a children's room, adorned in pink, complete with castles and tulle. As his thoughts spiraled, a sudden, jarring crash pierced the air. Zhuge Gang turned back, a wide grin on his face, only to be met with the horrific sight of blood splattered across the concrete. A woman lay twisted on the ground, her limbs resembling those of a ragged doll. Crimson liquid flowed from her shattered form. His smile froze, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Fear gripped him, yet the more he feared, the more he found himself unable to look away. In the widening pupils of his eyes, he beheld the woman's severed fingers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds his body trembled violently, while others remained oblivious. He understood all too well. Some old debts and gamblers ultimately found themselves on a path of mutilation. He had witnessed several similar fates in underground casinos. When they won, severed digits became their badges of honor. They would boast, "See this? I lost even this back in the day. What scenes have I not witnessed?" His gaze remained fixated on the severed fingers, and Zhuge Gang's legs buckled beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was as if beneath a clear blue sky, he had suddenly been drenched by a torrential ice rain. He felt dazed, yet painfully aware. A cacophony of delayed screams reverberated around him. A piercing voice shouted that someone had jumped from a building, jolting Zhuge Gang's spirit back to reality. He suddenly realized that, had it not been for the woman who leaped, it could very well have been him standing on that rooftop one day. The passbook in his pocket was damp and crumpled from his grip, a chill creeping into his heart. In a moment of desperation, he raised his hand and struck himself hard across the face. The sound resonated in his ears like the roar of a passing train. After a while, the ringing subsided, and he overheard neighbors discussing a boy amidst the crowd. Only then did Zhuge Gang notice the youth standing not far from the woman, resembling a solitary pine tree. He was quiet, upright, and numb, his face smeared with a disturbing red. Unbeknownst to him, a police car had arrived, escorting the boy into the vehicle and offering him a cup of warm water. A female officer spoke softly to him, yet his expression remained frosty, devoid of any emotion. The neighbors murmured that the deceased was his mother. Some spoke ill of her misfortune, while others expressed pity for him. Suddenly, Zhuge Gang thought of his own daughter. Still in her infancy, and cold sweat broke out over him. Soaked to the skin, he sank to the ground, contemplating that perhaps fate had exchanged a stranger's life for his own. A call from a gambling friend interrupted his thoughts, teasing him about his withdrawal from the casino. Trembling, he ended the call and blocked all his dubious acquaintances. From that day forward, for a span of 12 years, Zhuge Gang never set foot in a gambling den again. His estranged wife did not believe he could change and never returned. Nonetheless, he managed to keep the household afloat, albeit in a fragmented manner. For the sake of his aging mother and young daughter, he took on numerous jobs, passing the casino countless times, sustained only by the haunting images of that fateful day. Zhuge Gang occasionally pondered the fate of that boy. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning one day as he passed the casino and locked eyes with those cold, indifferent eyes, piercing straight into his soul. He opened his mouth, yet no words came forth, helplessly watching the boy's frail figure disappear into the establishment alongside others. The jovial figures ahead turned back, playfully patting the boy's shoulder, saying, "Ah, you, this place is quite splendid. I assent to it. You'll be with me from now on." Later, he learned that the boy was Xie Jiu, and subsequently, others referred to him as Mr. Xie. The distance between them expanded from a narrow street to an insurmountable chasm. It felt as though they had never known each other, yet it also seemed they had shared years of silent witness to each other's journeys. In Zhuge Gang's modest eatery, patrons from the casino would occasionally appear. They were unlike the ordinary diners, clad in tailored suits, sporting luxurious timepieces. They would order simple meals, occasionally staring at him with an unsettling intensity, before breaking into laughter, jesting, "I can't fathom why, brother, you insist we support this place. Is it truly that delicious? I find the one on the front street to be far superior." If he says to eat here, then just eat. Stop the nonsense. I think they're all quite similar. It doesn't matter. Hey, boss, do you know Brother Yu? Zhuo Gang busied himself, wiping the tables, hunched low as he replied. No, how could I possibly know such an esteemed figure? He lied. He still recalls the time when the youthful figure of Mr. Xie graced his humble establishment. With an air of detached elegance, he sat quietly, savoring a bowl of pig liver congee. Zhuo Gang felt a deep sense of trepidation. He adamantly refused to accept payment for that meal, and Mr. Xie, without pressing the matter, simply expressed his gratitude before departing. It was only when he was tidying up the dishes that Zhuo Gang discovered a note tucked beneath the porcelain bowl, bearing a string of numbers. Zhuo Gang was perplexed by its significance. Was it an invitation to reach out in times of need? Why did Mr. Xie persist in offering his assistance? This enigma lingered in his heart for a considerable time, until one evening, under the influence of alcohol, he inadvertently revealed it to his family. They gazed at him in astonishment. As they exchanged accounts, he suddenly realized that the senior activity center frequented by his mother and the welfare kindergarten attended by his daughter were both supported by Mr. Xie. He was reminded of that face from many years ago, illuminated by the flashing police lights. The youth's pale and piercing gaze met his, cutting through him like a blade, shattering his heart in an instant. Zhuo Gang understood. Mr. Xie was aware of his gambling vice. Yet, there was also a sense of belief that he might, from that moment forward, find his way back to the right path. Chapter 63. Lips for kissing. It is never pleasant to have one's innermost thoughts laid bare for others to see. Xie scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly trust a gambler? In a moment of desperation, Wei Ning pressed the base of her palm against his lips. His breath momentarily stilled. As the silence lingered, Wei Ning withdrew her hand and lowered her voice. Xiao Zhuo is still here. She sighed, conceding that there was no point in arguing over such matters. What difference would belief or disbelief make? Xie bowed his head, resting his hands on his open knees. His forehead cradled within them. Scenes from the past flickered before his eyes. He would never trust a gambler. Upon returning from checking the port records, Xiao Zhong appeared relaxed. Spotting Xie, he exclaimed, Brother Yu, the person crossed the port yesterday at noon. They're certainly not on Outao. Outao is the paradise for gamblers. Some matters are not worth risking the dangers of the mainland. With this revelation, a sigh of relief swept through the room, with Wei Ning feeling it most acutely. For some reason, she always sensed something amiss with Xie. She even pondered how Xie would react if that brother Zhuo fell back into gambling. His aura was so heavy that it instilled a sense of danger in Wei Ning. Yet, it had been a long time since she had associated danger with Xie. As they exited the Zhuo family door, Wei Ning hastened to catch up with Xie. His white shirt had become wrinkled in a short span, dampened by the humid air, appearing disheveled and forlorn. Strangely, Wei Ning felt that his mood mirrored that of his shirt at this moment. What is your relationship with that brother Zhuo? She inquired. Xie paused briefly, maintaining his usual response, an acquaintance. More like a lie, Wei Ning retorted. She leisurely followed a few paces behind, suddenly reaching out to pinch the cuff of his shirt, giving it a gentle tug. This seemingly insignificant force halted the man in his tracks. He glanced back, his indifferent expression meeting her gaze. Wei Ning smiled slyly. In any case, I believe he won't gamble again. Reason? He hasn't gambled in 12 years. Wei Ning gradually unveiled her suspicions. I've heard that children with asthma can have developmental issues if not properly managed. Look at Brother Zhuo's daughter. While she's a bit thin, she is well cared for. In their dreary home, only she wears bright colors. Her eyes are beautiful and pure, filled with trust when she speaks of her father. Perhaps Brother Zhuo crossed the port to buy medicine for her. You know, when a person has hope, they're less likely to act foolishly. When a person has hope, they're less likely to act foolishly. Xie mulled over this notion, his gaze lowered, say what you will. Why the long face? Wei Ning released her grip on his sleeve and stepped around his back, gently pushing him forward with her palms on his lower back. Xie, let us talk about you, she said. You despise gamblers so much. Why did you initially choose to work for the casino? Though his steps were not heavy, he did not resist the gentle force urging him from behind, as if they were merely sharing a jest. He lazily paced, indulging her inquiries with nonchalance, No particular reason. Merely the demands of life. And what about now? She pressed. Now, he replied, I have grown accustomed to it. The tension behind him momentarily eased, and an irritating voice chimed in from behind. Siege, I have discovered that you possess not a single truthful word. Flattery, he chuckled. How dull. The woman endured her frustration before retorting. Later that evening, a call from Xiao Zhong interrupted Xie Zhiyu's musings. Brother Yu, Zhuge Gang has returned, just crossed the border. At that moment, Xie Zhiyu was fiddling with a dust-covered record player, casually pressing the speakerphone. Thus, Wei Ning could not help but overhear snippets of the conversation. What took so long? He inquired. Zhuge Gang explained that it was only after crossing the border that he realized he had lost his phone. All the clinic's contact details were in it, hence the delay. Previously, the medication had kept Xiao Zhu's cough well controlled, and now he had heard of a new drug, albeit in limited supply. Zhuge Gang, in a rush, had gone without informing his family, and, compounded by the loss of his phone, he only had a few coins and his return permit on him. As Xiao Zhong relayed the information, he did not hear Xie Zhiyu say anything further, so he added, Zhuge Gang also expressed his gratitude for your concern, Mr. Xie. Xie Zhiyu set a vinyl record on the turntable, listening intently to the music. Finding a moment, he spoke into the phone. Once he arrives home, you should return as well. All right, brother Yu. As the call ended and he lifted his gaze, he found the woman on the sofa, her chin held high in a haughty manner. Her expression seemed to convey, I told you so. Conceited, he remarked. After that phone call, he felt a lightness return. It was not as frigid as before, resembling the gentle thaw of snow in early spring, or the gradual melting of ice under the caress of the spring breeze. When Ning summoned her audacity, Xie Zhiyu, you could just as well donate your mouth. He responded with a nonchalant, a wry smile playing on his lips. Beyond speaking, a mouth has many other purposes. It was common knowledge that the primary function was to eat. Yet, in the moment their eyes locked, whether due to a foggy mind or the song's melodious strains, Wei Ning sintressingly parchet lipspurset, kissing, warm my heart, long to hold your hand. How special love can be. The narrative-rich voice wove in her ears as the vinyl spun languidly. After a few lines, when Ning regained her composure, cleared her throat, she asked, what is the name of this song? The earlier lightness in her tone had been overshadowed, as if no one had heard it. Xie Zhiyu's Adam's apple bobbed, too crowded. Emotional memories flood the sea of people, stumbling and crying endlessly. How unique. It was a Cantonese song she did not comprehend. Silently, when Ning noted the phrase too crowded, rising to her feet, it's too late. I shall return to sleep. At 9:50, that remark about it being too late carried little weight amidst their concealed intentions. When Ning lay back in bed, the texture of the headphones and the evocative tales of the gramophone were entirely dissimilar. She found the same melody flowing through her headphones as in the living room. In the bedroom, a figure reclines against a soft pillow, gazing up at the ceiling. Meanwhile, in the living room, another soul idly toys with an empty record box. Through a thin door, a familiar voice unfolds. I fear that one day we may merely brush past each other again. It still brings me heartache. How utterly ironic. The patterns of the blinds cast fragmented shadows before my eyes, resembling the prologue of a tale. Streetlights harmonize with the moonlight, illuminating a warm, golden beam. This evening, the night is exquisitely beautiful. The city's brilliance shall inevitably dim in its presence. Chapter 64. His past in the absence of Xie Zhiyu. When Ning visited Zhuge Gang's home once more. This time, it was Zhuge Gang who opened the door. It was the first time when Ning had met him. Hello, I am a friend of Xie Zhiyu. Upon hearing Xie Zhiyu's name, and recalling what his family had told him about the previous day's events, he awkwardly nodded and opened the door wider. Please come in. The living room was dimly lit, with most of the light blocked by a neighboring residential building. However, in the only sunlit corner of the room, there were toys belonging to a little girl. The disheveled medicine cabinet had been tidied up. Newly purchased medications were neatly arranged in 2 rows, with their names, dates, and usage instructions meticulously written in pen. Noticing when Ning observing, Zhuge Gang explained, if I press too hard with the pen, it leaves a mark on the box so that when I'm not home, my mother can find a medicine for Xiao Zhua. She glanced around and inquired, "Where is Xiao Zhua? He hasn't returned from his art class yet." Zhua Gang poured some tea and handed it to her with a slight nervousness. Wei Ning set down the shopping bag she had brought and accepted the tea. "Then I shall wait for Xiao Zhua to come back." The bag she carried contained several pure cotton vests she had purchased that morning, intended for the young girl who was reaching an age where certain matters were beyond the understanding of her blind grandmother, and her single father lacked experience. During her last visit, Wei Ning had noticed the frail figure of Xiao Zhua beginning to show signs of growth. Zhua Gang seemed to realize this as he rubbed his hands together anxiously. "Madam Xie, we cannot accept your gift." Wei Ning hesitated for a moment. "Madam Xie?" This was the only title Zhua Gang could think of after much contemplation. Seeing the pretty young lady before him in a daze, he fidgeted and added, I am one." He quickly corrected himself. "Miss Wen, we truly cannot accept your gift. It was you and Mr. Xie who helped us yesterday, and Mr. Xie has always looked after me. I genuinely do not know how to repay such kindness." Wei Ning had come with the intention of probing for information. Seizing the opportunity, she naturally continued the conversation. Some things may seem trivial to him, but placing too much weight on it could become a burden for both of you. "No," Zhua Gang insisted. "A life is never a trivial matter." "Did he save you?" Wei Ning clasped her hands together. Perhaps this was a sentiment that even Xie Zhiyu himself would not fully acknowledge. Zhua Gang pondered slowly, shaking his head. "To Mr. Xie, I am an inconsequential person. But if you were inconsequential, you wouldn't rush to my home upon receiving a phone call." How could one articulate such thoughts clearly? Zhua Gang had grappled with this question for many years without resolution. He only vaguely sensed that Mr. Xie had been trapped in the past for 12 years, and he, Zhua Gang, was merely a thread from that past. Surely, Mr. Xie must long for someone to unravel that thread. Suddenly, Zhua Gang gazed at the person before him. This was the only individual in years who had been present besides Xie Zhiyu, accompanying him to this old house. He abruptly spoke. "Miss Wen, will you help him?" "I will." Wei Ning was almost upon the key, the first layer of armor belonging to Xie Zhiyu. "I will help him," she affirmed earnestly. Zhua Gang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Miss Wen, have you ever heard Mr. Xie mention his mother?" The identity of Xie Zhiyu's mother is not a secret. Anyone who has spent enough time on Ao and heard enough news would vaguely remember that incident from years ago. His mother was an exceptionally beautiful woman, adept at dressing elegantly and possessing a flair for romance. A native of Ao, she spoke fluent Cantonese, her words crisp and lively, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. It was only after Zhua Gang encountered the lifeless body that he began to understand the focal point of the discussion. The young Miss Xie was strikingly beautiful and had once been the darling of Ao's upper crust. Though she hailed from humble beginnings, she navigated various social circles with remarkable finesse. Ultimately, she became someone else's beloved and found herself with child. For a time, she vanished from Ao, and no one knew her whereabouts. Some claimed she had found a powerful and influential man and followed him to the mainland, while others suggested she had become a mistress, hidden away. The world's evaluations of beautiful women are often superficial, easily encapsulated in a few sentences. When a person departs for too long, it is as if a performance has concluded, gradually leaving only lingering echoes. Later, when Miss Xie returned to Ao, she was accompanied by a little boy who bore a striking resemblance to her. She did not shy away from inquiries when asked. She would simply say that he was a relic from her past relationship. With her beauty, even as a mother, many still coveted her. The wives from her former circle regarded her as a rival. They invited her for tea, to watch performances, and to race horses, casually discussing their newly acquired jewels and handbags, inadvertently revealing their enviable lives. It seemed that only in those moments did they feel victorious over the once ordinary Miss Xie. Perhaps Miss Xie had enjoyed a few good years on the mainland. Humans find it difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. Zhua Gang soon discovered that Miss Xie had become a frequent visitor to casinos. Unlike the small gamblers, she began her journey at the high-stakes tables. The brokers who saw her looked upon her as if she were a mouse attracted to fragrant oil, an orphan with a substantial monthly alimony. Such clients are adored by all. Miss Xie gambled from the first to the third floor, sometimes moving tens of millions in a single night. At that time, just after the millennium, Such sums were unimaginable for ordinary people. It was said that initially, when she lost money, people from the mainland would come to settle her debts. However, as time passed and the instances multiplied, those calls ceased. As her child grew older and required less attention, Miss Xie began to gamble even more recklessly. She would spend entire nights away from home, her mind in a daze. On good days, she would greet acquaintances, adorned in shimmering jewels. On bad days, she could often be found crying on the balcony, only to burst into laughter moments later. Neighbors frequently suspected that a madwoman resided in that apartment. Time eventually etched its marks upon her once flawless visage, transforming her into someone unrecognizable. Zhuge Gang remarked, Miss Xie seemed to have been barely 40 when she jumped. If she had become involved with someone in her early 20s, Xie Zhiyu was likely still a youth at the time of her departure. Wei Ning mentally calculated the years. It was somewhat perplexing. Did Mr. Xie's father not come looking for her after the incident? Uncertain, Zhuge Gang pondered, to my recollection, Mr. Xie has always been on his own. Wei Ning took a deep breath. If it were her, not having lost her sanity was already a blessing. She would never again establish any connection with a place like the casino. Who knows what circumstances could drive a person to engage in the very activities they loathe the most. This had persisted for many years. Suddenly at a loss for words, she remained silent for a long while before saying, Could you please refrain from informing Xie Zhiyu about my visit today? Zhuge Gang nodded slightly. All right. She hastily rose, only to remember the shopping bag by her side. Oh, this, please remember to give it to Xiao Zhua. Miss Wen, are you leaving? She hesitated, covering her heart and taking several deep breaths, as if it were obstructed. With each breath, her limbs ached and felt sore. I'm just going out to buy a cup of coffee. Yet, she did not purchase the coffee. Instead, inexplicably, she dialed Xie Zhiyu's number. Beside the old, weathered green railing, she crouched like a tender blade of grass and, upon answering, blurted out without preamble, Xie Zhiyu. What is it now, princess? Do you want to have some mung bean soup from that place? Chapter 65. Unsavory tasks. Xie Zhiyu pressed the microphone and inquired of Xiao Zhong. Where did she go today? Xiao Zhong then asked a Zhong. Without a moment's hesitation, a Zhong replied, the shopping mall. Wei Ning had emerged from the mall and summoned a taxi to Zhuge Gang's residence, entirely unbeknownst to a Zhong, who was still waiting downstairs at the mall. Upon hearing the answer, Xie Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and resumed his conversation on the phone. Which shopping mall? The voice on the other end rose, dispelling the earlier gloom. Xie Zhiyu, are you addicted to spying on me? This hit the mark. Xie Zhiyu smirked. If you crave something, don't use me as an excuse. I want to eat. Wei Ning felt that the subsequent words lacked elegance and paused. Yes, I want to eat. What of it? Then, please bring me a portion as well. Xie Zhiyu replied in a calm tone, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, he was owed that much. The portion of mung bean soup intended for Xie Zhiyu had been preserved in an insulated container with crushed ice added, remaining refreshingly chilled upon reaching home. After some contemplation, Wei Ning sealed it again and placed it in the refrigerator. Having completed these tasks, she settled onto the couch, slowly reflecting on the day's revelations. Suddenly, she came to understand, dispelling her doubts from the previous day. Xie Zhiyu did not actually trust Zhuge Gang, but rather felt compelled to project that belief onto him. Unbeknownst to himself, he had placed himself in Xiao Zhua's shoes. He possessed a family that, despite its imperfections, was still relatively whole. His father had successfully overcome his gambling addiction. Though it had been arduous, he managed to provide for the family through his own efforts. In Xie Zhiyu's eyes, the entire Zhua family mirrored his own struggles, serving as a fragile thread that had pulled him from his past tribulations. This thread was delicate, precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet what could be done? Its other end was tethered to Xie Zhiyu's very existence. Should Zhuge Gang fail to succeed, it was likely that Xie Zhiyu's world would crumble alongside him. He bore an unyielding armor, yet beneath it lay a heart of tenderness. Wei Ning suddenly regretted her previous biases against him. The well-preserved mung bean soup never awaited Xie Zhiyu's return. The following day, Wei Ning opened the refrigerator only to find the takeout box intact and undamaged. She closed the refrigerator door and turned to gaze at the bedroom door, which remained firmly shut. It was uncertain whether he had not yet risen or if he had simply not returned at all the previous night. Regardless, When she finally fell asleep in the early hours, she remained the sole occupant of the house. She tiptoed over and knocked 3 times. Siège. There was no response from within. After half a minute, she knocked 3 more times. Are you home? Still silence reigned. Having only recently begun cohabiting, Wei Ning was not well acquainted with his routines, and after knocking, she decided to relent. However, the thought of the wasted mung bean soup in the refrigerator lingered in her mind. She opened the chat interface, deliberating for a long while before sending nothing, instead opting to call Ajong. She got straight to the point. Ajong, where's your boss? Ajong, mindful of his role as Miss Wen's confidant, felt no qualms about divulging his boss's whereabouts. Brother Yu has matters to attend to. He left Ao Island with young Master He yesterday. He likely won't be back for a few days. Not in Ao Island? He and T mentioned a word? Well, Wei Ning pondered for a moment. Indeed, Siège Yu had no obligation to greet her. They were merely transient roommates, sharing nothing more than a bowl of mung bean soup. Even as she comforted herself with this thought, Wei Ning clenched her fists in frustration. How infuriating! Even if there was no necessity for him to speak to her, what harm would it do to acknowledge her presence out of courtesy for the shared soup? Surely, she should not have felt such sympathy for him upon returning from Zhuogang as home yesterday. Taking pity on a man was the beginning of a lifetime of misfortune. Wei Ning hung up the phone in a huff, leaving Ajong utterly perplexed. He questioned whether his emotional perception had malfunctioned. How could Miss Wen, typically so composed, seem to be in a fit of anger? Before he could inform his boss, he received a second call from Wei Ning. Ajong, he straightened his back. Yes, madam. What is your command? The woman on the other end chuckled. Let us go. It's time to shop. Upon landing last night, all communication devices have been confiscated. When the subordinates gestured for Siège Yu to place his phone into a safe, he merely raised an eyebrow, questioning their intent. He laughed, tossing his own phone into the safe first. Don't be anxious, brother. It's just the rules here. This departure was rushed, surrounded by Hehuo's men. Such a situation was not unprecedented. In fact, until now, he had hardly any allies in this venture. Siège Yu was unfazed. He tossed his phone into the safe and spread his hands. What else? Just going through the motions? Hehuo draped an arm around his shoulder. We're brothers. Let us just maintain appearances. With me around, who would dare to touch you? The current atmosphere did not resemble a mere property visit. Siège Yu remained impassive. What about the Li family's land? Are we not going there? Of course we are. However, we must also take the opportunity to explore other businesses along the way. Before their departure, Hehuo had just visited Coconut Grove. Their business interests spanned both within and beyond the island of Ao, the majority being legitimate, while some teetered in the gray area. Those less reputable dealings required utmost caution. To be frank, Hehuo believed his temperament ill-suited for such endeavors. Initially, it had not been his responsibility. It was his elder brother who managed these affairs. Unfortunately, his elder brother's life was cut short. With his brother gone, these enterprises were gradually entrusted to Hehuo. He had assumed it would be a coveted position, a testament to the old man's favoritism. Yet, as time passed, he found it increasingly burdensome. Why was it that other siblings had legitimate businesses while he was left with a collection of unsavory dealings? The old man professed his favoritism, yet bestowed upon him the greatest peril. He claimed to dote on she, yet continually presented her as a mere token for fostering familial bonds. This affection was a heavy burden to bear. Hehuo had contemplated relinquishing this responsibility, only to be thwarted by the old man's words. The old man asserted, no matter how much they earn, they must share dividends with the family. You are conducting a no-capital business. All proceeds go directly to your pocket. Have you thought this through? He had indeed thought it through. He would desire the profits, while wishing to cast aside the risks. In the old man's words, the reason he had been entrusted with this venture was due to certain qualities he shared with his elder brother, particularly the ability to be ruthless when necessary. After a prolonged period of deliberation, Hehuo finally selected an individual to accompany him. The man had taken on numerous unsavory tasks for him. As the business expanded and the scope of operations grew increasingly vast, he found himself on the verge of being overwhelmed. A new candidate had emerged. Father, what are your thoughts on she Zhy? The old man, wiping the kitchen knife in his hand, remained silent. It seemed he was not entirely convinced. HQ scoffed inwardly, thinking the old man was excessively cautious. After all, Shi Zhy had been working for the H family for many years, yet he remained unyielding. Initially, HQ believed that if he waited until Shi Zhy became his brother-in-law, he would formally become one of them, allowing him to relinquish control entirely. However, he never anticipated that this matter would now appear to be falling through. HQ felt somewhat vexed, uncertain of what the old man was apprehensive about. He recalled that the last time he had suggested entrusting the next business deal to Shi Zhy, the old man had rebuffed him with a curt remark, concluding with a cryptic warning: "Be mindful of Shi Zhy." Mindful of what? Aside from his reluctance to become his brother-in-law, Shi Zhy was undoubtedly a good comrade. Thus, this trip off the island was not a spontaneous decision. It was HQ's unilateral choice to bring Shi Zhy along. Upon arrival, there was ordinarily no step to confiscate communication devices. As the old man's admonition flashed through his mind, HQ momentarily grew wary and staged this little act. Now, he had no lingering concerns. Shi Zhy was his ally, ready to work alongside him. If Shi Zhy was unwilling, then this endeavor would simply be deemed a failure. HQ instructed his men to board the vehicle, first taking a tour of the Li family's land with Shi Zhy. Soon after, the vehicle sped through the darkness until it reached a walled enclosure. Through the walls, the faint outline of a warehouse roof could be discerned against the night sky. "We've arrived," HQ announced. Shi Zhy turned to gaze out the window, where a beam of flashlight light swept toward them. The beam first illuminated the license plate before passing through the glass to scrutinize the occupants within the car. The window lowered. The individual holding the flashlight had one hand resting on his waist and was using the other to scan every corner of the vehicle. He was engaged in rapid conversation with the driver. HQ crossed his legs and turned to Shi Zhy, saying, "It's just the personnel from the subsidiary here, greeting us." A subsidiary stationed on the border of the Three Kingdoms, intent on confiscating communication devices. Shi Zhy chuckled softly. Had he not been forewarned, he might have actually believed it. The lad with the flashlight was clearly relaying that Brother K.N. had stated that anyone new brought in must first endure a test of loyalty by taking a bullet. Chapter 66. Once and for all, the vehicle had scarcely entered the factory premises when it was ordered to halt. A figure approached, rapping on the window, speaking in a somewhat halting Mandarin. "Young master, please walk the rest of the way yourself." He Qing's expression darkened, just as he was about to respond. Xie placed a hand upon his, whispering, "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake." He Qing could not discern Xie's features hidden in the shadows. Unaware of which thoughts Xie had divined, he only sensed a call for restraint in his calm tone. He Qing muttered a curse under his breath regarding Lu Kuan, vowing that he would eventually have his retribution. Upon hearing Lu Kuan's name, Xie showed no surprise. The outsiders only knew that years ago, during the fierce rivalry on Aodao, Xie had bested Lu Kuan and subsequently took over the gambling operations. However, the reality was far more intricate. While it was true that Xie had gained the upper hand, Lu Kuan had not been expelled by him. Rather, the He family had dispatched him to Southeast Asia to manage more challenging enterprises. In essence, the He family held a greater trust in Lu Kuan than in Xie. Over the years, the tiger raised in the wild had amassed its own power, asserting dominion over its territory and becoming increasingly arrogant. Even now, as He Qing faced this humiliation, he could only swallow his pride for the sake of the broader picture. Xie provided him an opportunity to disembark, and he did so with a concealed dagger tucked away in his pocket, which he had discreetly stowed in the car earlier, just after mentioning Lu Kuan. Xie, maintaining composure, folded the knife, remarking, "With Brother Kun around, I must tread carefully." Their animosity was common knowledge. The business in this region was unique. Internal strife could create considerable commotion. However, He Qing, feeling irked by his current humiliation, thought it prudent to have some means of self-defense, especially since Xie was an ally. Thus, he acquiesced. The two disembarked sequentially. The guide, seeing them emerge, continued ahead, a conspicuous bulge evident at his waist. Suddenly, Xie reached out and patted the man's shoulder. The man immediately tensed, instinctively reaching for his waist. "Brother," Xie signaled with his eyes. Private armament? The man understood, warily pressing down on his own hand resting on his shoulder. Release. Xie opened his hand, revealing an empty palm, and smiled. We are on the same side. Why the tension? Not just the guide. Even He Qing was startled. He pulled Xie back by the shoulder, whispering, "This is not our territory. What are you doing?" "Just a routine check," Xie replied, brushing non-existent dust off his hands. "It seems Brother Kuan has a good rapport with the military here." This statement caused He Qing's expression to darken profoundly. He was acutely aware that Lu Kuan had been extracting considerable benefits in this distant land, often tending to local connections. However, if the situation were as complicated as Xie suggested, it might soon be beyond He family's control. Ultimately, this business would have to be entirely relinquished to Lu Kuan. He was uncertain of the elder's sentiments, but it weighed heavily upon him. He Qing clapped Xie on the shoulder. "Brother, thank you." After a few paces, he suddenly inquired, "You have been an Ao all this time. How do you understand all this?" "Brother Kuan always had a penchant for making my life difficult." Xie spoke with a slight narrowing of his gaze, questioning whether he would continue to survive. Hence, bringing Xie along this time was indeed a prudent decision. He mused that the old man remained rather conservative. The guide led them deep into the factory's interior. As the iron door creaked open, several faces turned in unison. A blinding, incandescent light illuminated the scene, revealing a makeshift table and chairs fashioned from cargo boxes, littered with cigarette butts, a stark representation of the entire environment. Seated in the center was a man with a gloomy expression who suddenly lifted his head, his face breaking into an exaggerated grin as he spread his arms wide. Ahua has arrived. It had only been a few years since Lu Kuan had respectfully addressed him as young Master He. Cursing under his breath, he plastered a jovial smile on his face and embraced him. "How have you been, Kuan?" With a sly glance, Lu Kuan replied, "You brought a newcomer?" "What newcomer?" He began, but before he could complete his sentence, the ominous sound of guns being cocked filled the air, multiple dark muzzles aimed directly at them. Lu Kuan seized a firearm from one of his subordinates and, swinging it carelessly, pointed it straight at Xie. "Isn't this you? You've come to my territory?" He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly extended his hand to intervene. "Lu Kuan, what are you doing?" "Take it easy, young Master He," Lu Kuan replied, reverting to his previous formality, pressing the gun against Xie's temple. "Immediately griten ach igreku. Don't go too far," he retorted. Lu Kuan, still smiling, lowered the firearm. The next moment, a gunshot rang out. His legs weakened as he turned towards the direction of the shot. A plume of smoke wafted from the dark muzzle, and to his horror, a bullet had struck mere centimeters from Xie's polished shoes. Had it deviated even slightly or grazed a shard of metal, the injury would have been grievous. He glanced at Lu Kuan and then at Xie, who remained almost motionless. Compared to the near miss of the bullet, he seemed more perturbed by the scent of gunpowder clinging to his trousers. Delicately smoothing the crease with one hand, as the other gleamed with the cold light of a sharp dagger poised against Lu Kuan's artery. He raised his gaze. "Brother Kuan, your marksmanship seems to have diminished." Even in such perilous circumstances, he found the audacity to jest. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse. His men, belatedly arriving, were armed as well. Lu Kuan cast a glance at them, tossing his gun to an underling. "After all these years, I still remember Mr. He's words. When conducting business, why resort to blades and firearms?" Xie twirled the dagger back into his hand. "Then let us heed Brother Kuan's advice." Both parties exchanged cold smirks, withdrawing their threats. Lu Kuan dragged over one of the cargo containers to sit, his demeanor sinister. "Ahua, this batch of goods I send tea particularly good." With that, he gestured for his men to lift one of the containers. The wooden boards creaked ominously as they pried it open, revealing a living body within. The person was disheveled, clad in rags that barely concealed his form. Beneath the tattered fabric lay a sight so ghastly it was difficult to discern the original hue of his skin. The only remnant of his former vitality was a protruding belly, wrinkled and draped like a ragged cloth. Lu Kuan clicked his tongue in disdain, sold a few times, only to end up back in my hands. He spoke as he reached into the wooden crate, tugging the hair to hoist the person upwards. It was only then that Xie recognized the face. So familiar, Boss Wu. There was no need to glance at anyone else. Xie had already ascertained the truth. Many individuals who had failed to settle their debts in the casino had vanished, only to end up here. They were confined within wooden boxes, reduced to mere commodities in the mouths of these people. Previously, he could only speculate, lacking concrete evidence. Even aboard the cruise ship, when Kuei tormented Wu Kai, he had inquired of Wei Ning, "Can you guess what a permanent solution is?" Wei Ning was unable to respond. Of course, at that time, Xie could not be entirely certain either. Until this moment, his suspicions had materialized into reality. The so-called permanent solution. Lu Kuan forcefully slapped Boss Wu's filthy face, fatty liver, kidney stones, and he even has bloody glaucoma. He continued, "Tell me, this whole thing is unsellable, and even if dismantled, it remains undesirable. Is this business difficult?" Indeed, it was challenging. Xie let out a low chuckle. This world has become so arduous precisely because of this swarm of locusts. Chapter 67. Adventure. From the very beginning of their conversation, Kuei discreetly observed Xie expressions. While he harbored disdain for Lu Kuan, he was even less inclined to find himself besieged on all sides. The moment he heard Xie laughter, Kuei's nerves tensed. "Ayu, what troubles you?" Xie pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, stating, "I was just pondering how grandly Boss Wu once thrived. Yet now he can't even sell pork at a reasonable price." Laughter erupted around them. Kuei relaxed his brow, bemused by the unexpected humor. With the cigarette clamped delicately between his teeth, Xie lowered his gaze and lit it with a flick of the wind. His muffled voice slowly emerged. "That is merely a reflection of your limited understanding of me." Lu Kuan lit a cigarette as well, furrowing his brow as he leaned against the crate. "Doesn't old Wu have a son?" he inquired. "Blame me," Kuei replied. "He fled." Fled? Kuei recalled that night, with no one guarding. He had jumped out the window and into the sea. He regretted not informing Ayu to keep an eye on things that day. Lu Kuan excelled smoke. "Was Ayu present?" "What? Do you suspect me, Kuan-ge?" Xie interjected, raising an eyebrow mockingly. Lu Kuan's doubts dissipated. He then patted the lifeless body that had stirred slightly at the mention of son, lamenting in a tone of regret. "It is only natural for a son to repay his father's debts. You are quite ungracious, are you not? How could he have run away? I hope I do not catch him." Boss Wu, lacking the energy to utter a single word, could only emit faint gasps through his nose. He resembled a broken bellows, wheezing from all sides. Lu Kuan, annoyed by the sound, kicked him. "What a worthless piece of trash." He then summoned his subordinates. "Drag him away and send him to the mines." Soon, individuals arrived to haul the wooden crate away, leaving a long trail on the ground. The combined weight of man and box dragging along. Xie turned back, staring at the mark for an extended period. Expressionless, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, allowing the smoke to fill his lungs, the intense sensation sharply irritating his chest. Unable to stifle a heavy cough, he crushed the cigarette underfoot. For a gambler, the most desperate fate is not physical death, but social death. Social death entails being shunned by everyone around him, fearing that any association would entangle them in his colossal debts. He finds himself ostracized by all relatives and friends. Even if he were to vanish one day, others would only breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts, thinking, "Finally, I am free from his troubles." As a result, no one searches for him, no one cares. Over time, he truly disappears from civilized society. He is registered as a missing person, which eventually transitions to a declaration of death. His case is finally resolved, a period placed upon it. No one would ever know that he had toiled day after day in some invisible corner, deprived of any rights, with no opportunity to seek help from the outside world. When he exhausts his strength and holds no remaining value, they might disassemble him for parts. Or perhaps there would be nothing left to salvage, just a pit in the ground, filled with concrete and cast into the sea. It sounds unbelievable. Yet, this is the path they chose when they decided to gamble everything. Just like the long trail of dragging marks on the ground. It leads nowhere and returns not at all. Seated here, they nonchalantly discuss the arrival of the next shipment and how to divide the profits. Lu Kuan proposed a 50-50 split, to which Hui objected. Both sides were calculating their own interests. Lu Kuan had gained the leverage to distance himself from the He family, while Hui contemplated replacing Lu Kuan with Xie Zhiyu. Their conversation, filled with forced smiles, dragged on until dawn, ending on an unhappy note. The thought of Lu Kuan incited Hui to utter a few curses. It had been 24 hours since their discord, and it was likely that a call from Australia would soon inquire why this task had taken so long. The tone of the inquiry hinted at urgency, a fact Hui was well aware of. This time, Xie Zhiyu had accompanied him on this venture, and the news would undoubtedly have reached the coconut grove. Hui braced himself for a reprimand upon his return, but before that, he sought to ascertain Xie Zhiyu's stance. If his position was clear, then the forthcoming rebuke would not be in vain. As for Lu Kuan, he could remain arrogant for a few more days, with Xie Zhiyu around. There was no lack of a suitable replacement for the chair he occupied. On the way to confront Lu Kuan again, Hui asked Xie Zhiyu. He insists on an equal division. What are your thoughts? Xie Zhiyu responded incisively. You could withhold the supply from him. This was indeed a viable strategy. Yet after years of painstakingly establishing connections, Hui was reluctant to start anew. The organ market was exceedingly scarce. Waiting for donations through legal channels might take 5 or even 10 years without yielding results. Here, however, with ample funds, there were always ways to procure what one needed. Those voiceless individuals at the bottom of society could easily become bloody donors, with their organs eventually ending up in the bodies of the wealthy and powerful, who could afford to prolong their lives and indulge in their desires. There were also those who feared aging, desperately seeking the youthful and vibrant to replace their failing organs. The affluent need not fear lack of money. Their greatest fear was the insufficiency of time. The established pipeline connecting various interests had already taken shape. Hui believed that starting over would entail greater losses and risks than enduring the current arrangement. Noticing his silence, Xie Zhiyu withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror. With his legs crossed, he leaned back into the leather seat, remarking, regardless of whom you entrust this business to, the outcome remains the same. Brother Kuan earns his living by risking his life. Naturally, he does not wish to suffer losses. I've already given him enough. Hui's expression darkened. Xie Zhiyu chuckled. If people weren't so greedy, this business wouldn't be feasible. This statement eased the tension on Hui's face. He replied, Xie, if it were you who came to Southeast Asia, initially, I would surely be even greedier than Brother Kuan. Xie Zhiyu interrupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Hui burst into laughter as well, as if he had heard something amusing, and finally patted Xie Zhiyu on the shoulder, saying, Brother, I may not be as stingy with you as I am with Lu Kuan. Xie Zhiyu tossed him a cigarette without saying a word. Hui caught it and added, I still have a batch of goods ready. Once matched with clients, they can arrive. At that moment, I might not be available. Are you? He trailed off deliberately, as if waiting for a response. The only sound that followed was the slow grinding of a wheel. After a long pause, Xie Zhiyu countered, Do you trust me so readily? This was the first time he was directly made aware of the intricacies of the business, and he pondered whether it was too audacious to relinquish the initiative so swiftly into his hands. He also contemplated this dilemma. After all, this was not akin to a gambling den. Should anything go awry, it would not only jeopardize the goods, but also entangle a series of influential figures. Those dignitaries would undoubtedly wish to keep their sordid dealings hidden. The expression Lu Kuan earns a living with his life referred to him as an intermediary, burdened with too many secrets. In the eyes of the majority, he was more despised than the He family, who provided the goods. Those still in the trading pool sought to extract useful commodities from him, while those who had exited desired his demise. This was a matter of grave significance. After much reflection, Hui felt he had acted too hastily and was about to retract his words. Suddenly, Xie Zhiyu forcefully pinned Hui back into his seat. With a resounding crash, the vehicle careened off the main road like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 68. The landlady as they emerged. A black van began to tail them. Initially, Xie Zhiyu dismissed it as mere paranoia, but as the vehicle exited the urban area and the surrounding traffic thinned, the van became conspicuously noticeable among the throng of three-wheeled motorcycles. He Qing, oblivious to the lurking danger, was preoccupied with another matter. As for the driver, After a brief spin of the vehicle, Xiejiu furrowed his brow. It was apparent that the driver had been compromised. The side of the driver's seat was not severely crushed, and with a determined effort, a few kicks to the door sent it flying open. The driver scrambled out, not daring to look back. The situation was far graver in the back seat. At the moment of impact, Xiejiu instinctively braced himself, ensuring his head remained unscathed. However, in protecting He Qing, his arm became trapped between two contorted seats, rendering it numb and powerless. Gritting his teeth, he moved it slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He cursed under his breath and, with a hand that still had some mobility, struck He Qing. "Are you dead?" He Qing gasped sharply, "Damn." Footsteps approached from a distance. Someone exited the van, and through the deformed window, Xiejiu could discern a pair of nearly size 40 shoes. The polished leather glistened, speckled with ash. Fixating on that spot, he retrieved a dagger from his pocket and swiftly severed the seatbelt and airbag. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Can you move?" He Qing, now aware of the peril, gritted his teeth. "I can. I'll count to 3. We run straight away." "Damn it. They're out to silence us." "No more chatter," Xiejiu commanded coldly. He Qing, unusually compliant, swallowed hard. "All right." Both inhaled deeply. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gasoline. The vehicle was already leaking fuel, and the half-finished cigarette outside was a potential harbinger of doom. Perhaps it would extinguish before the next moment, or perhaps not. 3. Run. With a resounding bang, Xiejiu's side door was violently kicked open. The man, like a lithe cheetah, leaped into the low grass by the roadside, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The next instant, a thunderous explosion drowned out He Qing's shout. He tumbled beside Xiejiu, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, brother, couldn't you even count to 3? Xiejiu twisted his arm slightly. With a click, it returned to its place. He grimaced in pain as he moved it, casually remarking, "No time. No damn time indeed." He Qing craned his neck to glimpse the vehicle engulfed in flames, its frame crackling in the blaze. The polished black shoes had vanished along with the van, which sped away from their sight. More pressing matters demanded attention. He asked which bastard was it. In that fleeting moment, Xiejiu had sorted through his thoughts. He had offended many, making it difficult to ascertain, but those Italian leather shoes were enough to lead him to a certain privileged young man. Recently, there had been only one such individual he had crossed paths with, Li Duo. The man had cried out threats of vengeance against him, and it hadn't taken long for action to follow. Yet, Li Duo alone lacked the audacity. There was another who wished for his disappearance, Lu Kun. Regardless of whether the two are collaborating, in an instant, Xiejiu intends to pin everything on a single individual, Lu Kun, with unwavering conviction. He follows us out of the hotel. The driver must have been bribed as well. Damn it. The only person who could influence this territory is Lu Kun, He Qi firmly believes. However, there is something peculiar. Is he reckless enough to dare challenge me? If he truly intended to act against you, that cigarette would have been fired long ago. Why wait for you to run? As Xiejiu spoke, he shifted the topic, but this time was mere luck. It may not be so next time. Eliminating Lu Kun, entrusting the business here to Xiejiu. The thought grew stronger in He Qi's mind. He turned to the man beside him. "Ayu, you are my sole, trustworthy brother at this moment." Both of them appeared increasingly disheveled, their damp shirts stained with a mix of blood and mud. Suddenly, He Qi recalled how Xiejiu had protected him in the car moments ago, stirring an inexplicable sense of brotherly camaraderie beyond mere words. He reached out, not resting his hand on Xiejiu's shoulder as usual. His fingers curled in the air, forming a fist bump gesture. Xiejiu glanced at him deeply, raised his hand, and casually tapped. "Stop being so sentimental." 3 days later, Xiejiu reappeared. When Ning heard the click of the door lock and instinctively turned her head, immediately spotting the tall figure leaning against the door. He rarely wore a black hooded sweatshirt and casual pants. His fair skin, concealed beneath the fabric, presented a well-defined silhouette, exuding a hint of masculinity. "Who are you looking for?" When Ning quipped sarcastically while flipping through a book, "The owner of this house is missing. You have come to the wrong place." Xiejiu chuckled softly. Changing into slippers, he tossed his bag onto the sofa, playing along with her act. "So you're the current landlady?" When Ning spread her palm. First, transfer the ownership to me. Her jade-like fingers lay before him, the tips adorned with a gradient nail polish, with a mere movement. The light would shift along the curves. Even a single finger could draw attention. Xiaoyu stared at her hand for a few seconds before suddenly asking, "Where is my mung bean paste?" "It has gone moldy," Wei Ning replied, retracting her hand, the shimmer fading. She retorted curtly. Xiaoyu did not pursue the topic further. He turned to the fridge for water, tilting his head back to drink it all. Just as he was about to discard the bottle when his peripheral vision caught sight of a takeout box in the corner. The dark green contents inside the transparent container halted his movement. He opened the box and placed it on the coffee table. His voice struggled to find the right tone, ultimately coming out stiff. "Didn't you say it had gone moldy? It's unusual for it not to after 3 or 4 days. This was bought this afternoon," she replied lazily. "Perhaps your fridge is better at preserving food. Recommend the brand to me. I'll get one for home." "All right," Xiaoyu said. "Did the Yangji Jinhua sell out again today?" "It was gone by a little past 2. I had no idea so many diners loved it," Wei Ning said before suddenly pausing. Her eyes widened. "Are you trying to trick me?" The haze that lingered in her gaze gradually dissipated, and Xiaoyu sensed the long-lost warmth of life within the confines of this house. The tension that had gripped her for so many days finally settled into the dust. She was a young lady raised in the civilized world, while he was a thorn that had fought desperately to sprout a mere inch in the shadows. He smiled, yet within that smile lay a subtle bitterness that he himself could not perceive. "My lady, you have chosen to leap into this abyss. What can I do?" Chapter 69. The depth of spring tides. The mung bean soup was exquisitely crafted, leaving an indelible impression on Xiaoyu, more profound than any previous experience. He reminisced about his childhood, recalling the first time he savored this dessert. Among the myriad options on the menu, he had chosen solely the mung bean soup. The woman had laughed at him, questioning why he would choose such a humble dish. She had offered to exchange it for a creamy coconut pudding. Yet, Xiaoyu had firmly declined, asserting that the mung bean soup was perfectly satisfactory. "Fine, if that's what you wish to eat," she had conceded, enjoying her meal while leafing through the lunar calendar on the table. "The god of wealth is in the west. Isn't that our family's direction? I happen to be seated on the western side now." Today, Xiaoyu had fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes filled with a stubborn earnestness. "You promised to accompany me solely for dessert today." After a moment of hesitation, she had finally relented. "All right." That was the first and only occasion the mother and son had shared dessert together, a complete experience from start to finish. In subsequent outings, she had either been called away or had left him to chase after her superstitions regarding auspicious directions and timings, departing in haste while he remained behind. This bowl of mung bean soup had long since diverged from the flavor embedded in his memory. Xiaoyu found himself questioning the nature of his fixation. However, tonight, this serving seemed to wash away the dust of recollection, reviving images long lost, now vividly clear before his eyes. The mung bean soup from his memory would undergo a transformation this evening. In the future, when he thought back to it, it would no longer be the complete dish consumed in its entirety, but rather a fresh serving, one that he would replace daily, without fail, even in his absence for several days. Upon seeing him set down his spoon, Wei Ning followed suit, lowering her chin into her palm. "Doesn't taste right?" she inquired. Xiaoyu averted his gaze, focusing intently on her face. "Nothing is amiss." "Then why have you stopped eating?" Wei Ning pouted, her expression laden with curiosity. "And why are you using your left hand?" Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback before laughing aloud. "Where did you acquire such keen observational skills? You cling to the minutiae." He raised an eyebrow. "Who says one cannot eat with their left hand?" "No one," Wei Ning replied, extending her palm upwards in front of him. "Allow me to borrow your left hand." Uncertain of her intentions, Xiaoyu hesitantly extended his hand towards hers. She grasped his with her fingers, leaning forward with an air of scholarly seriousness. "While you were away on the island, I learned a rather impressive trick from a roadside fortune teller." "A shoulder throw?" Xiaoyu queried. "The fortune teller wouldn't teach that," Wei Ning replied, rolling her eyes. "Men on the left, women on the right. Now, let me examine your lifeline." "Ah, quite lengthy indeed. Your career line appears a bit convoluted, yet overall, it shows an upward trajectory. A turning point in your 30s, followed by a period of flourishing. As for the love line, when Ning squinted, her expression suddenly grave. Noticing the slight perspiration forming in the palm that held his, Xie maintained his composure. Can't conjure up any more details? Cannot see clearly, when Ning replied, extending her other hand towards him to examine his right. Xie chuckled. Isn't it men on the left, women on the right? The old fortune-teller had said it was permissible to switch hands if the view was unclear. The man leaned back slightly in his seat, yet the arm resting at his side remained motionless. After a few moments of quiet confrontation, Wen Ning smiled and spoke. Xie, your right hand is injured, isn't it? The map of the Yin kingdom was extensive, almost enveloping him entirely. Xie discreetly adjusted his sleeve, saying, with that expression and your words, one might think you wish to take advantage of my misfortune. You notice that? When Ning stood up, initially wandering aimlessly before asking, "Will you keep your medicine for bruises and injuries?" He felt a slight tightening in his throat. He should refuse. Yet inexplicably, he replied, "In the cabinet next to you, on the third shelf." When Ning responded with an "oh" and began to search. As she crouched, her long hair cascaded down her back, and her fitted knitted dress accentuated her slender waist and the gentle curve below. Unbound by the constraints of gentlemanly conduct, Xie found himself turning his face away moments later. The springtide was heavy, and the night grew deeper still. His throat felt itchy, and he restlessly tugged at his collar. Is this it? When he snapped back to attention, when Ning had turned to him, her expression a mix of annoyance and fury. Xie, I've asked you so many times. He regained his composure, replying nonchalantly, whatever, it's all fine. What do you mean, all fine? This label is in traditional characters. It's straining my eyes. She straightened up, tossing the instruction manual at him. You read it. I'll handle it. The bottle of oil for bruises rested in her delicate fingers, and for once, Xie felt uncertain. He suddenly realized the awkwardness of wearing a pullover hoodie for convenience. His injury was on his upper arm, and the sleeve couldn't be pulled high enough, while his shirt lacked buttons to undo. No need. I'll manage it myself in a bit, he said. When Ning paused, rolling up her sleeves as she sat down, clearly taken aback. You can't possibly be. After a long hesitation, as if in disbelief, she added, embarrassed? It was as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Curiously and intently, she scrutinized him, employing an exaggerated tone. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so conservative. Xie responded coldly. You sound quite experienced. I am indeed, she declared, unbeknownst to her. Beneath the obscurity of her disheveled hair, a shadow of danger dimmed in the man's gaze. If possible, Xie wished to silence her beautiful mouth. Yet the next moment, she continued, you have no idea how many male bodhisattvas there are online, eager to flaunt their abs and chests, constantly reinventing ways to play the seductress. For such men, I truly... Xie paused for a moment. What? Simply a thumbs up, she replied earnestly. A bodhisattva may not always bless, but big data will certainly reward my efforts. The corners of his mouth twitched, genuinely amused despite his irritation. He stood up. When Ning blocked his path. Where are you going now? The man gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, to change my clothes. When he emerged from the room again, Xie had donned a white short-sleeved shirt, with the fabric removed. Wen Ning immediately noticed the significant swelling and alarming bruising on his right upper arm. She had little experience in tending to wounds and was unable to assess the severity of the injury. Merely by comparing it to the fair complexion beside her, she felt it was extremely serious, indeed, gravely so. Is it really unnecessary to go to the hospital? She inquired. It's just a minor injury, Xie replied. I accidentally bumped it. It will heal in a couple of days, even without treatment. Still, we should attend to it, Wen Ning insisted earnestly. While he changed clothes, she patiently studied the complex characters before her. Methodically, she warmed her hands and poured a few drops of the pungent oil into her palm. He was seated while she stood. With both hands, she carefully applied pressure along his arm, gingerly tracing the meridians. Xie felt her touch, reminiscent of a tickle, causing his spine to stiffen. After a moment of restraint, he could no longer contain himself. Are you planning to practice some sort of distant technique? Less chatter, she retorted. at a loss as she struggled to locate his sensitive points. This man was as unyielding as iron. Despite her efforts, his brow remained unfurrowed. The instructions clearly stated that one should apply pressure to the painful spots, and she initially thought this was the perfect opportunity for a little revenge. Yet, when it came time to apply pressure, she found herself using a gentler touch than anyone else. She held the bottle of oil, turning it over repeatedly to scrutinize the instructions, her vision nearly blurring. The unpleasant scent flowed through her palms and fingers, seeping into her delicate skin. So much so that when Siejiu fell asleep that night, the scene lingered in his dreams. She mentioned that his hand was not yet fully healed and that she could assist. Her slender fingers opened and then tightened, grasping not the bottle of oil, but something far more significant. Chapter 70. Temper in the early hours of the morning, just past 4 o'clock. Siejiu tossed the bed linens into the washing machine. With one hand casually resting in his pocket, he paused before the aged appliance, lost in contemplation. How long had it been since he had felt like an uncontrollable youth? Far too long. So long, in fact, that he had nearly forgotten the existence of desire within a person. Given his status, he had no shortage of female admirers. Yet, due to a cunning ploy orchestrated by Liu Kuan years ago, a beauty trap that he had seen through before it could ensnare him, he had cultivated a reputation for avoiding women, which others found entirely justifiable. No one would dare to approach him with an offer of companionship, save for He Kuei. As for the women He Kuei sent his way, Siejiu could scarcely muster the energy to even cast a glance in their direction. He deemed He Kuei's taste lamentably poor, to which He Kuei boldly retorted with a dismissive exclamation. Subsequently, she had shielded him from the chaos of those unworthy women, while Wei Ning had intervened to protect him from she. It was a series of interconnected events, each one seemingly equivalent to the last. He stubbornly clung to this belief, perhaps even unwilling to acknowledge that the nature of certain stages had shifted fundamentally. On an unremarkable night, his dreams became rife with uncontrollable elements. She gripped his throat tightly, and his self-restraint crumbled like the Maginot Line. His temples throbbed violently. Just before the dream reached its cataclysmic climax, he jolted awake. The familiar ceiling loomed above him, and outside, the crowded nightscape was equally recognizable. He felt damp and chilled. Slowly rising, the frantic beating of his heart began to steady, calmed by the reality surrounding him. The desires and thoughts he had strived to suppress surged forth like a tidal wave upon hearing the faint sound of the balcony glass door. A cold shower at 3 in the morning and a change of clothes at 4. These experiences were nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, when seated at the breakfast table the next morning, Wei Ning, in a sleepy haze, queried, "Siejiu, were you out thieving last night?" His movements halted abruptly, causing the food on his chopsticks to slip away. "You stayed up all night. I'm truly baffled by you. Do you realize how poor the sound insulation is in this house?" When Ning bit into a custard tart, chewing thoughtfully. Noticing his silence, she raised her eyes. He sat at the opposite end of the table, his eyelids drooping slightly as he concentrated on grasping a piece of rice noodle roll with his left hand. The roll was slick and rebellious, refusing to cooperate with the utensils he had used seamlessly the night before. He attempted to lift it, only for it to fall away. She resisted the urge to assist him, counting the seconds as they passed, 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself. Wei Ning picked up a piece and extended it toward him, asking, "Are you gonna eat this?" She blinked, not particularly inclined. Siejiu subtly swallowed. Leaning back slightly as he instructed, "Put down." "Ah, the pride of man," Wei Ning mused. She was no selfless paragon of virtue, having faced rejection once. She would never extend the offer a second time. Thus, their breakfast proceeded smoothly until they finished and stood to leave. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a misplaced button. Indeed, it was difficult to function without one's dominant hand. She reminded him, "Siejiu, you fastened it incorrectly." Perhaps because he was preparing to leave, Siejiu had reverted to his usual attire. Each button of his white shirt was aligned perfectly, save for one that was mismatched in an inconspicuous spot. Upon hearing her, he used his left hand to adjust, continuing down the line, "This one? The next one?" She replied. When Ning approached, remarking that helping once is assistance, and helping twice is still assistance. She naturally took over his aimless left hand and casually inquired, "Surely, your casino does not have any peculiar requirements about not wearing shirts, does it?" "The casino does not," he replied. "Then where might such a thing exist?" Wei Ning smindrakset. She had forgotten her habitual focus on his collar whenever he donned a shirt. The elegant, elongated line of it made one feel parched. Thus, when she awoke this morning, intending to wear a pullover, her fingers glided through the drawer, yet she inexplicably chose a shirt instead. This shirt, with its subtle patterns, possessed a draping luster. If memory served, even the fastidious He Chi had praised this brand for its structured yet fitted design. Dressing this way for the casino seemed entirely normal. Yu reassured himself. "Have you fastened it?" he asked, lowering his gaze. In this posture, he could see the small swirl at the crown of Wei Ning's head, nearly concealed by her thick, long hair. The familiar scent of fruitwood wafted into his nostrils, akin to lying languidly on soft grass and inhaling the fragrance of an orchard. Opening his eyes, however, he was met with the stark confines of reality. Wei Ning deftly fastened his buttons and gave a light pat. "This shirt appears to be from that brand I often purchase." "Your eyes are quite discerning," Yu replied without a flicker of emotion. "Indeed, the person I am to meet today is significant." Before 10 o'clock, he stepped out, and so did she. Xiao Zhong and Ah Zhong awaited them at the alley's entrance. Yu slowed his pace. "Where are you headed?" "Why do you care?" Wei Ning retorted, pulling out her vibrating phone from her handbag to glance at the caller ID. "Hello, Brother Qing Bai." Her tone brimmed with a buoyancy rarely displayed in his presence. Yu's gaze darkened, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. "Yes, I'm on my way out. I'll be there soon. See you shortly, goodbye." As the call ended, his mood also severed abruptly. When he spoke again, his voice carried a notable chill. "So, you are off to see Mr. Ordinary. No wonder. Is the joke about Mr. Ordinary still relevant?" "What do you mean by no wonder?" Wei Ning felt a mix of frustration and amusement, struggling to maintain a smile that had become standardized for anyone. "Yes, indeed. I'm going to meet Brother Qing Bai." "Mr. Xie, your sulking expression could lead to misunderstandings." Stung by her dismissive smile, Yu turned his face away. "You think too much. Only the parties involved truly know whether they are overthinking." Wei Ning replied. "Then why do you insist on controlling what I do?" It was a casual inquiry. He retorted, "You could simply choose to ignore it. But I have heard you." When Ning insisted, "You can vanish without a word, yet I must inform you of my plans when meeting friends on Ao Island." "You are rather dull." The dull person halted to open the car door. "Am I dull? Or is it otherwise? Your brother Qing Bai is so interesting. Is he? What does that have to do with him?" "I'm speaking of you." When Ning pursed her lips, fixing her gaze upon him. "Can you not discuss the matter at hand? Why involve others?" Had it not been for her sudden outburst of temper, Wei Ning would have undoubtedly realized that in her impulsive utterance, she had relegated Song Qing Bai to the status of a mere bystander. At present, all she could recall were the 4 days and 3 nights of silence, during which she had inquired countless times of Zhong, "Where on earth has your boss gone?" Zhong was at a loss for words. She then turned to Xiao Zhong, whose responses were no more enlightening, consistently repeating, "I'm sorry, Miss Wen. We have no knowledge of where Yu Gu has gone or when he will return." Such ignorance was maddening. It was no wonder she had wasted her worries, visiting the sweet soup shop daily, only to be teased by the owner. "Wow, a big star? With how delicious my sweet soup is and your frequent visits. It seems I am destined for success." Indeed, it was all her own doing. Chapter 71. The engagement after a quarrelsome parting, the two individuals, bound for the same destination, chose to travel in separate vehicles. Zhong drove slowly, trailing behind the luxurious Maybach. "Miss Wen, you are clearly headed to the casino as well. So why not share a ride with Yuga?" He misspoke. "I am not going to the casino," Wen Ning replied with conviction. "I am heading to the CAF upstairs." Yet, the cars continued in the same direction, ultimately parking in the same lot. Is there really a difference? Zhong found himself at a loss for words. He scratched the scar on his head, his gaze fixed on the exhaust pipe of the car ahead, attempting to glean an answer from it. Inside the preceding vehicle, Xiao Zhong was equally perplexed. "Yuga, are Miss Wen and Zhong heading to the same place as us?" Yu's demeanor was indifferent. What does that concern you? Xiao Zhong, possessing a sharper wit than Ah Zhong, had not caught the entire conversation but could piece together enough to form a hypothesis. After pondering for a moment, he ventured, "You go. Is it possible that Miss Wen was trying to show concern for you earlier?" A brief silence enveloped the car. Xie opened his eyes, which had remained closed. Was she? Of course. Xiao Zhong felt he had struck a chord and continued eagerly, "You go. You must be too close to the situation to see clearly. You are being misled by other distractions. I gathered from Miss Wen's words that she was lamenting your absence a few days ago, expressing concern for you." Concern? Xie furrowed his brow. "During the days you were away, Miss Wen specifically called me several times to inquire about you. I told her I was unaware of your schedule, yet she continued to ask in subsequent calls. What else could that signify? It's not as if you owe her money, is it?" While the initial portion of the conversation was coherent, the latter part descended into nonsensical ramblings. The dialogue before boarding the vehicle filtered through Xie mind, causing his reasoning to deviate, leading him entirely away from the original topic. Song Qingbai. Xie exhaled deeply, vexed, and lit a cigarette. A solitary cigarette, crumpled and crushed between his fingers, was ultimately discarded into the trash bin. As he exited the vehicle, Xie deliberately slowed his pace. The silver-gray Mercedes, which had been trailing them, paused for a moment. Ah Zhong hurriedly jumped out to open the door. As the rear door swung open, a pair of apricot-colored high-heeled shoes touched the ground first, the elegant heels accentuating the slenderness of her calves. As she rose, her skirt swayed gracefully, cascading down her legs. The owner of those heels did not glance sideways, seemingly oblivious to his presence, and glided past him without a word. In the fleeting moment of their brush, Xie seized her wrist. She remained silent, prompting him to lower his tone. "Are you still upset?" Wei Ning maintained a stoic expression. "In a bustling place like this, Mr. Xie, such public displays are rather inappropriate. What is wrong with holding my girlfriend's hand?" After a brief pause, Wei Ning recalled their public relationship status. She quickly surveyed their surroundings and whispered, "Let go. I was wrong earlier." Xie did not release her grip, his thumb resting on her rapidly pulsing wrist. "I promise to address matters directly next time." His fingers involuntarily curled, slowly forming a fist. Her expression remained unchanged as Wei Ning tilted her proud chin, asking, "Which matter are you referring to?" Just then, someone happened to pass by and greeted him with a nod, calling out "Brother Yu." In response to this, he conceded, "Whatever you say is fine." It was evident that there were outsiders present. He added, "Next time we go out, I will inform you beforehand." Wei Ning abruptly withdrew her hand, nearly betraying her erratic heartbeat. Her right hand clasped her left wrist, still warm from his touch, her demeanor composed. "That's more like it," she replied. "Are you not angry?" He inquired. "I was never angry to begin with. It was always this way. Proud yet sensitive, stubborn in speech but soft-hearted, embodying the traits of a pampered young lady." All of these characteristics seemed to starkly contrast with his own, contemplating this. The smile at the corners of his lips gradually faded. "Aren't you coming closer? Clearly, it is you who is holding on to me," Wei Ning remarked as she stepped forward. "I never arrive late for appointments." After taking a few steps, she noticed he had not followed, so she paused and turned back. "Aren't you coming?" Xie lifted a cigarette between his fingers. "I'll take a different path." A sense of indescribable feeling washed over Wei Ning. After a moment of silence, she said, "Then I shall take my leave." He raised his hand, his fingers holding the cigarette slightly elevated. "Very well." She entered the CAF, arriving precisely on time. Wei Ning ordered a cappuccino. Opposite her, Song Qingbai, clad in a white suit, momentarily fixated his gaze upon her, his demeanor as solemn as ever. "Why do you appear so distracted?" "Not at all," Wei Ning replied, smiling. "Brother Qingbai, what brings you here today?" "I have settled matters on Ao and will be leaving in a few days," Song Qingbai stated. "Regarding the matter you mentioned before, I have already discussed it with my family. I wanted to inform you in person before I depart." "The previous matter?" A sudden realization struck Wei Ning. "I no longer need to be engaged?" Her delight was unmistakable. Song Qingbai appeared momentarily stunned, gripping his coffee cup tightly. "If neither you nor Song Zai has any intention of pursuing this, forcing a union would yield no benefit to either party." After I broached the subject, my father did not oppose it. However, my mother, he paused, could you share the genuine reason behind this? The genuine reason? Wei Ning queried, puslet. I have no interest in Song Zai, nor does he in me. Is that not sufficient? My mother is extremely worried about my brother, and during this time, I have conducted some investigation. Song Qingbai gazed into her eyes. If it is due to him, I wish to offer you compensation. Song Zai was in Hawaii. If an investigation were to be pursued, Song Qingbai undoubtedly possessed the capability. On one hand, there was a childhood friend, and on the other, a brother with whom she had harbored feelings since adolescence. When Ning suddenly found herself in a difficult position, Song Qingbai observed her predicament. His intention was never to place her in an uncomfortable situation, so he spoke up, if you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly fine. I merely seek a conclusion here. However, whether or not a conclusion exists at this juncture makes little difference to the overall situation. His words were unequivocal. Wei Ning instinctively understood that Song Qingbai already possessed evidence. The Song family, lacking a sense of shame, could have simply bound her to an engagement, allowing both families, especially the Songs, to maintain a fade. However, the mere fact that Song Qingbai was sitting here discussing this matter with her indicated his lack of intention to do so. When Ning inquired, Annie is still considering, is she not? Upon discovering that his brother's partner in Hawaii was of the same sex, Song Qingbai experienced a moment of shock. He immediately placed a call to the mainland, and for over 2 hours, he meticulously outlined the current pros and cons to his parents. As the eldest son, his opinion carried significant weight. He proposed to annul the engagement, to which his father agreed, but his mother suggested that since neither side was particularly concerned, it would be better to create a sham marriage to cover the past. Song Qingbai had never encountered such a preposterous suggestion. Abandoning his gentlemanly demeanor, he responded almost coldly. Are you implying that to conceal this, one must ruin a girl's life? You mentioned when Ning is aware of this matter. Since she has not brought it up, then I advise you not to think this way. Song Qingbai interrupted. I can bear the family's responsibilities. Please refrain from further comments. Very well, his mother replied. But as the eldest son, when will you settle your own affairs? Song Qingbai suddenly fell silent. The absurdity of Song Zai was already overwhelming. At this moment, he found it impossible to voice his thoughts. He could not articulate that during these days on Aodao, he had fleetingly contemplated that if Song Zai were unfit, what if he were the one to take his place as the fiancé? Would that be acceptable? Chapter 72. Strict household regulations. Countless absurd thoughts flitted through Song Qingbai's mind. Yet, as the composed and dignified eldest son, he could not voice them. He could certainly marry any well-matched young lady, but she would not be his younger brother's former fiancée, regardless of the purity of her friendship with Song Zai. It simply could not be. Rumors are merciless and insidious. They care not for truth or logic. They thrive on the multitude's whispers, inevitably concluding in tales of brotherly discord and a sister-in-law usurping the role of an elder wife. Without much contemplation, Song Qingbai could easily foresee how society would judge a woman, particularly a beautiful one. In such tantalizing narratives, beauty is a cardinal sin, and gender compounds the transgression. Moreover, when Ning bore both burdens, thus, the matter remained unresolved, with his mother demanding he take a stance. Yet, he felt his sentiments were shameless and difficult to express. What should follow? How could the affairs of the two families conclude with grace? Song Qingbai was still uncertain. In regard to Wei Ning, he could only reveal a portion of the truth. In short, you need not worry. Whether it is Song Zai or anyone else, our family shall not impose undue hardship. Once the dust settles, my father will personally visit. Wei Ning wished to say more, but remembering it was a family matter, she swallowed her words. Thank you, Qingbai Ge, she said, offering a smile that radiated purity. She was genuinely grateful to Song Qingbai, who had always been attentive and selfless, deserving of her long-held affection. Yet curiously, sitting across from him, sharing a cup of coffee, an experience she had once yearned for, felt rather mundane. Today's cappuccino, once a dream, was now just another ordinary moment, akin to a leisurely afternoon spent with casual friends. She discreetly pressed her palm against her heart. The rhythm was steady, but the youthful flutter of her heart had quietly faded away. As the coffee was finished, so too were the conversations, leaving them in silent contemplation. Wei Ning felt restless, as if something of greater importance awaited her. However, upon reflection, her schedule was entirely blank. She had no reason to be in such a hurry to depart. Setting down her cup, she finally spoke, "Qingbai Gu, since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Surprised by her swift exit, Song Qingbai hesitated momentarily. I had originally ordered an Earl Grey Milfy. He had spotted it on our table during a previous visit to the CAF and thought it clever to order it. Yet, upon uttering those words, Wei Ning grew even more unsettled. The Earl Grey Milfy reminded her of that day in the same CAF when someone had brazenly declared, "In my place, treating Miss Wen to a slice of cake is perfectly acceptable." The waiter then brought forth the establishment's signature dessert. "Thank you, Qingbai Gu, but I had a substantial breakfast this morning." She paused, or perhaps I could take it to go. With the Earl Grey Milfy in hand, she exited the CAF, the long corridor alive with the flow of people. Wei Ning instinctively glanced towards the corner where she had last encountered Xie. Despite her intention to take the elevator, her legs betrayed her, leading her to meander around the column, approaching the corner. The nook was devoid of any presence, a conclusion she had anticipated. Thus, she was perplexed as she pressed the button for the elevator, only to see her discontented reflection on the metallic wall. With nothing pressing on her mind, she inquired of Zhong, "Where is Xie?" Zhong responded candidly, "Brother Yu is still upstairs." Wei Ning lifted the cake box in her hand, gesturing, "There's an extra slice of cake. May I go up to find him?" It seemed she had never been told that Miss Wen was forbidden from visiting the executive floor, and she hadn't heard of any important guest today. After a moment's contemplation, Zhong nodded, "Miss Wen, I shall escort you upstairs." There was a dedicated elevator that led directly to the executive floor. Zhong guided her through a small door, ascending without delay. Along the way, they encountered a few unfamiliar faces who nodded at her while greeting Zhong, "Brother Zhong, have you eaten?" "Not yet," he replied. "Let us go to that soy sauce chicken place sometime. That place is so expensive." "Wow, Brother Zhong, really?" This mundane exchange momentarily led Wei Ning to feel as though she were not in a casino, but rather in an ordinary workplace. These individuals were no different from others outside, earning a salary and fulfilling their duties. A glance at Zhong reminded her of the pronounced scar on his forehead, shattering her illusion. Indeed, there was a distinction between him and ordinary people. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. "Zhong, perhaps I should not go after all." "Miss Wen, we are almost there," he replied, scratching his head in confusion. "Did I walk too quickly? Or was there something else suddenly pressing? Should I inform Brother Yu?" Before he could finish, a sharp voice rang out from the room ahead. "You go out first." Within moments, the slightly ajar door swung open, and a burly bodyguard emerged, his face contorted in displeasure. Upon spotting Zhong, he appeared relieved. "Brother Zhong, what is going on?" Zhong inquired. The bodyguard gestured subtly towards the door, his voice lowered. "It's Miss He." Among those who surrounded Xie, Zhong was the most steadfast. He was unafraid of offending the He family, and thus, he was the only one capable of managing Miss He. Without Xie's permission, he would never allow her to approach. After enduring her cold demeanor a few times, Miss He had scolded him for being the least compassionate and the most lacking in romantic understanding. Upon hearing Miss He's name, Zhong instinctively glanced at Wei Ning. Yet, being rather clumsy, he could not decipher whether beneath her calm exterior lay any hidden sentiments. He stood still, awaiting her direction. To his surprise, after a brief moment, Wei Ning simply stated, "Let us go. We're just leaving like this?" Zhong thought she might not have heard clearly. "Inside is Miss He." "Indeed," Wei Ning affirmed, her excellent memory recalling how, that morning before leaving, Xie had donned an expensive shirt and mentioned the importance of the person he was to meet. Was this not significant? She turned and stepped forward, her delicate lambskin shoe barely grazing the plush carpet. In a household governed by stringent rules, the solitary young man and woman found themselves in a delicate predicament. The languid tone of the conversation momentarily paused, as if acknowledging the scene unfolding in the corridor, where Xie's attention was captivated by a slender silhouette. He swiftly altered his demeanor, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The previous nonchalance gave way to a sudden gravity. Even the clumsy Ajong discerned the palpable shift in atmosphere. He hastened to obstruct Miss Wen's path, exclaiming boisterously, "Brother, Miss Wen has come to deliver your afternoon tea." Wei Ning pressed her lips together, compelled to pivot and face the situation. By the intricately carved door adorned with golden edges, Xie leaned casually against the wall, while the young lady he had dismissed, Miss He, displayed her displeasure in the presence of so many onlookers. Wei Ning's gaze lingered on her for a fleeting moment before she averted her eyes. This marked her first formal encounter with Miss He, who indeed bore the hallmarks of a favored daughter from a prominent family. Tall, impeccably dressed, and exuding an unmistakable sharpness in her gaze. I remained still, as my adversary does. Wei Ning turned her attention back to Xie, who met her gaze directly and responded, "If the items have not been delivered, why should anyone leave?" Unaware of your busy schedule, Wei Ning retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Her expression and tone were impeccable, conveying the sentiment that any discerning observer would interpret as that of a devoted girlfriend visiting her boyfriend, encountering another woman in his office. Xie smirked slightly, asserting, "I have already concluded my tasks." He seized her hand, applying a gentle pressure as his thumb tenderly traced the lines of her palm. Perhaps it was a shared understanding, or it was something more profound. When Ning puffed out her cheeks and declared, "Xie, you are well aware of my fiery temperament. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect to cross the threshold tonight." Chapter 73. Important individuals just moments ago, upon entering Xie's office. She was mercilessly ushered out by the man. He propped his legs on the desk, chin tilted towards the door, and stated, "Miss He, please exercise some self-restraint." She retorted indignantly, "This is my family's territory. I shall enter as I please. What does that have to do with self-restraint? This is an office. If there were matters of importance to discuss, I would naturally refrain from dismissing anyone." Xie replied nonchalantly, "But does Missy have any such matters? I've heard you were injured after going out with my brother. Your brother is far more injured than I am. At this moment, you should be concerned for your elder sibling." Xie snapped his fingers at his bodyguard beside him. Ahao escorted her out. Just as Ahao stepped forward, she halted him with a sharp command. "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Missy, please do not make things difficult for those of us in lower positions. You should leave now," she said impatiently. Ahao glanced at Xie, his expression innocent. Xie slowly withdrew his legs, gesturing with 2 fingers. "Never mind, I shall handle it myself." His mood was rather grim. Having sat in the office for 15 minutes, he had checked the time 4 times, his fingers drumming impatiently on the desk. During this period, Ahao inquired if he had other plans. He pursed his lips straight, his countenance somber. "Go buy a cup of coffee." However, he typically favored traditional Chinese beverages, indulging in coffee only on rare occasions. It was only natural for those beneath him to find this peculiar. Ahao, ever cautious, ventured to ask, "Which type would you like? With sugar? Iced or hot?" Under ordinary circumstances, he would have simply replied without a thought, but in this moment of discontent, he could not fathom why such a bitter and astringent foreign concoction warranted such complexity. The delicate nuances of flavors and aromas felt utterly foreign to him. Suddenly disinterested, he declared, "No need to buy it." He sighed deeply, his legs still resting on the desk, the executive chair tilting back under his weight. It was precisely at this moment that she entered, coinciding with his least inclined mood for interaction. Of course, had he been in a better frame of mind, he would have engaged in conversation, addressing her with polite formalities, adding Missy a couple of times out of courtesy. In regards to the He family, he had exerted considerable effort. Alas, Missy seemed to have undergone extensive training in resilience, growing ever bolder after each encounter. Personally, seeing her to the door was fortunate. Otherwise, he would have faced difficulty explaining the situation upon her return. As this thought flickered through his mind, Xie found himself momentarily stunned. Why would there be confusion? A charade cannot be mistaken for reality. In other words, even if he offered no explanation, no one would pursue him for one. Would anyone truly inquire? Xie furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with a seriousness he had not previously recognized. Though his stance was steady, internally, He felt far from the calm facade he presented. Xie grasped her hand gently, pressing his palm down. Upon hearing her request for a thorough explanation, for whatever reason, he found solace in that fleeting moment. Let be a pretense. It matters not. Excessive seriousness leads to inevitable failure. He firmly held her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. Why did you not inform me of your arrival before leaving? Unable to return home at night. Where do you suggest I stay? When Ning felt the warmth of his palm, slick with sweat, staying is not entirely out of the question. He lowered his gaze, speaking earnestly. One day, when your temper has cooled, I shall need to explain where I spent these nights away from home. It will be an endless cycle. The boundary between actor and audience had been shattered. For a moment, no one could discern where the performance ended and reality began. When Ning opened her mouth but found no words. Her palms were clammy, her heart racing. She endeavored to steady her voice. In any case, I am angry. Uh-oh. Please check the surveillance footage. Xie turned, his tone shifting from authoritative to soothing in a matter of seconds, a transition that took no more than 2 minutes. What could be accomplished in 2 minutes, did you not know? His words were veiled in ambiguity, leaving anyone within earshot in the corridor fully aware of the implications. When Ning felt embarrassed to glance at Miss He's expression. To be precise, she felt uncomfortable looking at anyone. Her ears seemed to flush with color. She was acutely aware of the heat radiating from the spot where he spoke beside her. By her feminine instinct, she sensed that once the curtain fell on today's drama, Missy would likely be melancholic for quite some time. Although she harbored no intentions of saving the world, she couldn't help but feel pity for the other party. Yet, erroneous actions must be nipped in the bud. Such a simple truth left her perplexed as to why a lady raised in such a prestigious family as Miss He repeatedly floundered in the flames of folly. Xie, are you truly going to treat me this way? Miss He asked, her eyes glistening. I've already mentioned that I am no gentleman, Xie replied, feigning indifference. I am merely conducting business for the He family, but not selling myself. Miss He, it would be wise not to waste your time on me. My heart belongs to another, steadfast until death. I apologize. As he spoke, he lifted Wen Ning's hand, deliberately waving it before her eyes. Wen Ning had no choice but to link her arm with his, adopting a wicked demeanor. I can only forgive you once, Ahau retrieves the footage. However, given that you hardly ate this morning, I'll allow you a small cake as a gesture of goodwill. How about a layer cake, perhaps? Her demeanor remained ostentatious. The moment the office door closed behind them, her expression faltered. As she opened her mouth, she became the embodiment of sarcasm. With only one hand remaining, you still choose to wear such cumbersome attire. It seems you truly have someone significant in your life. A friendly reminder, you know. Wen Ning adopted an air of superiority. This method of feigned reluctance will soon lose its charm. Leave some dignity for the other party. As she reached for a tissue to dab the spot where their hands had met, Xie narrowed his eyes. If I were to feign reluctance, seeking your assistance would be redundant. Everyone was aware of this logic. Yet, when Ning stubbornly retorted, then how was I to know you? The conference room was silent, and Xie felt a subtle tension in his brow. He was surprised to discover that even someone as carefree as he could experience moments of silent exasperation. He cleared the disarray from the sofa, creating space for her. He then reclined casually, resting his legs on the armrest. The important guest has already been seen. So soon? Wen Ning inquired skeptically. Placing the cake box down, Xie glanced at the packaging logo and remarked, You and your Qing Bo Gu certainly seem to have a swift rapport. He inquired once more, what did he wish to discuss with you? Wen Ning, unwilling to concede, retorted, And what does Miss He seek from you? Amidst this sharp exchange, a soft chuckle escaped from the crowd. Xie leaned forward, lowering his upper body as he unwrapped the cake, contemplating his words. So, are we now unearthing each other's secrets? No, it is I who shall not be at a disadvantage. Wen Ning asserted with righteous fervor, exchanging one question for another, for that is the essence of fairness. This world is devoid of absolute equity. However, since you're eager to know, Xie smiled, revealing that she had heard of my injury and had come to express her concern. It's as simple as that. Upon finishing, he raised an eyebrow, pausing his unwrapping as if awaiting her response to this equitable exchange. When Ning pondered for 2 seconds before speaking, He mentioned having discussed it with his family and can assist in annulling the engagement. The two revealed their respective truths, simultaneously gazing at one another. Their gazes brushed against each other, and after 2 seconds, they spoke in unison. Xie, he is indeed sincere towards you. Wei Ning, you are fortunate to be in such a position. Chapter 74. Window paper. It is unclear who initiated the laughter. The atmosphere was not particularly tense, and once one person faltered, the facade crumbled entirely. Wei Ning grew weary of his antics. She brushed aside his clumsy left hand and began to methodically unwrap the layers of the package. The man seemed displeased by her disdain, momentarily pausing before leaning in closer. His long fingers enveloped hers, and in that instant he felt her delicate hand beneath his touch falter slightly. She did not resist. She merely loosened the bow. A simple package hardly required 2 hands. Yet, even so, he encircled her hand with his as she continued to manipulate the pitiable box. Once the box was finally unwrapped, the man naturally held her hand, his fingers pressing firmly between hers, playfully toying with her slender joints. Did Songqing buy this? Wei Ning lowered her gaze. Why couldn't it be me? His hand was warm, almost feverish, sending a shiver through her bones. He leaned down, resting his chin on her shoulder in a seemingly aggrieved manner. The previous statement was merely a guess. Hearing your response confirms my suspicion. Wei Ning straightened her back. If he bought it, you won't eat it? How principled of you. The man let out a soft sigh. It's not meant for me. I fear I might not digest it well. That is splendid, she replied earnestly. I wasn't really inclined to share it with you anyway. Care to repeat that? The breath brushing against her ear turned suddenly cold. Feigning ignorance, Wei Ning slightly turned her face, his nose nearly grazing her cheek. She could feel his breath against her skin, yet emphasized each word, not inclined. I could repeat it 2 or 3 times. Not inclined, his grip tightened around her hand. Xie straightened up, leaning back against the sofa like a lord. Yet his hand remained firmly in place. Once something is given to me, it cannot be taken back. The pressure that had been bearing down on her eased considerably. Then let go. Wei Ning feebly protested. No one is here to witness your performance. How do you know no one is watching? He retorted. This question prompted her to glance around. After surveying the surroundings, she felt her earlier movements were excessive. Someone like Xie would not allow his private space to be scrutinized. Moreover, if someone were indeed observing them, the words exchanged upon entering the room had already exposed them. His retort was utterly unfounded. Yet, it hung in the air like mist in a forest, a delicate veil beneath the moonlight. It was a revelation, tearing away the last fragile layer of an unspoken understanding, like paper-thin windows. She emerged from Xie presence half an hour later. Zhong had already left her a message, stating he was waiting for her in the car. Wei Ning replied affirmatively and retraced her steps along the same route. The temperature gradually warmed. Compared to the capital, the spring here felt markedly humid. The wind blowing through the window seemed to carry mist and rain, perpetually lacking in dryness. She still found herself unaccustomed to such weather. Much like the unfamiliar flutter of her heart when holding hands and the ever-slick warmth of her palms. Her knuckles had been toyed with one by one, as if he were handling priceless jewels. Thus, that petite millefeuille was savored for an extended duration. 2 individuals, for hands, ultimately managed to assemble a solitary usable piece. He took a bite, declaring it excessively sweet, and inquired if Songqing Bai had poisoned it. With suspicion, Wei Ning tasted a morsel, rebuking him for his fanciful claims. Thus, in an unguarded moment, the two shared a spoon. When realization dawned upon them, he was motionless, fixated on her lips. The plush carpet muffled the hurried footsteps of Wei Ning as she abruptly halted. She braced herself against the window, inhaling deeply. The breeze from the bay caressed her face, imbued with both humidity and warmth. The skin, increasingly flushed, offered no solace. She continued to close her eyes, yet in that fleeting moment, the gentle wind brushing against her cheeks was mistakenly perceived as the same sultry breath that lingered nearby. Eventually, someone passed by, inquiring, "Miss Wen, are you all right?" Wei Ning abruptly opened her eyes, spotting Ah Hao, who had returned from adjusting the surveillance. "I'm fine," she replied, gesturing towards the office door of Xie. It's too warm in there. I can't stay. I must leave. Ah, how? Perplexed, recall that this morning, brother, you had complained about the oppressive heat indoors, instructing him to switch the central air conditioning to a cooler setting. Though the weather was warming, the series of spring rains had left a chill in the bones. Did everyone feel this warm? He pondered. What about the surveillance? He asked again. I want TV watching, when Ning replied, her desire to conceal evident. I'm not that petty. With that, she hastened her pace and departed, eventually darting into the elevator. Upon descending to the ground floor, when Ning adjusted her demeanor, her spirits lifted as she breezed through the corridor. Yet, as she reached the end, she was abruptly seized by a pair of hands, gripping her with an intensity that pierced her skin. Turning, she beheld Miss He, impeccably attired. Miss He? She furrowed her brow. She had not left. She appeared to be waiting for her. This young lady had stormed out half an hour prior, yet now seemed composed, albeit with still red eyes, her presence formidable, especially in the face of a rival. May I speak with you for a moment? She asked, when Ning's imagination, though scant, conjured a thought. Perhaps she intended to offer a sum to persuade her to vacate Siege life, clearly taken aback by Wen Ning's disposition. She's expression shifted slightly. Does this trick work on you? Indeed, Wen Ning replied, who doesn't he love money? All her carefully rehearsed lines were rendered moot. As though fearing a change of heart, she quickly inquired, how much do you want? Wen Ning pondered momentarily, responding honestly that she had yet to decide. She released her grip, crossing her arms coldly, stating, I can't believe you would be drawn to a woman like you. Her scrutinizing gaze traveled from head to toe. Wen Ning accepted this appraisal with poise, nodding earnestly. A woman as beautiful as I am would be adored by anyone. She frowned. You and Siege are alike. Not a single serious word escapes your lips. What attitude should one have toward a rival? At this moment, Wen Ning was instinctively attuned. She offered a sweet smile. Missy, your words lead me to believe you see us as a perfect match, locked in. Uncertain whether the door was locked, She's elegantly shaped brows were indeed furrowed together. After a moment of silence, she abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, forget it. I owe you an apology regarding Li Duo's matter. I admit that I do not harbor any fondness for you, but it has not escalated to the point of secretly plotting against you. This revelation genuinely surprised Wen Ning. Certain matters are not meant to be articulated openly, and she was unsure whether she had mentioned it to render the conversation more sincere or for some other reason altogether. Missy, have you stopped me here merely to apologize? Wen Ning inquired. No, I have more to discuss. 3 minutes, will that suffice? Wen Ning kindly cautioned, if you take too long, I fear Ajong might come over and witness you blocking my path, and he would undoubtedly feel compelled to intervene. Suppressing her impatience, she posed a direct question. Will you be staying on the Isle of Ao in the future? What kind of question was this? Wen Ning shook her head. Of course not. And what about him? She continued. Once you leave the Isle of Ao, will this relationship come to an end? End? The inevitability of that conclusion jolted Wen Ning from her reverie. Although she spoke of a future that had yet to unfold, although, as she suggested, upon leaving the Isle of Ao, it was possible that this relationship might conclude even before departure. Although everything was hurtling down its predetermined path without deviation, inexplicably, Wen Ning began to feel a sense of aversion. She was not a person prone to possessiveness. Yet the mere thought of a minuscule possibility, a day far in the future, wherein she might hear from over 2,000 kilometers away that a Mr. Xie had married Miss He, with their photographs gracing the pages of newspapers, and their wedding being grand and romantic, with everyone proclaiming the couple as a perfect match, made her uneasy. She glanced at the newspaper. No, she absolutely did not wish to see it. Realizing something was amiss within herself, Wen Ning gradually crouched down. Her ease, which had yet to manifest within the realm of mere hypotheticals, only hypotheticals, had suddenly faltered. Chapter 75. He is merely Siege. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Missy paused, her words laden with urgency. After you leave, I will provide you with the sum you desire. I hope you will no longer return to Ao. I do not mind whom he dates, as long as the final choice for marriage is me. We both hail from prominent families. I trust Miss Wen understands that our marriages are not solely our own decisions. I am merely seeking a more secure option for my life. He leaned in. What is wrong with you? It was a sensation difficult to articulate, akin to being slowly dragged beneath the waves by a heavy weight. Every pore felt as if it had transformed into a sponge, saturated with water. Her body felt cumbersome, her emotions equally burdensome. When Ning perceived that with each fact relayed by Miss He, she was sinking deeper into despair. Hey, what is wrong with you? She asked, glancing nervously around. Don't provoke me. After a moment, when Ning managed to compose herself, she slowly tilted her head back, blinking deliberately. What exactly do you intend to do? She looked on with suspicion. Moments later, she observed when Ning reaching out to her, causing her to panic. What are you doing? Just a gentle pull. When Ning replied innocently, my legs have gone numb. She was genuinely curious about what this young lady from the capital was thinking. Mere minutes ago, her expression had been one of profound sorrow, yet now she was playfully charming her. They were rivals in love. Could they not at least respect each other's standing? She, feeling numb, extended her hand. Are you even listening to what I am saying? I am, when Ning replied, using her strength to rise, smoothing the delicate pleats of her skirt, and offering a faint smile. What do you mean by a more secure option for life? This was a personal matter, one that could have remained undisclosed. Yet, in the absence of malice in the other's placid smile, she felt compelled to respond. In Oudao, I have numerous potential suitors for marriage. If you have heard the tale of my elder sister, you should grasp my meaning. Noticing a flicker of confusion on Wen Ning's face, she patiently elaborated. She was the youngest daughter in her family, and the only one yet to be wed. Above her was a half-sister, a 27-year age difference separating them. This sister had been married 3 times throughout her life, each union forged through the exchange of benefits. In her 20s, she married for the first time to a gentleman with whom she shared a respectful relationship, a model match from a prominent family. However, within 6 years, her husband's fortunes dwindled, and their father compelled her to divorce. Despite her pleas, her brother-in-law ultimately signed the agreement in tears. Her second marriage was to a shipping magnate from Southeast Asia. She was his second wife. Each time she visited her sister post-marriage, she wore long sleeves. On one occasion, she inadvertently discovered the scars from her sister's abuse. She reported this to their father, who merely acknowledged it, yet no action was taken thereafter. Over time, her sister grew increasingly frail. Only when her business ties with the shipping magnate severed did she emerge from that hellish existence. What was once thought to be a life nearing 40, half-lived, led her to believe she would no longer be treated like an object to be passed around. Unbeknownst to me, within merely 6 months, my father once again took matters into his own hands, marrying off my eldest sister to a political figure. This union, born from the intertwining of political and commercial interests, is not rooted in affection, but rather in the advantageous backgrounds of the parties involved. The marriage, devoid of any real connection, has persisted until now. After her marriage, my sister has lived in solitude in a vacant house atop a mountain, encountering only a handful of individuals on a daily basis. Recently, I learned of her condition. Her psychologist revealed that she had attempted suicide once more. Fortunately, the maid discovered her in time, saving her life. Yet the lack of oxygen has left her with a grim prognosis, rendering her mentally vacant at just over 40. From this point forward, her existence will be confined to a nursing home. I refuse to follow in my sister's footsteps. She spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting her desire to choose the most prudent path for herself. When Ning comprehended her implication, Xiejiu is your optimal choice. Indeed, he has accomplished numerous tasks for our He family, binding us together by circumstance. As long as he maintains his position, I shall not find myself in the predicament of marrying multiple times, relinquishing control over my own life, as my sister has. So, were your previous entanglements with him driven by this? I have exhausted every strategy imaginable. Gentle, forceful, submissive, relentless, aloof, but he remains indifferent to all my efforts. She expressed her frustration, demanding to know what methods were employed. This is difficult to articulate. Perhaps it is due to its insincerity. When Ning speculated that her expression must be quite intricate at this moment, caught between the remnants of her own fantasies and an empathetic understanding of Hishi's plight. She felt as though she were a glass vessel brimming with conflicting emotions, so full and chaotic that she could only extract herself to adopt an outsider's perspective. Inquiring of Siejiu, "Do you truly hold affection for him?" "Certainly," she affirmed. "If he were not Siejiu, would you still harbor feelings for him?" "What do you mean?" "He is who he is. He is Siejiu." Wen Ning carefully untangled her thoughts. "No, listen to me. Suppose he had never assisted your family, and he lacked the current position that provides you with security. Imagine him as an ordinary man, earning a modest salary, perhaps returning home to comment on the rising prices of vegetables at the market, jokingly suggesting that the fish the princess desires will have to wait. Or maybe he would lie in bed lamenting the increasing utility bills, lamenting that his salary had been docked for perfect attendance. He possesses Siejiu's visage and character, but lacks the stature he currently holds. Would you still be enamored with him?" For a fleeting moment, she hesitated. When Ning continued, "Alternatively, consider this. The one providing you protection now is a zhong who occupies that position. As for Siejiu, he is merely an ordinary worker. Whom would you choose? Who would you prefer?" "I." She paused, abruptly shifting her tone. "Why should I answer you? Moreover, the scenarios you propose are non-existent. Indeed, they do not exist. He has irrevocably become Siejiu, destined to remain on Ao Island, while she is fated to return to the capital." When Ning shook her head, uttering a resigned "forget it," and began to walk away, she called out to her, "If, as you say, he is just Siejiu, would you still have feelings for him?" Wen Ning had never contemplated that the question would be thrown back at her. This inquiry was far more intricate for her than for she. In addition to the assumptions, an extra condition needed to be considered, assuming they were, at this very moment, in love. Was it his identity, his status, or rather the essence of his soul that captivated her? Who could say? Wen Ning Muset. She would not stoop to answer such a foolish question. Chapter 76. You avoid me, seeing Siejiu leave and then return. Ahao felt utterly perplexed. "Brother Yu, did you not say you were leaving?" Siejiu idly played with a pearl earring, reclining on the sofa, lazily lifting an eyelid. One after another, they all delight in meddling. The pearl shimmered under the light, revealing its exquisite quality. He rubbed his thumb along its smooth curve absent-mindedly, recalling a conversation he had inadvertently overheard downstairs. "If, as you say, he is merely Siejiu, would you find him appealing?" Ichi had indeed posed a rather thought-provoking question. If he were simply Siejiu. Siejiu reclined further, his hand draped over his eyes, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Without wealth, power, or status, it would be strange for someone like her to take an interest. A princess might be intrigued by a rat in a gutter due to novelty, but she would never fall in love. His silence spoke volumes, providing the best answer. It was a simple truth. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Now, he merely needed to wait. Once the novelty wore off, everything would return to its rightful course. Upon returning home, Wen Ning discovered she was missing an earring. It was a rare gem she had grown fond of at the auction. She retraced her steps, searching from a hallway to the street corner. The area was bustling with people, its complexity offering little hope. She turned back and retraced her steps to the third floor, sending a message to Zhong. "Wen Ning, Zhong, is my earring in the car?" Zhong must have searched thoroughly, as it took him about 10 minutes to respond. "Zhong, Miss Wen, I couldn't find it." Wen Ning, "It's all right. It may have fallen elsewhere." She had checked her reflection in the elevator and noted that both earrings were intact when she left the CAF. The only place she had visited in between was Siejiu's. Could have fallen then. She recalled the last moment before leaving. They shared a spoon, and she noticed him staring at her lips like a beast poised to pounce, his gaze heavy with a foreboding intensity, sharp and aggressive. His unblemished left arm rested against her side, the sofa sinking under his weight. Everything around them conveyed that they were far too close at that moment. Unlike previous encounters, there were no onlookers, freeing her from the distraction of how to respond. Every movement of her body was instinctive, primal. Why had she not answered Miss He's question? Because at the moment Siejiu drew near, her body had already provided the answer. All the shoulds and should-nots swirling in her mind were cast aside, leaving only an undeniable authenticity. Her long lashes slowly descended, her hand pressing firmly behind her, embedding itself into the sofa. Had there been anyone else present, they would have surely noticed the two damp handprints left on the black leather surface of the sofa. It was unclear who swallowed nervously first, or which oblivious individual accidentally collided with a hallway pillar, producing a loud thud. She was in a fluster, uncertain where to turn. It was entirely possible that the earring had been lost in that very instant. Yet, the hasty parting just moments ago was now met with an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. The very thought of seeking Xie to inquire about her missing earring felt akin to a deliberate provocation in her heart. Should she continue the interrupted conversation from earlier? Wei Ning let out a frustrated whimper, rolling herself into the sofa. After all, it was merely an earring. As the afternoon wore on in her solitary turmoil, she emerged from the shower and, upon passing the mirror, suddenly spotted the earring she had been searching for. Its lustrous, rounded surface glimmered softly under the direct illumination of the spotlight. At that moment, it lay quietly, as if it had been placed there with utmost care by someone. Instinctively, she glanced at the bedroom door. It was firmly closed. Then her gaze shifted to the front door, where a pair of men's leather shoes lay at the entrance. Had Xie returned? Had he found the earring? While drying her hair, she picked up the earring and held it up to her right ear. It was undoubtedly hers. So, it had indeed fallen in the office? The answer was so apparent, yet she still clutched the earring in her palm and took a few steps toward the door. Her hand rose, poised to knock. Through the thin barrier of the door, the sudden sound of rushing water emerged from within. Her hand hesitated slightly before dropping back down. In truth, even if she did knock, she would be a loss for words. Asking if he had found it would be superfluous, while inquiring where he had discovered it would only lead to awkwardness. As for expressing gratitude, that could wait. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately refrained from knocking. That evening passed without a sight of him, and upon rising the next day, he had once again vanished early. The same routine repeated over the next 2 or 3 days, and when Ning suddenly realized he was purposely avoiding her. Logically, it should have been her trying to avoid suspicion. Thus, she explicitly informed Zhong that she had a dinner engagement and indeed left the house with him. However, she then slipped out through the back door of the restaurant, hailing a cab to return home stealthily amidst the vibrant nightlife around 9 o'clock. The long alley provided a clear view of the dimly lit entrance. She tilted her head up, pleased to see the lights glowing on the 3rd floor. Xie was home. With a few swift steps, she ascended the stairs, removing her high heels from her fingers to tread lightly and silently up to the 3rd floor. The sound of the door lock clicking open echoed softly. She found herself face to face with a figure frozen in the living room and a pair of slightly astonished eyes. Xie, you are avoiding me, Wei Ning declared, standing tall in judgment. The surprise in his gaze quickly settled into resignation, compromise, and surrender. If I truly wanted to avoid you, I wouldn't be here on Ao. He bent down to place the bottle of beer he had just picked up onto the coffee table, all the while deceiving Zhong, who would be heartbroken if he knew. It was meant to be a reckoning for him. Yet after uttering that sentence, Wei Ning felt as though she had become the one in the wrong. She closed the door, remaining still, standing at the threshold as she observed him. Unaware of her presence, Xie cast a glance her way. That glance fell upon the high heels dangling from her hand, as well as the dusty, torn stockings that had snagged on a small stone. He pressed his lips together and approached her. You came up barefoot? Wei Ning instinctively swallowed. I was afraid you would hear my footsteps. The stockings had torn open a gap, stretching from her foot up to her calf, revealing a finger width of skin. Her mermaid skirt gracefully gathered at the point of separation, as if the high slit hidden beneath the fabric beckoned one's gaze, inviting a lingering glance. Xie eyes settled there. He crouched down, gently clasping her ankle to slip on her sandals. Afterward, he removed the heels she still clutched in her hand, placing them aside. Throughout this entire process, Wei Ning relaxed her upper body against the door frame, allowing him to proceed as he wished, and unexpectedly inquired, "Why are you avoiding me?" He brushed the dust from his hands and lifted his gaze, his tranquil eyes obscured by his hair. In the next moment, he suddenly leaned in, his strong arm cradling her hips, effectively pinning her against the door. The mermaid skirt, under such intense pressure, gathered at the roots of her legs, while her poor stockings, torn through, threatened to reveal more than intended. The sound of her newly donned sandals hitting the floor echoed softly. Xie held her in place, his throat working as he spoke. I thought you understood. Chapter 77. Confusion, how could one not comprehend? Wen Ning lowered her gaze to seek his eyes. Never before had she found Xie emotions so easily decipherable. His eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sea of desire, akin to a tightening grip around her, almost fracturing her very bones. Every place he had touched felt electrified, a gentle tingling coursing through her. She arched her back in response, yet maintained an innocent expression. Is the other hand ready? Are you concerned for me? Xie voice lacked its usual calmness. Wen Ning slowed her speech, whispering, I fear you may not be able to. Their noses nearly brushed on the verge of a kiss, but he deliberately drew back an instant before contact, asking in a heavy tone, in what way am I lacking? She feigned ignorance. I don't know. Xie narrowed his eyes dangerously, his heated body pressed tightly against hers. Before him stood a man, and behind her loomed the cold metal door, leaving Wen Ning with nowhere to escape. She turned her face away. Please don't rub against me. It tickles. His grip on her waist tightened further, and he inquired, so, was it also a matter of ticklishness that day? Wen Ning knew precisely which day he referred to, her breath catching. It was not ideal. It was difficult for her to articulate. What was wrong with it? There were too many eyes. A light laugh escaped someone, followed by, were we not performing in the presence of eyes? Her gaze trembled at his words, her tone so light it felt taut. Who said there were none here? Indeed there are. The moon above can see. The lights flashing from the buildings can see. The moths colliding with the glass can see. And the dust in the air is visible to them all. With so many eyes observing, there is no reason not to perform well. He pressed fiercely against her, for the sake of heaven and earth, not for himself. Their lips barely brushed for a fleeting second. When Ning's eyes shot open, the haze of moisture lingered in her gaze, and the soft, cool sensation remained on her lips, evoking a sense of pity as she looked up at him. Yet the man before her had regained his composure. His hand still cradled her body, the heat unwavering. But the desire in his eyes was gradually dissipating, replaced by clarity. It turned out that only she was ensnared by confusion and passion. Her heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped, each breath bringing a pang of discomfort from her throat to her nasal passages, and she struggled to contain the downward curve of her lips. Suddenly, strange footsteps echoed in the hallway. Simultaneously, Xiejiu's slightly hoarse voice reached her ears. Someone's coming, he stated. For reasons unknown, Wen Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her after his words. They were not words of consolation, yet they provided her with a means of escape from the awkwardness. She endeavored to disregard her tumultuous emotions, her back pressed against the cool, iron door. Having just broken into a sweat, is someone behaving unusually? She inquired. The footsteps grew nearer, and Xiejiu's thumb pressed against her lips, silencing her. In a hushed tone, he asked, is Zhong still at the restaurant? Wen Ning nodded. This place is not entirely secure. No matter what I say shortly, you must comply, he instructed, gazing intently at her, and she understood with a nod. She detested being coerced into compliance, yet under his unyielding gaze, she found herself nodding a second time. His demeanor was devoid of jest. As the force that had confined her dissipated, Xiejiu released her and let her down. The moment their bodies separated, the coolness of a spring night rushed into Wen Ning's hollow chest. She turned back to see Xiejiu once again gesturing towards the room with a tilt of his chin. Wen Ning understood this to mean he was beckoning her inside. So, she shaped her lips to ask, what about you? He made a reassuring gesture, his eyes solemn as he watched her step into the room. Outside, at least 3 pairs of footsteps were audible, distinct from ordinary sounds, each step executed with military precision. They were likely deliberating strategies to breach the door. One group was closer, while another lingered at a distance. After listening for a moment, Xiejiu pulled the shoe cabinet to block the door and then used the steel rod from the drying rack to brace it further. His movements were deft, as if he had rehearsed this countless times. Remarkably, the people outside remained oblivious to the commotion. A few seconds later, faint scratching noises emanated from the keyhole, indicating someone was attempting to pick the lock. He vaulted over the sofa, swiftly turned on the shower in the outer bathroom, locked the door, and then quickly returned to the room. Just as the door closed, the sound of lockpicking was drowned out by a series of forceful knocks. Wei Ning anxiously glanced over. Who is it? There were too many grudges to discern. He strode toward the window, peering down for several seconds. Instinctively, Wei Ning followed closely behind him. Are we hiding? She had surveyed the master bedroom upon her entrance. It was a simple square with a bed and a door leading to the inner bathroom, nothing more. His room was stark, resembling a makeshift arrangement. Unless there was a hidden compartment, there was no place to conceal themselves. While they spoke, Xie had already swung the window wide open. It was then that Wei Ning noticed the stark difference between his home and the other apartments in the building. He had not installed security bars, and thus the window was open to its fullest, allowing an adult to enter or exit with ease. She opened her mouth in disbelief. Surely, we are not going out through here. Xie turned back. Do you dare? If he dared, then she would too, although she bolstered herself with such resolve. Numerous snippets of societal news flashed through Wei Ning's mind. Jumping from the third floor could very well lead to fatality. The banging on the door grew more intense, the old walls trembling under the assault. Wei Ning took a deep breath. Xie, can you not lead a more peaceful life? As she spoke, she had already placed one foot on the windowsill. The security bars on the second floor afforded her some room to maneuver, but that was before she attempted to climb out. Standing on the ledge, her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Xie produced a length of rope from somewhere. One end was secured around her waist, the other tethered to himself. Don't look down. He steadied himself against the window frame, ensuring his footing before proceeding downward, unhurried. The space between the two buildings was so narrow that one could almost touch the opposite wall. In such confined quarters, every security grate became a climbing tool. With the rope around her waist providing assurance, Wei Ning descended 2 steps and grasped the method. She paused on the second floor and looked up. Why aren't you coming down? You go first. Have they entered yet? The door shattered moments ago, and 3 burly men, misled by the sound of running water from the bathroom, assumed someone was in the outer restroom. They were now forcing their way through the outer door. The upper section of the door, adorned with mosaic glass, emitted a cacophony of crashing sounds. Xie, while keeping a vigilant eye on the door, reassured, not yet. This residential building had existed since the 1990s, and no one could guarantee the weight-bearing capacity of the security bars beneath his feet. He could not afford to take risks. Thus, he secured himself as a steadfast anchor, tethering one end to her and the other firmly to the window frame. His fingers, pressed against the frame, turned white from exertion as he heard the glass shatter. Outside, someone cursed and turned towards the master bedroom. A loud bang echoed, the sound of the door being slammed. This time, Wei Ning understood clearly. Anger surged within her as she muttered, "You damn liar, Xie," and instinctively quickened her pace. At the height of the final floor, she resolutely closed her eyes and leaped down. Thud, upon landing, the door cracked open slightly. Xie, hurry. Chapter 78. The origin of emotion. It was almost at the moment the door burst open that Xie managed to leap out through the window, his silhouette vanishing like a shadow. The 3 intruders hastily pursued him to the window, peering downwards. Suddenly, shards of broken tiles flew towards them, prompting their exclamations of annoyance. Damn it, he's down there. Xie landed nimbly on the first floor. Is everything all right? Wei Ning, still reeling from the adrenaline rush, asked breathlessly, a mixture of excitement and anxiety in her voice. Did you hit anything? He glanced at her seemingly delicate arms. What a pity you're not throwing grenades. Of course, she replied. I practiced archery when I was a child. Archery? What has that got to do with anything? Xie grasped her hand firmly. Let S run first. The corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps, and a neighbor, roused from slumber, shouted, Banana you apple, it's so late. Can't you sleep? A burly man responded in broken Cantonese, Old man, I'll punch you. The night wind howled past them. Ahead lay a seemingly endless dark alley, tangled overhead wires, and relentless footsteps trailing behind. They felt like reckless wanderers, living only for the present moment. Wei Ning was pulled through one narrow alley after another. At the end of an alley, a vehicle passed by, its headlights briefly illuminating the constricted space. and she suddenly realized that the shadow at the alley's end was a heavy motorcycle. Xiaoyu leaped onto it, tossing the only helmet to her. "Is this the only one?" She panted, clutching it. "Better than nothing," he replied, twisting the throttle a few times. "Are you ready?" As the footsteps rounded the corner, Wei Ning caught sight of 3 burly men, larger than double doors. The one in front pointed, shouting, "There!" In a flurry, she fastened the helmet securely, holding onto his waist tightly. "Let us go." The wind roared in her ears as they sped away, the long alley disappearing behind them. Amidst the roar of the engine, she felt her eardrums thrum in response. Her face was confined within the narrow space of the helmet, her long hair whipping wildly in the wind. The force of the breeze could not dissipate the warmth surging within her. The warmth and humidity trapped within the helmet created a cocoon around her, and amidst the pulsating beats of her heart, she sensed another rhythm, perhaps the one echoing through thin fabric, their bodies pressed tightly together. They had run far this night. The distinction between their heartbeats blurred, each thumping fiercely like a drum. The shirt billowed in the wind as they raced toward the city's vibrancy, eventually veering onto a rugged path, finally halting as the wheels sank into a tranquil stretch of white sand. Wei Ning felt herself losing balance. She relaxed her grip, and together with the bike, they tumbled into the soft sand. They had arrived at a deserted beach. The dark ocean loomed like a beast, its waves crashing tumultuously against the shore. She lay on the sand for a moment with her eyes closed, removing the helmet. Strands of damp hair clung to her face, sticky and reminiscent of a spring tide. Indifferent to it all, she turned her head to the side. "How many people have you offended?" "Countless," the man replied, his eyes still closed. He lay languidly on the fine sand, his chest rising and falling gently. The salty sea breeze caressed his skin, while Wei Ning fixed her gaze upon him. "Is this truly the life you lead?" "It has been quite stable for a long time, miss," he replied in a languid tone, suddenly opening his eyes. The darkness of his pupils reflected her image, and he smiled, adding, "I almost forgot. You're not safe with me." "What do you mean?" "Ven Ning Kuiret." With a calm demeanor, he responded, "Otherwise, you might as well return to the hotel." Wei Ning nodded in response to his composed gaze. "I will move out today." "All right." His voice grew more hoarse. A massive wave crashed against the rocky shore, and in the distance, a foghorn echoed through the darkness. In the lull that followed the sound of the horn, Wei Ning abruptly asked, "Do you have anything to tie my hair?" "I do." He adjusted a watch on his left wrist, revealing a section of grass-green fabric. It was the hair tie she had once lost. In that moment, the restlessness coursing through her veins reached a fever pitch. Perhaps a surge of adrenaline had caused some aftermath. As she took the hair tie, her fingers instinctively splayed, capturing his hand. The man's knuckles were considerably broader than hers, and even when gripped tightly, her fingers barely reached his knuckles. She held on resolutely. "Xiaoyu." The wind tousled her long hair, and her voice cracked with emotion. Those 3 short words she uttered tightened the chest. A silent second, a moment of intense struggle. He suddenly flipped onto his side, grasping her hand firmly, sliding his fingers between hers. The rules of engagement unraveled in that instant. He kissed her fiercely, their tongues intertwined, devoid of gentleness or progression. Only an overwhelming and aggressive invasion. All whimpers and sound were stifled. The sea surged, and the lost seagulls screeched hoarsely as they skimmed the night sky, as if they could hear the water's cadence more distinctly than the waves. With their wings spread wide, they glided into the darkness in confusion. The surroundings quieted once more. Thus, the fervent breaths in the night became distinctly audible as his large hand descended, finally releasing the grip that had been trapped under her chin. A glimmer of moisture lingered at the corners of her lips. It was a mark of his kiss. This realization flickered in her mind, but the desire to continue kissing swelled uncontrollably. His dangerously dark eyes locked onto their prey, akin to a cheetah spotting a newborn lamb. Sweet, soft, and wet. Each sensation sent a tumultuous rush through him. Thus, he lowered himself. This time he chose to savor, peeling away the layers of a sweet, tender cake from the outside in, patiently and gradually. The night air had lost the warmth of the day. Beneath her thin clothing, the humidity clung to her, while her fingers felt cold. When Ning pushed him away after countless moments of breathlessness, her eyes misty. "Xie, you truly are excessive." His voice was husky. "Have I not always appeared this way in your eyes?" She withdrew her fingers from between his, deliberately avoiding contact, and then spoke in a tone of feigned grievance. "Now that we've crossed paths tonight, do you think I would be any safer at the hotel?" It seemed she was still perturbed by their earlier conversation. Xie lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. "Ajong will protect you." When Ning pressed her lips together, a faint ache at the corners. This was not the first nor the second time she had pushed Ajong away. Xie, with an air of calm certainty, concluded that her disdain stemmed from his perceived dullness. "Not at all," he replied, a smile playing on his lips as his gaze lingered on her tightly pressed mouth. Suddenly, he reached out. "This is torn." "Let's not change the subject," she retorted, turning her face aside, unwilling to be led astray again. "Who are those people?" she inquired. Before he could respond, an untimely phone call interrupted them. Xie gestured for her to wait momentarily. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, and upon seeing He Qiong's name on the screen, he answered, "What is it?" In a flurry, He Qiong informed him that Lu Kuan's men had arrived on Ao Island. Xie was not surprised. During his recent journey across the city, he had deduced the identities of those three, allowing him to momentarily disregard the alluring warmth of Wei Ning. He had already surmised Lu Kuan as a prominent possibility. Upon returning to Ao Island, He Qiong's actions must have provoked Lu Kuan into retaliating. Lu Kuan had either sensed He Qiong's intentions to start anew or was suspecting interference from him. Regardless of the motive behind Lu Kuan's actions, it was a test. "I understand," Xie replied. "You do? Have you encountered him?" He Qiong's voice trembled with concern. "How does he treat you?" Xie glanced at her. "It's nothing. I'll explain later." "Not now." "No." The timing of the call was indeed unfortunate. Had it come merely a few minutes earlier, he would have maintained a clearer head. Xie pressed his fingers to his temples. There are still some troublesome matters to address. Chapter 79. A glimpse of white under the moon. The corners of her mouth throbbed delicately, perhaps due to the fervent kiss that had caused him to break the skin. If there were a mirror at hand, Wei Ning would soon realize that the situation was far more than a mere bite. Her lips were now a vibrant hue, swollen and glistening from the fervor of their embrace. A mere glance from an outsider would reveal the truth of their encounter. She pressed her fingertip against the corner of her lip, speaking with a hint of displeasure. "Why didn't you mention I was the troublemaker when I was losing my mind earlier?" "Losing your mind?" Xie found her choice of words inexplicably endearing. He maintained his composure, replying, "I was referring to him as the trouble." Wei Ning was unconvinced. Folding her legs, she sat on the fine sand, picking up a shell to toy with. "So, you now know who those three belong to?" The conversation could not evade the topic. Xie conceded. "One was a former nemesis of mine." "Did he want to kill you?" The man turned his gaze toward her, laughter bubbling uncontrollably from his chest. "My dear lady, perhaps you should refrain from envisioning such violent scenarios." Wei Ning was at a loss for words. Did she wish for this? Wasn't it he who had led her into such a dismal situation? Tossing the shell aside, she stood up. The moment her legs touched the ground, a sharp, needle-like sensation surged through her. She inhaled sharply. After the earlier escapades of climbing and racing, she had nearly forgotten that she had come out barefoot. Her stockings, worn thin from the exertion, clung absurdly to her skin. Beneath the dim moonlight, her legs bore patches of white against her flesh. Likely, her soles had been scraped by sharp stones, sending pain shooting through her with every movement. Xie's expression darkened. "Why are you running about recklessly?" "I did not run," Wei Ning retorted, embodying a spirit of defiance. "I am merely seeking to check into a hotel. Since I have nowhere to sleep tonight, someone is rushing me." It's akin to striking a stone against one's own foot. Xie couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Sometimes, it's unnecessary to have such a sharp memory. Wei Ning opened her mouth to retort, but her ankle was suddenly clasped in his grip. She pressed her lips together and sat down again, subtly shifting her position. To her surprise, he was particularly perceptive. "What are you up to now?" Wei Ning huffed. "Mind your own business regarding a lady's affairs." It was merely her injured arm. She was concerned that moving about would hinder its recovery. Hence she extended her leg towards him. Yet, in the darkness, surely he could not discern her intentions. Could he? What remained unseen was Wei Ning herself. She was oblivious to the fact that, even in such dim light, Xiaoyu could clearly see the delicate, pale arch of her foot marred by scratches, the skin beneath her torn stockings resembling polished jade, and the elegant lines that extended beneath her skirt in this posture. The mermaid tail skirt embraced her long, toned legs, rounding at the base. At that moment, if a siren were to swim ashore, it would be no less enchanting. Once a certain distance of ambiguity was breached, it only stirred one's heart further. His throat felt parched. The act of reaching for his phone seemed a feeble attempt to distract himself. This time he dialed Ajong. Azong, bris fudi unawa. Lingered outside the restaurant. Upon answering, he exclaimed, "Brother you. Miss Wen is dining." "Dine?" "She asked right here by the seaside with me." Xiaoyu began to acknowledge the truth in that remark regarding his own foolishness. He tilted his head, resting the phone against his shoulder, while delicately extracting the pebbles from her feet. His touch was gentle, far more so than during their earlier kiss. "No need for many people. Just bring an extra pair of shoes," he instructed. On the other end of the line, Zhong paused in confusion, as if the request for shoes seemed more peculiar than the fact that Miss Wen was not at the hotel. For a fleeting moment, he suspected it was a code. "Brother you, if it's inconvenient to speak, just hum twice." Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. "And them, you old? Azong interjected. Does that count as a hum or not? Size 36 women's soft-soled shoes in 15 minutes. Also, don't come to see me this month." After hanging up, he began to regret making the call. At times, Ajong truly lacked insight. Yet, on the other hand, the tantalizing thoughts that had previously occupied his mind were indeed diluted by this interruption. He tossed the phone aside and instinctively looked up, only to meet a pair of glistening eyes. "What are you staring at?" "Size 36 women's soft-soled shoes," Wei Ning replied with a teasing lilt. "Xiaoyu, you certainly know how to give a slap for a date. When did I ever slap her?" Xiaoyu frowned. "Stop talking nonsense." He quickly dealt with the sand and stones stuck to her feet. In some areas, the stockings prevented him from doing much. He was about to suggest they leave it for later when she suddenly withdrew her foot. Before him, the woman knelt upright, her hands slipping beneath the hem of her skirt. Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched. "What are you doing now?" Wei Ning looked at him with suspicion. "Isn't it difficult to remove? Since it's already torn, why not just take it off?" Her damp strands of hair clung to the side of her face, her shoulder exposed from beneath the wide-necked knit top, and her skirt bunched up high. She looked both beautiful and disheveled. Did she truly understand how challenging it was for a man to see her in such a state and still return her intact? A throbbing pain surged at his temples. That earlier call felt utterly pointless. He turned his body away, his shoulders stiffening, and his tone grew cold. "Next time, please give a heads up before doing something like this." It was he who wanted to consume her entirely during that kiss. Now, he found himself playing the role of the moral guardian. When Ning squinted at him for a moment. "Men, so quick to withdraw." She pouted and bent down to remove her stockings. Certain areas clung to her skin due to perspiration, the rustling sound swallowed by the ebb and flow of the waves. The noises that should have been inaudible surprisingly clear on that spring night by the sea. When Xiaoyu turned back, he was momentarily dazzled by her legs, suddenly freed from their restraints. The moonlight cast a pale glow. Even the stockings he had carelessly tossed aside, now covered with a removed knit top, seemed unremarkable to him. He searched his pockets and found only a tie he had casually tossed in. He pulled it out, flattened it, and placed it under her feet. Breathing in sync with the rising and falling waves, he steadied his breath. "Let us keep it wrapped for now. I'll help you fix it properly in a well-lit place later." "Where to?" When Ning supported herself with her hands behind her. "Is it safe at home?" Xiaoyu gave her a meaningful glance. "We could also stay at a hotel together." It is momentarily difficult to discern whether her previous words were imbued with sarcasm or held deeper significance. When Ning turned her face towards the direction of the wind, she felt a burning warmth, especially at the spot where his grip enveloped her ankle.